As the sun gradually sets in the west, twilight descends upon the land. In this serene mountain village, everything appears so enchanting. Gazing at the distant village as it slowly fades into darkness, the birds cease their cheerful chirping. The countryside, bathed in the golden hue of the setting sun, is adorned with a veil of warmth, while dark tendrils of smoke rise languidly from the rooftops. By the stream in the distance, a group of sturdy men roll up their trousers and shed their shirts, diligently washing away the grime and fatigue of the day. Children frolic in clusters nearby, their laughter echoing in the air. One burly man, scrubbing his back in the stream, calls out to a few figures approaching from afar. "Daxian, today's catch is plentiful. We've managed to hunt several mountain chickens and wild rabbits." The man known as Uncle Yang dismissively replies, No, that's unnecessary." Yet, his hands betray him as they eagerly accept a mountain chicken passed to him by the young man named Daxian. The onlookers regard the mountain chicken in Uncle Yang's grasp with eyes full of envy. An elderly man, hastily crossing the stream with a pipe in hand, shouts, "Everyone wait! Hold on a moment." Despite his urgency, he takes a few puffs from his pipe, savoring the tobacco. After indulging in his pipe once more and exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, the old man proudly announces, "Do you know? My son and Olmo's son have hunted 2 large wild boars. I'm inviting you all to come help carry them." Uncle Yang, filled with excitement, inquires, "Where are they? Take us there." Instantly, the crowd is swept up in a wave of enthusiasm. In the heart of a dense forest, 2 youths lay upon a clearing, breathlessly gasping for air. Not far from them, a colossal pit lay open, within which 2 enormous wild boars had become ensnared. The boars, pierced by iron spears, resembled 2 gargantuan hedgehogs, their surroundings drenched in a crimson hue, blood pooling upon the ground. Their coarse, gray-black bristles adorned their bodies, and 2 long tusks protruded from their mouths, exuding an aura of raw ferocity that was nothing short of terrifying. A tall and robust youth, with skin as dark as night, spoke in a halting manner. "Mo, this time, we have really gone too far. We nearly got ourselves into serious trouble." The other youth, with a chuckle, replied, "You know me, Mo. I always maintain control. If I didn't, would you be here with me? When have you ever seen me falter?" As the 2 boys engaged in their banter, gradually regaining their strength, a cacophony of sounds reached their ears. Turning their gaze, they spotted a group of individuals approaching, led by an elderly man with a pipe clenched between his teeth. "Ah, Xiao Mo, Xiao Ran, impressive work. You 2 have managed to capture such large wild boars, and 2 of them, no less. Remarkable," exclaimed Dashin, his face alight with excitement. As he spoke, he helped the 2 rise to their feet and inquired, "You 2 aren't injured, are you?" The youth referred to as Xiao and Mo waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Dashin, we are fine, just a bit exhausted. We intended to lure 1 wild boar, but unexpectedly, 2 came charging after us. We had to run across half the mountain before finally managing to lead them into the trap." The crowd praised the remarkable courage and skills demonstrated by the 2 youths at such a tender age. The boy named Xiao Mo beamed with a radiant smile, while the lad known as Xiao Ren shyly scratched his head, grinning innocently. Seeing that the 2 were unharmed, everyone joined forces to extract the wild boar from the pit. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha! Indeed, our insides are nearly rusting." Typically, in the village, when someone hunts a large game, they summon the community to share in the bounty. This has become an unspoken tradition in this quaint mountain village. A tall and robust man declared, "All right then," and promptly vanished from sight. As night fell, just as the villagers were carrying in 2 wild boars, they caught sight of flickering flames illuminating the village. Chapter 2. The command of parents and the words of matchmakers. In the heart of the village, a grand bonfire blazed, with villagers seated around it. The population was modest, comprising around 10 households. Totaling 50 to 60 souls, the flames licked the meat, grease dripped into the fire, producing a crackling sound that filled the air with an irresistible aroma. Observing the golden brown roasted wild boar, glistening with fat, the villagers took hearty bites, the crispness echoing with delightful crunches, complemented by sips of their homemade rice wine. It was an unparalleled indulgence. Children frolicked around the fire, each clutching pieces of meat. Uncle Yang, with a jovial flush on his face, turned to a gentleman in his 50s seated beside the bonfire and remarked, "Old Mo, your son Emor has truly distinguished himself at such a tender age. He possesses remarkable courage and talent. What do you think of my daughter Arya? She is also blessed with beauty, but alas, she was born into this impoverished little mountain village, a misstep in the eyes of the king of hell. Your Mo is quite charming as well. The two children are no longer young. How about I propose a match for my daughter?" Old Mo, dressed in a long gown, exuded an air of scholarly elegance as he sat cross-legged on the ground, a jar of rice wine at his side and a small knife in hand, slicing the meat. With a gentle smile, he replied, "That would be splendid, but I must remind you, you are aware of our village's circumstances. Do not ask for an exorbitant bride price." Upon hearing this, Uncle Yang sensed that matters were falling into place. He surveyed the village's young men, finding none worthy of his daughter, either brutish or awkwardly unattractive, save for Emor, and the young lad Ran from the old smoker's family. Yet, while Ran was decent-looking, he appeared excessively earnest. Only Emor was not only handsome but also clever and brave. If his daughter were to follow him, she would certainly not suffer. Uncle Yang nodded, saying, "Then it shall be settled." As he spoke, he waved towards a girl not far from the bonfire, calling out, "Arya, come here." The girl, named Arya, had brows like emerald feathers, skin as white as snow, a waist slender as silk, and teeth resembling pearls. Her radiant smile was utterly enchanting. Despite her simple attire, it could not conceal the vibrant vitality and allure that she radiated, a true beauty destined to blossom. As Arya approached, she greeted, "Hello, village chief. Father, why did you call for me?" Years prior, old Mo had served in a government position, but, after being wrongfully slandered, he resigned and settled in this small mountain village. Recognizing his education and status as a former official, the villagers elected him as their leader. He would step forward to preside over significant village matters. Together, they built a schoolhouse where he taught the children to read and write. Though he held the title of village chief, the townsfolk still affectionately referred to him as Old Mo. Uncle Yang, gazing at his daughter, remarked, "Old Mo, just look at my daughter. Having her as a daughter-in-law would be a tremendous gain for you. Which young man in the village wouldn't covet her?" Upon hearing her father's words, Arya felt a slight blush creep across her cheeks. Not knowing where to place her hands, she clasped them behind her back, lowering her head as her fingers fidgeted nervously. "Ha!" Old Mo chuckled heartily, then turned to call, "Emor, come here. I have something to discuss with you." Xiao Ran gently nudged the youth seated beside him, exclaiming, "Mo, go. Your father is calling for you." The boy, with a blade in hand, was diligently scraping at a piece of leg bone while a blade of grass dangled from his mouth. He lifted his gaze towards the fire, set aside his task, and rose to approach. "Father, what is it that you wish to discuss? Where is my mother? I have yet to see her." Xiao Mo inquired of his father. "What is it, father?" He pressed again. Old Mo observed Arya and said, "Xiao Mo, I just spoke with your Uncle Yang and have decided to betroth Arya to you. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Mo's expression darkened as he replied, "Father, I am still young. I do not wish to marry just yet." Uncle Yang immediately interjected, "Xiao Mo, do you believe that my daughter Arya is unworthy of you?" Before Xiao Mo could clarify, Old Mo's countenance shifted to one of discontent as he proclaimed, "Since ancient times, it has been the decree of parents and the words of matchmakers that in a few days, we shall send a matchmaker to Uncle Yang's home to discuss this. I have made my decision, and it is settled." Xiao Mo glanced at Arya, who shyly lowered her head. His full name was Mo Lin Yuan. He originally hailed from another world. 3 years ago, he believed he had met his demise, only to unexpectedly be reborn in this realm as the offspring of a village official. After all, his father was somewhat of a village head, having navigated this world for 3 years in a state of confusion. He now found himself with an unexpected fiancée. It was not that Mo Lin Yuan held any disdain for Arya. Rather, his thoughts lingered in his former world, where a 15-year-old was far too young to wed. He recalled how others who traversed into this realm often began their journeys with divine abilities or magical artifacts, or at the very least, accompanied by an elder mentor. Yet, here he was, starting off with naught but a solitary dog. After 3 years of exploration in this world, he had unearthed nothing of significance. His family's ancestral shrine yielded little of interest, nor did the mountain gorges reveal any hidden treasures. Wasn't there supposed to be some grand adventure awaiting him? Ultimately, Mo Lin Yuan resigned himself to his circumstances, Living a life of tranquility here was far more comfortable than the blood-soaked existence he had endured in his previous life, in his prior incarnation. Mo Lin Yuan had been an assassin, never having failed in his missions, until one unfortunate task led to his untimely death and subsequent rebirth in this place. Well, having a beautiful wife is not so bad. He mused to himself, secretly pleased. Chapter 3. The mountain bandits slaughter the village the following morning. As the first light of dawn began to break, Xiao Ran called out from outside Mo Lin Yuan's door. Mo Ge, have you risen yet? We agreed that you would take me hunting today. Just as Xiao Ran finished speaking, a languid voice drifted back to him. Mo Ge, if you do not get up, Qingxia and I will go without you. We won't be hunting, but rather going to the back mountains to enjoy the scenery. Mo Lin Yuan, initially groggy, suddenly widened his eyes and sprang from his bed, muttering, "Goodness, that's my wife, and you wish to enjoy the scenery with her." Qingxia, also known as Arya, had been given her name by Mo Lin Yuan's father, the only educated man in the village who was sought after for naming children upon their birth. Consequently, most of the village's younger generations bore names bestowed by old Mo, including Xiao Ran, the son of old Yan. Stepping outside, Mo Lin Yuan spotted Xiao Ran and Arya seated on a stone bench in his courtyard. Today, Arya donned a floral long dress, her hair tied into a ponytail with a grass rope, presenting the image of a charming neighborly girl. Observing the gentle swell of Arya's bosom, I couldn't help but marvel at the blossoming of the neighbor's little sister. Ahem, what am I thinking? Mo Lin Yuan composed himself internally and inquired of Xiao Ran. What do you need from me so early in the morning? Upon finishing his words, Xiao Ran grabbed the basket and sickle by his side, pulling Mo Lin Yuan out the door, while Yang Qingxian followed closely behind, feeling a bit shy as she recalled the events of the previous night. The sun had already risen high in the sky, and the group settled beneath a large tree to enjoy the shade. Xiao Ran, panting heavily, complained, "Damn it, those bastards from Stone Village always come to our Shashu village's back mountain to forage for herbs, leaving us with barely a few to dig up this early in the morning." Just as Xiao Ran was lamenting, a group of riders kicked up dust as they galloped towards Shashu village. Giddy up, giddy up! Whoa! Shouted a man with a red scarf atop his head, wielding a large curved blade, pointing towards a distant village. Second in command, "Look, there's a village ahead. Let us go procure some grain." The man referred to as the second in command was burly, sporting a full beard, and shouldering a heavy axe. He laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Excellent! Our stock of grain has dwindled recently, and with disciples from various sects roaming about, we haven't had a decent haul in ages, though. Oh, let us capture a young lady. Let us capture a young lady." At the village entrance, the second in command, astride his horse, was flanked by a motley crew of ruffians. With a sweeping motion, he plunged his axe into the ground with a heavy thud, sending up a cloud of dust. He bellowed, "Haifeng stronghold, second in command Wang, who is here? Where is your village chief? Come forth at once." In no time, all the men of the village gathered at the entrance, brandishing hoes and sickles. An elderly man, Mo Lao-Tu, stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, "I am the village chief of Shashu village. What orders do you have?" The second in command, with an air of indifference, replied, "Bring forth all your grain, cattle, and pigs, and summon all the women. I shall spare your lives." Hearing this, the villagers began to stir, some angrily exclaiming, "These beasts, they devour men without leaving a bone. They are forcing us to our doom. Let us fight them." Others echoed, "Yes, let's fight." Mo Lao-Tu turned to the villagers, urging, "Everyone, remain calm. Remain calm." One villager stepped forward, brandishing a pickaxe, furiously declaring, "Chief, we will fight them." Mo Lao-Tu signaled for the villager to step back, then turned once more to the second in command, saying, "This man, they are merely simple folk from the mountains and fields, lacking in knowledge of rules. If we have offended..." Before Mo Lao-Tu could finish, a one-eyed man beside the second in command reached for his waist, and with a swift motion, a shadow darted past Mo Lao-Tu. Lunging towards, "I shall contend fiercely with you, you wretches." Elder Mo hastily rushed to assist Dashan, only to behold a ghastly scar marring Dashan's chest. At that moment, the villagers, armed and resolute, charged towards the mountain bandits. The second in command, observing the advancing villagers, scoffed disdainfully, exclaiming, "They truly have no fear of death. Brothers, slay them all. Kill the men and take the women." Witnessing this scene, Elder Mo, consumed by fury, bellowed, "Fools, fools!" In an instant, a glint of steel flashed, and Elder Mo fell first into a pool of blood. Kill! The cries of the mountain bandits and villagers clashed violently, as villagers fell one after another. How could those wielding hoes and sickles withstand a ruthless band of killers? In a mere moment, the majority lay scattered and lifeless. The bandits stormed into the village, slaying indiscriminately, seizing money, grain, and women, even sparing not the youngest of children. After plundering the village, they set it ablaze. Chapter 4. The Secret of the Dense Forest in the Shadowy Recesses of the Rear Mountains. Mo Linyuan and his companions, disheartened by their meager haul, resolved to descend the mountain. Without waiting for the others to react, he hastily sprinted downwards. Xiao Ran retrieved the burden from the ground and followed Yang Qingxian. Both gripped by a wave of apprehension as they neared the foot of the mountain. Mo Linyuan and his companions spotted a throng of individuals hastily passing by, herding livestock, provisions, and several women. The women, perched behind others, remained obscured from view. Yet Mo Linyuan could discern the leader, a towering figure with a thick beard, wielding a broadsword, accompanied by a one-eyed man that a motley collection of armed marauders trailed behind them. Unmistakably a band of mountain brigands. Witnessing this, Mo Linyuan's unease deepened. Once the group had passed, Mo Linyuan and his companions hastened down the mountain towards the village. Upon reaching the village entrance, they were met with a harrowing sight, lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Familiar faces of the villagers they once knew, the suspicions that had lingered in Mo Linyuan's mind crystallized into grim reality. Xiao Ran and Yang Qingxian stood frozen at the village threshold. As though unable to comprehend the horror before them, Mo Linyuan's gaze fell upon a corpse lying motionless on the ground, and a wave of anguish surged within him. He rushed forward, his heart ablaze with rage, as the warmth of familial bonds he had never known in his past life was shattered before him. "Father!" Mo Linyuan cried, rushing to support Elder Mo. "Father, are you all right?" Elder Mo struggled to open his eyes and spoke slowly. "Mo, as long as you are safe, hurry, leave at once." Tears streamed down Mo Linyuan's cheeks. Though he had only recently arrived in this world, he had already come to regard Elder Mo and his wife as his own parents, having never known such love and warmth as an orphan in his past life. Surely, one is not made of wood or grass. Who can be devoid of feeling? He lamented, "Dio not speak. Father, I will take you to find a doctor." Elder Mo, summoning his last ounce of strength, uttered, "It is futile. Mo, listen to me. I have something in my pillow to entrust to you. Open my pillow." And, before he could finish, his breath ceased. "Father, do not leave. You have yet to witness my marriage, nor have I blessed you and mother with a chubby grandson. I have not yet fulfilled my filial duties. You cannot depart." Mo Linyuan wept bitterly, cradling Elder Mo's lifeless form. "Father!" He knelt upon the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Village chief! Village chief! The sight of Elder Mo lying in Mo Linyuan's embrace tugged painfully at their hearts. Suddenly, Xiao Ran murmured, "My father and my mother." After speaking, they hurried towards the village. Yang Qingxian was already weeping inconsolably, her sobs echoing through the air. Upon hearing Xiao Ran's words, Mo Linyuan's thoughts drifted to his mother. He grasped Yang Qingxuan's hand and made his way towards the village. Upon entering, the aftermath of the devastating fire was evident. Destruction lay everywhere, with structures teetering on the brink of collapse. The roads bore witness to the charred remains of those who had perished. Yang Qingxian, having never encountered such a horrific sight, stood in a daze, as if she had stumbled into hell itself. Mo Linyuan swiftly navigated through the ruins until he reached his home, where he found that only half of the structure remained. Rushing inside, he searched frantically, only to discover a body in the kitchen, grotesquely burned beyond recognition. In that moment, the last flicker of hope within him extinguished. All he had desired was to live a peaceful life. Why had fate dealt such a cruel hand? Xiao Ran approached, tears streaming down her face, lamenting, "My parents are gone too. All the villagers have perished, leaving only the three of us." Mo Linyuan consoled her. "Do not weep. Tears will not alter our fate. I shall personally avenge our parents and kin." A glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, and an invisible aura of power surged forth from him. As if the remorseless, cold-hearted Dark Knight Hunter had returned, Xiao Ran observed the subtle transformation in Mo Linyuan, an indescribable sensation washing over her. It felt as though he had become an entirely different person. Suddenly, Mo Linyuan stood and strode towards the room of the old man Mo, relieved to find it unscathed by flames. He tore open a pillow on the bed and discovered a jade pendant within. Examining the piece closely, he noted it was circular, featuring two small azure fish intertwined to form a Tai Chi symbol. After scrutinizing it for some time without uncovering any secrets, he decided to keep it for later study. The following day, the three of them bowed thrice at the village entrance. Mo Lin Yuan declared resolutely, "Father, mother, and all the uncles, aunts, grandfathers, grandmothers, brothers, and sisters of the village, may you rest in peace. I, Mo Lin Yuan, shall exact vengeance for you in this lifetime." Xiao Ran choked back her sobs in agreement. "So shall I." Meanwhile, Yang Qingxia knelt nearby, weeping uncontrollably. After their solemn vows, the trio rose and walked away into the distance. Last night, they had spent the entire night burying every villager. Then, they set ablaze the remnants of the village, reducing it to ashes. The three decided to journey to the county town to report to the authorities, requesting military intervention to avenge their losses. Shashu village was situated in a remote area, approximately 3 days' journey from Long County, requiring passage through 3 small towns. Opting for a shortcut, they chose to traverse the lesser-known paths. As they traversed a dense forest, the sky began to darken, prompting them to seek refuge for the night and resume their journey at dawn. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. Boom! Boom! In the hollow below, a massive portal floated, emanating a radiant white glow. Surrounding the portal stood a dozen individuals clad in uniform white attire, each adorned with a lunar emblem on their chests, accompanied by a woman in red. A man exclaimed with excitement, "Sister, the secret realm has finally opened." The leading woman in red, her expression grave, addressed the assembled crowd. "Fellow disciples, I have already informed the sect about this secret realm. Powerful members will arrive shortly. Remain vigilant and ensure that no one approaches within a 10-mile radius. This realm has been discovered by our HaoYu's sect, and should anyone leak information, do not blame me for lacking mercy towards fellow sect members." Just then, Yang Qingxian let out a piercing scream. "Ah, a snake." As expression shifted, he hastily covered his mouth to prevent their discovery. The woman in red abruptly turned her gaze towards the direction of and his companions. "Who goes there?" In an instant, several shadowy figures appeared, their swords poised menacingly at the throats of the trio. With a resigned sigh, lowered his hand from his lips, the red-clad woman approached and inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" A long-faced man among them growled, "Sister, why concern ourselves with their identities? They've witnessed our affair. I say we should end them swiftly with a single strike." The woman frowned and replied in a low voice, "Enough. They seem to possess weak auras. Mere ordinary folk. Let us detain them securely for now and address the matter later." Chapter 5. The 4 great sects and his companions found themselves bound to trees, closely monitored by 2 guards not far off. Rather than panic, remained composed, contemplating possible means of escape. However, judging by the formidable speed of their captors, their strength was exceedingly great, greater than that of his previous life. Given his current frail state, it seemed prudent to take one step at a time. After several hours, a middle-aged man arrived, accompanied by a dozen elders and several young individuals. All present knelt on one knee, hands clasped in respect, exclaiming, "Disciples pay their respects to the sect leader," dressed in a flowing white robe. The man bore a resolute countenance and waved his hand, commanding, "Rise, Elder Blood Moon, immediately arrange for patrols in the vicinity. No one is allowed to enter this dense forest. Elder Dark Moon, take a group to investigate the secret realm." As the sect leader's words faded, a shrill voice echoed from within the thicket. "Ha ha ha. Sect leader, how ungracious of you. Such a splendid opportunity, yet you choose not to share it with everyone." Emerging from the woods was a group of individuals, led by a purple-robed elder with a goatee, a blood-clad man bearing a long sword on his back, and a middle-aged woman. The earlier voice had unmistakably belonged to the purple-robed elder sect leader. "Are you surprised by our presence here? It all stems from your possessing such a fine disciple." The purple-robed elder chuckled, stroking his goatee with pride. Within the ranks of the sect, a long-faced man approached the purple-robed elder and knelt, saying, "Pays his respects to the master." The elder patted his head, smiling. "Ah, you have made a wise choice. Rest assured, you shall become my 4th closed-door disciple." Upon hearing this, immediately clasped his hands in gratitude and bowed, exclaiming, "Thank you, master." Observing this exchange, became infuriated, exclaiming, "It's you, you treacherous ingrate. The sect has treated you well. Why do you betray us? regarded with disdain, retorting, treated me well. I have endured 7 long years within the... Do you know what those years entailed? Who among you ever regarded me with respect? It was merely because I am the offspring of a demonic Sect-s enchantress. I toiled endlessly while you all begrudged me my cultivation resources. By the end of his tirade, nearly shouted. Yuta was about to respond when she was abruptly silenced by the sect leader's intervention. Gazing at the purple-robed elder and his entourage, he remarked, well then, the sect leader of, the sword master of, the grand elder of, and now myself from, the 4 great sects have gathered. This secret realm was discovered by our Haoyue sect, and thus we shall claim 50% of the resources within. The 3 other sects cannot expect to monopolize them. Given the circumstances, the leader of Haoyue sect understands that since the matter has been exposed, we must consider the greatest benefit, as further discussion is futile. After all, Haoyue sect cannot simultaneously contend against the 3 other sects, especially since each possesses the prowess to rival us. The Grand Elder of Xian sect stepped forward, chuckling softly. Isn't the Haoyue sect's appetite rather excessive? To demand 50% right from the outset. Do you consider the 3 other sects to be beggars? Although the Grand Elder was a woman, she exuded a formidable presence. The leader of Ziyang sect interjected with a sharp voice. I have no concern for how much you claim. However, Ziyang sect must secure 40%. There will be no negotiation on this matter. Instantly, the expression of the Haoyue sect leader darkened, and with piercing eyes, he retorted, Leader of Ziyang, I have already made concessions. Do not make this difficult for yourself. After all, you are the head of one of the 4 great sects. Be cautious not to choke on your own words. The leader of Ziyang erupted in laughter, responding, You Wufeng, you too are a sect leader, yet your words are surprisingly juvenile. The one with the mightiest fist holds sway. With that, the leader of Haoyue released a surge of vital energy. An invisible force pressing toward the leader of Ziyang. Unyielding, the leader of Ziyang waved his hands, unleashing a torrent of blazing purple energy from above. The atmosphere instantly thickened with tension that moment. A blood-red sword light sliced through the air between the two, separating them from imminent conflict. The silent leader of Bloodsword sect finally spoke, suggesting, how about this? Haoyue sect will take 30%, while Ziyang sect and Xian sect, along with my Bloodsword sect, shall each claim 20%. The remaining 10% can be contested by 1 disciple from each sect. Agreed. The leader of Ziyang was the first to accept, followed by the Grand Elder of Xian sect. Observing their concurrence with the proposal from the leader of Bloodsword sect, the leader of Haoyue remarked nonchalantly, then it shall be as such. Although he had no choice but to acquiesce, the arrangement still granted him the largest share of benefits. Should he refuse, it was likely that a united front from the 3 sects would leave him with nothing. At that juncture, Elder Xianyue of Haoyue sect approached and reported, Sect leader, I have investigated. The portal to the secret realm is quite stable. However, what is it? There are restrictions to this secret realm. Those below the innate level cannot enter, for they will be annihilated by the prohibitions within. Should one attempt to forcefully breach the realm, the space will collapse, Elder Xianyue stated gravely. The leader of Haoyue fell into contemplation for a moment before addressing the leaders of the other sects. Have you all heard? The secret realm has its restrictions. Given this, let us amend the previous agreement that I propose that 30 disciples from Haoyue sect below the innate level enter, while each of your sects sends 20. What say you? After a period of reflection, the leaders of Ziyang and Xian sect consented. Before long, disciples from each sect gathered, yet none dared to enter first, all waiting for one another to venture inside and ascertain the realm's true nature. After all, such secret realms often harbored insurmountable dangers, and no one wished to serve as a mere scout. As the stalemate persisted, Han Zhiming stepped forth, proposing, since none of you wish to enter first, I have a solution. Having spoken, he gazed at Zhao Lingshan with a smile and said, Zhao Shimi, did we not previously capture a few suspicious individuals? Why not allow them to lead the way for us? Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingshan felt an increased aversion towards Han Zhiming and replied with cupped hands, Sect Master, those individuals are merely ordinary people, I believe. Before she could finish, the Sect Master of Haoyue interrupted. It matters not. This is also an opportunity for them. Bring them forth. A few disciples escorted Mo Lin Yuan and the other 2 towards them. The Master of Ziyang looked at Mo Lin Yuan and pointed to the glowing portal in the depression, saying, Young man, here lies a grand opportunity. Whether you seize it is entirely up to you. Do you see that portal? Simply walk through it if fortune favors you. You might even cultivate and become a formidable being like me." The master of Xiang then shifted his tone, adding, "Of course, if you wish to meet your demise, then there is no need to enter." Mo Lin Yuan turned to gaze at the portal, contemplating for a moment, then declared, "We shall enter." He understood that great danger lurked within, yet having witnessed the immense pressure exerted by the sect master of Haoyue and the master of Xiang, he recognized their formidable nature. Mo Lin Yuan was also acutely aware that only those endowed with powerful strength could survive in this world. This was his opportunity. Whether he could avenge his parents and the entire Shashu village hinged upon the outcome of this gamble. Chapter 6. Life and Death Crisis. The four major sects had selected their candidates to enter the secret realm. Elder Xian Yu of Haoyue sect addressed the assembly, stating, "The secret realm will last approximately half a month. If you do not emerge by then, you shall be forever trapped inside. Be vigilant." The Haoyue sect had a larger contingent, led by Zhao Lingshan and a man adorned with a red scarf, who appeared exceptionally distinguished. The remaining three factions of Zhang sect had equal numbers, though all members of Xian Nu sect were women, clad in flowing cold-weather dresses, resembling celestial beings, beautiful yet untouchable in the eyes of Mo Lin Yuan and his companions. The bonds that had restrained Mo Lin Yuan and the others were now removed, and they stood before the portal of the secret realm. Yang Qingxia anxiously tugged at Mo Lin Yuan's garment, biting her lip tightly. Mo Lin Yuan gently grasped Yang Qingxuan's small hand and whispered, "Do not fear, stay close to me." He then turned to Xiao Ran and instructed, "Hold on to me." The three of them stepped into the secret realm together. An overwhelming dizziness washed over them, their bodies suspended in midair. Darkness enveloped them, obscuring their vision. After what felt like several breaths, their surroundings brightened, and they suddenly fell to the ground. Mo Lin Yuan quickly stood up, assisting Yang Qingxia as his eyes surveyed their new environment. This place appeared, at first glance, no different from the outside world. Yet Mo Lin Yuan sensed the air was extraordinarily fresh. Xiao Ran inquired, "Mo Go, what shall we do next?" Mo Lin Yuan looked up and replied, "We must hurry. Let us leave this place to avoid any encounters with those individuals from before." With that, he took Yang Qingxuan's hand and began to walk in a determined direction. Outside the secret realm, disciples from various sects waited for a while. When a disciple from Xiang sect spoke up, "It has been quite some time. Even if there are mechanisms or traps, enough time has passed. We should proceed." The Xiang sect took the lead in entering, followed closely by the other sects. Mo Lin Yuan and his companions traversed into a secluded valley. A sudden disturbance rippled through the air before them. From this anomaly emerged a throng of individuals, among whom Han Zhiming instantly spotted Mo Lin Yuan and his two companions, grinning widely as he exclaimed, "It has been quite some time since we last met." "My three friends." Mo Lin Yuan and his companions remained silent, their gazes fixed on the gathering ahead. At that moment, two figures strode forth from the crowd. One bore a long spear, his short chestnut hair lending him an air of vitality, while the other wielded a feather fan, his demeanor refined and perpetually adorned with a subtle smile, embodying the essence of an elegant young gentleman. It was evident that these two were the leaders representing the Xiang sect. They did not even spare a glance at Mo Lin Yuan and his companions, as if their presence were utterly inconsequential. In a hurried manner, Han Zhiming approached the two, flashing a sycophantic smile. "Brother Luo Ye, Brother Helion, perhaps we should," he said, gesturing ominously towards his neck. Han Zhiming recalled that he had previously offended the trio, having made 2 attempts on their lives. Although they were merely ordinary individuals, he was acutely aware that they must harbor resentment towards him, prompting him to consider a complete eradication of the 3. Luo Ye, the short-haired man, cast a disdainful glance at Han Zhiming, but refrained from uttering a word. Meanwhile, the gentleman with the feather fan, Brother Helion, merely smiled faintly and remarked, "We cannot afford to waste time here. The representatives of the 3 major sects have already entered, but you may handle it as you see fit." Han Zhiming quickly replied, "Rest assured, brother, it won't take long." With that, he prepared to strike. Mo Lin Yuan, overhearing their exchange, felt an overwhelming surge of fury, his fists clenched tightly. The fate of the 3 had been casually decided with a mere utterance. Mo Lin Yuan recognized the futility of opposing them, but was resolute in refusing to surrender without a fight. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from the Xiang sect's ranks. "Ah, help me!" The crowd turned their attention to the source of the commotion, yet saw nothing amiss, save for a few drops of blood on the ground. Brother Helion followed the trail of blood to a nearby thicket, where he discovered nothing but his skeletal remains stained with crimson. Another anguished cry. Han Zhiming soon caught up, shouting, "Don't run. You cannot escape. Surrender obediently, and I may grant you a swift end." He pursued. Yang Qingxia was suddenly tripped by a stone and fell to the ground. Mo Linyuan immediately halted to assist her. In the briefest of moments, Han Zhiming had already closed the distance, swinging his longsword without a word, aiming a lethal strike at the two. Observing this, Mo Linyuan forcefully pushed Yang Qingxia aside and lunged forward. Yet he was unable to evade the blade. With a sharp sound, he rolled several times on the ground, revealing a deep gash running from his right shoulder down to his waist. Blood instantly stained the surroundings. "Mo go! Linyuan go!" Xiao Ran cried out in alarm. Yang Qingxia scrambled to her feet and rushed to cradle Mo Linyuan in her arms, exclaiming, "Linyuan go! Are you all right? It's all my fault. I caused your injury." Witnessing this, Xiao Ran's eyes turned red as he charged at Han Zhiming, who merely smirked. Suddenly, he extended a foot, delivering a swift kick toward the advancing Xiao Ran. The speed was too great for Xiao Ran to evade. He felt a tremendous force propel him backward. Crashing heavily to the ground, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, filled with resentment, yet his body felt as though it had shattered, leaving him utterly immobile. Han Zhiming regarded the fallen figures with a shake of his head, muttering, "A mayfly attempting to shake a tree." Chapter 7. Ling Tianfeng. After Zhao Lingshan spoke, she leveled her longsword, performing a flourish before thrusting it toward Han Zhiming. The blade flashed as she struck, creating 3 afterimages that diverged, resembling 4 swords unleashed simultaneously. Her opening move was the Snow Moon sword technique from the Haoyue Sect's 3 Moon sword manual. Snow Moon, Windflower. Han Zhiming observed Zhao Lingshan's decisive strike, his eyes narrowing slightly. He swept his sword to fend off the descending blade, his left hand slipping from his waist to deliver a palm strike to Zhao Lingshan's ribs. In an instant, Zhao Lingshan altered the trajectory of her sword, the blade weaving in a dance that caused Han Zhiming's palm to miss its target. As her sword's shadow swiftly approached, Han Zhiming was compelled to retreat a few steps. Without hesitation, he unleashed a series of continuous sword strikes, the blade's shadow heavy and transforming into a curtain of steel, as if it were tearing the very fabric of space to cleave toward Zhao Lingshan. Instead of retreating, she advanced, her feet darting like a dragonfly skimming water, evading the strike and pivoting to deliver a sweeping counterattack. In that moment, the two exchanged blows, their swords clashing with a resounding ring. Han Zhiming wielded his sword with both hands, employing a formidable and aggressive technique from the Blood Moon sword technique of the Haoyue Sect's 3 Moon sword manual, focusing on offense as defense. In contrast, Zhao Lingshan's Snow Moon sword technique emphasized transformation, proving difficult to counter. After a prolonged struggle, the two remained evenly matched, leaving Zhao Lingshan perplexed, as a practitioner of the 8th layer of the innate realm. She found it astonishing that Han Zhiming, whom she perceived as merely a 7th layer, could withstand her for such an extended period. At this juncture, as they reached a stalemate, Han Zhiming grinned, revealing a smile. "It seems, Senior Sister Zhao, that you are not as formidable as I had anticipated. If this is all you are capable of, then you are in for a dire situation, for I shall now unleash my full power." With that, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Lingshan exclaimed in astonishment, "You are not merely at the 7th level of the postnatal stage. You have actually attained the 9th level. You have concealed your true abilities so profoundly. Truly, you are exceedingly treacherous." Han Zhiming snorted disdainfully. "Ha! I have spent 7 years at the Haoyue Sect, beginning as a mere servant disciple, and now I am but an ordinary outer disciple. In what way do I fall short of your so-called elite disciples? In terms of talent and strength, I am no less formidable than any of you. While you possess resources and guidance from mentors, what do I have? Not only do I lack support, but I am also subjected to oppression. Because of my background, the moment I reveal any hint of talent or strength, I am relentlessly suppressed. Can I afford to be anything but discreet?" Han Zhiming laughed heartily. "Zhao Lingshan, you are far too naive. What purpose does this discussion serve now? Prepare to meet your demise. The secret technique, blood transformation without bounds, is one of the mystical arts of the Blood Moon faction within the Haoyue Sect. It involves burning one's own vital essence to envelop a weapon or the body, unleashing an immense surge of power instantaneously. However, the after effects are grave. Mild cases result in diminished vitality, while severe cases can lead to death from total depletion. The power of his vital essence surged violently, enveloping the blade in a crimson hue. And he struck fiercely at Zhao Lingshan with a frenzied assault. Just as a lion uses all its might to catch a rabbit, Han Zhiming aimed to deliver a fatal blow, intent on obliterating Zhao Lingshan without granting her a moment's respite. Faced with such a formidable strike, an invisible force locked onto her, leaving her with no means of evasion, and she braced herself for impending doom. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before her, emanating an even more formidable aura. With a single swing of his sword, he clashed with Han Zhiming's violent strike, producing a resounding clang and sending dust swirling into the air. The figure remained unperturbed, while Han Zhiming staggered back 5 paces, unable to contain the backlash of his own technique, and coughed up blood. Zhao Lingshan looked at the figure before her, her expression brightening. "Thank you, senior brother," the senior brother replied calmly. "Is everything all right, junior sister? Fortunately, I arrived in time that I did not expect this traitor to possess such strength. Leave the rest to me." Han Zhiming glared at the white-clad man, his brow furrowing as he gritted his teeth. Ling Tianfeng, had it not been for his arrival, Zhao Lingshan would have already fallen to his blade. Although Ling Tianfeng appeared unremarkable in appearance, the innate aura he exuded was unforgettable. Han Zhiming was acutely aware that despite having ascended to the 9th level of the postnatal stage, he could not rival Ling Tianfeng, the foremost prodigy of the outer sect who had entered the 9th level years prior. Rumor had it that he was practicing a particular technique, which he suppressed himself from entering the innate stage. But should he choose to, crossing that threshold would be effortless. Ling Tianfeng regarded Han Zhiming with a faint smile. "Surrender now. You are no match for me." Han Zhiming's face darkened as he contemplated his escape. Just as his thoughts spiraled, the ominous expression gradually transformed into one of hope, for he had spotted the arrival of reinforcements from the Xiang sect, including Luo Ye and Hellion Fengyun. Luo Ye was renowned alongside Ling Tianfeng, while Hellion Fengyun, though slightly inferior, was not to be underestimated. Ling Tianfeng shook his head and turned away. The Xiang sect arrives just in time, but even together, you cannot alter the outcome. Observing that Ling Tianfeng regarded him with disdain, Luo Ye could not suppress his anger and exclaimed, "Ling Aojiao, you remain as arrogant as ever." A voice echoed through the valley. "Since they cannot alter the situation, can I, Hao Yin, affect any change?" Outside the valley, the formidable figure of Hao Yin from the Bloodsword sect approached, a massive sword slung across his back, accompanied by a group clad in crimson attire. Ling Tianfeng furrowed his brow at the sight of these two factions and addressed Han Zhiming. "For now, I shall let you be." With a wave of his hand, he led the members of the Haoyue sect away from this place. Though confident, Ling Tianfeng was acutely aware that both individuals were his equals in prowess, possessing formidable strength. Having just entered the secret realm, he could not afford to be delayed by a traitor. Zhao Lingshan glanced at the 3 individuals lying on the ground, approached them, and produced a porcelain vial, dispensing 2 pills, which she administered to Mo Linyuan and Xiao Ran, saying, "They are merely ordinary folks. We shall take them along. Once we reach a safe location, you may recuperate there." It is a place I discovered upon my arrival. Although the members of the Haoyue sect were reluctant to carry 3 burdens, they dared not oppose Zhao Lingshan. Given her superior standing within the sect, as the pills entered his system, Mo Linyuan felt the pain from his wounds diminish, and his strength gradually returned. He expressed his gratitude to Zhao Lingshan. With a sigh, she remarked, "You are unfortunate. When we reach that safe place, do not wander about. I shall return before the secret realm closes to escort you out." Following Zhao Lingshan, Mo Linyuan and the others traversed the valley, arriving at a mountain peak. Zhao Lingshan called upon several disciples to assist Mo Linyuan and Xiao Ran in ascending the mountain. Halfway up, they discovered a concealed cave. Zhao Lingshan intended to temporarily shelter Mo Linyuan and the others within the cave for healing, leaving them a vial of elixirs and advising them not to stray before departing. Chapter 8. The Sword King Yi Qingquang. After Zhao Lingshan left, Mo Linyuan, lying on the ground, gazed at the youthful face of young Qingxia, where traces of tears were still evident, and reassured her. "Qingxia, fear not. The medicine given by that young lady Zhao is quite effective. I can feel my body gradually recovering, and I shall be well in no time." Suddenly, Xiao Ran sprang to his feet, attempting to mimic a white crane taking flight, albeit unsteadily, and declared, "Indeed, Qingxia, look at me. I am already on the mend." Yang Qingxia could not help but laugh at Xiao Ran's comical antics. yet she murmured, "Alas, why are we so unfortunate? Our village has just been ravaged by bandits, and now we find ourselves in this predicament." Mo Lin Yuan was about to speak, but Xiaoran interjected, "Brother Mo, Qingxia, I believe this is a tremendous opportunity for us. You have seen that the individuals we have encountered are the very sects spoken of by the storytellers. Should we manage to join their ranks and cultivate our skills, we shall one day avenge our village." Mo Lin Yuan replied, "But would they even consider us? Thus, we must not dwell on such thoughts. Let us focus on recovering our strength. That I hope that young lady Zhao truly will take us with her when she departs. This place is far too perilous for us to fend for ourselves. The sky here seems to never darken." After a considerable time, the three of them began to feel drowsy, yet the outside remained brilliantly illuminated, gradually succumbing to slumber. However, Mo Lin Yuan found himself unable to sleep, reflecting on the events of the past few days with a sense of helplessness. Alas, he realized that he was merely a pawn in the grand scheme of things, utterly incapable of determining his own fate. Having lived 2 lives, Mo Lin Yuan understood that all of this stemmed from his own lack of strength. Leaning against a stone wall within the cave, covered in moss and vines, he recalled the terrifying encounter with that blood vine and felt compelled to rip these vines away, fearing that if another of those dreadful vines emerged, there would be no one left to rescue them. As Mo Lin Yuan began to pry at the vines, he noticed a protruding stone on the otherwise smooth wall. Curiously, he reached out to tug at it, and to his surprise, it shifted. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the stone wall suddenly swung open, revealing a pitch-black void within. Losing his balance, he tumbled down with a thud. "Ouch! Is there anyone more unfortunate than I?" he muttered, struggling to reach his back, only to discover that the wound, which had finally begun to heal, had reopened. Cursing under his breath, Mo Lin Yuan rose to his feet and looked up, realizing that the height from which he had fallen was insurmountable. His eyes scanned the surroundings, revealing a narrow passage shrouded in darkness, where one could not even see their own hand in front of their face. The air was thick with a rancid smell, tinged with a metallic scent. Mo Lin Yuan reached out to steady himself against the wall, feeling a slimy texture akin to wet mud. Bringing his hand to his nose, he recoiled at the foul odor. Wiping his hands, he ventured in a direction. Uncertain of how long he had been walking at last, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, prompting him to hasten his steps despite his injuries. Upon reaching the source of the light, he found himself in a hidden chamber, its walls adorned with vines bearing blood-red fruits the size of longan. Exuding an alluring yet sinister beauty, Mo Lin Yuan seated himself upon a stone platform in the chamber, contemplating how he could escape, yet feeling both famished and fatigued. The sight of the alluring crimson fruits on the wall left him in a state of indecision. They appeared so peculiar that he feared they might poison him. However, starvation loomed as a greater threat. "Well, dying from poison is preferable to dying of hunger. I would rather be a gluttonous ghost than a starving one," he resolved, after a brief moment of hesitation. He made his decision. He reached out and plucked a fruit, swallowing it resolutely, followed by a second, a third, a fourth, and a fifth, consuming them in quick succession. He felt no immediate ill effects, save for a slight metallic taste. Just as he prepared to pluck another, a sudden contort. Although the pain still persists, the body begins to gradually cool down. The color of the skin also starts to return to its normal hue. A viscous black substance seeps from the pores of the skin all over the body. After an indeterminate amount of time, the bodily functions begin to recover. Mo Lin Yuan, gasping for breath, slowly rises, observing a layer of black, viscous material on the surface of his skin. Accompanied by a foul stench, Mo Lin Yuan gazes at the stone couch, noting that it has transformed. What was once merely a stone couch now resembles an ice bed. Pondering this, he finds himself unable to comprehend it, ultimately deciding to disregard it, for he has survived and his wounds have healed. He then glances at the blood-colored fruits on the wall, feeling a strong sense that these peculiar fruits are extraordinary. He realizes he must have overindulged earlier, resulting in his current state. With this thought in mind, he plucks numerous blood-colored fruits and stows them away. During the harvesting, Mo Lin Yuan notices many small characters etched into the stone walls and proceeds to clear away the creeping vines. Once the vines are removed, he examines the inscriptions closely. The text reveals, "This king, the Blade King Yi Qingquang, has traversed the martial world for over 30 years, yet tragically fell victim to the treachery of the Luo Fu sect's protector, by Qingyu, inadvertently entering this secret realm. However, I am gravely wounded and aware that my time is limited. Should a fated individual come across my message on this stone wall, by activating the mechanism beneath the Xianyui's bed, they shall inherit my legacy and vow to avenge me. The inscription also states that the blood Bodhi possesses the ability to cleanse the marrow and enhance one's physique, but the rich bloodthirst should never be consumed in excess at once. This is paramount. Upon reading the wall's content, Mo Linyuan realizes that the peculiar fruit he ingested is called blood Bodhi, and without the Xianyui's bed, he might have perished long ago. As he gropes around the Xianyui's bed, he finally discovers the mechanism. With a thunderous roar, the chamber trembles, debris falling from the walls that a section of the stone wall gradually reveals a stone door. Once the dust settles, Mo Linyuan covers his mouth and nose and steps inside, finding a middle-aged man seated cross-legged before him. This man has sleek, dark hair, sharp, slanted eyebrows, thinly pressed lips, and distinctly chiseled features. His eyes tightly shut, exuding an air of cold arrogance and solitary dignity, radiating a formidable presence that seems to look down upon the world. Mo Linyuan gazes at the Blade King, pondering, is he not already dead? How can he still be alive? Despite these thoughts, he respectfully bows, saying, I am Mo Linyuan, paying my respects to the esteemed Blade King. Bowing his head, he waits in silence, but after a lengthy pause without a response from the Blade King, he cautiously lifts his gaze. The Blade King remains motionless, eyes closed. Mo Linyuan then steps forward, extending his hand to touch him. The moment his fingers make contact, the Blade King's form instantly transforms into countless star-like specks, swiftly merging into Mo Linyuan's forehead. Chapter 9. The Blade King's legacy. Mo Linyuan stands frozen for a moment as images flood his mind that on a solitary mountain peak, a man stands with a long blade at his waist, gazing into the distance, emanating an aura of superiority. At an unknown moment, everything around the man seems to halt. The wind ceases, the airflow stops, the dust settles, and even time itself appears to come to a standstill. In this moment, an eerie silence envelopes the world. Heaven-slaying blade technique. These 5 words seem to drift down from the heavens, resonating coldly and mercilessly throughout the stillness, a chilling aura piercing through any defense. Striking directly at Mo Linyuan's heart, with a sharp sound, the crystalline sound of the blade being drawn suddenly pierces the air, and in an instant, the silent world becomes tumultuous. The winds stir, the air shifts, the dust dances, and time itself seems to move, not in a natural flow, but rather severed by the sound of the blade being drawn. All around, the space is filled with the silent echoes of various things being cleaved apart. A haunting blade cry rises, growing from faint to loud, from non-existence to presence. Following this, an exceedingly fine, yet dazzlingly bright white blade light emerges, reminiscent of the first ray of sunlight breaking through the heavens, akin to the first brilliant flash of the axe that cleaved through chaos, or the terrifying doomsday thunderclap heralding the end of the world. The 50-meter-long white blade light descends like a meteor, its momentum as fierce as a thunderclap, resolutely crashing down upon the ground beneath the mountain. As the earth trembles and dust swirls, a colossal crack appears on the ground, as if the very earth has been cleaved in two. Mo Linyuan watches in awe, swallowing hard. With a single stroke, the scene vanishes in an instant, and a martial technique flashes into his mind, the 9 layers of waves technique. Cultivating this technique to the 9th layer could unleash 9-fold battle prowess. There are also 2 martial skills, the 9 styles of dominance and the previously envisioned heaven-slaying blade technique. The 9 layers of waves technique and the 9 styles of dominance are both 5th-tier techniques. Yet the heaven-slaying blade technique defies classification. Its might grows with the strength of its wielder. Mo Linyuan promptly sits cross-legged on the ground, beginning to cultivate the first layer of the 9 layers of waves technique. Time flows by unnoticed, and after an indeterminate period, he finds himself failing just as success is within reach. With each failure, he consumes a blood Bodhi. After an unknown number of blood Bodhi, Mo Linyuan awakens from his cultivation, a faint smile gracing his lips. Finally having mastered the first layer, he wonders just how formidable he has become. Without hesitation, he strikes the stone wall with a punch. With a resounding bang, the wall fractures spiderweb-like from the point of impact, debris cascading down. Observing the shattered wall, Mo Linyuan nods in satisfaction, astonished at the power of his casual strike. That moment, a flicker in his peripheral vision catches his eye. There lies a long knife, slanted against the ground in the corner. Mo Lin Yuan had intended to practice the 9 styles of dominance, but found himself weaponless. Now, it is as if a pillow has been delivered just as one wishes to sleep. Approaching the corner, he examines the knife closely. Its scabbard is ancient and unadorned. Drawing the long blade, he notes its slender width of about 2 fingers and its length of 4 feet, its entire body gleaming white, with a long blood groove etched along one side, inscribed with the words Qingxia. The more he gazes at this blade, the more he is enamored. After a few practice swings, he steadies himself. Preparing to train in the 9 styles of dominance, in the dim chamber, a figure moves tirelessly, fluidly shifting and darting about, white blade lights ravaging the air. The white blade glimmers and flashes, and with 2 thunderous clangs echoing through the empty chamber. Mo Lin Yuan sheaths the blade at his waist, gazing at the 2 5-finger-deep crevices etched into the stone wall. With his left hand firmly grasping the hilt of the dagger, he murmured, "At last, I have mastered it. The villagers of Shashu village, my father and mother, I finally possess the power to avenge you, and no longer will anyone have the audacity to dictate my fate." Although he yearned to exclaim, "My life is mine to command, not heaven's," he refrained, deeming the phrase overly dramatic. Mo Lin Yuan turned and knelt on both legs at the spot where the renowned sword king Yi Qingquang once sat. Raising one hand, "I, Mo Lin Yuan, hereby swear that I shall seek vengeance for the sword king in this lifetime. Should I falter in this vow, may I meet a wretched end." He expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sword king, for your teachings. I am eternally grateful." Though Mo Lin Yuan did not consider himself a virtuous man, he still had his principles. He did not forget to gather some blood bodhi as he departed. After a considerable time, he finally reached the place where he had previously fallen, lifting his gaze to the spot just over 5 meters above the ground. Having suffered grave injuries before, and being an ordinary person without any cultivation, he was unable to ascend. Now, that modest height posed no challenge for him, and he easily leapt upward. Could something have gone awry? It should not be the case. After some contemplation, Mo Lin Yuan began to doubt. Could it be that I have been cultivating inside for too long, and they have already exited? He decided to venture outside to investigate. If he encountered no one, it was likely they had already left. Conversely, if he did meet someone, it could signal danger, yet it would also provide an opportunity for him to search. With these thoughts, Mo Lin Yuan stepped out of the cave that he found a pool of water to cleanse the grime from his body, as he had been feeling quite uncomfortable due to the foul odor clinging to him. After washing up, he proceeded in a particular direction. After walking for a considerable time, he saw no sign of anyone. Remarkably, Mo Lin Yuan encountered no dangers along the way, and his journey was quite smooth. Upon reaching the bank of a small stream, he overheard voices not far away. He quickly concealed himself behind a large tree. Han Zhiming coldly addressed the 2 individuals. "What's the rush? There's still half a day left. We can make it. I do not wish to remain trapped here for eternity." Han Zhiming felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. 2 of the most precious treasures had slipped through his fingers. One, a spiritual fruit seized by Ling Tianfeng, and the other, a legendary weapon claimed by Luo Ye. The 3 insignificant beings he sought to eliminate had 2 of their number rescued by the Shadowy sect and the Bloodsword sect, while the whereabouts of the 3rd remained unknown. He surmised they had likely perished within this secret realm. Listening from behind the tree, Mo Lin Yuan's eyes glinted with murderous intent. This man had made multiple attempts on their lives, and Mo Lin Yuan bore a grudge. Now, with the 3 adversaries isolated, it presented an opportune moment to strike. That a gentleman may wait a decade for revenge, but Mo Lin Yuan could not afford such patience. If he had the capability, he would ensure their demise. However, Mo Lin Yuan was uncertain of his own strength. If he could not overpower them, he would be in peril, especially against 3 opponents. He weighed the pros and cons in his mind. A large spotted snake, as thick as an arm, coiled upon the tree above him, its tongue flicking out as it fixated hungrily on Mo Lin Yuan, as though he were an easily attainable prey. Chapter 10. The plunge. Suddenly, Mo Lin Yuan's heart raced, prompting him to swiftly dodge to the side as a green flash shot down from above. Having evaded the strike, he instinctively drew his dagger and executed a diagonal slash, severing the serpent's head, which soared into the air, accompanied by a spray of blood. Hearing the commotion, Han Zhiming and the others turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. "Who goes there? Step forth," a disciple bellowed imperiously. Upon witnessing this, Mo Lin Yuan did not retreat, but emerged from behind the tree. Han Zhiming squinted and, Upon recognizing the individual he had been searching for, his face broke into a wide smile, exclaiming, "So it is you. What remarkable luck you possess. To still be alive is truly extraordinary. It appears the path to heaven is one you chose not to tread, while the gates of hell have opened wide for you." "Ha!" Mo Linyuan let out a cold chuckle, replying, "The outcome of this encounter remains uncertain. Perhaps it is you to whom the gates of hell have been flung open." A disciple standing beside Han Zhiming scoffed disdainfully, saying, "Brother Han, there is no need for you to dirty your hands with such an insignificant insect. Allow me to dispatch him with a single strike." Seizing the opportunity to curry favor with Han Zhiming, the disciple was determined not to let it slip away. After all, Han Zhiming was the esteemed disciple of the Purple Sun sect's leader. Winning his favor would surely ease his future within the sect. With that, the disciple brandished his sword and advanced towards Mo Linyuan. "Remember my name, Wang Hu, lest you remain oblivious to the identity of your slayer in the afterlife." Wang Hu exuded an air of arrogance, as if he could already envision Mo Linyuan lying defeated beneath his blade. What a tedious monologue, Mo Linyuan muttered expressionlessly before charging at Wang Hu. Han Zhiming, observing this, thought to himself, "This young man is overconfident. There must be something amiss." Wang Hu, undeterred by the circumstances, lunged forward with his sword aimed at him. As the two crossed paths amidst flashes of steel, a massive head soared into the air like a spotted serpent. Thud! The headless corpse fell heavily to the ground. Another disciple, witnessing this scene, let out a furious roar, "Brother Hu!" and immediately charged at Mo Linyuan, blade drawn. Han Zhiming cautioned, "Be careful, this fellow possesses some peculiar abilities." However, the enraged disciple paid no heed to such warnings. "Die!" he cried, aiming directly for Mo Linyuan's head. Mo Linyuan remained unperturbed, sidestepping the attack and swiftly unsheathing his own blade. With a flicker of steel, he unleashed a cross-cutting technique towards the disciple. The latter attempted to block with his sword, but Mo Linyuan followed up with a powerful downward slash. The disciple instantly felt a tremendous force bearing down upon him, causing his legs to weaken as he stumbled back. Mo Linyuan seized the opportunity. Advancing rapidly, he executed a sudden white blade technique, and a crimson line blossomed across the disciple's brow, who fell to the ground with disbelief in his eyes, succumbing to his fate. Han Zhiming, witnessing the swift and overwhelming demise of his two disciples, could not help but mutter a curse. Useless fools. It seemed that Mo Linyuan had encountered a significant fortuity. In just half a month, he had transformed from an ordinary person into a martial artist of the 7th layer of the postnatal realm. Han Zhiming slowly drew his long sword from his waist, pointing its blade at Mo Linyuan, declaring, "Your life is now mine, and I shall claim your fortune." Amused by Han Zhiming's grandstanding, Mo Linyuan felt a smile tugging at his lips. "Han Zhiming, though we are strangers, you have made repeated attempts on my life. Today marks your end," he said, fixing his gaze intently on Han Zhiming. "It is merely a matter of unfortunate fate." As soon as the words left his lips, Han Zhiming stepped forward, swinging his sword with chilling intent aimed at Mo Linyuan's throat. Even before the blade reached him, the icy aura of the sword cleaved through the air, creating a series of sharp sounds. As Mo Linyuan's foot slipped, he retreated 6 feet, his back pressed against the trunk of a tree. Han Zhiming, wielding his long sword, swiftly changed his stance and thrust forward with precision. With no further retreat available, Mo Linyuan propelled himself upward along the tree trunk. Han Zhiming let out a cold snort, leaping into the air, his sword transforming into a streak of flying rainbow, relentlessly pursuing him. The oppressive sword aura caused the crimson leaves above to scatter like falling petals. Mo Linyuan, landing on the trunk, instantly shot upward with explosive speed. Reaching the treetops, he spun mid-air, decisively executing a sweeping strike with his long knife towards Han Zhiming below. In response to the descending blow, Han Zhiming advanced rather than retreating. With a low chant, he unleashed the Blood Moon sword technique, 3rd form, Blood Shadow Gale. The invocation surged his momentum by a third. With a resounding clash, the knife and sword met, and a figure was sent flying from the tree, crashing into another massive trunk. Han Zhiming leaped down, gazing at the injured Mo Linyuan leaning against the tree, saying, "Youth, surrender and hand over the opportunity you have acquired, and I might grant you a swift end." Mo Linyuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cast a sidelong glance at Han Zhiming, secretly underestimating him. His eyes suddenly gleamed as he looked past Han Zhiming, exclaiming, "Miss Zhao, Your arrival is indeed timely." Instantly, a furious rage consumed him as he gritted his teeth, vowing, "You little pest, dare to toy with me? Once I catch up, I shall flay your skin and strip your bones." Mo Linyuan dashed through the dense forest while Han Zhiming gracefully maneuvered atop the treetops, closely pursuing him. Observing the furious Han Zhiming right behind him, Mo Linyuan furrowed his brow. He was relying solely on his scant true energy to flee. While it seemed his opponent had mastered a form of lightness skill, moving with astonishing speed, had they not been in the thicket, he would have been caught long ago. Thus, they continued their relentless chase for several dozen miles. Until Han Zhiming, from his elevated position, spotted a cliff ahead, a playful smirk crossing his visage. Upon breaking free from the thicket, Mo Linyuan's pupils constricted as he beheld the precipice before him. There was no path forward. Turning back, he saw Han Zhiming had already closed in, gripping his sword tightly. It was now or never. Mo Linyuan's gaze sharpened as he swung his blade, its chilling edge propelled towards Han Zhiming with fierce determination. At that moment, Han Zhiming was no longer concerned about Mo Linyuan's escape. He unleashed the Blood Moon sword technique, launching a ferocious offensive that pressured Mo Linyuan relentlessly. As they clashed, Mo Linyuan bore numerous wounds, his lack of combat experience evident as he struggled to hold his ground. In a moment of inattention, a sword pierced his shoulder. Han Zhiming's face contorted with malice as he twisted his sword. Blood spurted forth, flowing profusely from Mo Linyuan's shoulder, who found himself unable to withstand any further. A searing pain gripped his abdomen, and his body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. "Die!" Han Zhiming erupted with a violent aura, thrusting his sword towards Mo Linyuan's head. Severely injured, Mo Linyuan had no means to resist such an attack. Without hesitation, he leaped from the cliff. Chapter 11. Luo Ye beside a crystal-clear river. A young woman clad in a pale yellow gown leisurely strolls along the riverbank with her maid. "Miss, we have been wandering by the river for quite some time. How much longer shall we remain here? If master discovers our absence, we shall surely endure a scolding," the maid, Kair, grumbled. The young lady in the pale yellow gown nonchalantly replied, "Kair, what are you afraid of? It was I who faced the reprimand last time. Not you. I sometimes think you are my father's daughter. Let us play a while longer. My father is currently engaged in discussions with the Grand Elder and won't notice our absence for a while." Kair sighed in resignation and murmured, "Yet we have been caught every single time." The young lady in the pale yellow gown is Luo Ye, the beloved daughter of the leader of the Qingxia sect. The Qingxia sect is the foremost sect in the Sihui County. Aside from the four major sections lavished with affection from a young age, Luo Ye has little interest in cultivation and has found herself in a state of melancholy. Confined to the Luo Ye peak, that moment, Kair noticed a figure drifting in the river ahead and exclaimed, "Miss, look, there is a dead person floating in the water." Upon hearing this, Luo Ye turned her gaze toward the river. And indeed, a silhouette was floating on the surface. The two gazed quietly as the figure gradually drifted closer to their feet. As Luo Ye observed the approaching figure, she discerned that it was a young man. Handsome and fair, but his body bore numerous wounds, especially a gaping injury on his shoulder, revealing ghastly white bone. If one were to solely consider his face, he could be mistaken for a charming youth. The wounds, having been subjected to the flow of water, appeared almost bleached. Kair reluctantly suggested, "Miss, we should leave him be. Look at all those injuries on him. He must be a villain, perhaps even a notorious criminal on the Imperial wanted list." Upon hearing Kair's analysis, Luo Ye could not help but chuckle. "Kair, where did you hear such nonsense? You have never encountered that flower thief. How can you be so certain? Do not speak recklessly. After all, this is a life at stake. As for my father, I shall handle that." Kair opened her mouth to protest further, but Luo Ye immediately adopted a stern expression and coldly stated, "Kair, I am the young lady here. My word is final." Recognizing her mistress's resolute demeanor, Kair understood that there was no altering Luo Ye's decision and reluctantly acquiesced. The Qingxia sect is situated beside the Qingxia River in Sihui County, nestled within the majestic Luo Ye mountain range. Over 100 miles away, from afar, the peaks rise in a towering array, adorned with palatial structures that intertwine, creating a magnificent spectacle. Inside a chamber on Luo Ye Peak, a handsome young man lay on a bed, while an elderly man examined his injuries, taking his pulse and stating, "There is nothing serious, merely superficial wounds. However, he has lost considerable blood and has been adrift in the water for too long, causing excessive dampness. Upon hearing this, Luo Ye grasped the elder's arm and said, "Thank you kindly, esteemed sir. Next time, I shall pilfer some of my father's fine wine to show my gratitude." The elder chuckled heartily at Luo Ye's words, stroked his beard, and handed a prescription to Kair. "Very well, I must take my leave now. I suspect your father will be looking for you shortly. You shall handle matters henceforth, beside a waterfall, within a quaint pavilion." A middle-aged man was engaged in a game of chess with an elderly gentleman, whose hair was as white as snow. They took turns placing their pieces on the board, and after several dozen moves, the elder gazed thoughtfully at the board, hesitating to make his next move. With a furrowed brow, he conceded, "I have lost. The mastery of the game exhibited by the sect leader has indeed reached new heights. I humbly bow to your superior skill." The middle-aged man chuckled softly in response. "You flatter me, esteemed elder. A momentary victory holds little significance. By the way, sect leader, regarding the matter I previously mentioned, I hope you will give it some consideration," he added before taking his leave. The middle-aged man watched the elder's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. At that moment, a young woman resembling Luo Ye approached him and said, "Father, my little sister has sneaked out again." Sect leader Qingxia regarded his eldest daughter, Luo Qing, and replied, "Let her be. I have arranged for shadow guards to protect her discreetly. She will be safe." "Nonsense," sect leader Qingxia exclaimed upon hearing this, and he made his way toward Luo Ye's residence. Upon arriving there, Kair had already prepared the medicinal concoction and was administering it to the youth lying on the bed. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a middle-aged man of elegant demeanor, adorned with a jade crown and dressed in a flowing green robe, entered. Seeing him, Luo Ye hurriedly rose. "Father, what brings you here?" Luo Ye quickly explained, "Father, one who stands upright need not fear shadows. Besides, I encountered him by the riverside, and it seems fate intervened, as if heaven did not wish for his demise. Moreover, saving a life is worth more than the construction of a 7-tiered pagoda. He does not appear to be a villain. Even if he were, we have you, do we not? Our Qingxia sect is filled with experts. What is there to fear?" Sect leader Qingxia sighed and replied, "Very well. We shall inquire about his origins once he awakens. If he proves innocent, then all will be well. As for your escapade, we shall address that another day." With that, he turned and exited. Luo Ye called after him, "Father, take care." At that moment, the youth on the bed slowly opened his eyes, taking in the pink-hued decor of the room, a faint, delicate fragrance wafting into his nostrils. This young man was none other than Mo Lin Yuan, who had been forced off a cliff. "You are awake," Kair exclaimed, surveying Mo Lin Yuan with keen interest. "You are in the Qingxia sect. It was our young lady who saved you. Now, tell us, who are you? Where do you come from? How did you sustain such grievous injuries?" Luo Ye approached and reassured him, "Pay her no mind. It was I who rescued you. Rest well, and we shall discuss matters once you have recovered." Mo Lin Yuan regarded the young woman before him and introduced himself. "I am Mo Lin Yuan, a villager from Shashu village in Long County. Our village was besieged by bandits, and while fleeing, I unfortunately fell into the river and was gravely injured. I am deeply grateful for your saving grace." Chapter 12. Qingxia sect. Time passed swiftly, and it had been over 10 days since Mo Lin Yuan arrived at the Qingxia sect. His injuries healed, and he regained his strength. He moved into a guest room. Mo Lin Yuan felt fortunate that the treasured Xue knife, wielded by the Knife King, had not been lost. During this time, he remained indoors, with only Luo Ye and the maid Kair bringing him meals and occasionally checking on him. At the break of dawn, Luo Ye approached Mo Lin Yuan to inform him that her father had summoned him. After tidying himself up, Mo Lin Yuan accompanied Luo Ye to another residence on Luo Ye Peak. Upon entering a study, he beheld the serene figure of the sect leader, Qingxia, clad in a blue robe, diligently practicing calligraphy, exuding an aura of tranquility akin to that of an ordinary person, devoid of any imposing presence. Not daring to disturb her, he quietly stood to the side, while Luo Ye stepped forward, grasping Qingxia's arm, and exclaimed, "Father, I've brought the person you asked for. Feel free to inquire as you wish." Qingxia put down her brush, raised her gaze to Mo Lin Yuan, and inquired, "Are you Mo Lin Yuan? From whence do you hail? How did you come to be so grievously injured, and who was responsible for your wounds?" She bombarded him with questions. Mo Lin Yuan replied calmly, "I am from Shashu village in Long County. My injuries were inflicted by bandits who laid waste to my village. During my escape, I accidentally fell into a river, and it was the benevolent Miss Luo Ye who rescued me." I shall never forget her kindness. He chose not to divulge the encounter with the 4 major sects and the secret realm, considering the implications too vast. Qingxia scrutinized Mo Linyuan for a moment before saying, "Given your pitiable circumstances, you may stay at the Qingxia sect as an outer disciple." Upon hearing this, Mo Linyuan, having nowhere else to go, thought it prudent to remain here and take the opportunity to cultivate his skills to avenge his village. He then clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Disciple Mo Linyuan thanks the sect leader." Qingxia waved her hand dismissively. "You may leave now. Xiar will guide you to the elder of the outer sect to complete your enrollment." Luo Ye, elated, bid farewell to Qingxia before leading Mo Linyuan out. Once outside, Luo Ye teasingly remarked, "From now on, you shall call me senior sister. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Should anyone bully you, just mention that I'm protecting you. And no one will dare to touch you." Mo Linyuan cast a sidelong glance at Luo Ye, shaking his head internally. The audacity of this young girl was amusing that he responded, "Very well, senior sister. Now, how does one reach the outer sect? I would appreciate your guidance." Upon hearing Mo Linyuan's compliant tone, Luo Ye's face brightened, and she cheerfully declared, "You are quite agreeable. Excellent. From now on, you are under my wing." Mo Linyuan nearly stumbled at her words. Pondering the implications of her claim, the outer sect was situated atop the southern peak of Luo Ye Peak, serving as the residence for all outer disciples. Luo Ye escorted Mo Linyuan to the outer sect. Curious gazes from the other disciples fell upon him, all wondering what distinguished individual had captured the attention of one of the Qingxia sisters, the daughters of the sect leader, renowned for their beauty and grace. Who among them wouldn't wish to forge a connection with the Qingxia sisters? Such an alliance promised both fortune and prestige, a veritable ascent to greatness. Mo Linyuan felt the weight of many eyes upon him, some brimming with jealousy, others with envy, and a few harboring inscrutable intentions. That he mused to himself. Indeed, beauty can be a source of trouble. Upon arriving at the elder of the outer sect, everything proceeded smoothly due to Qingxia's endorsement. Mo Linyuan swiftly received his disciple token and selected his accommodation before parting ways with Luo Ye. The residences for outer disciples were divided into 4 courtyards: east, south, west, and north. Mo Linyuan settled into the 17th room of the southern courtyard. Upon entering his new abode, he found it furnished with 4 beds, each positioned in the corners of the room. That a plump youth reclined on his bed with one leg crossed over the other. Perusing a book devoid of a cover, Mo Linyuan cast a glance. He observed that the pages were adorned with illustrations, each depicting figures in a state of undress. A knowing smile graced Mo Linyuan's lips, prompting the chubby boy to hurriedly shut the book, rise, and sheepishly chuckle. "Do you share an appreciation for this? I stumbled upon this rare find with great difficulty. It's hard to come by in the market. I could part with it for 10 taels of silver. What do you say?" Mo Linyuan promptly waved his hand in refusal. No. I have no such inclinations. In his previous life, Mo Linyuan had indeed amassed a considerable collection of such items. Not deterred by the rejection, the stout youth pressed on. "Could it be that you find it too expensive? How about this? 8 taels of silver. That's my final offer." Mo Linyuan chuckled softly at the boy's persistence, finding him rather endearing. However, he chose to ignore the proposition and settled onto an empty bed nearby. Observing Mo Linyuan's disinterest, the chubby boy inquired, "Are you a newcomer? The entrance examination for the sect has already concluded. You must possess quite the extraordinary background." Mo Linyuan replied nonchalantly, "Just a matter of fortuitous circumstance." The boy continued, "I am Qian Duo, and I have been a member for over 2 months now. It seems you are newly initiated." Mo Linyuan. By the way, are all the beds in this room occupied? Mo Linyuan glanced at the remaining beds, and Qian Duo affirmed, "Indeed, with your arrival, we are now full. The other 2 are quite peculiar." After gathering this information, Mo Linyuan reclined on his bed to rest. He had learned that cultivation was categorized into several stages: postnatal realm, innate realm, Qi observation realm, master realm, celestial realm, and heavenly profound realm. He understood the importance of a solid foundation, a principle that resonated with him. Mo Linyuan retrieved a book titled Qingyunju. This text was the foundational technique of the Qingxia sect. Although he had already inherited the legacy of the Blade King and had no intention of practicing the Qingyunju, he believed that studying it would enrich his understanding of martial arts by absorbing the strengths of various schools. After perusing the Qingyunju, He found himself increasingly convinced of the exquisite sophistication of the Blade King's 9-layered wave technique. However, the Qingxia was merely a 9th-grade foundational technique. It could hardly compare to the 5th-grade techniques of the Blade King's legacy. Previously, Mo Lin Yuan had little comprehension of the 5th-grade techniques, but now, with the Qingxia for comparison, he gained a more intuitive insight. Just then, the door swung open, and 2 men entered, a robust figure with dark skin and another slender individual with fair complexion. As Mo Lin Yuan observed the juxtaposition of the two, he could not help but find their combination rather amusing. In this dormitory, there was a stout one, a thin one, and a brawny one, leaving only himself to appear somewhat ordinary. The dark-skinned giant regarded Mo Lin Yuan and remarked, "Ah, a newcomer. I am Zhang Pengfei, and this is my brother, Zhang Yun." Zhang Pengfei gestured towards the pale-skinned youth beside him. Mo Lin Yuan nodded and introduced himself. "I am Mo Lin Yuan." Zhang Yun clasped his fists in salute. "Welcome, Brother Mo. With your arrival, our South Courtyard's room 17 is now fully occupied." Zhang Pengfei approached, wrapping an arm around Mo Lin Yuan's shoulder, and said, "Brother Mo, now that you have just arrived, I shall look after you in the outer sect." Mo Lin Yuan cast a glance at this overly familiar robust man, and mused that he was not as peculiar as Qian Duo had described. However, when the two brothers stood together, he couldn't help but smile gently, replying, "I am grateful for your kindness, Brother Zhang." Upon hearing his elder brother's words, Zhang Pengfei immediately raised his hand in agreement, and even Qian Duo chimed in. "Excellent idea. Tonight, I shall treat you all." Chapter 13. How about a slice of your lives? As everyone voiced their agreement, Mo Lin Yuan followed the group to the Heju building in the outer sect. The Heju building was an establishment that served as a tavern, frequented by disciples and elders of the Qingxia sect, be they from the outer or inner sect, providing convenient dining options for the many disciples. Upon arriving at the Heju building, Mo Lin Yuan gazed upon the 7-story structure, its golden plaque prominently displaying the name Heju building. Qian Duo turned to Mo Lin Yuan and said, "This Heju building is owned by our inner sect's eldest senior brother. Here, no fool would dare to cause trouble, for our senior brother is ranked first on the inner sect's Qingyun list. Who would dare to offend him?" "Who is this senior brother?" Mo Lin Yuan inquired. After receiving a nod of affirmation, he suggested, "Let us proceed inside and indulge in the offerings." Upon entering the Heju building, a shopkeeper greeted them with a smile, addressing Qian Duo, "Young Master Qian, it has been some time since your last visit. Shall we keep to your usual table?" Qian Duo, brimming with confidence, replied, "Indeed, let us have the finest dishes and the best wine from this esteemed establishment." With that, he led the group up to the 7th floor. Zhang Yun stood atop the building, gazing down at the Qingxia sect bathed in the glow of the evening sunset, exclaiming, "The privilege to ascend to this top floor alone costs 50 taels of silver. The view is truly magnificent. With wealth, one can achieve anything." Before long, several maidens arrived, bearing platters of food and wine. Zhang Pengfei was the first to lift a jug of wine, declaring, Come, let me toast to everyone." He then tilted his head back, taking a hearty swig. "Excellent wine, truly splendid," he exclaimed with delight. Qian Duo and Zhang Yun each grabbed a jug of wine, raising it towards Mo Lin Yuan. "Welcome, Brother Mo, from this day forth. We are brothers. Cheers." Mo Lin Yuan also lifted a jug, downing its contents in one go. A fiery sensation surged through him, as if a blaze ignited within his belly, and his face flushed, prompting him to cough a few times. The trio burst into laughter at his reaction, and Qian Duo remarked, "Brother Mo, is this your first experience with wine?" Mo Lin Yuan waved a hand dismissively. "Indeed, it is my first encounter with such potent liquor." Internally, he cursed, "Goodness, this is far more intense than any wine I encountered in my past life." At that moment, 2 individuals approached and seated themselves opposite Mo Lin Yuan and his companions. One, a man clad in white, waved an iron fan and spoke to another man dressed in black. "Brother Zhao, a few days ago, I noticed someone getting quite close to Miss Luo Ye. If your brother were to learn of this, it would not bode well." The man in black furrowed his brows, responding, "I have heard of this. You know who that person is? How dare he lay a hand on my brother's woman? He must be seeking a death wish." The man in white shook his head. "I have never seen that person before. He appears to be a recent initiate." Upon concluding his statement, the 4 individuals rose simultaneously and departed. As Mo Lin Yuan and his companions passed by the 2 men, The man in white exchanged a glance with Mo Lin Yuan, momentarily taken aback, before calling out, "Halt!" The man in black cast a puzzled glance at the man in white. The latter then regarded Mo Lin Yuan with a chuckle, saying, "It seems that fate has conspired to bring you together, Brother Zhao. The person you seek is indeed him." The black-clad man turned his attention to Mo Lin Yuan, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth as he queried, "Are you certain this is not a mistake?" "There is no error. It is undoubtedly him," the man in white replied with a teasing glint in his eyes. At this juncture, Qian Duo addressed the two men, Zhaolin, Li Xianfeng. "What is the meaning of this?" Zhaolin, the man in black, approached Mo Lin Yuan and demanded, "You, boy, what is your connection with Luo Ye? It would be wise for you to keep your distance from her henceforth. Otherwise, you will regret it." Mo Lin Yuan regarded the man before him, inwardly lamenting the absurdity of such melodramatic scenarios occurring in his own life. Yet, he was undeterred by confrontation, and the commanding tone of his interlocutor irked him considerably. Thus, he replied coolly, "Step aside. A good dog does not obstruct the path." Upon hearing this retort, Zhaolin was incensed. "You dare speak to me in such a manner? Today, I shall teach you a lesson." He raised his fist and hurled it toward Mo Lin Yuan. Just as Mo Lin Yuan was about to counter, a large, dark hand reached from behind and clasped Zhao Luan's fist tightly. Zhang Pengfei bellowed, "What the hell? Are you seeking death? Who do you think you are, daring to lay a hand on my brother?" He then forcefully twisted Zhao Luan's hand, causing it to slip away like a fish from Zhang Pengfei's grasp. Zhao Luan swiftly drew a long sword and struck at Zhang Pengfei. The latter evaded, countering with a palm strike toward Zhao Luan's sword-wielding hand, and thus, the two became embroiled in fierce combat. As they engaged in a tumultuous struggle, Li Xianfeng, the man in white, waved his fan toward Zhang Pengfei. 3 slender silver needles shot through the air like serpents, racing toward Zhang Pengfei with such speed that Mo Lin Yuan and his companions were caught unawares. With a soft thud, Zhang Pengfei felt a prickling sensation in his arm, and suddenly, his body turned rigid. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Luan thrust his gazing towards Zhang Yun and the others. Mo Lin Yuan understood that he must swiftly deal with Zhao Luan. Otherwise, should Zhang Yun and Qian Duo succumb, the situation would become dire. Zhao Luan let out a cold sneer, exclaiming, "Is that all you've got?" With a flourish of his sword, he lunged at Mo Lin Yuan, who evaded repeatedly. Cornered against a wall, with no retreat left, Mo Lin Yuan swiftly sheathed his blade at his waist, reclined back, and propelled himself off the wall with his legs, slipping beneath Zhao Luan and re-emerging behind him. A flash of steel gleamed as Zhao Luan was forcefully struck and hurled against the wall. Seizing the moment, Mo Lin Yuan delivered a swift kick to Zhao Luan's head, rendering him unconscious. Turning his attention to Zhang Yun, he noted that both were on the verge of exhaustion and imminent defeat. Mo Lin Yuan brandished his dagger and aimed a strike at Li Xianfeng's face. Li Xianfeng raised her iron fan to parry the blow, but Zhang Yun seized the opportunity to attack her lower body with a palm strike that Li Xianfeng, caught off guard, floundered in her defense. Mo Lin Yuan retracted his long knife, maneuvering around Zhang Yun to strike Li Xianfeng from behind once more, sending her crashing into the wall. At that moment, Qian Duo pounced upon the fallen adversary like a vengeful spirit, unleashing a flurry of blows. Mo Lin Yuan addressed Zhao Luan and Li Xianfeng, stating, "You have harmed my brother. For every sword and needle you wielded, I shall return the favor with a cut of my own." Zhao Luan glared at Mo Lin Yuan, seething with malice. "Do you dare? My brother is Zhao Luan. If you injure me, you shall never know peace within the Qingxia sect. Release us while you still can." Mo Lin Yuan looked towards Qian Duo, inquiring, "Who is Zhao Luan?" Qian Duo, with a grave expression, replied, "Zhao Luan ranks 6th on the inner sect's Qingyun list, wielding formidable strength. We cannot provoke him at this time." "Bah, what of the 6th in the inner sect? You may fear him, but I do not. That if you lack the courage to act, I shall take the lead." Zhang Pengfei scoffed, clutching his abdomen. Mo Lin Yuan fixed his gaze on Zhao Luan, reiterating, "I have stated my intent. For every harm done to my brother, a cut shall be returned to my words are immutable, regardless of who stands before me." With that, 2 flashes of blade light pierced through Zhao Luan and Li Xianfeng's right hands, eliciting a dreadful scream from Li Xianfeng as she collapsed, while Zhao Luan grimaced in silence, his eyes brimming with resentment directed at Mo Lin Yuan. Had his glare possessed lethal power, Mo Lin Yuan would have been slain 1,000 times over. Chapter 14. The upside-down truth, the tumultuous clash among Mo Lin Yuan and his companions wreaked havoc, resulting in damages amounting to over 1,000 taels of silver in compensation to the gathering pavilion. Naturally, the burden of payment fell upon Qian Duoduo, the wealthiest among them, as his name suggested. With a sigh, Qian Duoduo lamented, "We have stirred up a great calamity." Zhang Pingfei, reclining on the bed, retorted, "What calamity? We merely taught Zhao Luan and Li Xianfeng a lesson, no matter how formidable Zhao Wan may be. I refuse to believe he would dare to kill us within the sect." Qian Duoduo shook his head. Zhao Wan, as the 6th on the inner sect's Qingyun list, is not to be trifled with. Additionally, I just remembered that Li Xuanfeng's cousin, Su Qiu, ranks 10th on the same list. They need not lift a finger against us. Their lackeys alone would suffice to overwhelm us. Furthermore, our public brawl within the sect, coupled with the severity of our actions, shows a blatant disregard for the sect's rules that I suspect that by tomorrow morning, the law enforcement team will come to apprehend us. According to sect regulations, we could face anything from crippling our martial abilities and expulsion to execution on the spot. Zhang Pingfei, upon hearing this, exclaimed in agitation, "They were the ones who struck first. We merely acted in self-defense." Does the enforcement team not distinguish between right and wrong? Mo Lin Yuan replied coolly, "Who would believe our words? As long as they concoct a flimsy excuse, they will insist that we were the aggressors. On what grounds would the enforcement team choose to trust us?" Zhang Pingfei, perplexed, questioned further. Mo Lin Yuan let out a cold chuckle, considering their connections. His brother is Zhao Wan from the 6th inner sect, and Su Qiu from the 10th, the enforcement team. Even if skeptical, will still extend them some courtesy. However, this incident originated from me. You must remain silent. Once we enter the enforcement hall, I shall provide an explanation to the enforcement team. Zhang Yun interjected. "We also engaged in the fight. How can you bear the entire burden alone? We shall share the responsibility." Zhang Pingfei asserted resolutely, "Indeed, we shall bear it together." That I refuse to believe that the enforcement team would dare to execute us. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through him, causing his wound to reopen due to his excitement. Mo Lin Yuan regarded the trio and said, "Enough. Do as I say. I have a plan, and we shall be fine." No sooner had he spoken than the four heard a commotion outside. A powerful voice declared, "I am Zhang Xiong, the vice captain of the enforcement team. You are accused of violating sect rules by violently attacking your fellow disciples. I am here by order to apprehend you. Do not resist, or you shall face immediate execution." The commanding presence emerged from outside. A group of figures clad in black encircled the entrance, led by an individual with piercing eagle-like eyes, wielding a long spear and adorned in sleek black armor. This man was undoubtedly Vice Captain Zhang Qiong. Zhang Qiong fixed his gaze upon Mo Lin Yuan and inquired, "Which of you is Mo Lin Yuan?" Mo Lin Yuan met his gaze and replied candidly, "I am Mo Lin Yuan." Zhang Qiong's keen eyes scanned Mo Lin Yuan and his companions. "And where is the fourth?" Qian Duoduo pointed towards the interior, stating, "He is gravely injured and unable to move." With a wave of his hand, several black-clad individuals entered to carry Zhang Pingfei out. The enforcement hall was situated atop a solitary peak, its dark edifice resembling a colossal beast poised to devour malevolent souls. Mo Lin Yuan and his companions followed the enforcement team into the hall of interrogation, where an elder clad in a blood-red robe occupied the main seat. This man was Liang Jingyang, the head of the enforcement hall of the Qingxia sect, known for his impartiality and unyielding character. He never allowed personal feelings to cloud his judgment and showed no mercy to those who violated the sect's rules. Due to his perennial crimson attire, the people of Qingxia sect secretly referred to him as the Blood King of Yin. Lines of black-clad enforcers stood watch along the sides of the hall. Zhao Lun was positioned nearby. Beside him lay a figure shrouded in white cloth, rendering their identity indistinguishable. The hall's master regarded Mo Lin Yuan and his companions sternly. "You four have disregarded the bonds of brotherhood within the sect and engaged in violent conflict. Mo Lin Yuan, you are accused of causing the death of Li Xianfeng. Are you aware of your crimes?" At this proclamation, the four were taken aback. Li Xianfeng was dead? In that moment, Zhao Lun lifted the white cloth covering the figure beside him, revealing a pale face, bruised and battered, with a narrow wound on the right hand, devoid of any signs of life. The four looked on in horror. It was indeed Li Xianfeng. With a somber expression, Mo Lin Yuan was acutely aware that he had merely inflicted injury upon the opponent's arm, a wound insufficient to cause death, yet the individual lay lifeless before him. This matter, it seemed, was far from straightforward. As his thoughts spiraled, Mo Lin Yuan harbored a burgeoning suspicion regarding the entire affair, albeit devoid of any concrete evidence. Qian Duo, upon hearing this, hastily interjected, "Your Excellency, it was they who struck first. We merely acted in self-defense, delivering a lesson to them without intending to take a life." No sooner had Qian Duo finished speaking than a middle-aged man, clad in light armor and wielding a long sword, stepped forward and cupped his hands in salute to the law enforcement lord. My lord, according to Zhao Lun, while dining at Huju Building, these four could not tolerate the presence of the two gentlemen and resorted to disrespectful words. The two, however, chose to ignore them. Yet, the four persisted, aggressively provoking and assaulting them, forcing a counterattack in self-defense. Alas, outnumbered, they could not withstand the onslaught, leading to the untimely demise of Ling Tianfeng. Zhang Yun immediately rose, exclaiming, "My lord, he is slandering us. He distorts the truth. It was Zhao Lun and his companion who struck first, and they were the ones being verbally aggressive." The middle-aged man shot Zhang Yun a glance, laced with derision. "Slandering you? As the esteemed captain of the enforcement team, what qualifications do you possess to accuse me of such? Dare you argue so brazenly before the Lord?" Mo Lin Yuan observed the captain's blatant distortion of facts, clearly aligning himself with Zhao Luan's faction. "I beseech you, my lord, what was the cause of Li Xuanfeng's death? If we are to bear the blame, we deserve clarity on the matter." Mo Lin Yuan inquired of the law enforcement lord. Exsanguination, the law enforcement lord replied flatly. Mo Lin Yuan, perplexed, approached Li Xuanfeng's corpse for closer inspection. The body bore superficial wounds elsewhere, but his own strike had clearly pierced the right arm. Gazing at the injury, he noted that the blood had begun to darken, the veins severed cleanly. Realizing this, Mo Lin Yuan's suspicions were confirmed. He understood that while his strike had avoided the blood vessels, they had now been deliberately severed post factum, resulting in Li Xuanfeng's demise. Mo Lin Yuan cast a penetrating glance at Zhao Lun, who, upon meeting his gaze, swiftly averted his eyes, refusing to engage in direct confrontation. Though Mo Lin Yuan was entirely convinced that Zhao Lun was responsible for the severed vessels, he possessed no evidence to substantiate his claim. Turning to the captain of the enforcement team, Mo Lin Yuan queried, "You assert that I caused Li Xuanfeng's death. Do you possess any evidence to support such an accusation? Is it permissible to slander us so freely before the Lord? Do you even regard the Lord's authority?" The captain of the enforcement team scoffed. "Oh, evidence, you say? I shall ensure you meet your end with clarity." With that, he clapped his hands. Moments later, a figure entered from the hall's exterior, revealing itself to be the manager of Huju Building. The manager approached and bowed. "I, Wang Fu, pay my respects to the esteemed lord." The law enforcement lord, with an air of gravity, commanded, "Speak of all that you have seen and know." "Yes, my lord." Wang Fu paused before continuing. At around 10 in the evening, Qian Duo and the other three arrived at Huju Building for a meal. Shortly thereafter, young Master Zhao and young Master Li also joined the dining party, both groups situated on the top floor. When I ascended to inquire if they required anything further, I overheard the man now lying on the ground vociferously cursing young Master Zhao and preparing to strike. Wang Fui pointed at Zhang Pengfei. Upon hearing the scoundrel's outrageous words, Zhang Pengfei, gritting his teeth against the pain, retorted furiously, "You're talking nonsense, you bastard." Silence. Liang Zhengyang, seated at the head of the table, slammed his palm onto the surface, then gestured for Wang Fu to continue. Wang Fu elaborated. At that moment, Qian Duo and his three companions were aggressively confrontational. The two young masters, Zhao, seemingly wished to avoid a dispute and thus rose to leave. However, just as they stood, the one lying on the ground launched an all-out attack. In a bid for self-preservation, young Master Zhao had no choice but to retaliate. Yet, a lone tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Ultimately, he was severely injured and fell, while that Li Gongzi met a cruel fate at the hands of this merciless assailant. Wang Fu pointed once more at Mo Lin Yuan. He spoke with a demeanor of profound sorrow, leaving any uninformed onlooker to believe his narrative was the absolute truth. Chapter 15. The senior brother Li Yuan, the captain of the law enforcement team, regarded Mo Lin Yuan and his companions with a derisive smirk and inquired, "Do you have anything further to say? The witnesses are here. Will you not submit to justice?" Qian Duo and his companions appeared ashen, while Mo Lin Yuan wore a grim expression. He had initially contemplated seeking assistance from Luo Ye, Yet he had not anticipated the law enforcement team's arrival would be so swift. Now, as the adversaries distorted the truth and fabricated evidence, he wondered if he truly had no hope of salvation. Mo Linyuan silently assessed his predicament. Suddenly, Zhao Luan interjected, "Esteemed Lord, Mo Linyuan has callously murdered Ling Tianfeng. Disregarding the bonds of brotherhood, that I implore the Lord to execute this villain and restore justice for us." Mo Linyuan also spoke up, "Esteemed Lord, I beseech you to see through their slanderous accusations. Can one merely act on the word of the owner of Heju Lu and condemn me to death? What truly transpired? I urge you to discern the truth. Should the proprietor of Heju Lu have been bribed by Zhao Luan to fabricate evidence, my life may hold little value, but if you judge incorrectly, it would undermine your own authority." Upon hearing Mo Linyuan's words, Zhao Luan scoffed. "Humph, Mo Linyuan, do not slander me. Would I dare to deceive before the Lord? Enough." A voice, powerful yet composed, resonated through the assembly. The head of the law enforcement hall spoke in a grave tone. "Qian Duo, Zhang Pengfei, and Zhang Yun shall be punished for attacking fellow disciples. Their resources from the sect will be revoked for a year, and they shall face solitary confinement for 3 months. As for Mo Linyuan, who disregarded the bonds of brotherhood and caused death, I hereby decree that his cultivation be abolished. He shall be exiled to Wangdang Mountain for a year to mine. And he is expelled from the sect." No sooner had the law enforcement head's decree been uttered than a handshot toward Mo Linyuan's dantian. Mo Linyuan reacted swiftly, sidestepping the attack. The captain of the law enforcement team sneered at Mo Linyuan. "You dare to resist the law?" A formidable aura erupted from the captain, stirring the garments of those present. Innate realm. Mo Linyuan recognized the overwhelming energy of his opponent and understood he was outmatched. Yet he was unwilling to surrender so easily. If his cultivation were to be stripped away, how would he seek vengeance? Eagle Claw, the captain of the law enforcement team, let out a cold grunt. His overwhelming true energy enveloping his hand as he formed it into a claw and lunged at Mo Linyuan. In response, Mo Linyuan unsheathed his sword to block the attack. Clang! The clash of hand against blade produced a sound reminiscent of iron striking iron. And Mo Linyuan was sent flying by a tremendous force, crashing heavily against a nearby pillar. Bang! Mo Linyuan felt as though his entire skeletal structure had collapsed. At that moment, the captain of the enforcement team approached. Aiming a kick towards Mo Linyuan's dantian, a swift sound of air being sliced through echoed, startling the captain, who immediately retracted his foot. But a long sword whizzed past Mo Linyuan and swiftly embedded itself into the wall of the hall. Outside the hall, 2 figures emerged, one male and one female. The woman, with her delicate shoulders and slender waist, possessed a petite frame and a slightly rounded face. It was evidently Luo Ye. Beside her stood a tall man of striking beauty. His thick black hair cascading down his back, with a prominent nose and a pair of elongated peach blossom eyes beneath sharp brows, whose gaze seemed capable of ensnaring one's heart effortlessly. The captain of the enforcement team gazed at the 2 newcomers, bewildered. Could it be that Mo Linyuan had such connections? Among them, the manager of Ju Lu felt a slight tremor at the sight of the man. The captain addressed the pair. "Luo Ye, Li Yuan, what brings you here? You have no authority to interfere in the matters of the enforcement hall." Luo Ye paid no heed to the captain's words and hurried to assist Mo Linyuan to his feet. The handsome man also ignored the captain, advancing instead to retrieve the sword lodged in the wall. "What brings you here?" Mo Linyuan inquired of Luo Ye. With a face full of anger, Luo Ye replied, "I came to find you, to see how you were faring. When I discovered you were not here, I inquired about the situation and realized I could not rescue you alone, so I sought out my senior brother. I encountered some intriguing events along the way." She gestured towards the striking man. "Rest assured, I will not allow anyone to sully your name. My senior brother will surely safeguard you. Just wait and see." She comforted Mo Linyuan. The senior brother offered a faint smile and bowed respectfully to the hall master of the enforcement hall, saying, "Hall Master Liang, forgive me. Ju Lu is my establishment, and since this incident occurred on my territory, I felt it necessary to come and witness it for myself." The hall master regarded Li Yuan with discontent, stating, "I have already rendered a verdict. This matter is concluded and does not concern you." He was quite displeased with Li Yuan, feeling that Li Yuan's presence was a direct affront. However, as Li Yuan was the direct disciple of the sect leader and a candidate for the next sect leader, Liang Xingyang had to afford him a modicum of respect. The captain of the enforcement team, Zhou Qian, glared at Li Yuan, exclaiming, Is this how you choose to observe? The Hall Master has already passed judgment. Do you dare to obstruct me? Do you even regard the Hall Master? What are the sect's rules? Even though you are the sect leader's disciple, you cannot act so recklessly. Li Yuan regarded Zhou Qian with a calm demeanor. Responding with a slight smile, Captain Zhou, please do not be angered. Of course, I hold the Hall Master in high regard. Unlike some who are hypocritically self-serving, I am well versed in the rules of the sect. Zhou Qian hesitated, wanting to retort, but remained silent. Li Yuan then turned to the Hall Master. Bowing once more, Hall Master, I possess evidence that the witness has perjured himself and deceived you. With that, he gestured, and a young servant entered. The servant bowed to the esteemed individuals present. Li Yuan continued, this is my attendant from Lu. He has witnessed and heard certain matters that are not visible to others. Please share with the esteemed ones what you have seen and heard. The young servant addressed the crowd, saying, after the two factions led by young Master Qian engaged in a fierce skirmish with Lu, I witnessed young Master Zhao asking the innkeeper to assist him in fabricating evidence, and he even offered the innkeeper a primordial pill as compensation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Luan's expression darkened, and he retorted urgently, you speak nonsense. What proof do you possess to substantiate your claims? The innkeeper of Lu felt a sudden chill, as if he had been thoroughly searched. Instinctively, he patted his empty pocket, his complexion turning ashen. Luo Xia observed her senior brother's extraordinary agility and remarked, it seems that Master Brother has truly perfected his Ling Su step. Apart from the head of the law enforcement hall, the others present could only see Li Yuan's figure flickering. And a pill materialized in his hand. The captain of the law enforcement team, Zhou Qian, mused inwardly. Indeed, Li Yuan's talent is remarkable. At such a young age, he has likely surpassed my own strength. Mo Lin Yuan, too, was filled with admiration, recognizing the profound depth of this senior brother. Stepping forward, Master Brother Li Yuan extended the pill to the head of the law enforcement hall. The head, well aware of the significance of the primordial pill, cast a glance at it and erupted in fury, exclaiming, you dare to deceive me. Guards, take Wang Fu away and execute the sect's punishment, followed by a death sentence. Zhou Qian felt a tightening in his chest upon witnessing the head's wrath. Several men clad in black approached, seizing Wang Fu and dragging him away. Wang Fu pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, my lord, spare my life. I shall never dare to offend again. He then turned to Li Yuan, imploring, young Master Li, for the sake of our long-standing relationship with Lu, please save me. I was momentarily foolish. Li Yuan shook his head, sighing, one brings ruin upon oneself, as Wang Fu was escorted outside. A chilling scream pierced the air, after which silence enveloped the surroundings. Zhao Lin, witnessing the scene, immediately fell to his knees, pleading, my lord, I beseech you to spare my life. Although I have deceived you, it was in vengeance for the death of Li Xianfeng at the hands of Mo Lin Yuan. My actions were driven by the desire to avenge my friend. The head of the law enforcement hall furrowed his brow, pondering the circumstances surrounding Li Xuanfeng's demise, unable to ascertain the truth or fully dismiss Zhao Lun's claims. At that moment, Li Yuan stepped forth, his countenance still adorned with a gentle smile, and addressed the head of the law enforcement hall with a respectful gesture, my lord, each field has its expertise. Determining the cause of death is not our forte. Perhaps we should send someone to the county town to summon a coroner for examination. After a moment's contemplation, the head of the law enforcement hall dispatched someone to the county town. Chapter 2. Endings and beginnings. On a park bench, a man clad in a worn leather jacket closed the comic book in his hands and set it beside him. The cover depicted two women engaged in a telephone conversation, one dressed in formal attire, the other exuding a hint of worldly weariness. Delicately, blood-tinged snowflakes danced at the corners of the cover, evoking a somber, funeral-like atmosphere. The man in the jacket withdrew a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and after igniting it, exhaled a ring of smoke. His lips pursed in contemplation, his gaze tinged with nostalgia. A Lamborghini approached, decelerating as it neared the bench before coming to a halt. A man emerged from the vehicle, clad in a burgundy suit. Upon exiting, he locked eyes with the man in the jacket. They appeared to be acquaintances, yet neither rushed to extend a greeting. The suited man retrieved an electronic cigarette from his pocket, casually loading a cartridge while surveying his surroundings, ultimately settling his gaze upon the comic on the bench. Is this the boss's latest work? He inquired. Indeed, the man in the jacket nodded, his hair slicked back, impervious to the biting winter wind that could not disturb his bangs. What do you think of it? It's rather subdued, the suited man remarked, narrowing his eyes as he reached for the comic, flipping through its pages. The artistry, composition, and design were impeccable, characteristic of the boss's mastery. Notably, the final illustration was a grand visual that merged two sides into one, creating a striking contrast both in narrative and artistic style. The initial narrative style of Scar literature and the urban neon aesthetic ultimately culminate in a dual reversal, crafting a compelling story and an equally remarkable comic. Yet, the man in the suit nodded in agreement, remarking, "Indeed, it's too mild." They were well acquainted with the chief's works, his penchant for pursuing an extreme sense of rupture, whether in plot or visual rendering, which exerted immense pressure, making viewers hold their breath in suspense. Compared to the chief's previous works, this comic was akin to a chef accustomed to preparing hearty dishes suddenly serving a plate of broccoli, seasoned merely with a pinch of salt. "You've arrived quite early," he noted. Across the street, a brother and sister approached. The brother, clad in a black down jacket, hat, and scarf, walked with a shiver, clearly unaccustomed to the outdoor chill. The sister, in a white down jacket and sky blue jeans, had a rounder face, yet her features were delicate, exuding a pure and innocent aura. See you. You're here," the suited man greeted warmly, especially enthusiastic towards the girl. "Dang go, wipe your drool," teased the brother, who, like any younger sibling, harbored a natural animosity towards any man aspiring to be his brother-in-law. However, prospective brothers-in-law often exhibit great tolerance towards their future brothers-in-law. Though once the probationary period ends, they begin to guard against them to prevent their wives from becoming overly indulgent sisters. "See you, why have you come out? It's chilly today. Be careful not to catch a cold." The concern was genuine, the attitude sincere. Qingxia walked over to the bench, ignoring Deng Ge, and instead looked at the man in the jacket, smiling. "Changgu, are you still single?" The man in the jacket, Su Chong, was the oldest in their circle. While most of them were still university students or recent graduates, Su Chong was already of an uncle's age, yet he remained single, which made him the frequent target of their jokes. Qingxia took the comic from Deng Ge, who eagerly explained, "This is the boss's new work. It seems like it was drawn a few months ago." Qingxia began to flip through the comic, which was thin and the story not long. It could be read quickly if one didn't linger over the artwork. After turning to the last page, Qingxia put the comic down and pursed her lips. "What's wrong? What's wrong with the boss's comic?" Qingxia took the comic from his sister, flipped through it for a while, and then said in surprise, "Why would the boss draw something like this?" Su Chong, sitting on the bench, speculated, "Maybe the boss is short of money. If he weren't, given his personality, he wouldn't draw such light-hearted comics. The boss is like that. If he's short of money, why doesn't he come to me?" Deng Ge added from the side. Qingxia shot a displeased glance at Deng Ge and retorted, "I know you've produced several blockbuster animated films in the past 2 years and made a fortune, but what's the point of showing off here? Even if the boss is short on money, he wouldn't ask us for it." Su Chong sighed in agreement. Immediately, both Deng Ge and Qingxia fell silent. Indeed, the boss was still the boss. No matter how tough times got, he would never reach out to them for help. At that moment, a motorcycle pulled up beside the group and came to a halt. The rider was a woman, her figure perfectly accentuated by the tight-fitting motorcycle suit. She flipped up the visor of her helmet, glanced at the assembled group, and remarked casually, "You're all here quite early." "Aunt Chio, Sister Chio." Deng Ge and the others were surprised, as they hadn't expected her to show up today. The boss sent me a message," Aunt Chio said as she removed her helmet, hung it on the handlebar, dismounted, and pulled out her phone. She read aloud, "Building A, Unit 3, Room 701. Door code 110120. The group was gathered right in front of the entrance to Fuhua Community. Following the instructions on the phone, they quickly located the apartment. "Is the boss planning a gathering?" Deng Ge asked as he prepared to enter the door code. It had been 3 years since the studio disbanded, and since then, they had hardly gathered together. Having demonstrated both aptitude and ingenuity, Deng Ge ascended to a managerial position within an animation studio. The 2 animated films that he personally oversaw and supervised became prominent successes in recent years, resulting in a marked increase in both revenue and status. Qingxia, whose health was precarious, remained predominantly at home following the dissolution of the studio, refraining from seeking employment. Qingxia, on the other hand, worked as a designer in a clothing company. Su Chong was employed at a video game company, enduring long hours. Perhaps, Qingxia mused with uncertainty. "It has been a considerable time since we last saw our leader, and I find myself longing for his presence." The leader, named Zheng Fan, was slightly younger than Su Chong, but as the initiator of the studio's formation, he was unequivocally the head. Throughout the studio's 5-year operation, he devoted himself wholeheartedly. Even when the studio disbanded and the others departed for various reasons, he remained steadfastly guarding it. Deng Go entered the password, disengaging the lock, and the door swung open, revealing the living room. The walls were adorned with dark-hued wallpaper, evoking a profound sense of oppression. Coupled with the drawn curtains, the room remained enveloped in gloom, even during daylight hours. This must be the leader's abode, Deng Go surmised. Deng Go reached for the switch on the wall near the entrance and illuminated the room. The light, emanating from 3 fixtures above, was dim, casting a faint, tawny glow, yet sufficient to fill the space. Adorning the wall was Qingxia edged past Deng Go, approaching the wall upon which a painting was suspended. The artwork, encased in a frame, measured approximately 2 meters in length and 1 meter in width, resembling a photograph. It depicted a dwarf. The dwarf's visage was somewhat misshapen, his legs and feet disproportionately stout. Upon his back, he bore an iron sword incongruous with his diminutive stature. Naturally, the sword could not be positioned vertically, as the dwarf's height was insufficient to accommodate its length. Thus, it was slung horizontally across his back, lending a comical air to the scene. This was Shui San. Upon beholding the painting, Qingxia's hands commenced to tremble, for the figure portrayed within originated from his own creative wellspring, the protagonist of a lengthy comic series he had conceived. Qingxia, himself of modest height, had long harbored a sense of inferiority regarding this attribute. Consequently, his protagonist was a dwarf, a malevolent dwarf, possessed of a peculiar predilection for preying upon those who dared to mock his stature. He would then subject these victims to a process of reorganization, truncating those deemed too tall and elongating those considered too short. This idiosyncrasy, while inspired by Western mythology, also served as an exposition of a universal facet of human nature. Shui San's feet, Deng Go remarked from behind Qingxia, his tone jocular. The chief must have painted this, Su Chong commented as he approached. Presumably, Deng Go mused. A pity, really. Xiu's work suffered from lackluster sales back in the day, owing to the protagonist's inherent lack of relatability for the readership. Back when the studio was still operational, the boss had everyone create a character based on their own ideas, and then the team would collaborate to bring it to life in a comic. Dwarf Shui San was Qingxia's creation, though it received the poorest market response. After all, few could empathize with an unattractive dwarf character. Years have passed, and bringing this up again, what's the point? Qingxia was somewhat displeased with Deng Ji's tone. Indeed, a person's temperament and personality can change with their social standing, especially now that Deng Go is undoubtedly a successful individual. Even if unintentional, certain attitudes naturally surface when encountering an old friend who has fallen on hard times. No, this is what we call market control. Our studio failed because we spread our efforts too thin, not focusing enough on our flagship works, which led to... Enough, Qingxia interjected. Deng Go immediately fell silent. Qingxia ignored Deng Ji's words, silently gazing at the portrait of the dwarf on the wall. Deng Go pursed his lips, turned, and looked to the other side, exclaiming with delight, Xiao, come look, it's your Fong Xyong. This was also a character portrait. In the painting, a graceful woman leaned against a doorframe, her face flushed with a hint of spring, dressed in attire reminiscent of a kimono, revealing just enough skin to captivate most men. Qingxia approached the portrait, staring at the depiction of Fong Xyong, lost in thought. Fong Xyong is a character from her manga, embodying a being that is neither human nor ghost. The narrative does not elucidate her origins, leading early readers to speculate that she may have experienced betrayal in love or familial upheaval. Within the storyline, Fong Xyong is depicted as a woman who defies convention, operating a brothel in various cities and eras throughout different series. She revels in opulence and delights in tormenting others, adhering to an unconventional set of life principles. Initially, the manga enjoyed considerable sales, thanks largely to its myriad of sensual illustrations, which are intricate, rounded, and brimming with imagination and visual impact. Rivaling the works of renowned masters from abroad, many readers were drawn to these captivating visuals. It is noteworthy that Qingxia joined the studio when she was just beginning her university journey, at a time when she had yet to experience romantic love. Even Deng Go could assert that she was still a virgin. Yet, paradoxically, the scenes she created exuded an allure reminiscent of seasoned aficionados. Deng Gu once believed that his inability to win Qingxiao's affection was not due to any inadequacy on his part, but rather because no living man could compete with the enchanting worlds she conjured in her art. At that moment, Su Chong paused before a painting, his excitement palpable as he ran his hand through his greasy hair, dislodging a considerable amount of dandruff. The artwork before him depicted a robust woodcutter, sturdy in stature and seemingly good-natured, carrying a bundle of firewood on his back. He was a woodsman, a ruthless one at that, his homicidal frequency mirroring that of his woodchopping. This comic sales, much like Qingxia's Shui Sen initially, were the studio's lowest, a veritable flop. The reason was simple. Contemporary comics are a highly specialized industry, and all-rounders proficient in artwork, scripting, plot design, character development, and more are scarce. Qingxia and Su Chong, for instance, excelled more in practical execution. Su Chong's comic, starring a wood-chopping butcher, was as unadorned as the man himself, so much so that readers found it utterly unengaging. No reason the boss would draw for you guys, and not me. Found it a Ming. Deng Gu pointed to a figure on the scroll. A slightly gaunt man with fangs subtly visible at the corners of his mouth, his complexion sickly pale. This was a Ming, a vampire character conceived by Deng Gu. It could be said that Deng Ji's current success was foreshadowed during his time at the studio. His vampire-themed comic ranked second in sales, surpassed only by the boss's demon pill. Characters that resonate with audiences, coupled with stories that ignite their passions, are key to capturing the market. And it is this very principle that has propelled Deng Gu to great success in recent years. In the comic, Ming's persona embodies utter frenzy, irrespective of the adversary. He is wont to overturn the table and engage in immediate confrontation. Concomitantly, Ming exists in solitude, disavowing his identity as a vampire, yet manifestly no longer human. Devoid of companionship, each bout of madness is succeeded by a poignant desolation that evokes empathy. Consequently, this character has garnered a substantial female following. Achio quietly traversed the throng, evincing a mixture of trepidation and anticipation. Inevitably, the moment arrived. She beheld a portrait depicting a man with a pallid complexion, crouching amidst a scene of carnage. His name was Liang Qing, a Jiashi, or Chinese hopping vampire. He was a creature of sanguinary proclivities and ruthless disposition. Having persisted from ancient epochs into the modern era, time had engendered in him an escalating sense of alienation from the world. His name, like that of his creator, was Liang Cheng. Qingxia, having diverted her attention from Fong Xyong, observed Achio and the painting before her, and was overcome with silence. The studio had initially comprised 7 individuals, the leader, herself, and her brother Siyu, Deng Gu, Su Chong, Achio, and Liang Cheng. Liang Qing and Achio had been romantically involved since their entry into the studio. However, over 3 years prior, Liang Qing perished in a vehicular accident. The dissolution of the studio can be traced back to Liang Qing's demise, albeit not as the primary catalyst. Liang Qing's death engendered in Achio a profound sense of disillusionment. Nevertheless, the departure of 2 members from a 7-person studio did not inherently preclude its continued operation. The primary impetus behind this predicament was the studio's persistent focus on horror and gore in its comics, a niche genre to begin with. This, coupled with stringent policy constraints and crackdowns, rendered the studio's existence increasingly precarious. The studio teetered on the brink of collapse when its most popular and commercially successful series, Demon Pill and The Vampire Arming, were both banned. At that juncture, Deng Gu ardently advocated for the studio to align itself with market trends by producing more uplifting or, at the very least, less gruesome and terrifying content. He posited that this would ameliorate their operational environment and attract a broader audience, thereby generating greater revenue. However, the head of the studio summarily dismissed this proposal, asserting that their shared passion for horror and gore was the very foundation upon which the collective was built, and he was unwilling to compromise their original vision. Consequently, the studio's operations were effectively paralyzed. Deng Gu was the first to depart, joining an animation company to embark on a new chapter in his career. Subsequently, the Qin siblings followed suit. The Qin family's modest financial circumstances, coupled with Qingxia's precarious health and the exorbitant annual medical expenses, compelled Qingxia to withdraw and seek alternative employment. Finally, Su Chong left. After everyone else had departed, he silently packed his belongings, prepared a bowl of noodles for the head of the studio, and took up a position at a game development company. Thus, The group that had coalesced around shared interests and traversed 5 tumultuous years together ultimately succumbed to the inexorable reality that all gatherings must eventually disperse. In close proximity to the zombified Liangqing, a painting depicted Qiu's manga protagonist, not a female character, but a male figure with hollow eye sockets. Named Bei. He was a blind man with a penchant for playing the piano. When taking a life, he favored placing his hands before him, as if caressing the keys of an ethereal piano, while his quarry suffered a torturous demise. Qiu herself was the principal artist behind this manga, adopting a highly realistic style. Yet the narrative was often wanting. In numerous installments, Bei would commence his sanguinary acts from the outset, as if the entire manga existed solely for the sake of killing. This proved off-putting even to readers who favored the horror genre, as they still yearned for some narrative leavening. However, perhaps due to the uniqueness of the female perspective, the character of Bei garnered a devoted following, resulting in sales that marginally surpassed those of the diminutive Shuai-san and Ali. The protagonist's characteristics in Blind Man Bei were likely influenced by Qiu's familial history, as her father had perished in the line of duty, slain by a criminal. The lateral walls of the living room each bore 3 paintings, while a solitary canvas adorned the wall opposite the entrance. After scrutinizing their respective manga protagonists, the group coalesced before this particular artwork. It portrayed an infant radiating a baleful aura, its ferocity palpable. This was the leader's manga, titled Demon Seed, featuring a baby as the central character. Both in terms of plot and visual presentation, it is nearly flawless. It can be said that with its pure essence of horror and distortion, it captivated a large audience at the time, even overshadowing Deng Ji's Vampire Aming in popularity. Demon Pill, like its creator, is stubborn. Deng Gu sighed, acknowledging his own excellence but also recognizing that the boss was even more exceptional. It's a pity, though, that the boss was as stubborn as the characters he created. A slight change, a little adaptation, could have led to greater success. But the boss obstinately clung to his ways. There was no resentment, for everyone had strayed from their original intentions, except for the boss, who remained true to his heart. More than anything, there was admiration for the boss. "Where's the boss?" Qingxia asked. The 7 paintings in the living room were undoubtedly the boss's work. But where was the boss who had invited everyone to reunite after 3 years? Su Chang pushed open the door to a side bedroom and found the light on. The bed was stripped of sheets, neatly stacked with everyone's series of works, some published, others self-printed, essentially illegal publications. Under the bed, there was also a thick stack of comics. The group walked over, picked up the comics, and found that most were similar in style to the comic about 2 women on the phone. The boss had always adhered to the studio's original intent, but it seemed he was short on money, hence he produced many works that could be monetized. Upon seeing these works, Deng Ji's frown deepened, his dissatisfaction evident. He had always believed that their leader adhered strictly to principles, never forgetting his original intentions, even if it meant not making money or gaining fame. But now that the leader was creating these works for profit, it seemed he had changed his stance. If so, why hadn't he reached out to Deng Gu? Could it be due to embarrassment? Deng Gu felt that if the leader thought this way, it would tarnish the friendship they had built over the past 5 years. Just then, Deng Ji's phone rang. A video message from the leader's WeChat account appeared. "Is it from the leader?" Qingxia asked. Deng Gu nodded and raised his phone. Everyone gathered behind Deng Gu, genuinely concerned about the leader's current situation and curious about why he had called them together. In the video, initially, only a chair was visible and the camera was shaky, likely as the leader adjusted the angle. Soon, a figure in a dark red hoodie appeared, walking slowly and laboriously towards the chair. When the person in the video reached the chair and turned to face the camera, both Deng Gu and the people behind him were visibly shocked. "Long time no see." "Everyone," said the person in the video. It was indeed the leader, unmistakably so, to everyone's disbelief. The leader sitting on the chair now had a face so gaunt it was sunken, and his arms protruding from his sleeves were nothing but skin and bones, twitching visibly. How had the leader come to this state? Deng Gu exclaimed in shock. 3 years ago, when everyone parted ways, the leader had merely appeared somewhat unhealthy due to long hours of desk work, which is nothing unusual for modern people. But now, the leader looked like a mere skeleton. Was he ill? "Deng Gu, do you still blame me?" Zhang Fan's voice was already hoarse, speaking as if he were pushing 2 rusted gears to grind against each other. "I'm sorry." Zhang Fan's voice was very weak. Deng Gu clenched his teeth. "Deng Gu, forgive me for not heeding your advice back then. Otherwise, perhaps we wouldn't have disbanded, and the studio might still be here. We are doing quite well now," Deng Gu muttered to himself. "I don't want to change some things, some tastes. Once I like them, I just want to keep liking them without changing, too lazy to change. Because I don't have much longer to live anyway. So, Dengue, so, everyone, please forgive my selfishness. 5 years ago, I was diagnosed with a rare terminal illness. Perhaps only 100 or so people worldwide suffer from this disease, which is incurable in medicine. So at that time, I knew I wouldn't live much longer. At this juncture, Zhang Fan remarked with a self-deprecating chuckle, which soon morphed into a fit of coughing, each convulsion seeming to threaten his very breath. Forgive me, but in pursuit of financial gain, I've illustrated some comics that strayed from my personal aesthetic. In truth, they weren't without their merits, and I harbor affection for them. However, they undeniably diverge from my most cherished styles and genres. Upon recognizing the inexorable decline of my physical condition and foreseeing the grim prospect of a bettered existence, I resolved to seek euthanasia in the Netherlands. These comics were conceived as a means to amass the necessary funds for this endeavor. By the time you view this recording, I shall likely have arrived in the Netherlands. See you must prioritize your health. Your constitution is regrettably frail. Though, I am hardly in a position to criticize. See Yao, perhaps it is time to temper your expectations and seek companionship. Though, I would advise against Dengue. Chong. The final bowl of noodles you prepared for me on the day of your departure. Its flavor remains etched in my memory. Dengue, I have watched all of your films. They are remarkably well-crafted, with exceptional visual artistry. It is regrettable that our early works will likely never be adapted into comics or grace the silver screen. Achio, it is time for you to relinquish your grief over Liang Cheng's matter. By the way, Achio, in the desk drawer, you will find my testament. The disposition of my estate has also been notarized. I do not possess substantial wealth, save for this dwelling. I am cognizant that since Liang Cheng's departure, you have been engaged in philanthropic endeavors. I implore you to vend this abode and donate the proceeds to charity. Having illustrated demons for so many years, I ought to leave behind some semblance of virtue. Thus, I have abstained from liquidating my sole residence to finance a sojourn to the Netherlands. I am genuinely elated to have had the opportunity to see you all once more. I am gladdened by the camaraderie shared during those 5 years, and by the creation of so many resplendent narratives and characters. I shall miss you all. I extend my felicitations for your professional success and robust health. Within the confines of a hospital chamber, Zhang Fan was seated beside the bed, his gaze meandering across the 7 volumes of comic artistry arrayed around the cot. Demon Pill, The Woodcutter, Ming the Vampire, Blind Man North, Wind Fourth Sister. Dwarf Shui San, Blood of the Zombie. He resembled a senescent gentleman, reclining in a chair, basking in the sunlight, his eyes partially closed. Commence. Zhang Fan articulated to the physician and 2 nurses standing before him. Subsequently, he reclined upon the bed, the very bed circumscribed by his comic creations. Mr. Zhang, are you certain that you do not require the presence of a clergyman? Dr. David inquired, driven by professional ethics, adding, he could potentially secure repose for your soul in paradise. Zhang Fan shook his head calmly and said, David, I worship the devil, and I won't go to heaven. David shrugged, nodded, and signaled his assistant to proceed. Zhang Fan slowly closed his eyes, sensing a cold needle piercing into his arm. Sigh, is it over? Chapter 3. Master, are you awake? Am I dead? Zhang Fan believed he should have been dead. Yet, a moist, warm, long-lost sensation slowly traversed his body. Initially, this feeling was faint, subtle, and hard to grasp, but gradually, the sensory stimulation became increasingly clear. Is this the feeling of death? It doesn't seem so unbearable. In fact, it's somewhat comfortable. The neural input was like a dry canal being reintroduced to flowing water, from moistening the cracked earth to wetting and then to storing water. A gradual process. As this unfolded, Zhang Fan's perception of the outside world became increasingly sensitive. He could feel his hands, his feet, and the warm liquid dripping from his chest. A strange thought began to emerge in his consciousness, and Zhang Fan started to doubt, am I really dead? No one knows what happens after death. Even though his studio mates had created many horror stories about ghosts, they were just fantasies after all. Zhang Fan began to try to do something. The first thing was to open his eyes. At this juncture, he felt akin to Sisyphus, perpetually toiling. On one hand, his bodily senses were swiftly returning. On the other, no matter how strenuously he endeavored, he remained unable to open his eyes. It was as though he were in the throes of sleep paralysis, capable only of futile struggle. A clang resounded, immediately followed by a wave of heat washing over his face. Spurred by this stimulus, Zhang Fan finally managed to open his eyes. Initially, his vision was blurred. able to perceive mere glimmers of light without forming coherent images. Subsequently, a shadow descended, repeatedly wiping his face while intermittently obscuring his view. Zhang Fan's vision gradually sharpened. His gaze first fell upon a face, that of a young girl, perhaps 14 or 15 years of age. She was clad in a simple, long dress, with a copper basin in one hand and a towel in the other, gazing at him with trepidation. Thus, had he been roused by the girl's accidental dousing with a basin of hot water? And was the sensation of warmth and comfort he had previously experienced due to her tending to his body? The girl was terrified, her carelessness having resulted in a basin of hot water being splashed upon the esteemed guest, a guest whom her mother had repeatedly instructed her to care for diligently. For the past 6 months, her duty had been to attend to him, even as he remained unconscious and unresponsive. She had dared not slacken in her efforts. The most evident proof of which was the absence of any bed sores on the man's body, despite his 6 months of confinement to bed. Only those who have truly cared for bedridden patients can comprehend the immense effort required to prevent the formation of bed sores. The maiden harbored no grievances. Instead, she felt gratitude for the task. In essence, the man was her life. Any misstep on her part could lead to her mother, known for her volatile temperament, casting her into a brothel to serve malodorous patrons. Her mother's disposition was notoriously severe. Discovering her mistake and the bed's dampness would spell dire consequences. The maiden's reverie was cut short as she noticed the man's eyes flutter open. She blinked, and Zhang Fan blinked in return. After a tense silence of 4-5 seconds, the maiden emitted a piercing scream that sent a jolt through Zhang Fan's newly awakened senses, nearly rendering him unconscious once more. Her vocal talent was truly remarkable. "Mother, he's awake! He's awake!" she cried, turning and fleeing the room. Silence descended upon the chamber, leaving Zhang Fan alone. He cautiously attempted to move his limbs, initially experiencing numbness, but soon found his footing. With some difficulty, he sat up and lowered himself from the bed, using his hands for support. His legs felt weak, but he managed to maintain his balance, preventing a fall. After catching his breath, Zhang Fan released his hands and stood fully upright, albeit with a slight hunch and lowered center of gravity, carefully maintaining his equilibrium. The entire experience resembled that of an infant learning to walk anew. His body felt excessively frail, drenched in a profusion of cold sweat. At this moment, Zhang Fan finally took a moment to survey the room around him. The wooden structure bore an air of antiquity, and the furnishings exuded a vintage charm. In the corner stood a dressing table, adorned with a brass mirror. What is this? Judging by the arrangement of the room, if one were to dismiss the absurd notion that he had been transported to a hospital affiliated with Hengdian, could it be that he had traversed time? As a creator, Zhang Fan was no stranger to the concept of time travel. However, he never anticipated it would manifest in his own life. With a slight unsteadiness, he approached the dressing table, his gaze fixed upon the brass mirror. While few have not heard of such mirrors, the number who have truly seen or utilized one is scarce, as they have long been rendered obsolete. Yet, as Zhang Fan stood before the mirror, he found himself somewhat astonished by its reflection, though it could not compare to the glass mirrors of the modern era. Its clarity exceeded his expectations. As he gazed into the mirror, he reached out to touch his face. The visage reflected back was indeed his own. Oh, it appeared that this was not a mere soul transfer. Furthermore, the face staring back at him bore some distinction from the one he remembered at the time of his death. Prior to his euthanasia, he had been gaunt from the ravages of illness, reduced to little more than skin and bones. Yet now, it seemed as though he had gained a measure of flesh. Although still somewhat emaciated and pallid, he had reached a state that could be deemed acceptable for a healthy individual. Lowering his head, Zheng Chang then realized with a start that he was utterly bare, devoid not only of a shirt, but also lacking any covering below. It was only upon awakening that he had momentarily overlooked this disconcerting fact. In the absence of clothing, one often feels vulnerable, a sensation that is exacerbated in an unfamiliar environment. Upon reflection, he wondered if that young woman had been tending to his naked form. What Zhang Fan was unaware of was that for the past 6 months, this girl had been diligently attending to his needs, providing him with cleansing and massages, all while he remained in a state of unconsciousness, unable to appreciate her ministrations. The sole experience he had of her care was when she accidentally splashed a basin of water across his face. To the right of the vanity stood a chair, upon which lay a familiar ensemble, an outfit he recognized as a sweatshirt, predominantly black with hints of dark red, accompanied by a pair of boots beneath the chair. This was the attire Zhang Fan had worn at the time of his suicide. He had always favored such styles, having designed and commissioned several similar outfits. He believed that sweatshirts provided him with a sense of security, particularly when he pulled the hood down to obscure much of his face, granting him the tranquility he sought. At that moment, Zhang Fan suddenly noticed a figure at the doorway. As he caught his breath, he lifted his gaze. In an instant, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Regardless of the woman's beauty or allure, it was not these attributes that left him in shock. Rather, it was the startling realization that he knew this woman. Moreover, he had once personally painted this woman. Wen Xingyang? Zhang Fan felt as if he were ensnared in a dream. Could it be that once a soul departs this world, they are thrust into an unending reverie? If that were the case, death might not be such a terrifying prospect after all. Rather, it could represent a liberation in the pursuit of freedom. The woman gazed at Zhang Fan, who stood before her, her lips slightly parted, her eyes shimmering with glistening tears. In that fleeting moment, her crimson lips curled into a smile, while tears cascaded down, revealing an emotional turmoil that was utterly unrestrained. Ultimately, she placed both hands on her abdomen, her knees bending as she wept. "My lord, you have finally awakened." Chapter 4. The 7 Demon Kings. Had he not been seated at that moment, Zhang Fan believed he would have collapsed to the ground. This was indeed Wen Xingyang, a genuine embodiment of her essence. So where was he now? "My lord has awakened. My lord, you have finally awakened. I have waited for you for half a year." Even when the beautiful woman wept, she retained her allure. Much like a handsome man who remains striking even with a buzz cut. Although Wen Xingyang was no longer a young maiden, her myriad charms were lessons beyond the grasp of younger girls. She was a character crafted by Qingxia, who had only just embarked on her university journey when she conceived this figure. It seems that young girls are often eager to shed their innocence, learning makeup and adornment to hasten their maturation, while women of a more advanced age will go to great lengths to appear as youthful as possible. In conceiving and illustrating the character of Fong Xyong, Qingxia likely imbued her with a fantasy, from her perspective, of a sophisticated woman, an elder sister figure. And because it was approached from a girl's vantage point, it achieved a remarkably effective result. "My lord," Fong Xyong exclaimed, "when that girl Yin came to inform me, I was incredulous. I truly couldn't believe it. Nay, I feared the imp was deceiving me, only to dash my hopes once more." Fong Xyong advanced directly to Zhang Fan and, with a gentle, embraced him. Indeed, it was not Zhang Fan, as the male, who enfolded Fong Xyong in his arms. Rather, he was the one being embraced. Albeit, considering Zhang Fan's current enfeebled state, it would be implausible for him to support the weight of a fully grown woman, especially since Fong Xyong was quite tall. Not of the petite variety. Through the fabric of her dress, he sensed a softness, accompanied by a delicate, pervasive aroma of flesh. An experience that would typically be quite pleasurable, particularly for a male. However, Zhang Fan's mind was presently occupied with a myriad of questions, leaving him unable to focus on such sensations. Moreover, his recently awakened and fragile body was akin to damp kindling, difficult to ignite. To entertain lascivious thoughts about a woman like her would be a considerable challenge. Zhang Fan recalled that when the Fong Xyong comic was initially serialized, Deng Gu had jestingly remarked to Qingxia that she seemed to suffer from a persecution complex. Having not yet experienced romance but already conjuring up countless methods in her mind to torment her future, adulterous husband. After the initial surge of exhilaration, Fong Xyong seemed to realize the impropriety of embracing Zhang Fan so closely. She promptly retreated 2 steps, bowing once more as she addressed him. "Your Majesty, forgive my earlier indiscretion." Your Majesty had always been Fong Xyong's form of address towards him. Could it be that she was engaging in some form of role-playing, only to slowly subject him to torment once the game had run its course? It wasn't that Zhang Fan was faint-hearted, nor could he be blamed for overthinking the situation. The content of Si Yao's comic was simply too extensive, and Zhang Fan had assisted Si Yao in supplementing a considerable amount of subsequent plot, making him intimately familiar with the character of Fong Xyong. "Your Majesty, come. They will undoubtedly be overjoyed to learn of your awakening." Fong Xyong tenderly assisted Zhang Fan to his feet. Though it was described as assistance, it was more akin to being propped up. "They? Who are they?" Utterly bewildered, Zhang Fan was ushered by Fong Xyong out of the room and into a small courtyard. The courtyard, containing only a well and a loquat tree, was not large. It seemed to follow the pattern of a front hall and back courtyard, with the 2-story building at the front serving as the shop and the row of single-story rooms at the back serving as staff quarters, akin to modern arrangements where the ground floor is a shop and the upper floor is residential. As they were about to leave the courtyard and enter the front hall, Fong Xyong paused, guiding Zhang Fan to look into a small, dimly lit room with a narrow door. With the aid of the meager light, several layers of wine jars could be discerned within. It appeared to be a wine cellar. A man clad in a tailcoat stood before an open cask of liquor, wielding a long-handled spoon, as if savoring the wine or perhaps assessing its quality. The tailcoat, a distinctly modern attire, contrasted sharply with the ancient garb of the maiden who had previously assisted him. At this moment, Zhang Fan had no time to reflect on his own modern ensemble of sweatshirt and boots, which felt equally out of place in this setting. Ming. The master has awakened. The master has truly awakened. Fong Xyong exclaimed excitedly to the figures across from her. Ming. Could it be? The man in the tailcoat took a few steps toward the entrance, his visage gradually becoming clearer. His countenance was notably pale, reminiscent of a young noble from ancient times who was fond of cosmetics, yet there was an unmistakable air of the uncanny about him. The tailcoat he wore was clearly tattered, with visible patches and signs of wear. Ming, it is truly him, Zhang Fan thought in astonishment. This face, this individual, he had sketched countless times. In the 3 years following the dissolution of his studio, a portion of his time had been devoted to creating marketable comics to fund his euthanasia in the Netherlands, while the majority was spent prolonging the lives of his friends' eunuch-themed works. Vampire Ming, he was indeed here. In this moment, Zhang Fan seemed to grasp the meaning behind Fong Xyong's earlier words regarding them. In this world, it is not merely he and Fong Xyong, but also others. The protagonists from various comic narratives, including the formidable demon lords. However, the sight of a vampire clad in a tuxedo, wielding a long-handled ladle within a wine cellar adorned with Chinese aesthetics, seems rather discordant. His identity appears more fitting for a glass of red wine, swirling in a goblet. With lips stained as if kissed by blood, Ming's gaze fell upon Zhang Fan, as if scrutinizing him with keen interest. This scrutiny lacked humility. Indeed, it did not convey an egalitarian sentiment, but rather bore an air of haughty condescension, at least from Zhang Fan's perspective. The vampire Ming's attitude towards him starkly contrasted with that of Fong Xyong. He harbored disdain for Zhang Fan. The character of Ming was crafted by Deng Ge, who, despite presenting a carefree facade, possessed an undeniable pride within. Those in the studio were well aware of this inner arrogance, which was substantiated by the phenomenal success of 2 animated films he led after the studio's dissolution, making him a coveted figure in the eyes of investors. Ming, as the embodiment of Deng Ge's disposition, diverged significantly from him, being a character from a comic. He was liberated from many constraints. In the narrative of Vampire Ming, he would never yield to any opponent, nor would he concede defeat or resort to disingenuousness. Instead, he unwaveringly chose to confront challenges head-on, embracing a confrontational approach. How audacious, yet you do not pay homage to your master, came Fong Xyong's stern admonition. Ming squinted slightly, placing his right hand over his left chest, lowering his head ever so slightly, and spoke. I pay my respects, my lord. Fong Xyong, seemingly infuriated by Ming's lackadaisical demeanor, yet apprehensive of inciting Zhang Fan's ire, whispered to Zhang Fan, my lord, pay him no mind. He possesses the temperament of a cadaver. Let us proceed ahead to meet the others. No sooner had she finished speaking than Zhang Fan found himself once again escorted by Fong Xyong into the main hall. The main hall was considerably spacious, resembling a fusion of a karaoke lounge and a theatrical stage, all while maintaining a vintage charm. As Fong Xyong and Zhang Fan entered, they were greeted by an exclamation of surprise. Zhang Fan turned to see a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, with his bare torso glistening. The man bore a hefty bundle of firewood on his back, and a battered hatchet dangled from his left hip. A woodcutter, family, a character from Su Chong's comic. An earnest, somewhat dull-witted figure, lacking in charm, who relishes chopping wood and, at times, wielding his axe against others, delighting in the act of turning them into mere sticks for his amusement. Fan Li, I pay my respects, my lord. Fan Li's demeanor was markedly more respectful than Ming's. He did not release his burden of firewood, but instead knelt on one knee with genuine sincerity. His voice boomed like a loudspeaker. At that moment, a young man on stage, engaged in striking a massive stone, suddenly turned, directing his gaze towards them. Zhang Fan sensed the weight of his stare and turned to meet it, and in an instant, his mind became hazy, as if he were seeing his former studio companions materializing before him once more. Liang Cheng, no, he is not Liang Cheng. He is the zombie character crafted by Liang Cheng. Interestingly, this character bears the same name, and, in his design, Liang Cheng has rendered him strikingly similar to himself. This zombie Liangcheng leans on a rock with one hand, a smile gracing his lips as he gazes towards this place, observing Zhang Fan. On the opposite side of the stage, a dwarf, adorned in an exaggerated clown costume, emits a piercing scream as he dramatically kneels before Zhang Fan, calling out in a tone that oscillates between weeping and singing. Heavens above, my lord, you have finally awakened. Xiao Sanzi pays his respects to you. Xuesan knelt on one knee, his 3 legs distinctly visible. At that moment, a blind man sauntered in, youthful in appearance, wielding a bamboo pole. As he poked the ground with his pole and grasped the door frame to step over the threshold, he chuckled. What a lively scene. Has the feast begun early? Chapter 5. The grass stage troupe. The feast has commenced. It is morning, and although mealtime is still a bit premature, an early celebration of the Lord's awakening is entirely justifiable. The dining area is situated in the backyard, adjacent to the room where Zhang Fan has awakened. A round table accommodates 7 individuals. Zhang Fan occupies the head of the table. To his left sits Fong Xyong, and to his right is the blind man. This blind man is a character from Qiu's comic. Qiu's father was a civil servant who sacrificed his life in the line of duty, details of which she has not shared with others. Likely only her boyfriend, Yangqing, possesses some knowledge of it. However, in reality, Bei exudes a sense of tranquility and cheerfulness, with a warm smile and an amiable demeanor. The arrangement of the seating is, of course, carefully considered. Fong Xyong and Bei sit on either side of Zhang Fan, ensuring that the atmosphere at the dining table remains pleasant and unstrained. The vampire A Ming and the zombie Liangcheng sit directly opposite, as Fong Xyong believes it best for them to eat at the entrance with their bowls in hand, for who needs to see those cold, expressionless faces? As for Xuesan, he is not fit for the limelight, and his proximity to the host might disturb the latter's appetite. Family, on the other hand, is rather dull and often seeks to engage others in discussions about his experiences with the sharpening of sticks, until it is certain that the host possesses a resilient palate. Fong Xyong does not dare to let him get too close. Come, raise your glasses and celebrate the awakening of our master. From this day forth, we shall have a steadfast anchor. Fong Xyong leads the toast, and everyone rises to raise their glasses in unison. After the toast, the meal commences. Zhang Fan, feeling hungry, demonstrates the courage of one who can conclude his own existence. Having navigated the initial shock and confusion, he now finds himself quite capable of savoring the meal before him. At the table, Fan Li holds an oversized bowl, consuming little in terms of vegetables, but relishing the rice with great delight. Xuesan happily gnaws on a chicken leg. Ming is focused on the bowl of lamb blood stew before him, while Yangqing is busy with the lamb bones. Bei eat slowly and with a leisurely grace, displaying the most refined dining etiquette among them. Seizing the opportunity, Fong Xyong begins to introduce Zhang Fan to the circumstances of their surroundings, starting, of course, with the presence of everyone gathered. Approximately half a year has elapsed since that fateful day when 8 souls materialized on the fringes of a desolate desert. Among them was Zhang Fan, though he remained in a state of unconsciousness while the others were awake. They bore the slumbering Zhang Fan as they cautiously explored their surroundings, eventually settling upon a small town on the desert's edge as their haven. At present, they find themselves in what could be described as an inn, though it encompasses a variety of recreational pursuits, akin to a modern entertainment emporium where one's needs for sustenance, amusement, and repose can be met. For Fong Xyong, this is familiar territory, as she possesses a natural aptitude for commerce. Indeed, she is the only one among them with a knack for business management. Within this inn, Fong Xyong employs a dozen or so young women whose purpose is to cater to the clientele. Ming is responsible for brewing the libations, and his concoctions have garnered considerable renown within the town. As for the blind man, Bei, he has set up a fortune-telling stall at the entrance of the inn, endeavoring to beguile as many passers-by as possible. Fan Li, on the other hand, is tasked with the labor of chopping wood and other menial tasks. Consequently, the inn has enjoyed a steady stream of patronage and has flourished within the town. Subsequently, Fong Xyong began to enumerate Fan Li's shortcomings, noting that while he toils tirelessly, accomplishing the work of 3 individuals, he also consumes the rations of 5. Upon hearing this, the earnest and unassuming Fan Li raised his head, offering a bashful smile, as if slightly embarrassed, before promptly resuming his meal. Fong Xyong began to lament the situation of the blind man, Bei, who had once managed to deceive a considerable number of unsuspecting patrons. The initial capital for their business was largely derived from Bei's clever persuasion. However, in recent months, his clientele had dwindled significantly, and yet he remained unperturbed. dutifully setting up his stall each day without engaging customers or contemplating a strategic shift to attract them. Instead, he leisurely basked in the sun at his doorstep, only to return punctually for meals during mealtime. Bei, upon hearing her words, offered a resigned smile and remarked, "In Tiger Head City, there is but a limited space and a scant number of people. There are only 2 or 3 plump sheep to be found, and I am helpless in this regard." Fong Xyong shot him a disapproving glance. As for the others, she found little fault. The vampire, a Ming, had consistently good sales for his wine, and the caravans passing through would often make a special trip to purchase it. Shui San's performances and storytelling were commendable, and even Liang Qing, despite his reluctance, would perform acrobatics to draw in customers. As for herself, she managed every aspect, both internally and externally, and the group of women under her care proved to be a reliable source of income. Nonetheless, Fong Xyong felt a sense of discontent. This establishment was undoubtedly the most unremarkable among all her ventures. The young women under her supervision were far from delicate, and none possessed skills in music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. Most were of a similar age to her, and some even required her to address them as sister. Alas, Tiger Head City, situated near the desert and in a harsh, cold region, had a limited consumer base. Many patrons were merely passing through to relieve themselves, and the courtesans did not need to possess any artistic talents. It sufficed for them to offer a semblance of pleasure. For Fong Xyong, this situation was akin to a Michelin-starred chef relegated to the role of a street vendor grilling skewers. The sense of professional fulfillment was utterly deplorable. However, at this juncture, Zhang Fan, having already indulged in a substantial amount of food, felt compelled to set down his chopsticks, perplexed by a particular matter. As he surveyed the table, he noted the presence of the vampire Ming, the blind Bei, Fan Li, Shui San, Liang Qing, and, of course, Fong Xyong herself. Logically, they should all be formidable figures, yet here they were, nestled in this small town, pursuing the mundane existence of ordinary livelihoods. This stark contrast seemed utterly incongruous with their personas and the narrative surrounding them. Thus, Zhang Fan inquired, "For the past 6 months, have you all been here, earning a living?" Upon hearing this, Fan Li ceased his meal. Shui San momentarily paused his gnawing on a chicken leg. Ming laid down his chopsticks. Liang Qing frowned at the bones, and Fong Xyong halted her incessant chatter. Ultimately, it was the blind Bei who let out a rueful chuckle and replied, "My lord, from the very first day we awakened, we discovered one undeniable truth." "What truth?" Zhang Fan pressed. "That we have all become mere mortals." Zhang Fan pondered. Ordinary people? Yet, upon reflection, it suddenly appeared quite reasonable. The vampire Ming was now consuming spicy hot pot, while the zombie Liang Qing gnawed on bones. A cadre of once feared demonic beings had settled into this small town, striving to make ends meet. If they had not lost their powers, how could they possibly consent to such a life? Even in the pursuit of experiencing life, one cannot possibly immerse oneself for half a year, can one? However, there is a silver lining. Upon hearing them declare themselves transformed into ordinary beings, Zhang Fan felt a significant alleviation of the pressure that had weighed upon his heart. A toothless tiger, though still capable of delivering a lethal blow, is certainly less daunting than before, is it not? Furthermore, despite the inexplicable reason behind their self-proclamation as my lord, suggesting a sense of allegiance, the thought of commanding these formidable beings in their prime instills a certain trepidation within him. This topic, it seems, has touched upon a sensitive wound, causing the atmosphere at the dining table to dampen considerably. Zhang Fan took a deep breath and turned his gaze towards Fong Xyong, who sat beside him. There was a question he had long wished to ask, but had restrained himself until now. Where is the demon pill? The demon pill refers to the protagonist of Zhang Fan's own comic, a male infant engulfed in an overwhelming aura of fierce resentment. To put it bluntly, when it comes to character development, the creation of a terrifying ambience, and the thrill of the narrative, his colleagues in the studio cannot truly rival his work. It can be said that Demon Pill stands as the most extreme among all the comics produced by the studio. Alongside this character, he is also the most fearsome of the 7 demon lords. Nevertheless, regardless of anything, the Demon Pill is a creation born solely from his own hand. Among the 6 individuals present, although he had contributed several illustrations to their stories during those 3 years, they remain the narratives and characters of others. Only the Demon Pill is entirely his own. Creators often experience a profound sense of attachment to their works, akin to the feelings of a parent towards their child. The assertion that the demon orb is akin to Zhang Fan's offspring is, in truth, far from an exaggeration. If the demon orb were present, Zheng Fan would undoubtedly feel a greater sense of tranquility. It is reminiscent of ancient generals embarking on battles. Without their own trusted subordinates, how could they maintain composure? Meanwhile, Aiming, seated nearby, rose from his chair and entered a room. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, cradling a small box. He placed the box on the table before Zheng Fan and coldly stated, "He is inside." Zheng Fan, taken aback, reached out to open the box, initially fearing it contained the severed head of the demon orb due to its infantile form. Though the box appeared diminutive, it seemed sufficient to hold just a head. However, upon opening it, he discovered merely a black stone. "This is the demon orb?" Fong Xyong cast a jealous glance at the stone within the box and remarked, "My lord, he claims he lacks a physical form, requiring neither sustenance nor water. Hence, he has chosen to seal himself within this stone." Chapter 6. The bloodline. From the conclusion of the meal until evening, Zheng Fan remained alone in the room, the box resting on the vanity before him. The demon orb was confined within. Yet, it was rather disheartening that, despite being awake and seated in front of him, it did not reveal itself to make an appearance. In truth, Zheng Fan had long anticipated such an attitude. He was not swayed by the reverent calls of Fong Xyong and her companions, nor was Qingxia Shuai-san. In public, when insulted, he could be kicked into the mud and still feign delight by barking like a dog, all to please them, yet by nightfall, he would return to their homes to exact vengeance upon their families. Ironically, these two exhibited the most fervent attitudes towards themselves. This cannot be taken at face value. Their true sentiments likely mirror those of the proud vampire Aiming, who is too haughty to disguise his disdain. And what, in their eyes, am I worth? At present, even the character Mo1 under my command regards me with indifference. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude to them. Had I arrived in this world utterly alone, even if I had not lost consciousness, I would have likely perished long ago. Although these demon lords have lost their power, they still manage to carve out a semblance of life in this unfamiliar realm, and I have benefited from their presence. As afternoon approached, the inn commenced its operations, with guests arriving in succession. As night fell, the clamor from the front hall grew increasingly boisterous. Business was thriving, a rather pleasant situation. However, Zheng Fan lacked the enthusiasm to venture outside and explore. Having just awakened to confront this reality, he needed solitude, content to sit quietly without overthinking. Creak. The door to the room swung open. Zheng Fan turned his gaze to see the girl who had been tending to him upon his awakening, whom Fong Xyong referred to as Yun Yadu. She entered, bearing a tray of food, placing it before Zheng Fan. Mother said, "Master, you need some peace. I shall not disturb you, and will go eat in front." Upon hearing this, Zheng Fan nodded. Eating was essential, especially after witnessing vampires and zombies dining earlier today. He seemed to have developed a deeper understanding of the saying, "Man is made of iron, rice is steel." Just as Zheng Fan was about to lift his chopsticks, he suddenly heard a rustling sound. Looking up, he was taken aback to see Yun, the young girl, removing her clothes. What was she up to? Biting her lip, her cheeks flushed, she spoke with a slight tremor in her voice. "Mother said that from today onwards, I am to serve you at night." Zheng Fan chuckled and shook his head, waving his hand. "No need. Put your clothes back on." It wasn't that Zheng Fan was averse to worldly pleasures or desired to be an ascetic. Although he had never truly engaged in a serious romantic relationship in his previous life, he was hardly a novice. The club was akin to water and a sponge. With a little effort, one could always find it. However, as his health had deteriorated over time, he had indeed gone a long while without such experiences, nor had he the energy to contemplate them. Although he awoke to find his physical condition greatly improved, he harbored no thoughts towards this little girl. She was far too young, too inappropriate. In this regard, his aesthetic sensibilities aligned with Qingxia's. If, in the future, after everyone became more familiar, and Fong Xyong were to flirt with him at night, whether he could maintain his composure would indeed be uncertain. But in the face of a mere child, Zheng Fan truly had no thoughts whatsoever. Although it is true that within the realm of manga and the two-dimensional world, many fans are infatuated with characters embodying the lowly aesthetic, Zheng Fan does not belong to this category. However, upon his rejection, Yun Yatu immediately broke into tears, pleading, "Master, if you do not want me, my mother will throw me into the red tent to entertain clients. Please, master, take me. I beg you." In the eyes of the young girl, serving one man, particularly one whom her mother holds in high regard, as a concubine, is decidedly more palatable than being in the red tent with those women, engaging in the sordid trade of flesh. Zheng Fan sighed, acknowledging that this was indeed Fong Xyong's way. Certain aspects of one's character are not easily altered. He could only continue. You may leave now. I will speak to Xyong about your situation. It will be all right. Master, I implore you, master. Leave. Yin Yata departed. Zheng Fan shook his head, reflecting that sometimes too much kindness can be counterproductive. After dinner, Zheng Fan exited his room, intending to get some fresh air. As he reached the courtyard, he happened upon Fan Li, who was emerging from the wine cellar, a jar of wine in each arm. Let me have Xyong tend to your hand, Fan Li said with concern to Ming. Earlier, while fetching wine from the cellar, Fan Li had inadvertently caused a jar to fall. And it was Ming who had caught it, though he sustained a cut from the protruding edge of the jar. It's nothing. I am a vampire. However, we currently find ourselves devoid of strength. I believe it is still necessary to address the situation, even in our weakened state. My recovery will be swifter than yours. Within 3 days, I should be restored. Very well. Fan Li ceased to insist, and, as he continued forward, he spotted Zheng Fan. My lord, Fan Li called out to Zheng Fan with a sincere demeanor, bowing slightly in a gesture of respect. Zheng Fan acknowledged him. My lord, I am going to deliver some wine to the front. Go ahead. Fan Li then proceeded to the front hall with the wine. At that moment, a man dressed in a tattered tailcoat emerged from the wine cellar. He turned to lock the door, and upon turning back, he noticed Zheng Fan standing beneath the loquat tree in the courtyard. He appeared somewhat exasperated, a mix of resignation and a semblance of performing a mere formality. Ming placed his right hand over his left chest, and, with an attitude that conveyed both insincerity and a lack of genuine commitment, greeted Zheng Fan. I have seen the Lord. Are you finished with your tasks? Zheng Fan inquired as he took a few steps closer. Consuming their provisions, drinking their beverages, residing in their quarters, at the very least, one should extend a courteous inquiry. Today's supply of wine should suffice. Ming gently adjusted the cuffs of his sleeves. He must have held a fondness for this garment, yet it was undeniably cumbersome to have a tailcoat tailored here. Not to mention excessively expensive. The one managing the accounts was Fong Xyong, who herself was dressed far more simply than before, naturally disallowing others from indulging in extravagant attire. Is there time to talk? Zheng Fan inquired. Ming glanced earnestly at Zheng Fan and nodded. Zheng Fan took the initiative to walk beneath the loquat tree and seated himself, then beckoned to Ming, indicating that he should join him. Zheng Fan took a deep breath and asked, where exactly is this place? A new world. I understand this is a new world. We have traversed here, haven't we? But which era are we in? Is it ancient? Ming shook his head. Unwilling to share? Zheng Fan probed. I simply do not know. But you have been here for 6 months. Haven tea you sought to inquire? I am only responsible for brewing wine. Then, who might have the answers? Perhaps the blind man. He sits at the entrance every day. But we have arrived in an unfamiliar place, and none of you possess any curiosity about this world or its surroundings. Zheng Fan found this perplexing. Upon entering a new locale, it would be natural to gather information about the place and the world. Those who have played games understand the significance of exploring one's surroundings, especially for a traveler. Not necessary. Not necessary. Because you were unconscious. Because you were unconscious, thus it is deemed unnecessary. Zheng Fan struggled to comprehend this logic. Was the burden truly his to bear? At this moment, Ming's expression suddenly took on an unusual quality. Previously, he had always appeared cold and composed, seemingly indifferent to most matters. Yet now, he emanated a sense of deep inner turmoil, as if preparing to utter words that, given his nature, he typically would not say. My lord, there is no need for you to fear us. Fear? What is there to fear? Zheng Fan's thoughts were laid bare, yet at this moment, admitting to such fear seemed rather inappropriate. Indeed, we look down upon you, very much so. Zheng Fan. However, we shall not abandon you. When you lay unconscious, we did not forsake you, and now that you have awakened, we will continue to stand by your side. Such words were somewhat sentimental. It was no wonder that Ming appeared so conflicted. Indeed, such emotional expressions would be more fitting for Fong Xyong or Xue San. But for him, it felt as if he had mistakenly recited lines from a different script. You won't abandon me? No, we will not abandon you. For those who created us ultimately discarded us. Zheng Fan felt a shiver run through him at this revelation. They are aware that they are characters within a comic. We are all forsaken beings. Ming's gaze lifted slightly, as if seeking solace in the moonlight, and continued. They have cast us aside, but you have not. In the 3 years following the dissolution of the studio, while others have changed their paths, only Zhang Fan remains steadfast, quietly updating the unit comics once cherished by his former companions. With each installment, he endeavors to continue their narratives, ensuring their stories endure. Therefore, we shall not abandon you. Ming's expression grew serious. While he may look down upon you, he affirmed that they would continue to address you as master and would never forsake you. Thank you. Zhang Fan felt that those were the only words he could muster. Since you have been in a deep slumber, the only thing we can do is earn a living here while awaiting your awakening. Everything else seems devoid of significance to us. I understand. Zhang Fan nodded solemnly. Perhaps the blind man, Bei, has more knowledge about this environment. You might inquire with him. All right, I shall do so now. Zhang Fan smiled at Ming and turned to enter the front hall. Meanwhile, Ming, still standing beneath the loquat tree, licked his lips. He was not fond of the tone he had just used, nor the content of his words, yet expressing them seemed to lighten the burden within his heart. Lowering his gaze to his hands, Ming's eyes suddenly glimmered with an unusual hue, for the wound on his palm had healed. Thank you all for your support for the dragon. A new book, a new story, a fresh beginning, and a new journey of companionship. Well, at least during the new book's release, I hope everyone will continue to cast their recommendation votes for the dragon. Thank you for your generous contributions. At last, do not panic. Hold tight to the dragon. Chapter 7. I am blind. Ming's words brought a sense of tranquility to Zhang Fan's tumultuous heart. After all, he was a person who had endured the torment of a terminal illness and had been deeply engrossed in the macabre and twisted art for many years. To label him as mentally unstable would be an oversimplification. It was evident that a few of his mental threads might not align correctly. In this unfamiliar world and bewildering situation, the sentiment of as long as you do not abandon us, we shall not forsake you rendered everything somewhat inconsequential. Zhang Fan sat at a table in the corner of the front hall, while on the second floor, several ants busily attended to the guests. The conditions of Hutu City were modest, the technicians ordinary, and thus the service was naturally commonplace. Yet, Fong Xyong knew how to extract greater value from her limited daughters. One by one, guests entered with cheerful smiles, only to emerge shortly thereafter with expressions of discomfort, their exit as swift as pork on an assembly line. Moreover, the wine brewed by Ming was delightful. To hell with sorrow, to hell with troubles, to hell with restlessness, to hell with reality, to hell with the past. Zhang Fan was intoxicated. When he awoke, daylight had already broken. Zhang Fan sat up in bed and, hearing a commotion, saw Yun Yadu push open the door, carrying a basin of water and a toothbrush. Naturally, there was no toothpaste, and the toothbrush was rather coarse. However, it was a blessing not to be handed a twig. After rinsing his mouth with salt and brushing his teeth, he washed his face and made his way back to the front hall. The inn did not operate in the morning, so aside from a few hired cleaning staff, most people were languidly idle. For breakfast, there was wonton noodles, which were quite delicious. After finishing his meal, Zhang Fan walked to the entrance of the inn. Do not laugh. It had been a day since his awakening, and this was Zhang Fan's first venture outside the inn, although it was merely a small step over the threshold. The unease that had been subdued by alcohol the previous night was once again stirred by the faint apprehension of the unknown. The street was bustling with people, and due to the city's border location, the crowd was a diverse mix. Zhang Fan even spotted several individuals dressed similarly to himself, though they were likely adherents of the Zoroastrian faith. Ding! Beside him, at the fortune-telling stall at the inn's entrance, the blind seer Bei rang a small bell and slightly bowed his head, murmuring, "Good morning, my lord." "Good morning," Zhang Fan replied, leaning against Bei and taking a seat on the steps. Bei did not offer to rise and give his chair to Zhang Fan, but remained seated comfortably. The warm, gentle sunlight bathed him, and a look of contentment graced his face. It was difficult to imagine that a murderer could possess such a tranquil and ordinary demeanor. Zhang Fan pressed his lips together. At that moment, he felt a desire to smoke. "There's water pipe tobacco," Bei suddenly remarked. "Can you see through my heart?" Zhang Fan questioned. "No, I simply sense that you might be inclined to smoke at this moment. As for the water pipe, I'll pass. I'm not accustomed to it. I'll speak with Xingyang later and ask her to find someone to roll some cigarettes. Is tobacco available here?" The blind man, Bei Dun, paused momentarily, seemingly comprehending Zhang Fan's thoughts, and began to explain. "The city we currently inhabit is known as Huchuoqing, situated adjacent to the desert. Its population is modest, numbering around 20 to 30,000. However, due to its location at the intersection of barbarian territories, it serves as a significant transit point for numerous merchant caravans. The patrons of our inn are predominantly merchants, with few locals among them. Zhang Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Previously, Ming had mentioned that their lack of awakening had diminished their interest in exploring this unfamiliar world, deeming it unnecessary. The only individual possessing a slight understanding of this realm was the blind man, Bei, who consistently occupied the inn's entrance. To which domain does this city belong? Zhang Fan inquired further. Bei Dun tapped gently on the table before him and replied, Huchuoqing falls under the influence of the Yin Kingdom. The Yin Kingdom? Zhang Fan echoed. However, it does not appear to align with the historical dynasties of ancient China. As to the south of the Yin, there exists a nation called Qian, along with several others, albeit with fewer merchant caravans. Here, the primary trade is dominated by the merchants of Yin and Qian. On the other side of the desert lie the tribes of the barbarians, who pay homage to a royal court, yet operate independently. Reminiscent of the nomadic peoples of ancient China steppes. Their level of civilization and resources is comparatively underdeveloped, necessitating trade for essential supplies. So, we find ourselves positioned along the border? Zhang Fan surmised. Indeed, quite so, Bei Dun affirmed. Then, is this world merely an ordinary one? In an ordinary world? Evidently. Bei was momentarily unable to grasp the meaning behind Zhang Fan's words. The implication was that the inhabitants here were merely common folk, devoid of magic, martial prowess, or cultivators. To Zhang Fan's perspective, if this realm were indeed an ordinary world, then even if the 7 demon lords under his command could not regain their true strength, they should still be able to lead a semblance of normal life. Blind Bei nodded thoughtfully, stating, It is an ordinary world. Over the past 6 months, I have encountered nothing but ordinary people. That is good, Zhang Fan replied. If we are all starting from the same starting line, at least there is a sense of security and fulfillment to be found. However, at that moment, a sudden clamor of hooves echoed from the far end of the street, as a troop of knights galloped forth. Though Tiger Head City was small, the ability to ride within its confines suggested a significant degree of authority. As the knights drew closer, Zhang Fan observed their uniform armor, adorned with small black flags on their backs, indicative of a cavalry unit, likely officers of the local government or, more broadly, soldiers of the Yin Kingdom. Make way, make way. The leading cavalrymen called out, brandishing whips as they cleared the path, causing chaos among the pedestrians. 2 bystanders, in their haste to evade the oncoming riders, collided with Blind Bei's stall. Fortunately, Zhang Fan had the foresight to grasp Blind Bei's arm, preventing him from being knocked over along with his stall. At that moment, a group of armored soldiers appeared at the opposite end of the street, with those in the front wielding long spears while those behind readied crossbows. The knights were compelled to rein in their steeds, bringing them to an abrupt halt. Yet their faces remained etched with fury. To gallop through the city is a grave offense, bellowed one of the commanders among the armored soldiers. Though Tiger Head City may be diminutive, its status as a border town ensures that the stationed soldiers are well-equipped and possess commendable morale. Such insolence. The Grand Marshal is here, with urgent military matters to convey to the city as commander. Who dares to obstruct? At this proclamation, the soldiers blocking the way momentarily faltered. Even the leading commander was caught off guard. However, the group did not yield. The commander, mustering his courage, shouted, Do you have proof? Yet, his tone had noticeably softened. Suddenly, the ranks of knights parted, revealing a portly figure clad in a blue official robe and adorned with an official cap, who urged his mount to the forefront. This rotund individual, exuding an unmistakable air of authority, appeared to be the leader of the knights. Though corpulent, he emanated a palpable sense of official power. As he emerged from the cavalry, Zhang Fan's mouth slightly gaped in astonishment, not out of intimidation by the official's presence, for modern individuals, much like their ancient counterparts, tend to show deference to authority figures, yet they do not lament as the common folk of your wood. What truly astonished Zhang Fan was the mount beneath this overweight official. Initially, he had assumed it to be a horse, one that towered over those ridden by the other knights, but as the official rode forth, Zhang Fan's eyes were opened to the truth. This is not a horse. Its head bears a resemblance to that of a horse, albeit with a notably larger mouth, a longer visage, and a somewhat less appealing appearance. Atop its head, there protrudes a subtly elevated horn. Furthermore, what initially appeared to be the gleaming armor of a war steed upon closer inspection revealed itself to be scales intrinsic to the creature itself. The rotund official pointed to the steed beneath him and bellowed at the armored soldiers blocking the path. Proof? This is my proof. Is it sufficient? The commander among the soldiers immediately knelt in deference, exclaiming, I pay my respects to your excellency, the envoy of pacification. He promptly ordered his subordinates to step aside and clear the way. Zhang Fan then extended his left index finger and prodded the shoulder of the blind man beside him. Look again, and tell me once more, is this an ordinary world? What? The blind man responded, puzzled. See for yourself, Zhang Fan insisted. But I am blind. Chapter 8. The inn's name. In the inn's rear courtyard, within the bedroom, Zhang Fan's room was surrounded by a small round table filled with people. Naturally, since the master had summoned everyone, business matters were momentarily set aside. Even the wooden box containing black stones was placed upon the table, as all were gathered. The situation was thus. Zhang Fan lifted his teacup and savored a sip of tea. Henceforth, the course of action would ultimately depend on the sentiments of these demon lords. Indeed, even though this group of demon lords now appears as mere mortals, they cannot be measured through the lens of ordinary humanity, despite their loss of power. Blind Bei slightly raised his head, seemingly deep in thought. Meanwhile, Xue San, perched on his chair, glanced from Liang Cheng to a Ming, having no intention of speaking. Fan Li constrained his posture to provide ample space for his two companions to sit comfortably, appearing to be lost in contemplation as well. That stone, unchanged and steadfast, remained in place. This scene rendered Zhang Fan somewhat awkward. To mask his discomfort, he resorted to sipping tea repeatedly. Why was everyone so silent? Last night, Ming's words about unwavering support had warmed Zhang Fan's heart, yet the prevailing silence now made him feel as though he were perched upon a bed of nails. In truth, Zhang Fan's thoughts were quite straightforward. Even Blind Bei had remarked that this was an ordinary world, albeit set in ancient times. However, having witnessed a species that could not possibly exist in such a world, he instinctively felt compelled to share this revelation with the others. Ultimately, it was Fong Xyong who shattered the uncomfortable silence. She rose first, took the teapot from the small table, and poured more tea for her master before sitting down. Turning her serious gaze toward Zhang Fan, and earnestly stating, Master, yes, what you mentioned earlier can be set aside for now. Before we delve into that matter, we wish to pose a question to you, Master. A question? That is, while you were previously unconscious, you have now awakened. Thus, we aspire to ascertain which path your grace intends to embark upon henceforth. Which path? Zhang Fan was somewhat perplexed. How had this devolved into a contention over routes? One path entails leading a tranquil and secure existence in this world for the remainder of your days. We shall safeguard you, ensuring a life of equanimity. You may marry, procreate, and we shall provide for your sustenance and attire. Should you opt for this path, the preceding quandary becomes inconsequential. Irrespective of whether this world is a martial or mundane one, it can ultimately furnish an environment conducive to the survival of ordinary individuals. And the second path? Madame Fong chuckled, Xue San grinned. Fan Li also offered a good-natured smile, and the blind man Bei joined in the mirth. All were amused. Your Grace, this second path. Madame Fong began, gesturing towards the main hall outside. I wonder if your Grace has observed that our inn's signboard bears only the inscription inn, devoid of any prefix. When we initially established the inn, we deliberated on this matter, yet resolved to await your Grace's awakening before appending a prefix to the inn's name. A prefix? Indeed. Your Grace. For instance, whether it shall be named Tongfu Inn or New Dragon Gate Inn rests entirely upon your Grace's discretion. Zhang Fan comprehended. The first path was one of indolence and complacency. The second, one of instigation and enterprise. Your Grace, you may contemplate this thoroughly, Fan Li interjected. Being a man of integrity, he believed that these two paths warranted profound deliberation on Zhang Fan's part. Moreover, Zhang Fan had only awakened for less than 2 days. However, he did not contemplate extensively. The path before him was unequivocal, presenting only 2 choices, either left or right. The answer soon emerged with a clarity that momentarily stunned those gathered around the small table. Even the black stone within the wooden box quivered slightly, a gesture of respect. Master, shall we not reconsider? Fong Xyong's words were imbued with palpable joy. Yet she constrained her emotions to offer a reminder to Zhang Fan. The others present, including the notoriously impassive vampire Ming and the zombie Liang Cheng, exhibited a glimmer of anticipation in their eyes. Xue San licked his lips, his 3 legs becoming increasingly distinct beneath him. They were filled with expectation and overwhelming eagerness. Zhang Fan, however, smiled with unwavering confidence and declared, it is indeed the second path. To speak candidly, I have always been drawn to thrilling and terrifying experiences, for they invigorate me and provide a sense of exhilaration. Regrettably, in my previous world, I could only grasp that atmosphere through the medium of comics. Moreover, in this realm, apart from you all, I possess no family or ties, rendering me devoid of any attachments. To take a hypothetical step back, I am someone who has already faced death. Thus, each day spent in this world is a gain for me. Therefore, why should I choose to languish in a state of mere existence? It would be far more worthwhile to seek out engaging activities. Even if the endeavor comes to an end, one might as well consider it the conclusion of a game. After all, the one who invested in this venture is oneself, leaving no room for regret. The smiles upon everyone's faces grew more vibrant. Fong Xyong rose to her feet, directing her gaze towards Bei, who had been lost in thought, staring blankly at the sky. Bei nodded, placing his hands on the table, deftly tapping as if the small round table before him were a grand piano. However, he did not succumb to the allure of self-amusement. Instead, he spoke. Shuesan. Got it. Shuesan clicked his tongue and shifted to rest his feet on the chair, his petite frame swaying with eagerness. Shuesan, being diminutive, had once taken on the role of a gentleman before becoming a formidable figure, a vocation that indeed suited his stature. Understood. Shuesan was visibly excited, his swaying growing more animated, like a little boat rocking with the tide. Ali. Fan Li clenched his fists, responding with vigor. I remember. Fan Li nodded emphatically. In fact, assigning Fan Li to assess the situation in the desert also served to establish a contingency plan for everyone, as the comparatively unstructured environment of the desert would facilitate their arrangements more than the rigid framework of Yin country. The wife of the city patrol officer had long suffered from childlessness and had once consulted me for guidance. I shall take the initiative to visit her this afternoon with some talismans. Immediately thereafter, the blind Bei turned his attention to Fong Xyong, saying, Xyong, you shall entertain guests tonight. Indeed, shortly I shall release the news. Tonight, I shall personally entertain guests, with the highest bidder prevailing. Blind Bei nodded, acknowledging that despite their differing temperaments and social standings, their essence remained the same. Even those who appeared simple-minded were far from possessing pure hearts. Moreover, in the half-year that Zheng Fan lay in a coma, they had deepened their mutual understanding, ensuring seamless cooperation when the time came for action. Fong Xyong was a flower, a vibrant and mature blossom, yet she never engaged in receiving guests. Her role was solely to manage the young women under her care. Over the past 6 months, many men in Qingxia had shown interest in her. By releasing the news and inviting bids, she aimed to exclude the common folk, hoping to ensnare a significant figure as a guest and extract valuable information about this world from him. The ordinary populace lived their lives in a haze, and barring any major upheavals, they would likely continue in this manner, working, paying taxes, laboring, and facing the cycle of life and death. Just as the guests at the inn over the past 6 months had remained oblivious to the wonders of the high martial world, it could be that they instinctively rejected such notions, preferring to wait patiently for Zheng Fan's awakening. Blind Bei then gestured towards a Ming and Liang Cheng. Although they were ordinary individuals, they still retained certain characteristics. Liang Cheng was capable of performing remarkable feats such as shattering stones with his chest. A Ming, Liang Cheng, you are entrusted to assist Xyong. Let us not incur any misfortunes that would result in the loss of both the lady and our resources. Even if Fourth Lady is destined to be consumed, it should be by our esteemed leader first. Otherwise, it would be a pity to waste such perfectly tender meat. This jest lacks humor, for it displays a lack of respect for others. Yet, laughter erupts from everyone, including Fourth Lady, who, amidst her chuckles, shyly casts a flirtatious glance at Zheng Fan. They are a band of ruthless fiends, merciless killers. Why would they concern themselves with such trivialities? It is Zheng Fan, however, who feels a sense of awkwardness from this last jest, clearly indicating that he has yet to fully acclimatize to their atmosphere. Simultaneously, he is taken aback by the fervent energy exhibited by this group at that moment. During the 6 months of his unconsciousness, they had been diligently running their business. Yet this was not their true nature. Unbeknownst to him, a thread seems to connect him to them, as they await his awakening, anticipating his command. A Ming remarked, before you awaken, it is a futile endeavor. Ultimately, Blind Bei suddenly expressed a lament, saying, if only our strength could be restored, even a fraction of it, we would be far more at ease. A heavy silence fell upon them, clearly touching upon a shared sorrow. There is no rush. We will find a way. Let us eat first. Zheng Fan stepped forth, assuming a leadership role to ease the tension. Everyone, showing him respect, picked up their chopsticks and began to eat and drink. A Ming silently took a bite of the blood stew, only to quietly spit it back into his bowl. Fong Xyong looked at Ming with some confusion and inquired, "Did the chef perform poorly today?" Ming nodded and replied, "It was dreadful." Chapter 9. The demonic Leap Blind Bay had almost assigned tasks to everyone, which was quite in line with his persona. Throughout history, many artistic works have depicted fortune tellers and strategists predominantly as blind individuals. However, the role of a strategist is highly competitive with limited positions available, leading to a predominance of blind fortune tellers. These nuances, however, were not portrayed in a Cho's comic. Instead, it presented a self-proclaimed demon of justice in a fictional courtroom. Yet, one must remember that individuals are not mere illustrations that cannot be confined to a single dimension. Thus, in this world, as characters break free from the constraints of the comic, they become vibrant and alive. Subsequently, everyone began preparing for the tasks ahead. Fong Xyong first instructed several young servants at the inn to spread the word that she would personally attend to guests. Reminiscent of a certain idol from an island nation suddenly announcing a foray into adult films. Xuesen squatted by the well in the courtyard, a whetstone before him as he commenced sharpening his tools. However, he was honing small daggers and pliers, likely a standard set for a gentleman of the shadows. Zheng Fan, curious, approached and squatted beside him, asking, "What about your sword?" Zheng Fan recalled that in the comic, Xuesen was depicted with a large iron sword slung across his back. Perhaps a reflection of the author's fondness for contrasting imagery. Has it disappeared? Upon entering this world, everyone, apart from the garments adorning their bodies, was devoid of any possessions. Zheng Fan nodded in understanding, so that was the case. At that moment, a tinge of regret filled his heart. Recognizing that the items these individuals wielded in comic books would undoubtedly be considered artifacts in reality, it must have been arduous for them. Zheng Fan refrained from venturing into the front hall. To be candid, he felt a twinge of trepidation confronting the unknown. The thought of sitting in the front hall, awaiting the arrival of guests in the afternoon, each adorned in attire starkly dissimilar from modernity, was suffocating in its uncertainty. Yet, he found himself irresistibly drawn to explore this enigma. Perhaps he had yet to acclimatize, akin to a typical person watching a horror film, experiencing both pain and pleasure simultaneously. His slumber extended far longer than anticipated, and upon awakening, he realized that darkness had enveloped the outside world. How remarkably capable he was of sleeping. Zheng Fan chuckled to himself in self-deprecation. In truth, he had contemplated whether he could offer any assistance otherwise. Being incessantly referred to as master by them left him feeling rather embarrassed. However, Zheng Fan was acutely aware that he was likely of little help. Forcing himself to assist might inadvertently lead to complications. Perhaps it would be more beneficial to rest peacefully in the house, allowing them to regard him as a lucky charm, thus bringing them greater joy. Exiting his room and stepping into the courtyard, he fortuitously encountered Ming. Ming stood in the shadow of the wine cellar entrance, seemingly wielding a small file, as if tending to his nails. As Ming sensed Zheng Fan's approach, he lifted his gaze and addressed him, continuing to trim his nails. Zheng Fan replied, hesitating for a moment before inquiring, "Is there any way I can assist you?" Ming paused, his expression suggesting a depth of meaning as he remarked, "In truth, my lord, you have already rendered significant assistance." Zheng Fan found himself at a loss for words, interpreting Ming's comment as implying that his mere presence was a form of aid. However, Ming continued, "The bidding over there has concluded, albeit with some complications." "What complications?" Zheng Fan asked. "The sum offered by the highest bidder has escalated considerably." Zheng Fan had never doubted Fong Xyong's allure. Men's tastes varied widely, with some favoring petite forms while others preferred more robust figures, some enchanted by soft coos while others by deeper tones. Yet Fong Xyong, envisioned by Qingxia as a flawless and mature woman, possessed an undeniable magnetism in every subtle gesture. A reliable method to discern a man's lechery involves placing one's finger between his upper lip and nose. If he breathes out, it indicates his lascivious nature. Accompanying that gentleman was a retainer, who, though labeled as such, bore more resemblance to a bodyguard. This young master had recently arrived in Huchuoqing, having summoned 2 women from a brothel in the eastern part of the city, only for them to enter the inn and later be carried out, one still alive, while the other succumbed to her injuries. He compensated the brothel, and as a result, no trouble ensued. According to the prior arrangement, Fong Xyong intended to open the doors to clientele this time, aiming to ensnare a substantial catch, with the objective of extracting the worldview of this individual through interrogation. To ensure safety, this catch was to be disposed of post-interrogation, following the sharing of insights. Liang Qing or Ming would don the garments of this individual and exit the inn with an air of nonchalance, thereby absolving the establishment of any suspicion. Initially, the plan was to target only this individual, as men are often the least vigilant in the presence of women. However, the unexpected presence of a bodyguard introduced numerous uncertainties. Additionally, Ming mentioned that this individual commanded the highest price, overshadowing all others. The wealthier and more distinguished the individual, the stronger the capabilities of their guards. Engaging in a perilous game with a demon could lead to dire consequences. What if we resort to poisoning? Suggested Zhang Fan. I have observed that this bodyguard, while seated beside his master upon entering the inn, has neither consumed alcohol nor partaken of any food. Such a bodyguard would demand to remain perpetually alert, thus complicating matters further, especially considering the demon lords under Zhang Fan's command were still mere mortals. Since the scheme is too audacious, it would be prudent to abandon it. Zhang Fan was reluctant to incur any losses for them. Aiming grinned, his teeth gleaming white, and shook his head, remarking, "The more formidable the retainer, the more it signifies the master's vast knowledge, thereby amplifying the value of our endeavor. Furthermore, Madame C has already accepted their coin. It would be unconscionable to compel her to sleep with them. Indeed, my lord, if you wish to assist, could you please carry this wine jar to the front hall? Considering the hour, the moment is nigh." Very well. Zhang Fan's gaze swept the ground, alighting upon a small wine jar, which he promptly bent down to lift. Heavens! It's heavy. It's filled with incense ash. Is this to be used as a means of ambush? Precisely. My lord, when the moment is opportune, hurl it at the guard. The rest will be entrusted to Liang Qing and myself. Understood, understood. Zhang Fan nodded vigorously. Your lordship should proceed ahead. Liang Qing will await at the staircase of the front hall. And what of you? Aiming gestured toward the south side of the courtyard, where a ladder stood, leading directly to the second floor of the front hall. I shall ascend the ladder and infiltrate Madame C's chamber, where I'll subdue the primary target. The guard is stationed in the outer room. Once you initiate the assault, I will ambush him from behind. Very well. Although in his comic narratives, Zhang Fan had purportedly slain countless individuals, steeped in blood and infamy, in truth, he was but a keyboard warrior, perhaps one with a more vivid imagination. He had never even slaughtered a chicken, and as for killing a man, well, he had indeed taken a life, his own. Zhang Fan entered the front hall, holding a small wine jar, where Liang Qing was indeed waiting at the staircase. Upon seeing Zhang Fan approaching with the jar, Liang Qing appeared somewhat taken aback, his surprise mingled with a hint of anger. Who sent you here, master? He furrowed his brow, clearly displeased. Zhang Fan, feeling a twinge of unease, could only reply, I followed your orders and fled after smashing the incense ashes. He sensed that Liang Qing viewed him as ineffectual, merely a nuisance, which accounted for his dissatisfaction. Yet, what followed was a chilling remark from Liang Qing that astonished Zhang Fan. The safety of our master cannot be compromised. Is he concerned for me? I smashed it and ran. I won't come to harm. Besides, you are here too, aren't you? It seemed that upon witnessing Zhang Fan's insistence, Liang Qing reluctantly nodded in agreement. He then turned and descended the stairs, with Zhang Fan naturally trailing behind, still clutching the wine jar. Deep down, Zhang Fan felt that their current course of action was somewhat reckless. Fan Li had accompanied the merchant caravan to the desert to gain insight into the barbarian tribes. Shuesen went to the government office to pilfer documents, and the blind Bei was enticing a general's wife. Surely, these efforts should suffice, shouldn't they? Yet, the inn had resolved to acquire intelligence through more drastic measures. Success would be fortuitous, but what if they failed? A rational individual would ensure they possessed sufficient strength before undertaking such actions, while a madman would plunge headlong into chaos regardless of their capabilities. Furthermore, with the operation already set in motion, the arrow was knocked, and there was no time to contemplate alternatives. Fong Xyong had already ushered their guest into her chamber. It would be unthinkable to allow Fong Xyong to actually let that man spend the night, would it? In the courtyard, after Zhang Fan entered the front hall, Ming lingered for a moment at the entrance of the wine cellar. Indeed, he still held that small phial in his hand, yet contrary to Zhang Fan's previous assumptions, he was not merely grooming his nails. Instead, he repeatedly pierced the tip of the phial into his palm. Thud, thud, thud. One wound after another was inflicted, only to be followed by an astonishingly rapid healing of each injury, visible to the naked eye. At last, Ming ceased his self-destructive actions, raised his gaze toward the dim moon of the evening, and smiled. Chapter 10. The Awakening of the Blood Clan. Liang Qing walked ahead, while Zhang Fan trailed behind. The second floor housed numerous rooms, primarily designated for the work of the handmaidens under the employ of Xingyang. According to local customs, many red headscarves adorned the doorways, reminiscent of modern barbershops displaying signs yet lacking even a single clipper. Xingyang's quarters were situated at the innermost part. In truth, she resided in a side room at the back courtyard and never entertained guests. This time, in preparation for action, she chose a room located in the northwest corner of the second floor, the furthest inward. The room was divided into two sections, an inner chamber and an outer chamber. As Liang Cheng pushed open the door, Zheng Fan beheld the guard seated there, sword cradled in both hands. The attire worn by the guard bore little distinction from that of the merchants, save for the fact that his back stood remarkably straight and his eyes were half closed. It was worth noting that his master was currently engaged in a rather indulgent affair within the inner chamber, yet he maintained a strict demeanor, a testament to the accuracy of Ah Ming's prior assessment of him. When Liang Cheng and Zheng Fan entered, the guard opened his eyes and cast a glance in their direction. "What brings you here?" the guard inquired. "Following the innkeeper's instructions, we have come to deliver some wine. Our establishment is renowned in Tiger Head City for its exceptional quality," replied Liang Cheng. "I do not drink," the guard promptly declined. Liang Cheng, having encountered numerous formidable figures, recognized that even in his human guise, the demon lord's audacity was unmatched by ordinary men. Thus, upon the guard's outright refusal, Liang Cheng gestured toward the door to the inner chamber. "You misunderstand, esteemed guest. This is wine sent in accordance with our innkeeper's orders for her and the distinguished guests, not for your consumption." The guard paused, clearly taken aback. While his refusal to drink stood firm, the needs of the master within were another matter entirely. To be frank, he, raised as a loyal soldier within a family of assassins, found little understanding in the playful nuances of such affairs. Yet it seemed his master was well versed in these matters. At home, things were manageable, but once outside, the constraints vanished entirely, leading to escapades that had seen his master charm several women along the way. Zheng Fan had been trailing behind Liang Cheng, constantly seeking an opportunity. From the very moment the door swung open, he felt a presence fixated upon him. However, at that instant, the sensation abruptly vanished. Clearly, the guard had momentarily lost focus. Without hesitation, Zheng Fan, despite his lack of experience in such matters and the absence of any prior signals from Liang Cheng, sensed that this was his moment. With a low growl, he raised the wine jar in his hand and hurled it directly at the seated guard. "Is it beautiful?" "Indeed, it is, exceedingly so. This young master has never before encountered such exquisite sights." "What is this called?" "It is called stockings. Do you fancy them?" "Absolutely, I adore them. I have many more in various colors. As the long night stretches on, I shall change one by one for you, my lord, allowing you to choose your favorite. Let me wear it and serve you well." Huta City is merely a remote outpost, adjacent to the desert, naturally lacking in many comforts. This deficiency manifests in various aspects. For instance, the women under Xingyang's employ can manage the patrons of Huta City, yet their service can be rather lackluster. It is, after all, a small place, where pretensions of wealth are few and far between. Though I am unaware of how the tender realms of Yan's mainland have progressed. Xingyang is a seasoned proprietor of brothels, having operated in various eras and locales within the realm of comic narratives. With a flair for elegance and charm, she presents modern styles of stockings, enough to ensnare the soul of this seemingly affluent young master. "How about this one? It looks splendid. And this one? Equally exquisite. What of this? Beautiful, truly breathtaking." One by one, Xingyang donned the stockings, draping the discarded ones around the young master's neck, intoxicating him with their scent. At that moment, Xingyang suddenly tightened her grip. The stockings that once adorned his neck transformed into binding ropes. Despite her relentless effort, the young master struggled fiercely. Just then, a figure stealthily entered through the window, observing the unfolding scene with amusement rather than alarm. However, noticing Xingyang's apparent struggle, Ming furrowed his brow in contemplation. Yet, this was not a time for reflection. He approached the bedside, casually seizing a hairpin from the vanity. As he reached the young master from behind, he raised the pin, and with a swift thrust, it pierced the nape of the young master's neck. The young master convulsed momentarily before succumbing to unconsciousness. Xingyang released her grip, collapsing onto the bedside, gasping for breath, her thin attire soaked with sweat. He won't die, will he?" Ming shook his head, asserting his composure. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the outer room, the sound of a wine jar shattering. Zheng Fan had hurled it down, hoping for the best outcome, that the jar would incapacitate the guard. Yet, it was evident that events were not unfolding in that favorable direction. Perhaps the guard had indeed lowered his guard momentarily, but his reflexes were astonishingly swift. With a hum, the sword cradled in his arms was drawn in an instant, shattering the wine jar that had been thrown at him. The jar splintered. Yet the fragrant remnants still scattered towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, Liang Qing extended his arms downward, seizing 2 iron hammers that fell into his grasp. He lunged forward like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, wielding the iron hammers to strike at the guard. Clang! However, the guard's prowess was remarkable. Even after being attacked, his senses remained sharp despite his impaired vision. He deftly raised his sword, easily deflecting Liang Qing's iron hammers, which failed to make contact. Liang Qing's gaze sharpened. He pulled his hands down, creating an opening, and thrust the hammers forward once more. The guard's sword shifted in response, slicing horizontally. As he anticipated that Liang Qing would retreat, unless the latter was also a desperate fighter. But Liang Qing did not withdraw. Thud! The tip of the sword struck Liang Qing's abdomen, yet his iron hammers simultaneously pierced the guard's shoulder. The guard was momentarily taken aback. The pain in Liang Qing's ferocious resolve caused him to falter. He sensed that Liang Qing must have been clad in protective armor, for his sword met a distinct resistance upon penetrating the opponent. He could never have imagined that the one who was now attacking him was the very same individual who frequently showcased his prowess in breaking stones at the inn. Though presently he appeared to be an ordinary person, he was, after all, a zombie. Just as Liang Qing believed he had gained the upper hand and was preparing to inflict further injury upon his adversary, a faint blue light suddenly emanated from the body of the guard. After smashing the wine jar, Zheng Fan stood to the side, not for lack of intent to flee as previously agreed upon, but because the time from when he shattered the jar to when Liang Qing commenced his assault was merely a few breaths. He had yet to make his escape. Thus, Zheng Fan witnessed the light surrounding the guard. Was this inner strength, battle aura, or something entirely different? Although he could not ascertain its nature. Recalling the peculiar steed he had observed at the inn's entrance earlier that morning, he could at least surmise that this was certainly not an ordinary ancient world. Liang Qing, engaged in combat with the guard, felt the change most acutely. After the fleeting glimmer of blue light, he sensed a sudden doubling of the opponent's strength, which not only completely disarmed his iron club with the sword, but also allowed the guard to lift his leg and deliver a powerful kick. Bang! Zheng Fan watched in disbelief as Liang Qing was sent flying by the guard's kick, crashing through the door. In that moment, Zheng Fan's heart plummeted. He had indeed caught a significant prey, but this formidable foe seemed capable of devouring him whole. Yet, after propelling Liang Qing away, the guard did not pursue Zheng Fan with the intent to kill. Instead, he rushed toward the inner room, for in his eyes, his master was of utmost importance. Creak! As the guard rushed to the door of the inner room, it swung open from within. Ming stood directly at the threshold, clutching a jade hairpin in his hand. The guard immediately let out a low growl, and the blue light reappeared, albeit significantly dimmer than before. Even though the guard's eyes were still unable to open due to the incense ash, his sword remained sharp. Be careful! Zheng Fan managed to shout to Ming in time. Ming seemed momentarily stunned, as if he had not anticipated that upon opening the door, he would face an imminent attack. Consequently, he was unable to evade the strike, or so it appeared to Zheng Fan. With a sudden thrust, the guard's sword pierced Ming's abdomen, the sheer force driving the blade through his body and pinning it to the doorframe. Ming's body began to tremble slightly, his head tilting back, hair cascading down. Who sent you? Speak, he demanded, his voice laced with a frantic edge. He had merely accompanied his master for a night of indulgence, never expecting to be ambushed in a brothel. Ming's head gradually lowered, his body still quaking. Yet a maniacal smile adorned his face. Ha ha ha! A laugh emerged from his throat. Assassins? The guard was perplexed. These attackers were indeed assassins. Damn it! Why were there so many undaunted souls in this brothel? The one he had previously wounded, who fought fiercely despite his injury, and now this one, who had been pierced by a sword. Who could it possibly be? Which family has orchestrated such a multitude of invaluable assassins to strike against themselves and their master? Ming's laughter incited great irritation within the guard, his hand gripping the sword's hilt, plunging it into Ming's body. Indeed, the tremors coursing through Ming intensified. The guard, blinded, assumed this was merely Ming enduring excruciating pain. However, Zheng Fan, standing nearby, discerned the chilling delight manifesting more vividly on Ming's face. In the next moment, Ming opened his mouth, revealing two elongated fangs that gradually emerged, and then he sank them into the guard's neck. Chapter 11. Desire. The fangs pierced the guard's throat, akin to two straws inserted into a milk teacup. Aside from a harrowing scream that initially escaped his lips, the guard was soon left with only muffled whimpers, as his blood frantically surged towards his neck, then flowed into Ming's mouth. In such a condition, even if one wished to cry out, no sound would emerge, replaced instead by a suffocating weight of impending death. The guard could almost hear the sound of blood cascading like a gentle stream, as his strength, vitality, and even his very soul seemed to detach from his body. He fought against this fate, refusing to succumb, though blind and unaware of the demon that confronted him. His sword continued to reflect his unwillingness to yield to death. With a sudden jolt, the blade stirred within Ming's body, penetrating deeply. His form trembled, yet the smile of satisfaction upon his visage grew increasingly pronounced. For Ming, this sensation, this warmth, this flavor, had been long yearned for. Blood, sacrifice, this is mine, a grand feast. As the door to the inner chamber swung open, and a guard lunged forward with his sword aimed at Ming, Zhang Fan instinctively seized a nearby chair as his weapon. Liang Cheng was sent flying, his fate uncertain. At that moment, escape was the furthest thought from his mind, for this world was utterly foreign to him. Apart from this inn and the 6 individuals surrounding him, where else could he turn? However, Ming's transformation and the subsequent unfolding of events left Zhang Fan bewildered. Was it not said that everyone had reverted to ordinary beings? Nonetheless, circumstances appeared to be shifting favorably for him. Fong Xyong also appeared at the doorway, and as she beheld the scene before her, her expression was devoid of shock. Instead, it radiated sheer exhilaration. He has returned, not completely, but even a trace of his former self was evident, though the reasons behind this revival remained unclear. The question lingered. What of me? 6 months of mundane existence had felt like a torment for those who once wielded great power. Thus, even after everyone had become ordinary. When Zhang Fan chose an alternative path, excitement blossomed in the eyes of all present. They are unwilling to succumb to mediocrity, to live the ordinary life of birth, aging, illness, and death. Even if they lose their strength, even if their former capabilities fade, their hearts remain resolute against the mundane. Moreover, now she has witnessed power. The skin of the guard began to wrinkle, his body resembling a deflated balloon, rapidly wilting away. At last, with a thud, the guard's form collapsed, leaving behind a figure, aiming, whose feet were still suspended, impaled to the door by his own longsword. Blood still lingered at the corners of Aiming's lips. He extended his tongue, lingeringly savoring the taste, seemingly reluctant to waste any essence. Then, he bent his head, gazing at his disheveled abdomen and the sword that continued to pin him in place. Aiming reached out, yet found the hilt just beyond his grasp. Zhang Fan quickly realized the urgency, abandoning the chair in his hand to rush to Aiming's side, instinctively attempting to grasp the hilt, yet hesitating momentarily. It seemed that when one is pierced by a sharp object, one cannot simply extract it without risking greater injury. But did Aiming truly belong to such a fate? My lord, how much longer will you linger? Zhang Fan grasped the hilt with both hands, tentatively inquiring. Shall I pull it out? Pull, came the response. Zhang Fan summoned his strength. On the first attempt, he was unable to dislodge it. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his resolve once more, this time exerting all his might. With a pop, the longsword was drawn from the sheath by Zhang Fan, and he was propelled backwards several steps by inertia before managing to steady himself. Ming fell from the wooden plank, and due to the catastrophic damage to his abdomen, a grotesque array of mangled organ fragments spilled onto the ground upon impact. This scene was undeniably intense. A pungent, iron-rich scent of blood began to permeate the air, causing Zhang Fan's throat to instinctively convulse, yet he managed to restrain himself. However, in light of the current predicament, he found himself at a loss for what to do. Fortunately, the next sequence of events unfolded without his intervention. Fong Xyong emerged from the inner room and, without hesitation, kicked Ming's head, inquiring, "Shall I procure a coffin for you?" "Yes," came the reply. Subsequently, she gestured towards the sanguine puddle on the ground and remarked, "No need. The blood has been sufficiently absorbed. As long as the head remains intact, all is well." TSK, TSK, TSK. Upon hearing this, Fong Xyong expressed envy, exclaiming, "You vampires certainly have it easy." Ming, surprisingly, was still able to laugh, though his voice emerged weak and faint due to the dire state of his neck. "If you desire convenience, I could bite you," he offered. "This would make you my progeny and transform you into a vampire." "All right." Let us discuss that when I truly begin to age, she replied, to save myself the expense of cosmetics. After a brief pause, Fong Xyong leaned down, scrutinizing Ming's face, and continued, when will that be? For the past 6 months, everyone has been diligently striving to live as ordinary individuals, when, unexpectedly, a turncoat emerged from our ranks. Yesterday, with considerable effort, Ming turned his head, directing his gaze towards Zhang Fan, who stood there still clutching his sword. My lord has awakened. In that instant, Zhang Fan noticed that Fong Xyong's gaze upon him had become intensely fervent, a fervor imbued with a potent madness and yearning, profoundly embodying the very essence of ravenous hunger. Xyong's ardent gaze made Zhang Fan somewhat uneasy. However, discerning that Ming, despite his poor condition, was likely to be all right, Zhang Fan promptly cast aside the long sword he held onto the ground and hastened to the other side, assisting Liang Qing, who had been previously stabbed and kicked away, to his feet. This marked the first time Zhang Fan had made physical contact with Liang Qing. He felt rather heavy, and most distinctly, his skin was cold. Liang Qing's shirt had a large tear, and there was a wound on his chest as well, though it did not appear to be very deep. The blood that flowed was not copious, but it was black in color, reminiscent of petroleum. Are you all right? Zhang Fan inquired with concern. Liang Qing shook his head. I'm fine. Had an ordinary person sustained such a blow, the likelihood of being bisected would have been high. But Liang Qing, after all, was a professional performer who routinely demonstrated chest-breaking feats at the tavern. To say he was thick-skinned would not be an exaggeration in the slightest. Tidy up and get them away from here first, Fong Xyong instructed. The guard has already been killed, and that young gentleman has been captured alive. What remains to be done is not to hastily interrogate him about the worldview, but to attend to the aftermath first. My lord, I must trouble you to come with me for a moment. With that, Xyong glanced at Liang Qing, who was clutching his wound, and gestured towards the still form of Ming lying on the ground. Please assist him in tidying up. Liang Qing, though somewhat weakened, nodded and reached for a piece of colorful ribbon from the room to hastily bandage his own chest wound before beginning to clean up the motionless Ming. Zhang Fan was then led into the inner room by Xyong, where the young gentleman, his neck ensnared by stockings, lay unconscious beside the bed, utterly still. Does my lord have a fondness for stockings? Xyong inquired as she seated Zhang Fan at the vanity. Most men do not harbor a dislike for them, do they? If you enjoy them, I shall wear them solely for your pleasure next time. As she spoke, Xyong retrieved various items from the vanity drawer and began to extract something from a small jar, incessantly rubbing it between her hands before applying it to Zhang Fan's face. The scent was somewhat pungent, and there was a burning sensation on his skin. Zhang Fan was uncertain of her intentions, too intimidated to voice his thoughts or inquiries. He merely remained seated in silence. My lord, you may close your eyes for now. Very well. Zhang Fan complied, feeling Xyong's hands swiftly working on his face. Is this makeup? Or perhaps a disguise? In approximately 10 minutes, Xyong gently massaged Zhang Fan's shoulders and said, Master, you may open your eyes now. Upon doing so, Zhang Fan was astonished to see in the bronze mirror a striking transformation. He bore a remarkable resemblance to the guard, almost 7 parts alike. Master, we must first strip that person's clothing to wear, while I tidy myself up here, she continued. Although donning the attire of the deceased is considered a taboo, given that the individual is already dead, such superstitions no longer hold sway. Zhang Fan nodded obediently, and upon pushing the door open, he observed that the floor had already been cleaned by Liang Qing. Nearby stood a wooden tub, containing the remnants of what had just exited from Ming's stomach. If thoroughly washed, it could serve as the base for a hot pot feast. Ming himself was ensconced in another bathtub, with only his head visible. Liang Qing pointed to a corner where the guard's garments lay stacked, saying, There are some bloodstains. Master should find a few silks to bind and conceal them. Oh, very well. Without further hesitation, Zhang Fan began to change his clothing right there. Just as he finished, Xyong emerged from the inner room. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Zhang Fan was still taken aback. The figure before him was no longer Xyong, but rather that of a young gentleman. The art of disguise was indeed masterfully executed. While it might reveal imperfections when applied to others, or even himself, it was flawlessly adept when utilized upon his own visage. Sister C approached Zhang Fan, holding a pouch of white powder and silk, attending to his hair while discreetly concealing the bloodstains on his garment. At that moment, Zhang Fan couldn't help but exclaim, It's astonishingly similar. Sister C chuckled, a hint of pride in her voice. My lord, my art of disguise was once considered the second greatest sorcery in the East. And what holds the first place? Zhang Fan inquired. Enough, she replied. It is done. Sister C then retrieved the sword, sheathing it before placing it in Zhang Fan's hands. My lord, let us descend. This was the prearranged plan. Having arrived at the inn, they must allow the guests to depart, thereby clearing the establishment. Zhang Fan mimicked the imposing demeanor of a preceding guard, cradling the long sword in his arms as he followed Sister C down the staircase. Upon catching sight of the two figures, a table of patrons could not restrain themselves and burst into laughter. Oh, was it not a night of revelry? How is it that so soon they are unable to continue? They guffawed heartily. Indeed, that innkeeper is of an age where she could draw on the very earth. Look, they seem eager to flee, fearing they might be drained dry if they linger. What a pity, what a pity! That brazen woman, had I but brought sufficient silver today, I would have surely rendered her utterly spent upon her bed, never to part from me thereafter. Sister C, upon hearing this, wore an expression of indignation, scanning the surroundings before retorting, vulgar and unreasonable. Her reprimand felt feeble, yet her cheeks flushed as if caught in a moment of embarrassment. Zhang Fan, maintaining an impassive demeanor while gripping his sword, trailed behind Xingyang. Lacking her theatrical flair, he dared not embellish his role at such a moment. The young gentleman's embarrassment only served to amuse the patrons at the tables, who responded with unabashed laughter and a torrent of crude remarks. Quickening his pace, the young man hastily exited the inn, as though he could not bear to linger even a moment longer. In one hand, he clutched a bundle of delicacies, while the other held exquisite silk fabric. It was evident that Blind Bay had attended to the wife of the city patrol officer with great care, not only keeping her company until the late hours but also providing her with splendid gifts upon her departure. As they crossed paths at the entrance, both exchanged subtle nods before the ones entering continued inside and those leaving proceeded out. Zhang Fan followed closely behind Xingyang as they traversed the street. Truth be told, this was his first venture so far from home. Previously, the farthest he had wandered was to Blind Bay's fortune-telling booth at the inn's entrance. After about a quarter of an hour, Xingyang swiftly turned into a nearby alley, and Zhang Fan instinctively followed her in. The alley resembled the traditional hutongs of old Beijing, with tightly clustered doors lining either side. Xingyang produced a key and unlocked a door, gesturing for Zhang Fan to enter. Oh, well then, did we almost encounter an unforeseen mishap? Blind Bay inquired, seated beside a bath barrel, peeling an orange. Perhaps. We somewhat underestimated this world, replied a Ming, who sat calmly in the bath barrel. Indeed, that was my oversight. Blind Bay generously acknowledged his miscalculation in arrangements. It was your oversight, yet it matters not, for I believe that only a world such as this can truly excite us. Blind Bay brought a segment of orange to his own mouth, nodding thoughtfully, before offering another piece to a Ming. If I eat it, it will spill out. A Ming remarked. I wish to see, he added, yet his lips remained sealed. Liang Cheng continued to scrub the floor, attending to the aftermath. Meanwhile, Blind Bay pondered aloud. Our manpower remains insufficient. Ah, right. We must procure some powder from the stove to apply here. The scent of blood lingers still. Liang Cheng nodded in acknowledgement, signaling his understanding. You all continue your tasks. I shall interrogate that young master. However, I suspect that the Lord will not take this matter upon himself, and will instead pass it on to me. Yet, the procedure must still be observed. A Ming reminded him. A sharp intake of breath escaped Blind Bay in surprise as he turned to glance at a Ming in the bath, a smile gradually forming at the corner of his mouth. So, is this the reason you have regained some of your strength ahead of us? What? A Ming responded. We agreed to maintain our composure, yet you have secretly indulged. The new book from the starting point requires everyone's support in the form of recommendation votes. Chapter 12. Do you yearn for power? Blind Bay earnestly addressed Zhang Fan. My lord, that tongue must be interrogated by you. Shuesen added from the side, my lord. That fellow likely isn't made of stern stuff. If we apply a bit of pressure, I have plenty of methods at my disposal. It seems that it has been too long since anyone has been subjected to torment, and Shuesen appears somewhat impatient. Well, why don't you conduct the interrogation? I shall await the results, Zhang Fan suggested, deferring to others. He genuinely lacked experience in this regard, and given the multitude of matters at hand, everyone's time was indeed limited. Even if he wished to learn, he felt no urgency to do so today. Let us wait until the subordinate compiles and organizes all the information before reporting to you, my lord. Very well, I appreciate your efforts. My lord is too kind. This is merely my duty, replied the subordinate. Immediately after, Blind Bay turned to Xingyang, saying, Please assist in organizing and transcribing the documents brought by Shui-san. Wen Xingyang nodded in understanding. Blind Bei then turned to leave, with Shui-san following closely behind. Xingyang prepared to transcribe the documents illicitly acquired from the government, but, before commencing her task, thoughtfully inquired of Zhang Fan, "My lord, shall I instruct Yun girl to prepare bathwater for you?" Having witnessed murder for the first time, and the visceral scene of intestines spilling onto the ground, Zhang Fan felt a pressing need to unwind. Thus, upon hearing Xingyang's suggestion, he acquiesced. Upon Zhang Fan's entrance, she approached him to assist in disrobing, which he did not refuse. Once unclothed, he entered the bathing tub, whereupon the physical comfort the guard perished before him, drained of blood by Ming. And even that young nobleman, once enlightened by their inquiries, would meet a fate of obliteration. Yet, within Zhang Fan's heart, there existed little in the way of remorse. Concepts of morality and correctness had lost their significance in this world. Earlier, when he and Fong Xyong masqueraded as a master and servant strolling through the night, devoid of streetlights and the ubiquitous surveillance cameras of modern society, a latent darkness within human nature began to flourish, unrestrained. Perhaps this was, indeed, my true nature? He even considered that such actions, choices, and methods were inherently correct for him. Having finished rubbing his back, Yun girl prepared to move to the front. Zhang Fan gestured for her to leave. Once she departed, he submerged himself further into the bath, allowing only his nose to remain above the surface for breathing. Gradually, he succumbed to slumber. In the adjacent room, Liangqing pried open a coffin with a wider top and a narrower base, placing Ming within. The vampire's chest was enveloped, resembling a mummy treated with spices. Once settled, Liangqing pressed one hand against his chest while the other supported the coffin's edge, inquiring, "Does lying here enhance your recovery?" A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "I always assumed, as a zombie, you would appreciate our sense of ritual. Vampires revel in their coffins, and it seems zombies too find solace within them. No, I prefer to sleep in my bed. This is indeed a departure from tradition. A betrayal of one's roots." Ming's tone carried a hint of jest. "In the past, I seldom found myself resting in a coffin. But after venturing into this world and earning a fortune through winemaking, I commissioned this particular model of coffin. Why? I fear that if one lives as an ordinary person for too long, they may truly come to believe they are merely an ordinary individual. You are no longer an ordinary person." Liangqing's eyes narrowed slightly. That blind man and Xingyang, had they not been preoccupied with pressing matters, would likely be impatiently awaiting my coffin side as well. "Everyone has been stifled for far too long," Liangqing lamented. "In the past, when hope was elusive, it was manageable to suppress our desires. Now that hope is visible, it is undoubtedly difficult to endure any longer. I could draw more of your blood, allowing you to remain in eternal slumber. That is excessive. It is only right. Very well, truth be told, I believe my recent restoration of strength is closely tied to the Lord. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the tranquility of the past 6 months. Be more specific." "What do you mean by specific? What clandestine dealings have you engaged in with the Lord?" That statement sounded somewhat distasteful. "Are we to engage in something repugnant?" "Ming, please continue. I have conversed with him. Everyone has spoken with him. I have had a serious discussion with him." "What was the nature of that conversation?" "In truth, he is rather inept. Yet, we shall not abandon him. Perhaps the only distinction between you and me is that I have assured him we will not forsake him. Now, it seems the discomfort is upon you." "Not at all. Please, continue. By the process of elimination, it should be a matter of being moved and acknowledged, correct?" "Acknowledged? Do you not find it curious that it is the 7 of us, along with him, who have arrived in this world? Although we are 7 independent beings, we are, in essence, characters conceived by him. Indeed, since the moment we awoke, it appears we all share a singular consciousness, that he is our sovereign." The term sovereign was coined by the blind one. Titles are merely an extension of sentiment. It is hardly plausible to refer to him as father. As that simpleton family suggested, is it? Quite so. Our relationship with him bears a resemblance to that of knights and their vassals in the medieval West. His awakening signifies that a certain covenant regarding our existence has been activated. Please, go on. What we must now pursue is to attain his recognition. I comprehend. Yangqing rose, preparing to exit the room. "Where are you headed?" "To seek out our sovereign. The sovereign is currently bathing. Do you intend to scrub his back?" "I shall wait for him to finish." "Are you in such a hurry?" If you are satisfied, then of course there is no rush." "How distasteful. I shall take my leave." "Wait. Kindly assist me in closing the coffin lid, for I am ready to rest. Shall I conveniently nail it shut? Begone. Zhang Fan felt as though he had slept for over 3 hours. During this time, Yun, the young lady, had been quietly adding hot water to the tub. Upon awakening, Zhang Fan coughed softly, sensing a peculiar lightness enveloping him. He emerged from the tub, donned a fresh white undershirt, and then slipped into his sweatshirt and leather boots. He felt an indescribable sense of ease wash over him. It seemed that the most noticeable change since arriving in this world was his newfound ability to sleep soundly. However, just as Zhang Fan was about to step out to address a physiological need, he was startled upon opening the door. Liang Cheng stood at the threshold of his room, his face pale and rigid. A fright can indeed be deadly, especially when confronted with a genuine zombie. A curse lodged in his throat, unable to be uttered or swallowed. "How's your injury?" After calming himself, Zhang Fan inquired. "Just a minor issue, my lord," Liang Qing replied, unwrapping his bandaged wound to reveal the injury. The bleeding appeared to have ceased, though the wound was discolored. "That is good to hear. By the way, do you intend to take a bath? Is the tub needed?" "Not at all, my lord." "Oh, then, has the interrogation concluded?" "Not yet." Then what brings you here?" Liang Cheng fell silent. "Is something wrong?" Zhang Fan inquired once more. Liang Qing opened his mouth. Zhang Fan, feeling a twinge of urgency, yet maintaining his composure, placed a hand upon Liang Cheng's shoulder. "If something troubles you, feel free to share. Although I may be powerless to change the situation, I can certainly lend an ear." Liang Cheng lowered his gaze, glancing at the hand resting on his shoulder. Then, almost instinctively, he reached out and placed his hand on Zhang Fan's shoulder in return. Under the cloak of night, at the doorway of a room containing a bathtub, 2 men stood side by side, their shoulders touching. This scene evoked memories for Zhang Fan of his earlier artistic endeavors, which had ventured into a different stylistic direction. Though he was not an admirer of that genre, he could not deny the vast following and influence it commanded. However, experiencing such a moment himself stirred an uncomfortable sensation within him, akin to countless ants scuttling across his skin. "My lord, next time, if there is an issue, please refrain from stepping forward." To speak candidly, we are aware that we hardly qualify as human. Should we cease to exist, it would matter little. But you, my lord, are different. That seems rather presumptuous. In any case, such an incident shall not repeat itself. Next time, we will ensure that you do not find yourself in peril unless we have all met our demise. Ah, how unexpectedly heartfelt this is, especially at such a late hour. Zhang Fan felt a shiver run down his spine, intensifying the urgency within him. However, Zhang Fan nodded earnestly and said, "I understand, and I trust you." As he spoke, he forcefully patted Liang Cheng's shoulder. "Ah, I can barely hold it in. I shall go ahead and see how their interrogation is progressing." With that, Zhang Fan dashed into the courtyard. He was, after all, a zombie. If an unrelated passerby were to appear, Liang Cheng might very well unleash his fury and tear them apart. Yet, in the next moment, Liang Cheng suddenly froze, astonished as he lowered his gaze once more. He observed a wisp of dark, ominous energy seeping from the wound on his chest. Chapter 13. The Dog That Licked Until the End as dawn approached. Blind Bei found Zhang Fan. His face bore no trace of fatigue. The 2 men sat in the courtyard, each on a stool, with a small table between them, upon which rested 4 bowls of white rice porridge, a plate of pickled ginger, a plate of preserved vegetables, and 2 salted duck eggs. In silent harmony, they each picked up a salted duck egg. Blind Bei unceremoniously peeled his egg and placed the whole thing into his bowl of porridge, while Zhang Fan tapped a hole in one end of his egg, gradually peeling it and delicately scooping out the contents with his chopsticks. The previous night had been extraordinarily busy for the inn, a flurry of activity that continued into the present. Even though everyone had been silent for half a year, once they truly began to operate, everything remained remarkably orderly. Indeed, this world is markedly different from what we had previously imagined, and one might say it is far more intriguing. Zhang Fan understood that this was a report being presented to him, and he felt no urgency, choosing instead to patiently await the gradual elaboration from Blind Bei. It seemed that Blind Bei had already prepared a comprehensive summary. To be honest, Zhang Fan harbored a slight apprehension that Blind Bei might actually bring forth meticulously transcribed documents for his review. He relished this method of reporting while partaking in breakfast. "Dear Master, please do not find my discourse tedious. I shall elaborate from the specific to the general at a leisurely pace." "Very well. The location we currently inhabit is known as Huda City. The scale of the city is modest. Strictly speaking, it qualifies as a satellite city. This entire region, encompassing Huda City in the northern expanse of Yin Kingdom, where it borders the desert, falls under the jurisdiction of Beifeng County, akin to a province. The Yin Kingdom comprises 7 counties. In addition to Beifeng, there are Lisha, Tuanqing, Xiahu, Sanshi, Huwei, and Yilang. The capital of the Yin Kingdom is situated in Tianqing County, which can be likened to the central region surrounding the capital. Beifeng County essentially serves as the northern front line of the Yin Kingdom. A century ago, this area was a battleground where the Yin Kingdom clashed with the barbarian tribes. However, the initial disintegration of the barbarian tribes and the decline of their royal court diminished their ability to unify and launch significant offensives. Furthermore, the rise of the 3 nations, De Qian, De Chu, and De Jin, compelled the Yin Kingdom to shift its focus towards the Central Plains. Consequently, although minor skirmishes have occasionally arisen between the Yin Kingdom and the barbarian tribes over the past century, no large-scale conflicts involving over 10,000 combatants have occurred. Tumencheng stands as the most prominent city on the fringes of this desert, previously known as Tumen City. But the name was changed following a tacit agreement of peace between the 2 factions. This city also serves as the capital of Beifeng County, a grand metropolis. Our current location, Huchuoqing, is one of the fortified cities established within the defense system of Tumen City. However, being the city closest to the desert, it flourishes with commerce during times of peace. Presently, the realm is dominated by 4 great nations, Yin, Jin, Chu, and Qian, alongside several smaller states that exist as vassals to these major powers. The bureaucratic structure of Yin is rather intricate. Its governance resembles that of the Eastern and Western Jin dynasties, characterized by a co-rule between the monarch and prominent families, with the royal lineage serving as the most influential among these clans, essentially acting as the hegemony of the aristocracy. In contrast, both De Qian and De Jin adhere to a civil service examination system, wherein the emperor and the scholarly elite jointly govern the realm. As for De Chu, it maintains a more archaic aristocratic system. In this light, does it not seem that Qian and Jin are comparatively more advanced? Zheng Fan inquired. The ruler is indeed sagacious. To begin with a simple expression, Blind Bebe continued. Logically speaking, the aristocratic system, the clan-based system, and the civil service examination system should represent a progression from backwardness to advancement. Yet, the development of a nation must consider not only its internal factors but also the historical context. After its establishment, Yin, facing long-standing threats from the desert tribes, was compelled to decentralize the monarch's powers in order to unify its strength. This has ultimately led to the present situation of competing clans. Such a system is inherently ill-suited for centralization, particularly during periods of external expansion, often resulting in constraints akin to those experienced by Sun Shawan during the Three Kingdoms era. Thus, despite the fact that the state of Yin has enjoyed nearly a century of peace with the barbarian tribes and possesses the formidable Yin cavalry, which instills fear in other nations, it remains unable to unify the realm from north to south as we are accustomed to seeing in historical patterns. However, this very system within Yin fosters remarkable internal unity in the face of oppression from the states of Qian and Jin. The noble clans within Yin are acutely aware that should either Qian or Jin bring about Yan's demise, their own prosperous lives would come to an abrupt end. Meanwhile, although both Jin and Qian are governed by the imperial examination system, their long-standing establishment has led to a bloated scholar official class, which has become a parasitic tier not unlike the noble clans resembling the late Ming dynasty and has consequently lost both ambition and the capacity for progress. The nobles of Chu, on the other hand, are preoccupied with indulgence and revelry, neglecting the vast tracts of undeveloped land in their own backyards. Therefore, unless provoked by external conflicts, they rarely engage in warfare. For nearly 50 years, the 4 states have refrained from large-scale conflicts, entering into an era of equilibrium among the 4. I see. Additionally, Your Majesty, there is another intriguing piece of information gleaned from the documents pilfered by Shui-san. It reveals that there exists a grand empire in the West, and the interactions between our realms are relatively close, with Western envoys frequently traversing the desert to enter Yin before proceeding to other nations. This indicates that ancient exchanges between the East and West were far more frequent than previously documented in our historical accounts. This serves as a lesson in geographical knowledge. Once Blind Bei concluded his discourse, Zheng Fan finished his first bowl of porridge. As Zheng Fan lifted the second bowl of porridge, the blind man, Bei Zhe, began to report on another facet, namely the power structure of this world. This realm is intriguing in its diversity, comprising cultivators, sorcery, fighting spirit, and martial artists, which can be said to reflect a rich variety. The young nobleman, he is named Wang Fuqi, is a distant relative of the Wang family from Beifeng County. His visit to Huchuoqing is a deliberate endeavor to experience the charm of the desert. The Wang family holds a moderate status in Beifeng County. In the West, the primary focus is on sorcery and fighting spirit, while the East emphasizes cultivation and martial prowess, categorizing individuals into 9 ranks, with 9 being the lowest and 1 the highest. It seems that the guard you dispatched last night did not even reach the 9th rank, or perhaps was on the verge of attaining it, merely capable of utilizing a hint of inner strength. The wife of the city patrol officer I encountered yesterday informed me that her husband was still a step away from entering the realm of a 9th rank martial artist. Yet, he could easily crush a blind man as though he were squashing an ant. The Wang family also boasts a lineage of martial tradition. Wang Fuqi indeed holds a significantly elevated status compared to ordinary individuals, yet ultimately, he is a distant relative, and his guard is of a lesser rank. By the way, the peculiar steed you observed earlier at the inn's entrance should be a Pishio. Legend has it that the mount of the first emperor of the Yin state was a Pishio. After establishing the Yin state, successive royal families relied on the bloodline of that Pishio for propagation and cultivation, resulting in a plethora of hybrid varieties. Nevertheless, even the most inferior hybrid Pishio is reserved for individuals of notable status. The officials dispatched from the capital are likely to be assigned a horse, and it is probable that some elite cavalry units will have a larger share. In truth, for the common folk, this world is largely confined to the modest patch of land before them, often to the extent that they cannot even recall the era's reign title, merely preoccupied with their immediate sustenance. The inn had been operational for half a year, yet the intricacies of this power structure remained utterly foreign to them, underscoring the undeniable narrowness of the commoner's horizons. Such matters have long ceased to be novel. Zheng Fan added a bit of pickled vegetables to his bowl, consumed the remaining porridge, and then set down his utensils. After stretching languidly, he continued speaking to the blind man across from him. Magic, martial energy, warriors, and cultivation practices, these are concepts that have long been overexploited in literature and art. Yet, akin to the stark contrast between passively watching news of war-torn regions on television and experiencing the turmoil firsthand, I find myself genuinely exhilarated at this moment. Blind Man Bei nodded in agreement, sharing in his excitement, as did his colleagues. Just after finishing a bowl of porridge, Blind Man Bei spoke while preparing another. We can eliminate the first option. Zheng Fan replied without hesitation. The second matter pertains to our Lord's previous instructions. We must expand our power. Currently, what we possess is merely an inn and nothing more. Over the past 6 months, the inn's growth has stagnated since its inception. In this realm of considerable scale, the earnings suffice for a respectable lifestyle. By maintaining cordial relations with the relevant authorities and factions, one can secure a measure of protection and occupy a relatively safe position. It is not that Fong Xyong and her companions lack the capability to elevate the INS operations further. Rather, there exists no necessity for such an escalation. As clandestine travelers in this world, they lack both backing and foundation. Achieving their current status is commendable, and any further expansion might attract unwanted attention from predators. Presently, their concerns have abetted for 2 primary reasons. Firstly, Zheng Fan's awakening has clarified their course. Secondly, they themselves are beginning to exhibit predatory tendencies. At this juncture, possessing wealth without influence proves exceedingly perilous. Let us delve into specifics, Zheng Fan suggested, fully aware that among the 7 formidable figures, the Blind North serves as a strategic advisor. Starting from modest beginnings, given that we are presently situated in Tiger Head City, I propose that we center our forthcoming plans around this locale. Our initial objective shall be to cultivate a presence within Tiger Head City. Under the current circumstances, where rebellion is not yet ripe, our influence must develop along shadowy avenues, which is, indeed, our forte. To conclude, Blind North added, "Please, my lord, offer your guidance." Zheng Fan shook his head, responding earnestly, "I harbor no objections. I find your strategy commendable. Progress must be made incrementally, which is the essence of this endeavor. My lord, your wisdom is unparalleled." Zheng Fan found the flattery rather clumsy. "If there is anything I can assist you with, please feel free to let me know," he said. "Though what my subordinates truly require is the trust from you, my lord." I trust you greatly," Zheng Fan said seriously. Blind Bebe shook his head and replied, "No, my lord, you do not. I genuinely trust you." Zhang Fan insisted, "No, my lord, you do not. You are intelligent. I have faith in your abilities." "No, my lord, you still do not. I truly do trust you." "No, my lord, you have yet to." I trust you." "Still no. I am completely at ease in trusting matters to you." "No, my lord, you have not. I implore you. I trust you." Zhang Fan exclaimed, his voice nearly breaking. In the next moment, 3 pieces of pickled mustard greens floated up from the dish and landed in Blind Bebe's bowl of porridge. Blind Bebe smiled, took a bite of porridge with the pickles, and contentedly said, "I thank you for your trust, my lord." Zhang Fan nodded politely, feeling it prudent to maintain a slight distance from this rather peculiar blind man. After setting down his bowl, Blind Bebe took a cloth from his sleeve to wipe his mouth and softly remarked, "I have finished. You may continue." Chapter 14. An incident Zhang Fan felt akin to a dog, confined to a familiar small area, hesitant to venture beyond, lacking even the courage to indulge in the typical canine ritual of marking territory. Although stepping outside might offer the singular advantage of witnessing the authentic ancient city without the pressure of purchasing flour cakes or paying maintenance fees. Yet, within the inn, with ample food and drink and the attentive service of a young maid, there seemed little compelling reason to take a stroll. The layout of the row of bungalows in the backyard was as follows. At the center lay a modest living room, where previous gatherings had taken place. To the west of this small hall was Zhang Fan's bedroom, while the others' quarters were further along the perimeter. The dining table had been removed, replaced by a larger and sturdier wooden table. Xuesen knelt at the table, deftly carving with tools, as curls of wood cascaded down, filling the air with the fragrant scent of freshly shavings. "My lord," Xuesen looked up, offering Zhang Fan a smile before returning to his labor. "Is this a model you are crafting?" Zhang Fan surveyed the intricately carved area and discerned that the central region depicted Tiger Head City, surrounded by its geographical contours. "My lord, your keen eye is commendable." "Oh, you have truly worked hard." "It is my duty, my lord." Xuesen wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve and persevered in his task. Zhang Fan stood beside him, assisting by passing tools on several occasions. Xuesen paused several times to sip water or glance at a reference point, his lips pursed as if he wished to articulate something. Yet when the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he found himself at a loss for expression, much like the taciturn Aming and Liangqing, who, when prompted to speak, effortlessly convey an aura of sincerity and genuine emotion. Conversely, for Xuesen, a man typically effusive with flattery and eloquent in discourse, the challenge arises when he is called upon to utter words that could evoke true sentiment. Fortunately, he was engaged in tasks that alleviated the anxiety of encountering that most dreaded silence. However, all things are relative, and they exist in a state of mutual influence. After experiencing the embraces sought by Aming, Liangqing, and the blind Bei earlier that morning, Zhang Fan seemed to have absorbed some subtle, transformative influence himself. As he departed the small hall, Zhang Fan placed a hand on Xuesan's shoulder, saying, "You continue your work. I shall explore elsewhere." The act of patting the shoulder appears to be an art mastered by those in positions of authority, regardless of prior experience, once one attains such a status. This effortless gesture seems to come naturally. Moreover, as he observed Xuesen diligently at work, Zhang Fan felt an unsettling guilt akin to that of exploiting a child laborer. Xuesen remained transfixed at the wooden table. Even after Zhang Fan had exited the small hall, he did not stir. In a vague moment, he beheld an individual, bent over, painstakingly weaving the fabric of his own existence. Suddenly, Xuesen was seized by a fit of intense coughing. The wooden table, shaken by his movements, posed a risk of toppling over. To avoid the destruction of his efforts from the morning, Xuesen resolutely chose to leap off the table, recognizing that even a painful fall was preferable to futilely starting anew. However, in midair, his form suddenly froze, albeit for just a fleeting moment, revealing a look of astonishment on his face. Almost immediately after, as the paralysis dissipated, he exerted a slight force from his waist, and in an astonishing instant, he altered his trajectory of descent, landing both feet firmly on the ground without producing a single extraneous sound. Even the dust on the tiles remained undisturbed. Once on the ground, Xuesen inhaled deeply and exhaled heavily, then instinctively extended his tongue to lick his lips with fervor. With a thud, the tool in his hand fell to the floor. Covering his mouth with his left hand, he began with a suppressed chuckle. At first, it was merely a muffled sound, but gradually it escalated into a series of hearty laughs, culminating in uproarious guffaws. As he pushed open the door to his room, Zhang Fan seemed to catch a glimpse of Shui San's laughter. Yet, before he could react, he was once again enveloped by the familiar sensation of softness that rushed towards him. It is rather awkward that the manufacturers of volleyballs should place such a premium on stringent quality standards, even if some time has elapsed since their production date. Their elasticity and inherent resilience remain astonishing. This ultimately caused Zhang Fan to be propelled backward, as if he had unexpectedly leapt onto a springboard. Thud. My lord. Are you all right? Came the voice of Xingyang. Zhang Fan staggered several steps before regaining his balance. Only then noticing that Xingyang had been standing at the door the moment he opened it. She must have been in his room prior. Xingyang, you are here. My lord, I have come to bring you some clothing. Over the past 6 months, I took the time to create several outfits. However, since you have yet to awaken, they have not been tried on. They should generally fit well, but I need you to stand and try them on so that I can make any necessary adjustments. Oh, very well. Zhang Fan followed Xingyang into the room, where she guided him through trying on each garment. Xingyang held a measuring tape and a small pen, meticulously noting the areas that required alteration. The outfits she crafted were primarily modeled after hoodies, infused with elements characteristic of this era. They were loose, yet did not appear oversized in the least. Situated near the desert, Tiger Head City was often beset by sandstorms, leading many to don robes and other voluminous attire for protection. Additionally, the presence of foreign merchant caravans meant that the attire of those individuals bore a striking resemblance to the modern hoodies Zhang Fan had been wearing over the past few days. Indeed, it is quite apparent that Ming can stubbornly cling to his tattered tailcoat, underscoring the absence of eccentric attire in this place. After trying on the final garment and removing it, Zhang Fan donned his original outfit once more, expressing with a hint of nostalgia, "Thank you, Xingyang." "It is but my duty," she replied, "for among the subordinates of our master, I am the only woman. Should you have any desires, do not hesitate to convey them. I shall fulfill your wishes." Every smile and frown of Fong Xyong exuded an alluring charm that seemed to permeate to the very marrow of her being. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Fan's mind was devoid of any ulterior thoughts, and he candidly remarked, as a child, "I always envied other children who had their mothers accompany them to purchase and try on new clothes." Fong Xyong paused, momentarily taken aback. While the demon lords held a certain understanding of Zhang Fan, it was not deep enough to grasp the entirety of his past. Then, after the accident that claimed his life, I never had the opportunity to have an elder accompany me in such endeavors again. A trace of sorrow flickered across Fong Xyong's visage as she gently reached out to grasp Zhang Fan's hands. She sensed that, perhaps deep within her masteress' heart, there lay a void of affection. "Master, I am no longer a young girl. I have aged a bit. But if it pleases you, I can assume the role of your mother. Whatever you wish to do with your mother, I shall gladly partake in. Role-playing is indeed one of my talents." Zhang Fan suddenly found himself taken aback. In the past, Zhang Fan believed that his obsession with horror themes set him apart as somewhat peculiar compared to the average person. Yet, when confronted by these demonic figures, he genuinely felt that his own innocence was rather pronounced. Often, he sensed a lack of depravity within himself that hindered his ability to blend in with them. Creak. The door to the room swung open, shattering the atmosphere that Fong Xyong had painstakingly created. At the threshold stood Blind Bei. "Ah." Fong Xyong, filled with exasperation, pointed at Blind Bei and scolded, "You blind fool. Can't you knock before entering?" Upon hearing this, Blind Bei extended his finger and tapped a few times on the door panel, producing a rhythmic sound. Tap, tap, tap. He then spoke, "There is trouble at the inn's entrance, O Kasang." Chapter 15. The draft indeed. Trouble was afoot. When Zhang Fan and Fong Xyong made their way to the front hall, they discovered 2 soldiers stationed at the entrance, clad in black leather armor. These soldiers reflected the predominant color of the Great Yan's military attire, which was predominantly black. However, their choice of leather armor indicated that they were not elite troops of the Yan's Imperial Guard nor seasoned field soldiers, but rather the local garrison of Hutu City. Beneath the stage in the front hall stood a middle-aged man dressed as a clerk, alongside a middle-aged officer clad in armor. The clerk held a ledger, while the officer wore a defiant expression. The man on the left is the local registrar of Hutu City, surnamed Chun. He frequently dines here. The man on the right, however, I do not recognize. I have never seen him before. Fong Xyong softly introduced herself to Zhang Fan, then stepped forward, taking the initiative to greet him. "Oh dear. What wind has blown our esteemed clerk Chen here? You could have given us a heads up, so the young ladies could prepare themselves." Upon seeing Fong Xyong, Clerk Chen's eyes glinted with a hint of mischief as he jestingly retorted, Enough of that. The ladies here are beyond my humble means. Their skin is coarser than the soldiers in the camps beyond the city walls. He then continued, but you, Xyong, I heard you had a client yesterday? Oh. My dear clerk, she replied, with a whole family relying on me, so many mouths to feed, we survive on this modest business. Prices are rising everywhere. And we have no choice. I can't let my family's rice jar run empty, can I? Clerk Chen reached out to grasp Fong Xyong's hand, but she deftly evaded his touch. Meanwhile, the nearby officer frowned slightly, seemingly displeased that Clerk Chen had referred to him as a mere soldier. Yet, he refrained from voicing his discontent. Though the Great Yin dynasty was founded on martial prowess, it had enjoyed a long period of peace, leading to a growing preference for culture over combat. Nevertheless, observing Clerk Chen engrossed in banter with the brothel keeper instead of attending to pressing matters left the officer feeling somewhat disgruntled. However, one must acknowledge that this brothel keeper certainly possessed a captivating allure. The aesthetic sensibilities of the common soldier are distinct, and the captain has heard that the men from the Qian nation prefer women of a more delicate stature, ideally those with bound feet. However, as a soldier, he finds himself drawn to those with a more robust physique, women whose ample forms could easily inspire the crashing waves of the ocean. Such women are undoubtedly fertile. Upon hearing a disdainful scoff, Clerk Chen's expression shifted, revealing a trace of obsequiousness as he glanced at the captain beside him and said, Captain Xue, do not be hasty. Do not be hasty. He then perused the register in his hands and addressed Miss Fong. Miss C, the court has imposed a labor draft, and your household is required to contribute 4 able-bodied men. My heavens, has not the labor draft already been levied this year? Miss Fong gasped, covering her mouth. For the common folk of the Yin Kingdom, taxes and labor obligations are an unavoidable burden, an annual duty that every citizen must fulfill. However, while rules may be rigid, the living can navigate them. If one possesses wealth, one can redeem their labor obligations with gold. The Yin's business had been reasonably prosperous, and the labor draft for the first half of the year had already been fulfilled, with Miss C having redeemed her obligations with money. This is unavoidable. Circumstances have arisen once more, Clerk Chen lamented. How can this be? Are we, the humble commoners, to be deprived of our livelihoods? She exclaimed in despair. Such insolence. The army is preparing for battle, and as subjects of the Yin Kingdom, it is our solemn duty to supply provisions for the front lines. You, woman, should you continue to resist, beware of the blade that knows no mercy. Captain Xue brandished his sword menacingly, causing Miss Fong to retreat in fright, covering her mouth, no longer daring to utter a word. Chun Zhubu shrugged his shoulders, for he was the local official of Huchuoqing, a position held by his family for generations. At times, one must adhere to strict protocols, but fortunately, there was this soldier beside him to play the role of the villain. Sister C, he continued, according to the household register, your family is supposed to provide 4 able-bodied men, Zheng Amin, Zheng Cheng, Zheng Li, and Zheng Fan. After finishing his statement, Chen Zhubu placed his foot on the chair and commanded, hurry, summon them forth. Well, Feng Si hesitated, glancing first at Zheng Fan before bowing slightly and addressing the officials. It is not that my family is unwilling to serve the country, but at present, we truly cannot muster 4 able men. Before the officer could express his anger, Feng Si swiftly elaborated, my brother Amin is currently ill. I would indeed wish for him to go, but should he enter the army and spread his illness, it would be a grave misfortune. Are you attempting to deceive me? Chen Zhubu questioned skeptically. Not at all, Feng Si exclaimed, exasperated as she clapped her hands. You may inquire whether my brother Ali left 2 days ago. You are well aware that he is a glutton, and a merchant caravan sought him out, offering food and rewards. Naturally, I pushed him out the door. As for Amin, he is presently lying in the backyard. The coffin is even prepared. Qingxia beckoned to a subordinate, instructing him to investigate further. He then accompanied Officer Shui to the backyard to assess Amin's condition. On ordinary days, Amin wears a pallid, lifeless expression, and now, bearing injuries. His appearance is even more disconcerting. Lieutenant Shui expressed some dissatisfaction, remarking, it's one thing for someone to be gravely ill, but that fellow who went off to trade has clearly evaded his duties. At this moment, Chen, the clerk and a frequent patron of the inn, defended the establishment, saying, General Shui, one cannot speak so harshly. This year's labor duties were fulfilled by that individual in the first half of the year. Lieutenant Shui licked his lips, still feeling discontent, yet realizing there was little he could do. The mobilization had been rushed, leaving many preparations unfulfilled, so he merely exclaimed, "Are there still 2 recruits?" "Right here." Fong Xyong gestured towards Zhang Fan and Liang Qing, who stood nearby. Lieutenant Xue seemed particularly intrigued by Liang Qing's physique, though not tall. He exuded a remarkably vigorous aura. When his gaze shifted to Zhang Fan, he instinctively frowned. Zhang Fan had only recently recovered, and although his complexion had improved significantly, he still appeared somewhat frail. However, according to the roster, the 2 were supposed to be relatives, and the conditions of their household seemed relatively favorable, prompting the question, might they possess their own armor? Lieutenant Xue nodded and pointed at Liang Qing and Zhang Fan, stating, "Bring your own armor and report to the military camp outside the city by noon tomorrow. Do you understand? Do not delay." "Yes, yes, we understand." Fong Xyong quickly replied, "Oh, esteemed gentlemen, are you leaving so soon? Please stay and share a meal with us." "No. We must continue to gather the common folks' registration." Chief Chen refused and departed the inn alongside Captain Xue. In the small hall, everyone was seated in a circle. Even Ming emerged from his coffin, his complexion pale, and sat beside them. Blind Bei pressed his lips together and said, "Now, we face 2 paths. One is to pack our belongings and depart from Huchuoqing tonight in search of a new refuge. The other is, I believe we should go. Abandoning this place feels rather regrettable," Zhang Fan interjected. Clearly, the inn represented the fruit of their labor over the past 6 months. Their first home in this world, and to forsake it so easily seemed exceedingly unwise. Moreover, considerable sacrifices had been made to attain the legal status of citizens in Yan. And if they fled now, they would all become outlaws. Furthermore, Huchuoqing was the initial target of their future plans. Relinquishing it carelessly would be a significant loss. In truth, there was a third option, to raise the flag of rebellion. However, that path was not yet feasible. Upon hearing this, Blind Bei nodded and remarked, "Indeed, the leader possesses foresight. He had already made his choice, but certain sentiments were better articulated by Zhang Fan himself. As a subordinate, his foremost concern was the safety of their leader. Regardless of his inner thoughts, he must express it thusly. This was the political correctness of being a loyal follower. Liang Qing, the leader's safety now rests in your hands." Seated beside Zhang Fan, Liang Qing nodded, a fleeting glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. The blind man, Bei, remarked, "Sanner, you should accompany us tomorrow. We shall bring our own provisions. Even a dwarf can lend a hand, can he not?" Xuesen showed no sensitivity towards the term dwarf, readily agreeing, "Indeed." Bei could sense the dynamics between Liang Qing and Xuesen, with these 2 by the master's side. Merely acting as porters to transport supplies should pose little difficulty. In truth, both Bei and Xuesen were recorded in the inn's register. One listed as Zhang Bei and the other as Zhang San. Yet, as one was blind and the other a dwarf, they fell outside the scope of labor conscription. Fong Xyong hesitated, suggesting, "Perhaps I should accompany the master as well, with my presence to attend to him. Are you going to serve as a military concubine?" Fong Xyong, Bei, addressing Zhang Fan, gradually rose to his feet, despite his hollow eyes. Zhang Fan felt as though he were being scrutinized. "We are, after all, mere subordinates to the master. We will rally around him, paving the way through thorns and clearing all obstacles ahead. This is our duty, our mission. However, the master is the sovereign seated upon the throne. He must rise higher than us and see farther than we can. I believe, given the master's character, he would certainly not wish for us to treat him as Lu Shan. In the past, when I watched historical dramas, I often found the battle scenes rather implausible, either due to insufficient funding or the extras appearing too casual. However, this time, I am genuinely eager to witness it firsthand." At this moment, the pallid-faced Aiming interjected, "My lord, you are going as laborers, and you will likely only catch sight of carts and fodder." Zhang Fan. Chapter 16, The Peculiar. "Can you bear the weight? Do not underestimate me, my lord. This modest burden is hardly a concern for me, Shui-san. If it proves too heavy, do not hesitate to inform me." "Very well, I am grateful for your consideration, my lord." Zhang Fan's armor and some garments had been prepared by Fong Xyong and placed in a chest, which Shui-san carried on his back. Additionally, a knife was secured to Shui-san's person. Despite the considerable weight, his small frame moved with surprising ease. Liang Qing donned his own armor, wielding a knife in hand. Originally, Xyong intended to procure a horse for both Zhang Fan and Liang Qing, but this was outright declined by the blind man, Bei. The reason for the refusal was straightforward. With their own soldiers now equipped, the prospect of mingling among the laborers could potentially allow for a minor leadership role. overseeing the transport of provisions and serving as a semblance of security. However, if they were prepared with horses, it was quite possible they might be whisked away to serve as auxiliary troops on the battlefield. Though the blind man Bei verbally expressed the merit of allowing his master to experience the world, he privately harbored reservations about his master's potential demise in the grand nation of Yin. Concurrently, the armor and weaponry procured from the inn were of the most ordinary kind, devoid of any ostentatious embellishments, chosen with the intent of maintaining a low profile as much as circumstances would allow. However, these were matters for the future. Especially when Zhang Fan and his companions exited the Tiger Head City and arrived at the military camp, he felt an uncanny sense of disconnection, as if he had stepped into a different era. Merely days after being reborn into this foreign realm, he was already on the brink of battle. At the entrance of the camp stood a large tent, where a clerk was tasked with accounting for the laborers arriving in succession. Those from impoverished backgrounds, or individuals without dependents, had been swiftly conscripted into the supply camp during the previous day's census. In contrast, those with families or possessions were granted an additional day for preparations. The latter found escape difficult. One could flee from a monk, but not from the temple. Should they attempt to abscond, their assets would be seized. During the registration, the clerk appeared dissatisfied with Xue San. Yet upon learning that Xue San could tend to horses and had brought his own provisions, he ceased his complaints and permitted Zhang Fan and his companions to enter the supply camp. Guards were stationed at the camp entrance, and a contingent of cavalry could be seen patrolling the perimeter. Once inside, they observed 3 gruesomely wounded individuals bound to wooden stakes behind the camp gate. In truth, the conscription of laborers by the Yin nation had previously adhered to certain regulations. Typically, one household would yield 1 laborer, with the most severe cases resulting in a draft of 1 and 2. However, due to the proliferation of powerful clans in the state of Yin, each possessing their own industries, retainers, and private soldiers, these clans have become akin to leeches clinging to the body of the empire, siphoning off its vital resources. This has gradually rendered the taxes the court can collect and the manpower it can summon increasingly limited. In light of the recent unexpected military actions, the only recourse was to resort to a desperate, exploitative method of conscription. It is no wonder that the current monarch of Yin has been relentlessly pursuing centralization and the reduction of feudal powers since ascending the throne. For though the empire appears formidable, it has been hollowed out from within. Fortunately, while the states of Qian and Jin may not be as clan-dominated, their gentry has long since decayed and become unwieldy, particularly in Qian, which boasts the fertile lands of the south and a thriving commerce. Yet, the court of Qian has consistently failed to collect commercial taxes, leaving its finances perpetually strained, often unable to pay the salaries of the border troops stationed in the north to guard against Yan's cavalry. Given that the old Zheng family has established a presence in Hutu City, coupled with Liang Qing's commendable appearance after donning armor, he was regarded as a squad leader. With 5 men comprising a unit, thus 3 additional laborers were added to their ranks. Why 3? Because Xue San was not considered among them. After some commotion, the tents were erected and their belongings arranged. It was already afternoon. Zhang Fan and his companions sat outside the tent, munching on scallion pancakes, which, whether filled with oil or meat, were indeed quite delectable. Upon noticing the envious gazes of the other 3 in their group, Zhang Fan generously shared a pancake with each of them, who gratefully accepted, expressing their thanks with exuberance. In response, Liang Cheng remained silent, merely seated and quietly observing the occasional cavalry of the Yin state passing by the camp. "What are you looking at?" Zhang Fan inquired. "I am observing our future adversaries," Liang Cheng replied. Zhang Fan hesitated, suppressing the urge to dismiss the notion as madness. Although he felt no sense of belonging or fondness for this vast Yin territory, he certainly did not entertain thoughts of rebellion so soon after his arrival in this realm. However, it was apparent that the demons under his command had already begun to calculate their schemes in secret. Ultimately, for Zhang Fan, that day felt akin to a leisurely outing, akin to a picnic in the wilderness, where one sets up a tent and gazes at the stars before drifting into slumber. Yet, with the dawn of the following day, the sound of the military horn shattered the tranquility. Soldiers wielding whips urged everyone to hasten their departure, and the disheveled labor camp sprang into chaotic action as they began their journey. The main army was already ahead, having departed a day earlier, while the laborers were tasked with transporting supplies in their wake. Aside from a brief respite for 15 minutes at noon, the entire day was consumed by the transportation of provisions. As they ventured deeper into the desert, the winds and sands intensified, to Zhang Fan's surprise. He found himself enduring the harsh conditions far better than he had anticipated, managing without needing assistance from Liang Qing or Shuai-san. By the time nightfall arrived and the camp was established, Zhang Fan still had the energy to assist Shuai-san in gathering firewood and igniting the campfire. A small iron pot was set over the flames to boil water, while Shuai-san retrieved his own supply of flour, preparing to knead the dough for noodles. In terms of logistical support, Fong Xyong made the most thorough preparations, for everyone knew that when it came to Zhang Fan, they would not hesitate to spend money. Moreover, including Zhang Fan himself, none harbored the notion of saving for retirement, especially after the route was determined. The fate of such individuals was clear. They either prospered on the path of endeavor or met their demise while pursuing it. Nearby, 3 bystanders sat in a kneeling position, saliva pooling in their mouths. As the noodles boiled, they witnessed Shuai-san retrieving precious spices, which heightened their excitement further. "It's ready," Shuai-san exclaimed, serving a generous bowl to Zhang Fan before dishing out bowls for himself and Liang Cheng. He then gestured to the remaining noodles in the pot, saying, "You all can share the rest." The 3 bystanders rushed forward to scoop up the noodles, ultimately leaving not a drop of broth behind. "What is the matter?" Liang Cheng inquired, surveying their surroundings. "What issue?" "My lord, during today's transport, I inspected the provisions we were escorting. What did you find?" "There seems to be a shortage." "A shortage?" "Furthermore, logically, the main army should be ahead of us, yet we saw no signs of their march along the way. The laborers had no right to information. In truth, even regular soldiers often lacked clarity regarding the true strategic objectives during warfare. As for the laborers, their sole responsibilities were to transport provisions and assist in the construction of camps. If the situation turned dire, they might even be forcibly conscripted as cannon fodder. Most importantly, my lord, this is far too hasty. From the conscription of laborers to the mobilization of troops, there was no prior indication or preparation. What is the target of the assault? Unknown. What is the scale of the troops ahead? Unknown. What is the size of the enemy forces? Unknown. Is it a blitzkrieg or a prolonged conflict? Unknown. At that moment, Shuai-san leaned in closer and whispered, "Shall I capture a tongue?" When others speak of capturing a tongue, they refer to interrogating an enemy combatant. However, Shuai-san clearly intended to take action against the officers guarding their own laborer camp. Within the laborer camp, there were 2 centurions. One was responsible for the command and movement of the camp, while the other was tasked with leading a cavalry unit nearby. With over 200 regular soldiers overseeing 2,000 or 3,000 laborers, the situation was manageable. Liang Cheng shook his head and replied, "Let us wait a couple of days and see." A night passed peacefully. On the following day, the laborers continued their journey, setting up camp once again that evening, just as they had the night before. The 3rd day unfolded with similar tranquility. By the dusk of the 4th day, the laborers encamped anew. This time in a favorable location near a river, flanked by slopes and valleys that shielded them from the wind and sand. After setting up camp, many laborers ventured to the riverbank to wash themselves, for after days of traveling north, they felt as though they were coated in layers of sand. Previously, they lacked the means to clean themselves, but now, with the opportunity at hand, they were determined to tidy up and enjoy a restful night. The 3 bystanders fetched water, gathered firewood, and pitched tents, while Shuai-san only needed to focus on preparing the meals. The camp does provide meals, for most laborers do not enjoy the privileges of the esteemed Zhang family. However, the rations at the camp pale in comparison to the sumptuous fare offered here, resembling little more than swine's feed. After bathing in the river, Zhang Fan emerged to find Liang Cheng standing on the bank. This sight evoked in Zhang Fan a whimsical sensation, akin to a princess bathing in the wilderness while a general stood guard. Naturally, such thoughts were not to be voiced. Even a jest would be too distasteful. Yet, it was evident that Liang Cheng was not merely standing watch. As Zhang Fan approached, he stepped forward with a grave demeanor and stated, "My lord, it is likely that trouble will arise tonight." "What is it? How do you find our current encampment?" Zhang Fan pondered deeply. Lacking knowledge of ancient warfare and not being particularly enamored with military matters in his previous life, he could only analyze the situation through his own perspective. Here, we can ensure a reliable water source, and the canyon allows for a compact encampment, reducing the area that requires defense. In the event of a surprise attack, we would be better positioned to defend ourselves, and we need not fear the enemy cutting off our water supply. "My lord, you are astute." Zhang Fan felt that the flattery was insincere, like a cheap commodity, and he recognized that this praise was merely a prelude to something else. However, he mused, his lord might have overlooked one crucial point. If 3,000 soldiers were to camp here, even if they were not elite troops, as long as they were regular soldiers, they could effectively leverage the advantageous terrain to mount a defense. However, my lord, here we have a mere 200 soldiers, along with more than 200 armed with their own armor and weapons, while the remainder are essentially ordinary laborers. A few hundred cavalry could launch a primary assault from one flank while executing a surprise attack from the other, inevitably causing the entire encampment to disband. Zhang Fan had witnessed the quality of these laborers. According to his assessment, should a surprise attack occur, it would be impossible for these individuals, most of whom lack even basic weaponry, to suddenly transform into resolute warriors. Instead, they would likely become the linchpin for chaos, leading to the camp's internal collapse. Have you discussed this matter with the military leaders over there? Zhang Fan inquired. Liang Cheng shook his head and gestured towards a distant cavalry unit, stating, "Furthermore, there is something quite peculiar. It is customary for cavalry to escort supply convoys, yet this particular unit has not dispersed to act as sentinels. For several days, they have remained tightly organized, resembling more of a surveillance force over the laborers than mere escorts for the supplies." Indeed, Liang Cheng's observation resonated with Zhang Fan. "Have you ever engaged in battle?" Zhang Fan could not help but divert the conversation. "Oh, was it in the side story of zombie Liang Cheng?" At that moment, Shui San's voice suddenly emerged from behind the two, akin to a specter. "My lord, I have discerned something quite amiss." As Shui San spoke, Liang Cheng felt an icy chill run down his spine, causing him to draw a sharp breath. Yet, Zhang Fan could only suppress his lingering shock and asked, "What is it?" "In order to avoid detection, I deliberately chose the grain sack at the very bottom of the cart. Who could have known?" Shui San opened his palm, and one by one, small pebbles fell from his hand. Chapter 17. The scent of blood extinguished the fire. Curfew. Each night, at a designated hour, soldiers would come to relay the curfew orders, instructing all laborers to extinguish their campfires and retire for the night. "All right." Shui San took some water and doused the flames, then crawled into the tent. The other three travelers had their makeshift tents. The laborers emerged in a hurry, not being nomadic people, which rendered their tents quite small, merely serving the purpose of shelter. The soldiers' tents, however, appeared quite decent, clearly supplied by the army. "The Lord sleeps inside, while I shall sleep outside." Liang Qing laid his blanket at the entrance of the tent and reclined. Zhang Fan made himself comfortable as well. Aware that Liang Qing, being a zombie, should be impervious to the cold, yet he couldn't help but curiously inquire of Shui San, "Sander, aren't you coming in to sleep?" Shui San chuckled and shook his head, lifting the wine pouch he had stealthily brought from the tent, then gestured outside. "My lord, I shall sleep outside. I have already dug my pit, and my small stature makes it convenient." Once Shui San stepped out, Zhang Fan lay back down. However, sleep would elude him tonight. The knife rested beneath his blanket, within easy reach, as if this cold, hard object were the only thing that could truly provide him warmth. "Though my lord rests, we shall remain vigilant," Liang Cheng remarked. Very well. There was little communication, for Zhang Fan trusted Liang Cheng's judgment. The task that they and their companions were currently undertaking within the grain transport team was undoubtedly more complex than mere transportation. Liang Cheng asserted that their supply convoy was likely being used as bait, and the decision to camp in such a perilous terrain tonight was deliberate. If all went as expected, the activation of the bait would occur this evening. Even if one were to inform the centurion in the supply camp, that centurion might discreetly eliminate you without a sound. Given the peculiar behavior of the cavalry over these past few days, it was reasonable to assume that the regular troops in the supply camp were fully aware of their mission. As for the notion of protecting these innocent laborers by revealing the truth and attempting to escape with them, should they choose this course of action, Zhang Fan and his companions would undoubtedly become fugitives, potentially implicating the blind Xingyang and others back in Tigerhead City. Thus, no one was a saint. Zhang Fan had never considered emulating one. Moreover, from a more pragmatic perspective, if they could use these 2,000 or 3,000 laborers as bait to decisively annihilate the enemy and achieve their wartime objectives, it might be a disservice to those laborers. But for the greater cause, it was a murky calculation. In such confusion, even those who understood the situation could only learn to embrace ignorance. Zhang Fan continually reminded himself that he was merely a laborer, just a laborer. On the battlefield, survival was paramount. Well, if circumstances permitted, he would not mind seeking some benefits for himself as well. However, due to the arduous journey undertaken during the day, Zhang Fan felt a significant depletion of energy. As he lay down, he perceived a heaviness in his eyelids, compelling him to cautiously maintain a semblance of consciousness while endeavoring to steal a moment of rest. Liang Cheng, positioned at the entrance of the tent, alternately opened and closed his eyes. Outside, in a carefully concealed pit, Xuesen slowly sipped his drink, occasionally moistening his lips with his tongue. For Zhang Fan, this represented a moment of anxious anticipation, yet for the two of them, it was the pinnacle of expectation after half a year. Let the night descend even deeper. Beyond the earthen slope of the camp, a cluster of shadows materialized. These silhouettes gathered here and then swiftly dispersed, stealthily approaching the perimeter of the encampment. One by one, they eliminated the sentinels in their respective paths and began infiltrating the camp. It is difficult to ascertain whether they were well trained, as each individual displayed a distinct method of operation. Nonetheless, their movements were eerily silent, seamlessly permeating the camp without inciting significant disturbance. Such instincts were honed during the rigors of hunting. In the harsh desert conditions, these marauders were warriors forged by nature itself. Even the cavalry of Yan, a century prior during the Yin-Man War, had only managed to withstand them through superior equipment and tactical discipline. Thus, the humble laborers within the camp, once wielding hoes, stood no chance against them. 3 shadowy figures stealthily infiltrated a tent where 3 individuals lay in slumber. The shadows approached the sleeping laborers with utmost caution, their eyes glimmering faintly in the darkness, conveying unspoken intentions. Almost simultaneously, each figure swiftly covered the mouth of their target, and before the laborers could awaken, a blade was drawn and plunged into their throats. The silence was profound. No cries of anguish echoed, for similar covert assaults unfolded with meticulous precision in several other locations. After dispatching their targets, the trio exited the tent quietly and proceeded to the next one. They cautiously lifted the tent flap to survey the occupants within. To their surprise, one individual lay directly at the entrance. With no alternative, they resolved to eliminate this person first. The shadow crouched down, executing the subsequent steps with the efficiency of a seasoned craftsman on an assembly line. A swift hand pressed against the victim's mouth, stirring them from slumber momentarily. Nevertheless, it mattered not, for the other hand wielded a knife that sliced down towards the vulnerable neck. A chilling sound echoed. Scrape, scrape. A momentary pause ensued as the shadowy figure registered a peculiar sensation, akin to sharpening a blade against a whetstone. The expected warmth of blood did not splash forth. Scrape, scrape, scrape. By the gods, was this truly a human neck, so unyielding? Yet, the figure's bewilderment was short-lived, as a hand suddenly seized their throat. With a sharp crack, the shadow's neck was snapped, and its head collided with its shoulders in a most intimate embrace. Outside the tent, 2 silhouettes seemed to have heard the commotion from within, their expressions fraught with suspicion as they prepared to act. However, unbeknownst to them, a head gradually emerged from the ground beneath their feet. A smirk graced Xuesan's lips as he sprang forth from the small pit where he had concealed himself. And at the apex of his leap, he deftly slashed forward with the dagger in his hands. Thud, thud. The 2 shadows collapsed to the ground. Xuesan twisted his neck, savoring the long-lost thrill of taking a life. Were it not for the constraints of his surroundings, he would have reveled in a triumphant howl, perhaps even imitating a wolf's cry. A whoop. At that moment, the tent was flung open from within, revealing Liang Cheng and Zhang Fan. Liang Cheng held a blood-soaked head aloft and addressed Xuesan. The head has been severed. Very well. Just then, a piercing whistle split the deceptive tranquility of the night. The gate of the encampment was breached by the encroaching shadows, and suddenly, the thunder of galloping warhorses echoed from outside. From both the front and rear gates, over 1,000 cavalrymen surged forth, their roars and howls reverberating as they surged into the camp. The sentry posts had already been dealt with, and the outer defenses had been significantly weakened due to prior infiltrations. In this scenario, the 2 waves of cavalry, one after the other, surged seamlessly into the main area of the encampment. The slumbering laborers were abruptly awakened. Some were bewildered, unaware of the unfolding chaos, while others, having been the first to catch sight of the barbaric horsemen clad in animal hides, began to scream in terror. As Liang Cheng had foreseen, the enemy's sudden assault swiftly disrupted the camp. Although there were still hundreds of regular troops in the main area, the scattering of their laborers caused the formation to collapse, leading to a devastating onslaught by the barbarian cavalry, who ruthlessly slaughtered those who fled. Under the shroud of night, the camp transformed into a battleground for the savage horsemen, who brandished their sabers with wild abandon, mercilessly cutting down their fleeing prey. First, they would finish off the quarry, and only then would they indulge in the exquisite pleasure of dividing the spoils of war. Liang Cheng led the way, with Xue San trailing behind and Zheng Fan positioned in the middle. After exiting their tent, they made their way to a corner of the camp, where a stack of supplies was sheltered behind a wooden cart, adjacent to the camp's palisade, a rudimentary defensive structure they had prepped before nightfall. Zheng Fan gripped his knife tightly, his senses heightened with vigilance. Xue San perched on the cart, swinging his short legs. Liang Qing quietly regarded the barbarian head hanging from his waist, licking his lips. "If you wish to eat, then eat," Xue San teased. Liang Qing shook his head. It was no longer fresh. "Why not eat it directly just now?" he queried. Afraid it might scream, came the retort. "Oh, it hasn't been long. Why are you so particular about your taste?" Without the anguished cries of prey accompanying the meal, the experience lacked much of its flavor. Xue San pouted and silently muttered 3 words: "Poverty breeds refinement." Suddenly, Xue San turned to Zheng Fan behind him and said, "My lord, perhaps we should take advantage of the chaos to slip away. This place is, after all, far too perilous." Upon hearing this, Zheng Fan shook his head and replied, "I trust Liang Qing's judgment. This supply convoy serves as bait. The fish have already taken the hook, and the net should soon be upon us. Although it seems excessively cruel to use the lives of thousands of laborers as bait, the situation has been set in motion. What we must now consider is how to preserve ourselves as best as possible while securing something of tangible value, such as the heads of these barbarian foes. As for fleeing, what a farce. Escaping now bears no difference from the treachery of the 4-9 defectors to the national army. My lord, do not be overly rigid." As the fate of the laborer convoy became apparent to all, rather than clamoring to warn everyone for their own safety, they directly discussed another matter. 2 days prior, while escorting provisions, they had overheard 2 soldiers mention that the heads of the barbarians could fetch a reward or serve as military merit. Xue San pondered, "Truly, our lord possesses the acumen to navigate our predicament. Though he may be somewhat flustered and out of his depth due to his common origins, his heart is undeniably resolute." Suddenly, 2 barbarian cavalrymen pursued a lone soldier, and the foremost one galloped forth, cleaving the soldier down. At the same time, he caught sight of Zheng Fan and the others standing between the wooden cart and the palisade. They emitted excited, eerie howls and urged their steeds to gallop once more. Charging towards new prey, Liang Cheng rose silently, while Xue San closed his eyes, his earlobes twitching slightly. Zheng Fan could not help but swallow hard. He had previously only learned through literature that cavalry in the cold weapon era were the undisputed rulers, although only 2 warhorses were barreling towards them. The impact was akin to standing in the middle of a road as a speeding SUV approached. The sound of hooves, mingled with the heavy breaths of the horses, gradually slowed, and slowed again. Nevertheless, Zheng Fan chose neither to flee nor to evade, but instead continued to grip his blade with what seemed to be an unorthodox, yet resolute manner. The distance closed in. Xue San made the first move, swiftly darting downward before springing upward in an astonishing manner before the onrushing warhorse. The barbarian knight instinctively swung his blade, yet struck nothing but air, while Xue San had already appeared at his side, continuing his ascent. With a reverse grip on his dagger, he flicked his wrist and slashed at an angle. Thud! The dagger plunged into the barbarian cavalryman's jaw, sinking in instantly. The barbarian knight was engulfed in a haze of crimson and promptly lost consciousness. As for Liang Cheng, he waited until the cavalryman charged directly before him before springing into action. Perhaps in the eyes of that barbarian knight, this man would be Qingxia. The front legs of the warhorse buckled down, the terrifying inertia flinging the barbarian cavalryman off its back. Liang Cheng seized the beast skin garment of his adversary, pinning him forcefully against the cart's board. Simultaneously, he lifted his gaze sharply towards Zheng Fan, exclaiming, "My lord." In an instinctive reaction, Zheng Fan raised his blade and struck down upon the utterly subdued barbarian cavalryman. The blade met flesh with a sickening thud, and blood splattered forth, painting Zheng Fan's face in crimson, warm, hot, and searing. His mouth fell agape, eyes wide with shock, his body swaying slightly as he gradually discerned an unexpected flavor, a sweetness. Chapter 18. Soaring against the wind, a wolf shall never accept a sheep as its leader. If one cannot alter this relationship, then one must endeavor to change it. Teaching the sheep to run, to bite, and to fight. Encourage it to stand upon the hillside and howl at the moon, making it perceive the grass as the most unpalatable sustenance in the world. Transform the sheep into a creature that embodies the essence of a wolf. even more so than a genuine wolf itself. The two barbarian cavalrymen who had met their demise here were indeed unfortunate, in the midst of the chaos engulfing the camp. Where panicked laborers scattered, they had unwittingly found themselves in this very place. Indeed, there were only 3 laborers. Yet these 3 seemed akin to premium players within the ranks of common folk. Xuesen adeptly severed the heads of the 2 victims with his dagger, then glanced at Zhang Fan, whose face was smeared with blood. With a faint smile, he retrieved a handkerchief from his bosom and offered it to Zhang Fan. Accepting the cloth, Zhang Fan vigorously wiped his face. However, this action only intensified the acrid scent of blood that swiftly invaded his nostrils, causing tumult in his stomach. He struggled to suppress the urge to vomit, aware that to bend over and retch in such an environment would be a considerable disruption to the grim scene. Although he recognized his own limitations, Zhang Fan endeavored to present himself in the best light before his superior. Master, the first kill can be disconcerting, yet once one acclimates, the thrill becomes intoxicating, Xuesen encouraged. Come, master, take a sip of wine. Zhang Fan accepted the wine pouch, but refrained from drinking, instead pouring it over his face. He exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. All right, I am fine now, he declared, retrieving his knife once more. Xuesen moved the corpse from the cart, having not paid heed to the wounds during the beheading. However, upon shifting the body, he noticed the gaping injuries and instinctively licked his lips, acknowledging the formidable power behind that strike. He intended to inquire about Liang Cheng, but at that moment, the tide of battle within the camp suddenly shifted. Previously, nearly 2,000 barbarian cavalry, having infiltrated with the assistance of their allies, easily breached the camp gates, rampaging through the encampment. However, at this moment, a sudden series of urgent hoofbeats echoed from the periphery. The barbarian cavalry, already thrown into chaos within the camp, instinctively sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere, which reached its zenith when some discovered that many of the grain sacks were filled with stones. Outside, the cavalry corps of Yen, having arrived in time to execute a double encirclement, afforded them little opportunity for regrouping or reflection. Charge commence. Yen, a nation forged by martial prowess. Among the 4 great states, Yen is the most desolate, burdened by the most unfavorable geopolitical circumstances. Since its establishment, Yen has persistently borne the weight of the entire barbaric desert tribes with its own strength. It is precisely for this reason that, despite a century of peace, the true elite of Yan's field troops, particularly its cavalry corps, continue to embody the valiant blood and tenacity of their ancestors. Even in a direct confrontation on the plains, the cavalry of Yen dares to engage and triumph. Their equipment and discipline are indeed unparalleled by the barbarian riders. Moreover, at this juncture, with over 2,000 barbarian cavalry indulging in rampant chaos within the camp, they have long since lost their organization, lacking the formation necessary for a charge. When faced with the onslaught of true elite cavalry, the outcome is already predetermined. In a fierce clash, 2 cavalry units from the state of Yin pierced through the ranks of barbarian horsemen like 2 sharp iron drills, effectively shattering their formation. What remained was merely the task of encircling and annihilating the remnants. Zhang Fan encountered 2 panicked barbarian riders, but this time, Liang Cheng refrained from using them to test Zhang Fan's courage. Instead, he and Xuesen swiftly dispatched them, each taking 1 down. Almost immediately, a contingent of black-armored cavalry from Yin swept past them, seemingly oblivious to the trio of Zhang Fan, Liang Cheng, and Xuesen. As they pursued the fleeing barbarian horsemen ahead, Liang Cheng took a few steps back, leaning against the cart, while Xuesen, smacking his lips, remarked on the ruthlessness of the general commanding the Yin forces, who used commoners' lives as bait to ensnare their foes. He reflected on the difficulty of completely annihilating a cavalry unit. Liang Cheng defended the Yin general, noting that the barbarians operated under a tribal system, lacking fortified cities. To eradicate a tribe, one must eliminate all able-bodied men. Otherwise, the survivors could simply relocate to start anew. At that moment, as Xuesen had just settled down, he suddenly sprang up, causing Zhang Fan to feel a sudden darkness before being knocked to the ground. Wham! 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 An arrow whizzed past the spot where Zhang Fan had been standing, piercing through the cart's side. Liang Cheng immediately brandished his sword and leaped over the cart towards the source of the threat, where a nearly 2-meter-tall barbarian clad in armor approached with a drawn blade. Clang! Clang! The 2 long blades clashed in the air, sparks flying. However, due to the disparity in the quality of the weapons, or perhaps because the opponent wielded a prized sword, during the 3rd engagement, Liang Qing's blade shattered, forcing him to stagger back 2 steps from the force. The burly man across from him, though still gripping his weapon, stumbled back 4 steps, nearly losing his balance. "Don't mind me, go assist. I'll take cover," Zhang Fan urged, giving a shove to Shui San, who had been crouching beside him in a vigilant stance. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Fan rolled to the left twice, seamlessly slipping beneath the vehicle. At that moment, it would be foolish to shout for everyone to charge forward together. Zhang Fan was acutely aware of his own limitations. To persist in bravado or to embody the unwavering loyalty of a romantic drama would only serve to become a burden. Moreover, standing exposed would distract the 2 fighters. It was far wiser to adopt a solitary retreat and acknowledge his own fragility. Most importantly, he had observed the burly man's body flickering with gray light during the previous exchange with Liang Qing. A sinister chuckle escaped Shui San as he mimicked Zhang Fan's movement, albeit rolling in the opposite direction. Liang Qing discarded his broken blade onto the ground, positioning his hands at his sides, his back slightly arched and his body leaning forward. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the towering adversary before him. "Your sword is broken." The barbaric giant twisted his neck and tightened his grip on the knife in his hand. Without further delay, he raised the blade once more to strike. This time, perhaps due to the absence of a weapon, Liang Qing chose not to confront him head-on, but instead began to evade. After several attempts to slash, he still failed to land a blow on his opponent. The giant grew increasingly anxious. The current situation was exceptionally disadvantageous for them, and they needed to break through swiftly. Otherwise, once the cavalry of Yin had finished their sweep and fully secured the area, escaping would become exceedingly difficult. Those damned Yin dogs dared to use lives as bait. The giant swung his blade again, but after Liang Qing sidestepped, his body collided forcefully with him. Bang! The giant's shoulder crashed against Liang Qing's chest, producing a muffled thud. To his astonishment, it was the giant himself who was most surprised. He was a rare warrior in his tribe, possessing a physique that rarely encountered an equal in wrestling. Yet this man from Yin, garbed like a common laborer, had a chest so remarkably solid that it defied all logic. Indeed, it was illogical, as a normal person would not engage in wrestling with a zombie. Instinctively, as the impact brought them closer together, the giant raised his knife, preparing to strike. However, an unexpected resistance suddenly surged through the blade, and he looked down in disbelief, shocked to find that the hand of this Yin man, or rather, his fingernails, had become ensnared in his weapon. Buzz! Once again, a gray luminescence flickered upon the robust figure of the barbarian, augmenting his strength anew. The blade and the fingernails generated a fierce friction, yet astonishingly, the nails did not shatter. Instead, they became ensnared in a stalemate with the razor-sharp edge of the sword. Deep within Liang Qing's gaze, a surge of crimson flickered as he intoned gravely, "I still prefer to utilize my nails." With his other hand freed, his nails elongated significantly, aiming directly at the chest of the barbarian for a piercing strike. With a soft thud, the barbarian's armor appeared to offer scant protection against the eerie, darkly emanating nails, merely delaying the inevitable before being pierced through. The ebony nails penetrated deep into the barbarian's flesh. Suddenly, a projectile whizzed through the air, striking Liang Qing's left arm directly. The sound of cracking bones echoed from his arm, rendering it utterly powerless. Seizing this opportunity, the barbarian forcefully shoved Liang Qing aside, delivering a swift kick. With a resounding impact, Liang Qing was sent sprawling, crashing against the cart's panel, which splintered beneath him. Behind, the lean archer who had just released the arrow wore a perplexed expression. His earlier hesitation to target the foe's back stemmed from a fear of injuring his own comrades with the arrow's passage. Yet, even when aiming from the side, he was confident in the arrow's might, believing it would at least embed itself fully within the adversary, pinning him like a nail. However, to his astonishment, the arrow had merely penetrated the tip into the opponent's unarmored left arm. "Be cautious, Ollie, that individual poses a threat. You should look after yourself as well." A chilling voice emanated from behind the slender man. The agile man was taken aback. As the tribe's sharpshooter, his senses were exceptionally acute. How could someone approach him so silently? Yet, Shui San had indeed materialized behind him, simultaneously presenting his dagger. This time, the dagger did not slice the throat but plunged directly into the opponent's back. Before the adversary could react, Shui San grasped the handle of the dagger and forcefully yanked it downward. The scene resembled the ritual of slaughtering a sheep in a butcher's shop, where the animal is immersed in boiling water, hung up, and then meticulously skinned from the neck downward, as if undressing it. Here, however, Shui San reversed the process. pulling down from the back to between the legs, severing completely. Blood erupted like a fountain, gushing forth without restraint. This was meant to be a profoundly gratifying experience. For someone like Xuesan, there seemed to be few pleasures in life that could rival a shower of an enemy's blood. However, due to the angle of the act, a foul substance unexpectedly sprayed forth amidst the crimson torrent, splattering him entirely. Moreover, owing to Xuesan's shorter stature, his head was perfectly positioned at the level of an average person's groin, resulting in a comical and unfortunate outcome. The sensation, the tang, the heat, the stickiness. Xuesan stood there, seemingly dazed, his body trembling uncontrollably. Damn it. Chapter 19. Competing for merit. The death of his companion, the sharpshooter, drove the barbarian warrior to the brink of madness. He and the sharpshooter, Akedu, had been the two valiant warriors under the chieftain's command, sharing a bond akin to brotherhood over the years spent by the chieftain's side. I will kill you. The barbarian raised his blade, charging towards Liang Cheng, who had just been kicked away. Liang Cheng lay on the ground, his left arm pierced by an arrow, seemingly too grievously injured to rise. At that moment, Zheng Fan, who had been hiding in the corner, shouted and rushed out with a knife in hand. He had concealed himself earlier to avoid being a burden, but now, if he did not intervene, Liang Cheng would surely be butchered by the barbarian. Liang Cheng remained on the ground, gazing in another direction, and as he shouted towards Zheng Fan, who was charging towards him, a faint smile crept upon his lips as he shook his head. The night before their departure, the blind man, Bei, had secretly summoned them for a discussion. Bei remarked, "I know that deep down, many of you still harbor doubts about our leader. Nevertheless, let us not forget, we are all creations of our leader. If we were to liken the real world to a prison, one could say that the sovereign has long been shackled within this confinement. At present, all that is required is for us to provide the sovereign with an environment conducive to unrestrained growth. As the creator capable of shaping our destiny, he is destined to evolve into a leader worthy of our allegiance." Zheng Fan, at this moment, has truly cast aside his fears. He is acutely aware of the formidable strength of the barbarian giant before him. Even without the sheen of armor, he recognizes that he is no match for his opponent. Yet, to remain cowering in a corner, passively witnessing Liang Cheng's demise while only hoping to remain unnoticed for the sake of his own survival, this is not Zheng Fan's nature. He has already faced death once. In this world, every additional day of life is a gift, and thus, he refuses to linger in regret. Consequently, even if Zheng Fan's only means of offense is a loud shout, he still charges forward, and with a resounding voice. Suddenly, the barbarian giant, in the midst of his charge, trembles, his momentum ceasing abruptly. He gazes down at his palm in bewilderment, only to find it enveloped in darkness. With a sudden gasp, a foul, tainted blood erupts from his mouth, and his body begins to quiver uncontrollably. He has been poisoned, and this toxin is most dreadful, stemming from the very nails of that man from the Yin kingdom. Zheng Fan has now reached the barbarian giant, who, in a daze, lifts his gaze to meet the advancing Zheng Fan. He wishes to raise his weapon, but alas, it clatters to the ground. His blade fell to the ground. He yearned to raise his fist, yet his body began to uncontrollably tilt backward. Zheng Fan's mind was devoid of any extraneous thoughts. After dashing a certain distance, he wielded the knife with all his might, bringing it down with a fierce strike. Bang! The first sound of impact was the barbaric giant collapsing to the earth, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, his vitality utterly extinguished by the poison of death. The second thud came from Zheng Fan, for the giant's fall caused his blade to slice through empty air and under the relentless pull of inertia. He too tumbled to the ground. In the distance, Xuesan, with a face full of astonishment, couldn't help but cheer. The master is mighty. Zheng Fan gazed incredulously at the lifeless body of the barbarian lying beside him. He felt no regret for not having slain his foe personally. Instead, he was overwhelmed with a profound sense of relief at having survived the ordeal. To be unafraid of death does not equate to a desire for demise. Liang Cheng rose from the ground, gripping the arrow's shaft with his right hand. He exerted force and extracted the arrow from his left arm. No blood flowed, merely a gaping wound, surrounded by swirling tendrils of dark energy. Tearing a strip from his clothing, he bandaged the wound a few times for concealment, then approached Zheng Fan, who was still gasping for breath, and extended his hand. Zheng Fan, feeling a touch of embarrassment, smiled faintly and grasped Liang Cheng's hand, rising to his feet. "Good heavens!" exclaimed Xuesan in astonishment. "My lord, we have captured a significant prize here." Zhang Fan and Liang Cheng hastened over to where the two barbarian warriors had previously emerged. There, an elderly man, pierced by 2 arrows and bearing several grave wounds, leaned against the ground. Although the armor he wore was battered and scarred, its former elegance remained evident. In the barbarian tribes, the pursuit of aesthetic beauty in armor was a mark of absolute luxury. It seemed that the two barbarian warriors had intended to escort this elder to safety, temporarily placing him here as they sought to swiftly resolve their own predicament. The old man, now wide-eyed, glared furiously at Zhang Fan and his companions. It was apparent that despite his age, he must have been a formidable figure before his injuries. My lord, capturing this old fellow alive would undoubtedly yield greater merit, wouldn't it? Zhang Fan bit his lip and replied, kill him. Huh. Shuesen appeared perplexed. Liang Cheng, standing beside Zhang Fan, interjected, kill him. He must have witnessed everything that just transpired. Although they had begun to grasp the nature of this world, their understanding remained superficial. Who could say whether Liang Cheng's combat style might appear utterly unconventional here? Indeed, Shuesen concurred. At that moment, seemingly aware of his impending fate, the elder suddenly fixed his gaze on Liang Cheng and shouted, devil. Devil. Huh, correct answer, Shuesen replied as his dagger descended. The cavalry of the state of Yin has gained control over the battlefield, and the large-scale slaughter has come to an end. Now, the only task remaining is to conduct a thorough search of the camp, leaving no barbarian unexamined. A contingent of cavalry stumbled upon a most peculiar sight. 5 horsemen, mounted before a pile of wooden carts, bore expressions of profound astonishment. Upon the carts lay a row of severed heads belonging to the barbarians. The hairstyles of these barbarians were entirely distinct from those of the Yin people. Although the Yin resided in the northern regions and were labeled as a barbarous nation by several central powers, such designations merely reflect the regional prejudices of later times. The outlandish hairstyles of the barbarians, coupled with their customs of tattooing their faces and adorning their scalps with scars, rendered their severed heads remarkably identifiable. A dwarf squatted upon one of the carts, while a man with a bandaged left arm stood on the opposite side. In the center stood another man, his visage stained with blood, holding the head of an elderly man in his grasp, with a headless corpse at his feet. The sergeant squinted, feeling an overwhelming impulse to command his men to charge. While the severed heads of the barbarians were undoubtedly valuable, contributing to his merits or rewards, his true focus lay upon the head of the elder, whose identity he had likely surmised. The reason the Central Command had not yet ceased their search was precisely to locate that elderly figure. On the opposing side were mere commoners. 3 of them, it seemed, were remarkably fortunate to have played the role of bait in this chaos, managing to secure such a multitude of severed heads and clutching the greatest achievements of this battle in their hands. Shuesen bit down on a blade of grass, expressing his disdain for the scent clinging to him. However, he was far more repulsed by the palpable aura of menace emanating from the 5 cavalrymen of Yin State before him. This palpable threat was directed towards him and his 2 companions. He twisted his neck slightly, his lips barely moving as he whispered, "My lord, they intend to engage in treachery." The pursuit of personal glory, even at the expense of one's comrades, is a pervasive issue within the ranks of the military. This was especially true as the attire of Zhang Fan and his companions rendered them mere laborers in the eyes of the Yin regulars. The war horses began to paw at the ground restlessly. The cavalrymen were growing increasingly impatient. In this chaotic moment, they could still take action, but if they delayed any further, once the search concluded, the situation would become far more complicated, making any subsequent actions cumbersome. The sergeant finally resolved to raise his cleaver. Just then, a low growl resonated from behind the 5 knights. The sergeant's body quivered at the sound. They were acutely aware of what that beastly roar signified. The knights immediately turned their mounts, bowing their heads towards the source of the sound, while simultaneously pounding their left breastplates with their right hands. Another beast? Muttered Shuesen. Liang Cheng beside him also straightened up silently. At that moment, Zhang Fan caught sight of a creature with 2 horns and a face resembling that of a tiger, slowly approaching them. This beast possessed a rather peculiar appearance, but if one were to seek similarities, it seemed even more akin to the mount of the esteemed envoy encountered earlier in Tiger Head City than anything else. Upon the beast sat a young man clad in crimson armor, his face strikingly pale. Behind the youth, an aged swordsman draped in violet robes trailed, clasping his sword. Step by measured step, the monstrous beast traversed the 5 knights, directly confronting Zhang Fan, the youthful general in scarlet armor seated upon it. A profound smile playing upon his lips, first surveying the severed heads, then casting his gaze upon Zhang Fan and his companions. as his eyes fell upon Shuai-san. The young general's brow furrowed slightly. The battlefield, the encampment, were hardly redolent with fragrant perfumes, yet such an intense odor emanating from one's very presence was, undeniably, somewhat intolerable. However, after a fleeting moment, the scarlet-clad general inclined his torso slightly, his gaze fixed upon Zhang Fan, who stood foremost among the trio, and inquired, "Did you dispatch them all?" Zhang Fan nodded, his gaze meeting the others. "How were they slain?" "Through fortuitous happenstance." The scarlet-clad youth straightened, his countenance inscrutable. "Do you acknowledge your culpability?" The scarlet-clad general inquired with composure. The corporal was taken aback, then hastily dismounted and prostrated himself, exclaiming, "This humble officer acknowledges his transgression." In the military, sophistry is not favored, nor is the meticulous collection of incriminating evidence, for it is exceedingly difficult to ascertain whether you are, in fact, the fowl that your commander intends to slaughter. "It is well that you acknowledge your culpability," the scarlet-clad general affirmed. Upon hearing this, the corporal lifted his head in terror, exclaiming, "But they were merely laborers, mere decoys." The implication being that individuals of such insignificance were inconsequential to eliminate. "Now, they are comrades in arms." Immediately thereafter, the scarlet-clad youth uttered softly, "Seventh uncle." Hum. Thud. The head of Captain Wu rolled down. The remaining 4 knights immediately dismounted and knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. The young man in red armor seemed disinclined to continue punishing these lowly soldiers. Instead, he turned his attention to Zhang Fan and the other 2 behind him, instructing them to wash up before coming to his tent. Zhang Fan felt a surge of uncertainty, and at that moment, the gaze of the old man with the sword suddenly swept over, bringing with it a chilling aura. "I shall obey your command." The young man in red chuckled. "Ha ha ha. A mere peasant dares to call himself a commander." Then, seemingly struck by a thought, he commanded, "By the way, that short fellow is not allowed to enter my tent, even if he has to shed a layer of skin." After issuing his orders, the young man in red slowly departed on his steed, with the old man still following him. The crisis was averted. Zhang Fan let out a long sigh of relief. However, Shuai-san grumbled discontentedly, "That damned woman actually dares to look down on me." Chapter 20, Promotion. The sound of splashing water echoed. Shuai-san sat in a wooden tub, scrubbing his body. This tub was borrowed from the Firehead army, not a bathing tub, but typically used for fetching water. Yet for Shuai-san's physique, it sufficed, even providing some extra space. "Hey, do you think our lord might have some sort of affair with that general?" Shuai-san asked Liang Cheng, who was sitting at the other end of the tent while bathing. Liang Cheng glanced at Shuai-san and replied, "Not even a dog's nose is as keen as yours." Indeed, even the shape-shifting artistry of a master like Xingyang could not deceive my olfactory senses. "Feces included?" Shuai-san. Shuai-san bellowed, splashing water over his body, the 5th bucketful now expended. For an assassin, ambushing from behind was commonplace. Shuai-san had lost count of the prey he had dispatched in such a manner. However, to have one's face plastered with the excrement of a quarry was a novel experience. Shuai-san could only attribute this to the excessive force he had employed when dragging his dagger downwards within the victim's body, intending to obliterate their organs. Little did he anticipate the centrifugal force. Yangqing nonchalantly shook his head. Following the conventional narrative arc, a female character disguised as a male would, in all likelihood, be welcomed into the protagonist's harem. Initially, she might feign reluctance, but gradually, she would become irrevocably devoted to the protagonist. Narrative arc? Precisely. Like Zhao Min in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, isn't it? There are countless similar examples. In reality, a woman's affection for a man hinges on his appearance, character, sincerity, financial standing, and dowry, among other factors. Yet, within literary works, authors invariably conjure up a multitude of justifications for women to fawn over the protagonist. Liang Qing extracted his water skin with a touch of resignation, uncorked it, took a swig, and remarked, "That's fiction." Were it not for the current inauspicious circumstances, Liang Qing, true to his nature, would never have chosen to sit here, observing a dwarf bathe while engaging in casual banter. Ah, the lifeless zombie, one must never forget their roots. Have you truly forgotten from whence we came? Upon hearing this, Liang Qing furrowed his brow slightly. Some matters, while one can accept them, do not equate to true understanding. For others, it may merely be a comic book, but for us, it embodies our very existence. I have no time to ponder philosophy with you. In retrospect, I find myself somewhat regretful. When our Lord departed, I barely had the opportunity to inform him that the general clad in red armor was a woman. Yet I failed to give him proper counsel. What counsel? I should have advised our lord that upon arriving at the enemy's main tent, regardless of whether guards were stationed at the entrance, if they request a moment to announce his presence before entry, he must not wait. He should charge straight in. Why? Because the general is likely bathing, and if by chance our lord were to burst in, he would inadvertently catch a glimpse of her in her entirety. Following this, the female general would be both embarrassed and furious, perhaps issuing a punishment against our lord. However, as the first man to behold her form, aside from her father, he would undoubtedly leave a profound impression on her heart. Then, she would have him thrown out and executed, leading to our lord's demise. Ah! Xuesen lamented, scratching his head in exasperation. You, my friend, are dreadfully mundane. It is you who are unrealistic. Life, in its essence, transcends art. It is noteworthy that since the awakening of our sovereign, this is the first female character of significant stature we have encountered in this world. It would indeed be remiss if nothing were to transpire, if no sparks were to fly, if no foreshadowing were to be laid. Liang Cheng had grown weary of conversation. He perceived that this dwarf was not merely physically stunted, but perhaps mentally affected as well. Perhaps Qingxia epitomizes such a persona. Perpetually shorter than her peers and preferring the seclusion of her home, yet her mind teems with fantasies. This very disposition and habit have been wholly inherited by the character Xuesen, crafted by his pen. Should matters come to fruition, our only loss would be the sovereign's lineage. She is unworthy. Ah, let us not speak thus. Our sovereign remains exceptional. I refer to that woman. She is unworthy of our sovereign. Xuesen furrowed his brow slightly, his arms resting atop the edge of a bucket. Gazing at Liang Cheng, are you truly so shamelessly sycophantic now? With us by his side, our sovereign can wed the most outstanding woman in this world. At these words, Xuesen paused, blinking in surprise. He could not refute this statement and, in truth, found an inner agreement with it. However, after a brief silence, he inquired, Yet, at present, we remain quite feeble. Those barbarians are not truly formidable. In a one-on-one confrontation, even those who emit light, we could vanquish them through our own prowess and experience. Ordinary soldiers, one by one, merely march to their demise. 5 or 6 may prove a modest challenge. Yet what of 20, 50, or even 100? You have witnessed the cavalry of Yan, in the absence of advantageous terrain on the plains. Should 50 horsemen charge at you in succession, how many rounds could you endure, even if you were a zombie? Liang Qing turned his head slightly to assess the injury on his left arm and remarked, We have only just begun to recover. The distance to each individual's peak, to the true extent of our abilities, remains vast. What we have regained is but the tip of the iceberg. Who knows how to recover further? If we were to regain more, it would not be our lord approaching that woman, but rather us binding her from the throngs of soldiers and delivering her directly to our lord's bedchamber. Do not tell me you have not noticed. Noticed what? Xuesen inquired with curiosity. The image of the barbarian cavalrymen slain by their lord flashed in Xuesen's mind. Are you suggesting that the extent of our recovery, and whether we can advance further, hinges primarily on our lord? I only know that before our lord awoke, we were merely ordinary individuals. And consider how little time has passed since our lord's awakening. His strength has suddenly matched that of a seasoned adult male. During our march, I believed our lord would falter, yet he persevered. Perhaps he himself has yet to truly recognize this. That is, the progression may not solely pertain to us. Zhang Fan arrived outside the military tent, where there were few soldiers on guard. Only an elderly man, clutching a sword, stood at the entrance. Without making Zhang Fan wait, the old man lifted the curtain as soon as Zhang Fan approached, signaling for him to enter. Upon entering, Zhang Fan had already learned from Xuesen that he was in the presence of a general disguised as a woman. The general was not bathing. She remained clad in her striking red armor, kneeling behind a desk, perusing various letters, her demeanor radiating a sense of valor. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Fan knelt on one knee and greeted the general, refraining from further elaboration about himself. The general tossed the letter aside and regarded Zhang Fan with keen interest. You have achieved considerable merit this time. I shall reward you. Zhang Fan remained silent, raising his gaze to meet hers. He particularly noted her throat, though the armor obscured a clear view. Most importantly, the armor concealed her figure, rendering it impossible for him to discern her physique. As the armor's effect far surpassed that of mere undergarments, Zhang Fan found it peculiar that such thoughts occupied his mind at this moment, perhaps a result of his nervousness, leading him to unconsciously divert his thoughts. Men possess 2 brains, both resembling walnuts. Typically, while one is engaged in operation, the other tends to fall into a state of sluggishness. The general found himself in a somewhat awkward position. For it seemed that those in power were accustomed to the ritual of proclaiming rewards, expecting their subordinates to express loyalty and allegiance without any further demands. Although this notion was not to be taken literally, everyone appeared to adhere to this customary process. At this moment, however, the man before him seemed disinclined to partake in this charade. A faint smile graced the general's lips as he spoke. You have two options for rewards. One is to join my personal guard, becoming a steward of the Li family. After 2 years, you may choose whether to be assigned elsewhere or remain with us. And the path ahead will be considerably broader. The other option, are you from Tiger Head City? Indeed, the man replied. The Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue had recently issued a decree responding to the increasing threats posed by bandits against merchant convoys, mandating that each fortress and city establish their own merchant protection teams. However, no military funds or equipment had been allocated for this purpose, implying that a nominal force of 300 would be formed, while the remaining resources would need to be sourced locally. Thus, the second option offered was the position of Merchant Protection Officer in the Tiger Head City region. At this juncture, the general found himself at a loss for words. Pausing momentarily before continuing, I choose the second option. Zhang Fan immediately raised his head to declare. The general's voice faltered, seemingly in disbelief, and he repeated the question, You choose. Which option? The second option. I would rather be a leader among chickens than a tail among phoenixes. Remaining in Tiger Head City, I have at least 7 formidable allies who fervently proclaim me their sovereign. Why would I willingly become a steward in your household? The most crucial point is that Zhang Fan is acutely aware of his own worth. This time, his contribution was merely incidental, as he merely benefited from Liang Qing's blunder. If he were to venture out alone, leaving his subordinates behind, Zhang Fan believed he would not even know how he might meet his demise. Will you not regret it? Zhang Fan took a deep breath, solemnly shaking his head as he replied, I do not regret it. Can you tell me why? Am I, a servant of the Li family, so unworthy in your eyes? Hutu City is my home. I cannot bear to part with it. Chapter 21. The sudden arrival of a demon, my lord. I actually think being a servant is quite good. Perhaps I could even become an exceptional one, Shuesan jested. Zhang Fan dismissed Shuesan's frivolous remarks. For an ordinary person, serving the Li family might seem like an irresistible opportunity. However, the servants here are not akin to those in typical affluent households. They are private soldiers, receiving the finest provisions and enjoying the best of everything. They inherit loyalty from father to son, forming a group that is unwaveringly devoted to their master, resembling the imperial guard of ancient times. Once one enters this circle, after a few years of perseverance, one could become a direct descendant of the Li family. According to later intelligence gathered by Shuesan, the Li family is the largest clan in the Beifeng County, though not particularly populous, with a lineage that has not flourished. Nonetheless, it is a family of genuine military merit, holding the title of Marquis of Northern Town for generations, somewhat reminiscent of the Mu Wangfu from the Ming dynasty. Yet, how could Zhang Fan possibly abandon his 7 subordinates to become a mere servant? In this unfamiliar world, it is only these 7 subordinates who provide me with a sense of security. Moreover, from a personal development standpoint, being a small boss is far superior to working for others. Last night, during our camping, I deliberately ventured into the officer's tent to eavesdrop on their conversation. The tent of that woman? Liang Qing glanced at Shuesan, who immediately shook his head. The old man with the sword never leaves her side, and at present, I lack the confidence to deceive him. Therefore, I chose the tent of a mid-ranking officer, where I gleaned a considerable amount of information. Currently, the Li family, or more precisely, the days of the North Town Marquis household, are not particularly favorable. The barbarian tribes in the desert have completely fragmented into disarray, resulting in nearly a century without any large-scale conflicts, only minor skirmishes. Consequently, the status of the North Town Marquis has begun to dwindle. This is partly due to their own failure to master the art of nurturing their enemies while maintaining dignity. Following the ascension of the current monarch of Yin, efforts have been underway to curtail the power of the feudal lords, centralizing authority with intentions of waging war in the Central Plains and establishing supremacy there. The present North Town Marquis was recently compelled to travel to the capital by 3 imperial edicts, ostensibly to celebrate the Empress Dowager's birthday, but in reality, he has been placed under soft house arrest in the city. At this moment, there exists a palpable sense of unease among the ranks of the North Town army. So, is this a demonstration by the Li family? Liang Qing inquired. Almost, it seems. The pretext is that 2 scouts from the North Town army have gone missing within the territory of that barbarian tribe. prompting the North Town Army to request a deployment for a search, which has been met with refusal. Subsequently, the Northern Duke's mansion mobilized several thousand iron cavalry of the Northern Army and surged forward. The leader of the barbarian tribe displayed a modicum of cunning, attempting to ambush the supply route. However, that woman was even more ruthless, employing thousands of laborers as bait, annihilating all forces dispatched by the barbarian tribe in this operation. Upon hearing this, Liang Qing nodded and remarked, "The deliberate provocation to raise arms is intended to demonstrate to the Yin court that the Li family maintains a formidable grip over the Northern Army in Beifeng County, instilling in the court a sense of trepidation that prevents them from taking action against the Northern Duke in the capital. The use of common laborers as bait serves two purposes. Firstly, it aims to achieve significant military victories in a short span, hastening the conclusion of this inevitably fleeting localized conflict. After all, this war is a unilateral decision of the Northern Duke's mansion, not the court's intent. They cannot afford to prolong it. It must commence swiftly and conclude just as quickly, lest they face accountability from the court or allow the barbarian tribes of the desert to unite against them. A burden too great for the Northern Duke's mansion to bear alone. Secondly, it is an act of self-disgrace, tarnishing the Li family's reputation, leading the emperor and ministers of the Yin court to perceive the Li family as mere commoners, thereby lowering their vigilance. Any family harboring ambitions for power typically cultivates a facade of benevolence toward the populace to win their hearts before instigating rebellion. The Northern Duke's mansion's choice to use thousands of laborers as bait will soon become common knowledge, and the citizens of Hudatong City, along with the entirety of Beifeng County, will harbor disdain for this action, while the court shall revel in it. Unexpectedly, you possess such insight, Zheng Fan remarked, casting a surprised glance at Liang Qing. In Zheng Fan's recollection, Liang Qing had always been a man of few words. Yet, such individuals often possess a profound understanding of the intricate and convoluted matters at hand. I have experienced similar situations wherein the age-old adage of when the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked holds true. Moreover, there are times when, regardless of your unwavering loyalty to a higher authority, you cannot ensure that your subordinates will exhibit the same fidelity. Much like Zhao Quanqing, Zheng Fan remarked. Quite so. The three of them sat atop a mound, engaging in conversation while observing the advancing troops before them. Zheng Fan rose first, brushing off his trousers, and said, "There exists only the structure, devoid of funds, provisions, or weaponry." Zheng Fan reminded Shuai-san, although the court had indeed issued an edict to safeguard the trade routes, it did not genuinely expect each border town to sustain itself by establishing merchant escort troops. Rather, it required the military leaders of the northern Feng County, led by the Li family, to allocate personnel to oversee various towns. A soft blade can inflict greater pain, and it was evident that the Li family had no intention of complying with the command. As a vassal state, the current head of the family had already been placed under house arrest in the capital. Continuing to sever their own limbs would render them mere fish on the chopping block. Thus, the woman spoke to Zheng Fan about the existence of structure without any troops, provisions, or equipment. Liang Qing also mounted his horse, and upon hearing Zheng Fan's words, a glimmer of confidence appeared on his face as he said, "My lord, there is no need to worry about funds or manpower. If the blind and Xinjiang cannot even manage this trivial matter, they would have no face left to follow you." At this moment, Shuai-san interjected, "No, fourth sister, keep her. She is useful. The blind man can be discarded." Ah, and there lies an order of no apparent worth in the eyes of that female general, a military decree for the protection of merchants in Tiger Head City. With a regiment of 300, under the blazing sun, 3 riders galloped forth, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Dear sisters, the money on this table is what I have prepared for all of you. This is your contract. Watch closely, for I shall burn it now." Fong Xyong clutched a handful of contracts and tossed them into the brazier without hesitation. Yet, none of the ants standing before her showed any inclination to leave. Nor did anyone step forward to claim the money. The contracts were burned by the matron herself, relieving them of any ransom, while generously providing them with funds for their journey. In the realm of brothels, such a benevolent madam is indeed a rarity. Naturally, had this occurred in the inland cities, the young women would have eagerly flocked to seize the money and depart. However, this is Tiger Head City, and they are not mere delicate beauties. One person knelt, and soon, under the influence of that example, everyone followed suit. "Madam, you cannot abandon us," cried one. "Indeed, madam, without your protection, where shall we go?" Another lamented. "Madam, I do not wish to leave. Over the past 6 months, as the inn opened, Xinjiang had taken in many ants, all of whom were unfortunate souls struggling to survive. Times have changed. In the world where Zhang Fan once resided, it was indeed quite difficult to starve if one had hands and feet. Yet now, it is a world where starvation can easily claim lives. With a resounding clap, Xinjiang struck the table, her maternal authority radiating an aura of terror. Yet, her command over her subordinates was equally formidable. They were rendered compliant under her strict governance. When Xinjiang's ire was provoked, none dared to persist in their cries, bowing their heads in submission. Each of them, no doubt, had accumulated a considerable stash of private funds. Our prices are modest, but we are swift. Over the course of these days, you must have saved quite a bit. Have you not? As for me, I do not hoard alone in this regard. Tips and such are often overlooked. Now behold, I have burnt your contracts and prepared your travel funds. The choice lies before you. Remain in Hutu City or venture to other towns, engage in small enterprises. Find an honest man to marry, or immediately seek out another establishment to continue this trade. The decision is yours. You are free to choose. None of us owe anything to each other, so refrain from shedding tears in my presence. The skills you possess were taught by me. You may deceive customers. But do you think you can deceive me? Having reached this point in our discourse, the ants exchanged glances, gradually rising to approach Xinjiang one by one to collect their travel funds, bowing in respect once more. One ant, having received her share and not hurrying to stand, inquired, "Mother, the shop is thriving. Why must it close?" "Close? Who said I intend to shut down the establishment? Why then, do we not close the shop?" Fong Xyong chuckled softly, raising her hand to point at her own face. "I intend to upgrade my business. I have truly had enough over the past 6 months." The underlying implication of her words could be rephrased as a sentiment often expressed by many homeroom teachers. "You are the most disappointing class I have ever taught." "Ah, but the wine is delightful." Blind Bei set down his glass, a look of enjoyment gracing his features. "Be sparing, there isn't much brewed." Sitting beside him was the recently recovered Ming. Outside, the rain fell, tapping against the loquat tree. "We can brew more in the future," Blind Bei remarked. Ming turned his face to him, asking, "Are we about to begin?" Blind Bei stretched lazily and replied, "That depends on how well you have recovered." "I'm fine now." The speed of a vampire's recovery differs from that of a man, yet both signify a certain pride. "If you're fine, then we can commence." "Oh, my body is well, but there remain 2 other issues." "Speak." "All right, the second issue. I mentioned the other day that I was nearly recovered. Why did you choose today to begin instead of the day before?" "Because it is raining today." "Huh, I believe a rainy day is quite suitable for murder." Ming stood up, gazing at Blind Bei, who still sat in his chair with his eyes squinted. After a moment, he remarked, "You are rather bold." Chapter 22. The rainy day belonging to the vampires. A mule cart was drawn from the inn, with the mule at the forefront and, instead of a carriage, there was a flatbed covered by a canvas. Typically, this cart was employed for procuring groceries. Blind Bei held a small whip in his left hand while guiding the reins with the other, comfortably seated in the driver's position. The humble mule cart, under Blind Bei's command, exuded an air akin to that of a Cadillac. As Blind Bei drove, Ming felt no surprise or discomfort. Clad in a fresh set of attire, he merely sat calmly beside Blind Bei. The cart was modest in size, and unless one were to recline at the back, the 2 large men had no choice but to sit closely together. The small mule trudged along at a leisurely pace, the bell around its neck chiming gently in the rhythm of its steps. The rain continued to fall, albeit lightly. While it could not compare to the velvety downpour of the Jiangnan interior, it was just enough to veil the dust in the air of this borderland, creating a rare sense of gentleness. The mule ambled forward, and Blind Bei, half-heartedly cracking the whip at the mule, received a perfunctory response, though the animal showed no inclination to hasten its pace. In this curtain of rain, a tacit understanding was reached between man and beast. "Not only have you donned new clothes, but have you also washed your hair?" Blind Bei jested. "Too bad there is no hairdryer or mousse." "Mousse, such a distant term." Blind Bei yawned and continued, "Fourth sister truly spares no expense. This set of clothes must not come cheap, right? You have new attire as well. It complements your instrument, which is nestled beneath the canvas at the back of the cart." Upon hearing this, Blind Bei instinctively gestured with both hands, his fingers nimbly dancing. "Ah, it is indeed a challenge for fourth sister. In this era, producing a piano is no small feat. It's the eru." Blind Bei began. "Let's get to the point," Ming interjected. "In Hutancheng, there are 4 prominent gangs." Blind Bei commenced his exposition on the gang dynamics within Hutancheng. The town's population is rather modest, totaling around 20,000, including a fair share of the elderly, the weak, and women and children. Consequently, the recent conscription of laborers has rendered what was once a bustling Qingxia suddenly desolate. The departure of the able-bodied for labor is one reason, but the primary cause lies in the abrupt onset of local conflicts, which has caused merchant caravans, typically frequenting the area, to halt at the previous station, leaving everyone in a state of apprehension. With the influx of merchants stifled, Qingxia, a town largely reliant on external trade, inevitably finds itself devoid of its erstwhile vibrancy. Moreover, the frequent comings and goings of caravans, while fostering local economic growth, have also given rise to an inescapable mlang of characters. It is uncommon for an ordinary border town to host such an abundance of restaurants, brothels, and gambling houses, nor to harbor so many gangs. Ultimately, it all boils down to the expanding pie. Where there is growth, there are more people. The most peculiar aspect lies in the fact that, due to the multitude of aristocratic families in the Yin state, the ruler's control over local affairs is exceedingly tenuous, resulting in numerous discrepancies within the household registration system. Although the city boasts a considerable populace, less than half genuinely possess Yin nationality. As for the individuals affiliated with various gangs, they are naturally absent from the household registry of Hutu City. The officials of Hutu City often turn a blind eye. Should there be a serious attempt to scrutinize the household registrations, the aristocrats would be the first to object. The eastern part of the city is dominated by the Hyena Gang, while the western side is controlled by the Three Deity Society. Within the city, the Gathering of Heroes Gang is prominent, along with the Car Gang situated in the outskirts. These four gangs represent the most significant factions within Hutu City. The Hyena Gang specializes in human trafficking, frequently transporting war captives from the barbaric desert tribes, who engage in internecine conflicts, into the interior of Yin State. Additionally, the noble class of these tribes shows a keen interest in the women from Jiangnan, located within the territories of both Yin and Qin states, which are also trafficked by the Hyena Gang. The Three Deities Society is an outright charlatan organization venerating local deities of Yin. Alongside the barbaric gods and several deities from the West, they attract followers and collect offerings, while also maintaining a cadre of enforcers. The Gathering of Heroes Gang primarily operates under the guise of collecting protection fees. Not only do they manage brothels, gambling houses, and taverns, but every establishment within Hutu City, including our inn, must pay a monthly tribute to them. The Car Gang operates similarly to the inland transport guilds, focusing on the business of carts and horses. All laborers seeking to earn a living in Hutu City must allocate a portion of their earnings to the Car Gang. Otherwise, they are barred from making a living in this territory. Now we find ourselves in the eastern part of the city. Shall we first take action against the Hyena Gang? It is only natural to target the softer adversaries first. However, for us, or rather, for you, after a 6-month buildup of pin-up frustration, it is essential to select a target upon which we can unleash our wrath without significant repercussions. Indeed, few acts in this world carry less moral burden than that of eliminating human traffickers. Moral burden? You would not have contemplated matters in such a way before. No, neither would any of us. Yet, with our sovereign present, we must learn to be mindful of their emotions. Our sovereign has not yet fully succumbed to darkness. And while I can only attest to their rapid growth, I cannot guarantee that they will not ultimately embrace a complete descent into shadow. Nonetheless, it appears we must adapt our methods to align with what our sovereign might favor. Ming fell silent. Has he grown angry? Blind Bei inquired with a smile. Ming shook his head. Blind Bei chuckled, offering reassurance. Today is a splendid day for bloodshed, a long-awaited release after half a year, and with the rain falling. Cheer up. Blind Bei tugged at the reins, bringing the mule to a halt. Ahead lay an alleyway, home to 2 courtyards, which serve as the stronghold of the Hyena Gang. I nearly forgot to mention that due to the ongoing conflict, trade routes have been severely disrupted, and there are likely many individuals stranded within those courtyards. I am aware of the limits. TSK, I have been rather verbose. Perhaps you could reiterate that for me? The blind man, Bei, nodded, and I was well aware of the subsequent sequence of actions regarding the other 3 factions. As for this first target, the key was to enjoy the process. Aiming began to stride towards the courtyard, when a hauntingly melancholic melody wafted through the air behind him. He halted once more, remarking, "This tune seems rather familiar." Reflections of the second spring. Aiming shrugged, adding, "Isn't it a bit ominous? It's not meant for you. It's a gift for them." After a moment's contemplation, he conceded that there was truth in that. The rain draped down, accompanying the strains of the eru, creating an atmosphere of poignant sorrow. Aiming's leather boots splashed through the puddles, sending droplets flying. As he reached the entrance of the courtyard, he suddenly found merit in the blind man's assertion that today was suitable for murder. However, regrettably, he did not wield a sword. Yet, why not give it a try? At the courtyard's entrance, 2 guards lounged in the corners, seemingly indifferent to Aiming's approach. They even jested in a mocking tone. That outfit looks quite extravagant. I reckon you must be part of the circus troupe that travels with the Western merchants. I saw them last year, and those who performed tricks wore such attire. Aiming chuckled at their words. He did not rush to take action, believing it was essential to cultivate his emotions. Much like one would artfully arrange a dish before a meal, he was preparing to feast. No, don't sell me out, please, don't. At that moment, a piercing scream from a girl echoed behind Aiming. The girl, clad in tattered clothing, sat helplessly on the ground. Yet, the strength of the middle-aged man was beyond what a young girl could withstand. He forcibly dragged her along as she rolled in the muddy puddles. The 2 guards, witnessing this scene, recognized an opportunity for business and slowly rose to their feet. Don't sell me. Please, don't sell me. The girl pleaded. I am your daughter. If you sell me, we will both starve. You worthless child, do you wish for us both to perish? He retorted, his voice laced with frustration. You ungrateful brat. I have no daughter like you. Your mother was sold off for gambling, and now you seek to escape the same fate. With that, he struck her across the face. The girl fell to the ground, her lips bleeding, despair evident in her eyes. Shameless wretch. He spat, circumventing Aiming to approach the steps, bending slightly to display a servile demeanor towards the 2 guards above. Might I trouble you to inform the manager? One guard chuckled, turned, and entered to summon someone. The other, hands on hips, surveyed the girl lying on the ground, shook his head, and remarked, This young lass is worth at most 5 taels of silver. Surely not. The man exclaimed in disbelief. Her mother was sold here for 4 taels of silver. No matter her situation, she is still a maiden. Far more valuable than a woman who has borne children. This young lady must surely be a prized possession in the heartland of Yin. And even more so in Xian. Should she possess even a modicum of skills in music, chess, calligraphy, or painting, her value would soar beyond measure. Our northern maidens, however, are not esteemed in the same light. Just look at your daughter. It is evident she has not been pampered. Her skin is coarse. How could the rugged men of the wilderness find her appealing? Furthermore, your wife, though of a certain age and having borne children, is capable of labor and can shoulder the burdens, practically worth half a man in terms of utility. But what of your daughter? Can she endure hard labor? Most crucially, with the recent outbreak of war, trade routes have been severed, and our courtyard has already accumulated a fair share of provisions. Sustenance, after all, requires financial outlay. This simply will not do. She must fetch at least 8 taels of silver, 5 to settle debts, leaving us with 3 to recoup our investment. TSK. You may as well negotiate with the accountant yourself. The girl lay motionless on the ground, her gaze vacant. At that moment, she noticed a peculiar figure clad in dark attire approaching her, squatting down before her, his visage strikingly pale. Ming looked down at her, and she met his gaze. After a brief silence, Ming inquired, Do you wish for me to assist you in eliminating your father? The girl's body trembled suddenly, and a flicker of animosity ignited in her eyes as she uttered a single word. Yes, Ming nodded. Very well. Chapter 23. A Fine Sword. Ming was uncertain as to why he posed the question to the maiden. Perhaps it was merely a whim, as commonplace as plucking a rapeseed flower during an outing. Life necessitates ceremony, and life also demands refinement. Yet, in essence, both ceremony and refinement simply allude to superfluous and cumbersome trivialities, akin to partaking in a bowl of chicken broth to moisten the digestive tract or enjoying an appetizer of cold dishes before a meal. Over yonder, the middle-aged man noticed Ming conversing with his daughter and promptly approached with a fawning countenance, bowing obsequiously. Sire, would you be interested in this lass? 8 taels of silver, and we shall immediately sign the contract. She shall be yours. Subsequently, whether you desire for her to accompany you in learning acrobatics in the western regions or simply to accept her as a concubine is entirely at your discretion. This middle-aged man, like the doorkeeper before him, had presumptuously regarded Ming as a member of an acrobatic troupe from the western regions upon observing his attire. This was also due to the fact that several years prior, when the Emperor of Yin celebrated his 30th birthday following his ascension to the throne, an acrobatic troupe from the western regions had performed before the imperial court, thereby gaining renown and causing such troupes to become a popular fad among the populace. Ming nodded and reached into his pocket. Upon witnessing this, the middle-aged man excitedly rubbed his hands together. His palm was empty. Forgive me, but I am not accustomed to carrying currency. Ming's apology was sincere, as he genuinely exhibited an appropriate degree of bashfulness and contrition, seemingly truly remorseful for being unable to purchase the maiden at that moment. During his 6 months at the inn, Ming primarily focused on brewing wine, seldom venturing outside. In this world, once one's basic needs for food and drink are met, a person with modern sensibilities and lifestyle habits finds little in the way of consumer demands. No money? Are you mocking me? A middle-aged man bellowed, pointing an accusatory finger at Ming. Indeed, the man paused momentarily, then rolled up his sleeves, threatening. I see you're courting death. To claim that a gambler, willing to sell his own wife and daughter, possessed courage or integrity would be utterly absurd. However, he was adept at posturing, attempting to intimidate like a thug from a gambling den. Unfortunately for him, he had chosen the wrong adversary. Ming extended his hand and grasped the man's neck firmly. An icy chill coursed through him, and the middle-aged man suddenly ceased to struggle. In that moment, he felt as though he were being scrutinized by a fearsome beast. Hey, if you want to fight, take it elsewhere. Don't tarnish the reputation of our hyena gang, shouted the doorman, arms crossed. Yet, with a sharp crack, the doorman froze in place. He witnessed the neck of the man attempting to sell his daughter contort into a horrifying angle, a feat beyond the capabilities of any ordinary person, at the hands of the strangely dressed performer from the western regions. Perhaps even the middle-aged man was unaware that this peculiar figure was indeed capable of killing. Without he possessed the ability to intimidate. Yet across from him stood a genuine killer, one who had deliberately traversed the rain-soaked streets in a swaying mule cart with the intent to take a life. Blood began to trickle from the man's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The middle-aged man collapsed to the ground with a thud, his eyes wide open, bereft of vitality. As he fell, his face lay in close proximity to that of his daughter, who was also sprawled on the ground. The young girl initially displayed a flicker of terror in her eyes, followed by a subtle sorrow, but soon after, she bit her lip and opened her mouth, disregarding the rainwater flooding in, and began to laugh silently. Ming turned his gaze toward the expression of the girl on the ground. He found the scene, the moment when their eyes met, profoundly beautiful. Alas, in this era, there were no cameras to immortalize such a moment for future contemplation. It was indeed a touch, lamentable. After gazing a few moments longer, the appetizer concluded, and what lay ahead was the main course. He was merely a doorman, a peripheral figure within the hyena gang, a minor minion at best. He could bluff with bravado, but if he truly possessed the skill and courage to kill, he would not have been relegated to such a menial role. However, just as he crossed the threshold, a hand seized his shoulder. How swift! Ming was not particularly fond of dealing with these lowly thugs. Those who lacked the courage to directly confront him could hardly provide him with any thrill, even in the act of killing. Yet, he had come today with the singular purpose of taking a life. The palm swiftly transitioned from the shoulder of the individual to the nape of their neck, then descended forcefully onto the door panel. A resounding crack echoed, reminiscent of a watermelon splattering upon the ground. Ming glanced at the crimson stain on his palm, instinctively raising it towards his lips, yet he recoiled with distaste. Shaking his hand, the flavor was rather unpalatable. It seemed that only those luminous beings possessed blood imbued with sweetness. Ah, the horror! The previously mentioned doorman and an elderly accountant, distinguished by his white hair, stood petrified behind the door. Upon witnessing the preceding incident, the old accountant collapsed in terror, while the doorman erupted into a frantic scream. However, his cries were short-lived, abruptly muffled by a hand that covered his mouth, followed by another hand appearing on his shoulder. With a snap, akin to spiking a volleyball, the doorman caught his first glimpse of the scenery behind him, momentarily relishing the luxury of not fearing an ambush while relieving himself. Yet, this fleeting sense of superiority was soon extinguished as he crumpled to the ground. The accountant, observing this scene, trembled violently, his eyes rolling back as he foamed at the mouth and succumbed to unconsciousness. Ming paid little mind to whether the man had truly perished from fright or was merely feigning death, for the cacophony of screams had evidently roused the entire gang. From both sides of the courtyard, a throng of 20 to 30 men brandishing an array of weaponry surged forth. Some wielded knives, others axes, and yet more brandished iron rods. Ming's gaze wandered over them one by one, and finally, he smiled, for he had spotted a swordsman among them. On a rainy day, the act of murder seemed more fitting with a blade. Ming felt as if he had been infected by the blind, for inexplicably, he was suddenly stirred. Cut him down. A robust man clad in animal pelts evidently commanded the group, gesturing to his subordinates. The two lifeless bodies at the entrance had already conveyed that there was no longer a need for negotiation or camaraderie. Aiming moved with remarkable swiftness. Surpassing even that of the zombie, though lacking its brute strength, he was nonetheless beyond the ordinary. The two henchmen, one wielding a knife and the other an axe, barely noticed as Aiming deftly maneuvered behind them. Unlike the zombie, he cherished his nails and abhorred using them as instruments of death. Thus, in his left hand appeared a file, which he drove into the temple of the axe-wielding thug, while simultaneously twisting the arm of the other, using his own knife to swiftly end his filthy existence. Elegant and swift, devoid of any hesitation, this was not mere slaughter. It was an artistic performance belonging to Aiming. He danced among the crowd. The blood was the audience's voluntary tribute of flowers. The screams were the cheers of patrons paying homage to his artistry. However, after dispatching these two, the gathering of thugs swelled, constricting Aiming's space. In reality, the scenario often depicted in martial arts films, where a group of individuals encircles you but still engages in a one-on-one duel, is highly improbable. In a genuine melee, the sheer number of assailants would overwhelm even the most formidable warrior. Fortunately, Aiming's situation differed. Enduring the pain of 2 slashes to his back, he managed to break free from the encirclement and charged directly toward the swordsman. The swordsman bellowed, thrusting his sword at Aiming. Disappointment flickered in Aiming's eyes as he noticed the absence of any radiant aura emanating from his opponent. He sidestepped the attack, his left hand tracing the length of the blade, blood spurting from his fingertips. Undeterred, Aiming pressed on, seizing the swordsman's wrist and wrenching it downward. The swordsman stumbled, and with swift precision, Aiming bared his fangs, leaving his mark on the man's neck like a fleeting touch. The swordsman collapsed to the ground, his sword now firmly in Aiming's grasp. "I've already finished my tune, and you're still not done," Blind North's voice echoed in Aiming's ears. Yet there he was, still seated on the mule cart outside, his arrow in hand. The power of mental energy had transcended the limitations of conventional communication. "I've forgotten the subsequent score." "Very well. You've taken up the sword?" "Indeed. Are you proficient with it?" "Observe." "All right. I shall play it once more then." Blind North felt he was making a significant concession. "Actually, there's no need to force yourself, as I wasn't particularly eager to listen. Rest assured, with the BGM I've bestowed upon you, none shall vanquish you." "Very well. You are visually impaired. Your pronouncements carry significant weight." Following a brief communion of minds, the throng surged forth once more. Aiming stood his ground, eschewing the evasive maneuvers he had previously employed, for he had vowed to showcase his swordsmanship to the sightless one. A dull thud. A henchman's blade found purchase upon Aiming's shoulder. His muscles contracted, ensnaring the weapon's edge, preventing its wielder from withdrawing it. With a swift stroke, Aiming's sword severed the assailant's head. Another approached from the rear, cleaving into Aiming's back with an axe. Yet, Aiming remained unyielding, his torso contorting slightly as he retaliated with a sweeping backhand, his blade bisecting the attacker's neck. Blood gushed forth as the assailant collapsed to the earth. Two henchmen, wielding long spears, charged in unison. Aiming remained steadfast, the spears piercing his flesh. A tremor ran through his frame, and he relaxed his muscles, advancing undeterred. The impaling weapons mere trifles. In the blink of an eye, Aiming stood before his adversaries, their hands still clutching their spears in bewilderment. He favored them with a smile before unleashing his blade, cleaving them asunder. They relinquished their weapons and crumpled to the ground. Aiming's body then began to tilt backward, the two spears within him serving as anchors, wedged into the paving stones. His form leaned back, yet he did not fall, his sword still clutched in his grasp. Its blade aligned with his body, forming a 45-degree angle with the ground. Simultaneously, he inquired, "What is your assessment of my swordsmanship?" Outside the courtyard, the blind musician bass silently set down his arrow, retrieving a handkerchief gifted by the wife of the city patrol officer to wipe the beads of rain from his forehead. Inside, how despicable. Chapter 24. Original sin even when facing formidable adversaries, as long as they are human and one wields a blade, there remains a flicker of courage to rise and fight. After all, who is not merely a head upon shoulders? A single strike can inflict pain, cause bleeding, and ultimately lead to death. However, when confronted with someone like Aiming, who cannot be easily vanquished yet can effortlessly dispatch one's foes with a single stroke, adorned with weapons piercing his body like grotesque ornaments, a certain worldview shatters in an instant. They are, after all, merely a gang, a small faction within the diminutive Tiger Head city. While there may be desperate individuals among them, to claim that they are all fearless is an exaggeration. The remaining members of the hyena gang crumbled, discarding their weapons, and began to howl as they fled, their escape aimless, driven solely by the desire to distance themselves from that demon. Regrettably, it seemed they had forgotten that this demon, aside from being nearly indestructible, possessed remarkable speed. What followed was a mere harvesting of souls, a process that stripped Aiming of much of his enjoyment. He had hoped that this band would inflict a few wounds upon him, after all, witnessing the futile struggles of prey before him. Their eyes filled with despair, and their cries echoing in anguish, provided him with immense psychological gratification. Moreover, in the spirit of setting an example, he felt compelled to persist in these monotonous actions, however tedious they may be. Fortunately, it can be regarded as a form of sword practice. Thrust, slash, cleave, chop. One by one, the lives of the followers were reaped by Ming's blade, until the courtyard was devoid of any standing survivors. While there may still be a few who escaped, it mattered little. After all, Ming was but a solitary figure, incapable of conjuring multiple selves to pursue the fleeing foes. At least, at this moment, he could not create duplicates. The tip of his sword pierced through a door, revealing a room suffused with an unbearable stench. Within, 2 or 3 dozen men, clad in the garb of savages, huddled in a corner, each bearing wounds and shackled in chains. Upon seeing Ming, bloodied and still wielding weapons that had yet to be drawn from their bodies, some fell to their knees in abject surrender, while others trembled uncontrollably, muttering phrases like, "Oh, savage deity, this is a demon." Ming shook his head and stepped back, opening another door. This led to a chamber that appeared to belong to the gang's followers. Inside, 3 women, clearly not of savage descent, were bound, their bodies marred with injuries. The woman on the far left seemed to have succumbed to death, while the other 2 were on the brink of expiration, utterly nude. It was evident that, as intermediaries in the trade of human lives, the hyena gang had gathered so many brutish men in these 2 courtyards, it would be remiss not to mention their pursuit of amusement. Ming felt a twinge of relief that Blind Bay had not entered, for if that blind man were to witness such a scene, igniting his sense of justice, who could predict the methods he would employ to exact vengeance upon the members of the hyena gang? Ming opened another room, which surprisingly did not reek, containing more than 10 young maidens, all dressed quite neatly. Upon his entrance, they shrieked in fright and huddled together. The sudden outbreak of war had interrupted trade routes, resulting in the hyena gang accumulating a significant stock of goods that had yet to be sold. These young women were likely intended for sale to the noble savages of the desert, thus they were well protected. Ming shook his head and retreated. Most matters had been resolved, yet he felt a tinge of disappointment for not finding a single illuminating individual within the hyena gang. "Do not remove your trinkets. Simply step outside," came the voice of Blind Bay once more. "Are you unwell?" Ming retorted. "Let us assume I am." "Very well." Since the other party had acknowledged their affliction, Ming felt he should exhibit some magnanimity. As he traversed the blood-soaked courtyard, he pushed open the partially obscured door and stepped outside. There, by Blind Bay's mule cart, stood a group of men brandishing knives and firearms. Closest to Blind Bay was a burly man with a ruddy face, towering in height, perhaps only slightly shorter than family. Ming's initial reaction was that Blind Bay had been taken hostage, but he quickly dismissed this thought. While others might find themselves unable to alert their comrades in such a situation, Blind Bay was clearly not among them. Moreover, the fact that this blind man was universally accept the multitude of wounds, the pungent scent of blood, and the silent lair of the hyenas, each element is unequivocally genuine. The burly man with a ruddy face fixated his gaze upon Ming. Initially, it was one of trepidation, but soon it transformed into fervor, akin to a devoted fan encountering their long-cherished idol. This intense sensation caused Ming to furrow his brow. He could ascertain that during his service to the master, he had never exhibited such eagerness. "I have not deceived you, have I?" Blind Bay remarked to the burly man. "No. I naturally place my trust in you, sir." Upon hearing this, Blind Bay chuckled, reaching for a dagger secured at the man's waist. The burly man hesitated momentarily but did not protest. He was armed with a sword on his back and a dagger at his side. Blind Bay gestured for Ming to step closer, prompting Ming to advance a couple of paces until he stood before Blind Bay. Then, Blind Bay raised the dagger and thrust it towards Ming. Thud! The blade pierced Ming's chest. Ming remained motionless, and Blind Bay withdrew the dagger. "Do you see?" I see." The ruddy-faced man's countenance fluctuated between shades of pallor and crimson, evidently oscillating between shock and exhilaration. Oh, thud. Blind Bei struck Ming once more. Ming continued to stand still. Beads of sweat began to trickle down the ruddy-faced man's forehead. And those surrounding him also started to perspire. Perform your duties well, and in time, you too shall experience this, an endless life, an immortal body. Speaking thus, the blind man, Bei, surveyed his surroundings once more. Although he was visually impaired, an undeniable sensation of being scrutinized enveloped the onlookers. You all have an opportunity as well. With a resounding thud, the burly man knelt, akin to the most fervent of devotees, and his subordinates followed suit, kneeling beside him. In truth, Ming sensed that during the previous discourse, Blind Bei had unleashed his mental prowess, subtly hypnotizing the assembly. This was a fundamental technique employed by charlatans to enchant their followers. Reminiscent of a fabricated charisma that incites an unconscious desire to believe in and support him, as if all he uttered were verities. Blind Bei gestured towards the courtyard, instructing, "The individuals within, do not touch. Ensure they are settled. The goods shall be delivered to the inn." "Understood." The burly man promptly replied. "Is the leader of the vehicle gang ready?" Blind Bei inquired. Indeed, considering the time, they should have already arrived at the inn. "Very well." Blind Bei beckoned Ming and brandished his whip, striking the mule ahead. Ming boarded the cart, which continued to move slowly forward, onward, and further still. Once they had exited the neighborhood, Blind Bei began to elucidate to Ming that individual was the leader of the Brotherhood of Unity, known as Hong Batsi. I had surmised as much. The hyena gang, burdened with original sin, must be eradicated. Currently, we are unable to assume control of their operations. Yet we must ensure that we have a capable group of individuals within our ranks. When did you and him conspire? He exhibits signs of psychological distress. And prior to my blindness, I was a psychologist. Under the pretense of fortune-telling, I assisted him with his ailment, thus earning his profound trust. Patients often harbor a blind admiration for the doctors who aid in their healing, which transcends mere medical treatment. Indeed, with you as a tangible specimen at hand, many matters become considerably easier to navigate. Throughout history, whether among common folk or esteemed rulers, the pursuit of immortality has been an obsession surpassing all material wealth. Alas, our current lack of personnel is regrettable. I now find myself lamenting the decision to send Ollie to the desert. It would be prudent to utilize the members of the Brotherhood for the time being, as they will provide a steady inflow of resources each month, far exceeding the meager profits of merely sustaining an inn. Thus, I must express gratitude to Young and Dangerous. I presume our sovereign harbors no objections to the collection of protection fees. Now, where to next? As Ming withdrew the weapons embedded in his body, he inquired. While Zhuge Liang borrowed arrows with a straw boat, he here borrows weapons with his own flesh. To the Sanshan Hui. This time, it is your turn. How shall we proceed? The believers are innocent, for in this world, the easily deceived constitute the vast majority. There is no need for such brutality as you suggest. Eliminating a few of their higher-ups will naturally scatter the rest, like monkeys fleeing from a fallen tree. As for the matter concerning the vehicle gang, should it be entrusted to Fourth Lady? At this moment, she ought to be entertaining them, I presume. How shall we deal with the officials associated with the hyena gang? Each faction, in truth, has its protectors. Though Tiger Head City is modest in size, it embodies the essence of a county seat, fully equipped. The officials above remain indifferent to the lives of those below. Their primary concern lies in their tribute, which must continue to flow. Once we have managed and consolidated the situation below, we shall then devise a new plan. I had expected you to suggest I eliminate them. Such actions are unnecessary. For we are, in essence, akin to novices in a game, particularly those who shine brightly. In this Tiger Head City, such individuals are few, indeed rare. However, should they manage to carve out a position for themselves, they may provoke formidable adversaries, and should that occur, we would be the ones to face the consequences. Ming remained silent, yet silence itself is often an unspoken agreement. If only we could grow stronger. Thus, I have tasked Liangqing and Shui San to accompany the master in the guise of laborers. Have you noticed that when the master was in a coma, we were merely ordinary individuals? During the 6 months of the master's unconsciousness, each of us contemplated myriad methods, yet none could restore even a fraction of our former strength. Then, the master awakened. Even if we approached somewhat awkwardly to express our loyalty and flatter him, our strength would immediately be restored to a degree. So, what do you think the master resembles? Upon hearing this, Ming fell into deep contemplation. After a while, he replied, an Oreo. Chapter 25, Fourth Miss in the Inn. On the second floor, in a private room. Originally, the second floor lacked private rooms, filled instead with red tents, but due to the fourth Mrs. Purging, the second floor had become rather desolate. The small studios, once so narrow that they could barely accommodate a half-meter-wide bed, had all been dismantled. In the innermost room remained a table adorned with food and drink. Two robust men sat there, while a young man stood beside them. "Boss, what do you suppose Hong Bazi has summoned us here for?" "Usually, he collects his protection fees, and we take our transportation fares. Our paths seldom cross." "Second brother, why the haste? Given the current war, trade routes are severed, and our brothers have no work. Idleness is our only companion. If Hong Bazi wishes to treat us to food and drink, let us oblige, no matter how imposing he may be in Hutushio. Can he truly overshadow our convoy? Indeed, the boss makes a valid point. We shall eat and drink as we please. Exactly, when soldiers come, we shall meet them with arms. When water flows, we shall respond with earth. Should we fear the gathering of righteousness, gang? Come, second brother, let us indulge." "Ah, ho ho ho, esteemed gentlemen. Are you enjoying your meal? Is the food to your liking?" Before her arrival, a captivating laughter had already filled the air. Soon after, the enchanting Fong Xyong made her entrance, accompanied by a gentle waft of fragrance. Just as I was about to address the matter, the leader slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "Where is the young lady? Is this establishment merely a place for dining?" "Oh, certainly not," came the reply. "But where is the young lady? We have been waiting here for quite some time, yet we have not laid eyes on a single one. Is this a sign of disrespect towards us?" "Such words cannot be uttered," the old matron protested. "In this line of business, every patron is esteemed. It is merely unfortunate that you gentlemen arrived at an inopportune moment. All our ladies are currently engaged, and the new arrivals have yet to make their debut. It appears, quite fortuitously, that we are momentarily without any." "Engaged?" The leader erupted into laughter, as though he had heard the most absurd joke. He chuckled heartily, slapping the shoulder of his second-in-command, while wiping away tears of mirth. "You've truly amused me. Can you believe there exists a place where all the ladies are engaged?" The second-in-command joined in the laughter, but eventually, the leader's amusement faded. His gaze began to roam unabashedly over Fong Xyong, and he declared, "Since the ladies are unavailable, perhaps you, dear matron, could keep us company for a drink?" "Of course, I would be delighted to serve you, esteemed gentlemen," she replied graciously, stepping forward to pour wine into their cups. However, as the leader reached out to grasp her hand, she deftly evaded his touch. "What is this? Is this how one accompanies a drink?" he inquired, a hint of incredulity in his voice. "Esteemed gentlemen, I trust you understand that I do not entertain clients," Fong Xyong replied with poise. Fong Xyong offered a slight bow, apologetically speaking. At that moment, the second-in-command pointed at her, laughing mockingly. "You old madam, what pretense of virtue is this? Just days ago, I heard that you auctioned yourself off. The highest bidder wins. So if someone else can ride you, why can't I?" "Oh, is that so? It seems you look down upon us, haha." The leader, no longer courteous, rose and advanced menacingly towards Fong Xyong, intending to seize her not by the hand this time, but rather towards her two prominent features. Fong Xyong continuously retreated, her eyes revealing panic, until she found herself cornered in the room. "No, dear sir, please do not. If you persist, I shall call for help," rather than a refusal or resistance. It could be seen as a different kind of provocation. Haha, always saying no, yet when the time comes, they'll beg for it. The leader's hand reached out towards Fong Xyong, but at that moment, he felt an unexpected numbness in his right hand, rendering it devoid of sensation. His palm halting before her. The leader lowered his gaze towards his hand, his eyes widening in shock. His right hand, each of its 5 fingers, was inexplicably threaded together with fine strands, rendering them utterly incapable of movement. Before he could comprehend the situation, a sudden wave of pain surged through him. "Ah!" The leader, clutching his hand in agony, sank to the ground, feeling the profound pain that intertwined with his very being. The threads stitching his fingers together inflicted a torment that even the most stalwart of men could scarcely endure. Fong Xyong, who had earlier displayed a countenance of panic, gradually regained her composure, a trace of disdain curling at the corners of her lips. How utterly devoid of charm, she mused. He ought to have shouted. "Scream all you wish. Even if your throat were to rupture, no one would heed you." "Enchantress, what have you done to me?" the leader exclaimed, lifting his gaze to fixate on Fong Xyong with bloodshot eyes. The second-in-command, who had initially intended to observe the spectacle and enliven the atmosphere, along with the young subordinate who accompanied him, swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation and drew their blades, bracing for confrontation. "TSK, TSK. My tofu is not so easily devoured," she scoffed. "Have a glance in the mirror. Do you truly think yourself worthy? Enchantress, prepare to pay with your life." The leader, despite being the head of the automobile gang and possessing formidable martial prowess, found himself in a precarious predicament, struggling to quell the pain in his right hand while his left hand readied to draw his weapon. However, the leader's blade remained sheathed. For his left hand's 5 fingers had also been ensnared in the very same threads. "Aya!" he cried out, collapsing to his knees, pressing his palms against the ground. Staring at his hands, which were now a tapestry of stitches, horror and despair dawning in his eyes. At that moment, even the most foolish and reckless of him comprehended the dire straits he had fallen into, and the true terror embodied in the woman he had only moments ago referred to as a mere madam. Fong Xyong shook her head. In truth, she had never acted in such a manner towards others before, as it lacked any sense of aesthetic beauty. However, perhaps due to the past 6 months, during which she had consistently distanced herself from the unwelcome advances of those men, the accumulated frustrations and indignities had taken their toll, resulting in an overwhelming surge of inner turmoil. When she finally struck, it was as if she could no longer contain the tempestuous fury within her. She had no desire to utter a single word to the man kneeling before her, instead choosing to simply bypass him. In the next moment, the leader's hands were severed, followed swiftly by the breaking of his arms, and then his head trembled gently before it rolled off and fell to the floor with a dull thud. Throughout the entire ordeal, not a drop of blood was spilled. "Did you witness his fate?" Fong Xyong inquired. Thud. The second-in-command immediately dropped to his knees before Fong Xyong, bowing fervently, and pleaded, Your Highness, please spare me. I shall henceforth serve only you. Traversing mountains of blades and seas of fire, I swear." "Did you see his fate?" Yes, I saw it." The leader, "No. This scoundrel dared to show disrespect to you. He deserved his end. Truly he did. I am asking you a question." Fong Xyong reiterated. "Your Highness, I saw it. I saw it. I will never again dare to." Bang. The second-in-command froze, kneeling on the ground as he repeatedly bowed his head, suddenly noticing something that resembled an ear lying on the floor. Bang. Immediately thereafter, an object resembling a nose fell to the ground. The second-in-command, horrified, raised his hands and pressed them against his face. In an instant, there was a sound akin to paper being torn, and beneath the skin of the second-in-command's face, threads began to emerge densely, as if his entire visage had been entirely severed. The moment his hands made contact, everything collapsed. The second-in-command did not perish, but he was utterly driven mad by fear. Their gang merely bullied the laborers below, extracting a portion of their hard-earned money. To put it elegantly, they were a faction. To put it bluntly, they were merely a band of thugs. Their capacity for psychological endurance was, naturally, quite limited. "Are you listening?" When fourth daughter reiterated her question. At that moment, the young man who had accompanied the 2 leaders finally comprehended that this enchanting woman, no, this esteemed lady, was inquiring about him. I understand, he stammered. When fourth daughter smiled, her laughter imbued with charm, yet in stark contrast to the corpse of the leader and the current plight of the second-in-command. It was unlikely that any man would dare harbor inappropriate thoughts at this moment. "Very well, eliminate him, and the gang shall be yours." When fourth daughter seated herself at the table, lifted a wine cup, and took a swig directly from the jug. Subsequently, she deliberately placed the wine cup down with a resounding thud, propping her chin with her left hand, her fingertip lightly caressing her vermilion lips. She averted her gaze from the trembling youth who was gingerly approaching his own gang's second-in-command with a blade in hand, instead allowing her eyes to wander towards the rain-streaked window. Alas, she wondered if the Lord's battle had concluded. Thud. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed through the room. "My lady, the deed is done." With a hint of ennui, she stretched languidly, her graceful figure on full display, yet the young man before her dared not raise his head to admire it. "Since they brought you into their inner circle, you must have been one of their confidants. Now that they are deceased, do you possess the ability to seize control of the car gang?" The car gang was an integral component of the end scheme, as it would be essential in establishing their own caravan for future financial gains. "Rest assured, my lady, I am confident in my ability to take command of the situation." "That is quite a self-assured statement," she replied. "I find myself intrigued. What position do you hold within the car gang?" The youth pointed towards the second-in-command, now lying lifeless on the floor, and replied, "He was my father." Shuesen handed Zheng Fan a water skin, remarking, I wonder if all is well at the inn. Zhang Fan felt a tinge of anxiety. Whether human or canine, one's dwelling holds paramount importance, especially when one finds oneself in unfamiliar surroundings. This sense of attachment becomes even more pronounced. Your Excellency, there is no need for concern. The inn is likely in good condition. Xuesen chuckled softly. He and Liang Cheng had thoroughly enjoyed their recent endeavors alongside Your Excellency, vanquishing the barbarian foes. Yet they presumed that the blind folks at home had not been idle either. Your Excellency, the wind is intensifying. We should find shelter, for a sandstorm may be imminent. Yang Qing remained vigilant regarding the weather. Those unaccustomed to the desert's harsh environment could scarcely comprehend the terror of a sandstorm. A moment's inattention could lead one astray. And in the worst of fates, one might be entirely consumed by the tempest. Indeed, let us seek refuge. Zhang Fan had previously learned to ride alongside a Qiu and Liang Qing, though he had only acquired the basic skill of mounting a horse. Fortunately, his two subordinates did not rush him. The recent days of travel had afforded him ample time to acclimatize, and now he found himself more adept in the saddle. The trio stumbled upon a gentle slope, and from a distance, it appeared unclear, but as they approached, they discerned it to be an abandoned structure, long neglected, marked by the remnants of previous occupants, likely a temporary encampment for merchant caravans. Liang Cheng tethered their horses within, while Xuesen busied himself preparing a resting area. After a flurry of activity, the three settled down to share their provisions. Just as they had taken but a few bites, the sandstorm erupted, the sky darkened ominously. Winds howled, and the dense barrage of sand fell like rain, infiltrating every crevice. Fortunately, their current position afforded them some protection from the onslaught of wind and sand, providing a rare sanctuary amidst the chaos. Alas, one cannot help but wonder whether Ali has had his fill. With his considerable appetite, it seems unlikely that, while working as a servant for others, he is able to eat well and to his heart's content. Xuesen suddenly expressed his melancholy. Liang Cheng appeared to pause for a moment before subtly nodding in agreement, remarking, indeed. Zhang Fan's ears were nearly calloused from the incessant inquiries that had plagued him since their departure from Huchuoqing. Each day, at every meal morning, noon, and night, whenever the opportunity arose, Xuesen and Liang Cheng would engage in discussions about Fan Li's current state. Has Fan Li eaten well today? Has he had a bath? Is he sleeping soundly? One might think their bond was deeply affectionate. Initially, Zhang Fan joined in their nods, affirming, yes, Fan Li has it tough. Yes, it is indeed difficult for him. Yes, he has sacrificed so much for us. However, as time passed, he began to feel somewhat numb to these exchanges. Now, as they consumed their rations, the topic arose once more. In truth, neither Xuesen nor Liang Cheng wished to dwell on this daily. Yet, prior to their departure, the blind man had specifically instructed them all to engage in this ritual, as they had all partaken and regained some strength. However, with Fan Li absent, they could only rely on each other and their leader to support Fan Li from afar. The most troubling aspect was that, with Fan Li's whereabouts unknown as he traveled with the caravan, Xuesen and Liang Cheng could not ascertain whether their efforts had yielded any results or if his strength had indeed been restored. For the sake of caution, their predicament was rather challenging. Let us rest once we finish our meal, Zhang Fan suggested. Understood, my lord. In an instant, Xuesen's gaze sharpened. His lips pressed tightly together as he deftly flipped his wrists, two daggers now resting firmly in his palms, his ears twitching slightly. Liang Qing silently rose to his feet, his eyes directed toward the entrance as his fingernails began to extend slowly. Zhang Fan immediately unwrapped the knife, grasping the hilt firmly. Outside, the sound of hooves echoed, indicating the approach of a group. However, as they drew nearer, the noise abruptly ceased. Xuesen extended his tongue, licking the back of his dagger, and lowered his voice, stating, "Those people have discovered our presence." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan began to speculate, surmising that another group, having encountered a sandstorm, sought refuge here, only to realize they were not alone. This place was not within the confines of Tiger Head City, but rather amidst the vast desert, devoid of surveillance cameras or the watchful eyes of law enforcement nearby. Indeed, the desert is a lawless expanse, especially under such weather conditions where the swirling sands could easily obscure any traces of disturbance. At the entrance, a figure emerged, a woman clad in a flowing white robe, reminiscent of the style of Zhang Fan's hoodie. As she entered, Xuesen narrowed his eyes, yet the woman halted midway, her face partially concealed by a delicate veil, revealing only her profound and enigmatic gaze. The woman's gaze began to scrutinize Zhang Fan and his companions, and she soon spoke. "The wind is rising. We need to seek shelter, find a place. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed from outside. The first to rush in were two children, around 4 or 5 years old, one boy and one girl, clad in garments made of fur. Following them were two imposing figures, clad in black cloaks, hailing from the barbarian tribes. The desert tribes are numerous, scattered throughout the vast expanse, like stars in the night sky. A century ago, they had a royal court capable of uniting them, posing a significant threat to the kingdom of Yen. During that time, the monarch of Yen was compelled to lead several military campaigns, rallying the entire nation to successfully repel the incursions of the barbarian tribes. However, as the royal court of the barbarians waned, it lost its influence, and the tribes descended into disarray. Had it been otherwise, the current sovereign of Yen would not have undertaken the act of diminishing the power of the feudal lords. Nevertheless, just days prior, Zhang Fan and his companions had engaged in combat with the barbarians, even claiming the heads of their foes for a reward. Thus, upon encountering the sight of the barbarian figures once more, an instinctive sense of vigilance was unavoidable. In truth, after seeing the two children and the two barbarian men appear, Zhang Fan had been anticipating the movements of Liang Cheng and Xue San. Should they act, he would immediately charge forward with his blade. Although he did not believe himself particularly useful, yet, at the very least, he could provide an additional target to divert some of the incoming fire. However, neither Liang Cheng nor Xue San sprang into action. Ultimately, Liang Cheng merely nodded at the woman in the white robe and said, "Please come in." In this confined space, two groups of individuals have taken residence. Zhang Fan and his companions occupy the northern corner, while the woman in white robes is situated in the southern corner. After their arrival, they began to eat and drink. However, the two rugged men remained on the periphery, occasionally casting vigilant glances towards Zhang Fan and his companions, clearly on guard. Despite this mutual wariness, the children were undeterred. Their innate childishness soon led them to resume their playful pursuits after satisfying their hunger and thirst, darting towards Zhang Fan's group multiple times. Each time the children ventured near, Zhang Fan could sense a slight stiffening in the posture of the two rugged men, evidently bracing themselves for the possibility that Zhang Fan's group might suddenly seize the children as hostages. Nonetheless, such an event did not transpire. The sandstorm had yet to subside, and its duration remained uncertain, yet time was undeniably advancing. Eventually, the two children, fatigued from their frolicking, nestled beside the woman in white and fell asleep. At that moment, the woman rose, a wineskin in hand, and approached Zhang Fan. She extended the wineskin towards him, clearly offering it to the distinguished Zhang Fan. He shook his head, pointing to his throat, and said, "I have caught a chill, my throat is sore, and I cannot partake in wine." There is no shame in caution. There is no need to feign bravery and invite danger upon oneself. Throughout history, many a hero has uttered their final words. Alas, this wine is poisoned. Although Zhang Fan suspected that the woman would likely indulge in the wine herself after his refusal, a gesture intended to convey her nonchalance while subtly deriding his choice. The scheme unfolds in a familiar manner. The woman in the white robe, seemingly indifferent, uncorks the vessel and removes her veil, audaciously savoring a couple of sips from the contents before wiping her mouth with her sleeve. How predictable, Zhang Fan thought disdainfully. At the same time, he couldn't help but reflect on her striking silhouette. Without the veil, her age became apparent. She must be around 40. Although she still possessed a certain elegance, she paled in comparison to the fourth lady. Zhang Fan was acutely aware that, given the nature of his two subordinates, had they been confronted by a Yen merchant caravan, there might have been room for discourse. However, since the opposing party had clearly identified themselves as barbarians, if circumstances permitted, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate them to eradicate any potential threats. Yet, the fact that Liang Cheng and Xue San had refrained from taking action indicated that this woman was indeed formidable. They lacked absolute confidence in dispatching her with ease. It was equally evident that she harbored a considerable wariness towards them. The woman tossed the wine pouch towards the two burly barbarians behind her, who expressed their gratitude and promptly began to share the drink. "Do you recognize who those two little ones are?" she suddenly inquired, pointing to the two sleeping children. Liang Cheng and Xue San remained silent, as this was a moment for the leaders of both parties to engage. Zhang Fan, however, chose to remain aloof, feigning ignorance, deliberately denying her an opportunity to engage. The woman pursed her lips, a hint of a smile gracing her features, before continuing. "They are the grandchildren of the chief of the Shadowy tribe." Liang Cheng's gaze narrowed, while Xue San licked his lips, and Zhang Fan, no longer concealing his intentions, placed his hand upon the hilt of the dagger beneath the bed. The Shadowy tribe had been singled out by the Northern Town Army. It was their elite that had been ensnared during the recent fishing expedition. In that battle, the Northern Town Army annihilated the Shadowy tribe's finest, and the following day dispatched another cavalry unit to eradicate the tribe entirely, simultaneously seeking to reap the spoils of war. This was indeed the moment of reckoning with their adversaries. I have seen your horses, marked with the insignia of the Li family of the Northern Town. You are indeed servants of the Li household. The reputation of the Northern Marquis is not unfounded. Their methods are resolute and uncompromising. I hastened from the royal court, racing to rescue these two children, only to encounter an ambush from the Northern Marquis along the way. Was it not said that your lord is currently in dire straits? I sense a misunderstanding between us. Zhang Fan began to explain. A misunderstanding? The woman in white laughed with increasing brightness. Suddenly, she stepped back, her hands forming a seal, and commanded, barbaric incantation. Rise from the dead. The two barbaric men, who had been drinking moments before, abruptly trembled, horror flashing in their eyes as they turned to the woman before them. One raised a hand, seemingly to question her, but in the next instant, blood began to seep from their eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, their faces swiftly turning a deep shade of blue-black. Arise, the woman commanded once more. Two barbaric giants suddenly rose to their feet, their vitality completely extinguished. Yet their bodies inexplicably swelled with immense strength as tendrils of deathly energy swirled around them. Simultaneously, a faint green luminescence began to emanate from their eyes, and two fangs gradually protruded from the corners of their mouths. In an instant, the woman, using the liquor as a catalyst, transformed the two living beings into animated corpses. As she commenced her incantation, Zhang Fan and his companions had already risen, fully prepared for the impending confrontation. However, upon witnessing the emergence of the two undead, Zhang Fan, standing behind Liang Cheng, suddenly prodded Liang Cheng's back with his finger. Zhang Fan nodded slightly and remarked, "Could your relative extend a greeting?" Chapter 27. The unfathomable bond. This was not Zhang Fan's intention to create an unsettling moment in the midst of such tension. Rather, as a secondary creator of Liang Cheng, akin to Gao Yi with respect to Chao Shuochen, he possessed a deeper understanding of Liang Cheng's origins. Liang Cheng was a zombie who had existed since ancient times, and although his powers had only partially returned, his bloodline remained intact. It was akin to possessing an ordinary attribute yet holding a high level, under most circumstances. This would be of little use, but when confronting fellow kin, it might yield extraordinary results. Much like the hierarchical dynamics within the realm of Warcraft, where the superior beasts exert a bloodline dominance over their inferior counterparts, the distinction between high and low tiers here merely pertains to lineage rather than prowess. This is akin to the necessity for a robust young slave to kneel and bow before a noble child. However, the woman in the white robe did not afford Zhang Fan ample time for preparation. Two reanimated corpses, transformed from brutish tribal men, charged forward with an exceedingly aggressive demeanor. The white-robed woman approached the two children, her gaze fixated on the unfolding battle. The reason she initially refrained from engaging was the palpable pressure emanating from two of the trio she faced, which had been evident since their first encounter. As for the one among them who subtly assumed a leading role, he was clearly ineffectual. It is not uncommon for the one in charge to be devoid of capability. Otherwise, why would they require subordinates? In the beginning, restraint could still be maintained, with both sides evidently wary of one another. Yet, upon entering, she observed the horses belonging to the three, each bearing unmistakable insignia. Thus, in the eyes of the white-robed woman, there was no longer any avenue for retreat. After learning of the tensions between the Duke of the North and the Shadowy tribe, the royal court dispatched her to mediate. However, upon her arrival, hostilities had already erupted, coinciding with a contingent of Yin cavalry penetrating a tribe devoid of youthful warriors. She could only manage to rescue two descendants of the Shadowy leader. To her astonishment, during her return journey, she was ambushed by factions aligned with the Duke of the North. Confronted by two advancing undead, Liang Cheng did not hastily react. Instead, he clenched his fists tightly, and within his gaze, a profound darkness began to swirl. A stream of malevolence emanated from his being. In the next moment, Liang Cheng opened his mouth, revealing two sharp fangs, and unleashed a thunderous roar towards the oncoming corpses. With that roar, the once menacing undead suddenly appeared as if their motion had been halted, standing rigidly in place. As if compelled by inertia, they began to sway back and forth in a synchronized manner, resembling wobbling dolls. The white-robed woman's eyes widened in astonishment. This spectacle had surpassed her expectations. Having lived within the royal court since childhood and becoming a formidable sorceress, she had mastered the art of crafting undead. While she did not consider her creations to be invincible, she had never anticipated that the very corpses she had newly animated could be so effortlessly controlled before her eyes. The sensation was akin to laboriously developing a novel weapon, only to discover that the activation button lay in the hands of her adversary. Savage spell, activate. The white-robed woman placed her left palm upon her forehead, and a luminous white radiance emerged from her eyes. In that moment, the world transformed within her sight. She beheld her two undead, emanating a grayish glow, while the man who had just roared possessed an inky darkness enveloping him. Furthermore, she could distinctly perceive that the two living corpses she had just animated were exhibiting an inexplicable and peculiar emotional fluctuation towards the man before them. To articulate it in contemporary parlance, it would roughly translate to affectionate embrace desired, elevation requested. Hush! Xuesen commenced a gradual lateral maneuver. Stealthily and silently. Roar! Liang Cheng emitted another thunderous roar, directly betraying allegiance, turning against his master on the spot. The woman in white robes dared not delay, stooping to gather the two children into her arms. Ha ha ha! At that moment, a chilling chuckle, characteristic of a minor antagonist, echoed from behind her. Almost at the instant Liang Cheng manipulated the living corpses to counterattack, Xuesen had materialized behind the woman in white robes. The dagger in his hand transforming into a flash of frigid light as he thrust it towards her back. Moreover, had Liang Cheng not fortuitously encountered his kin earlier, it would have been them being hunted down by the two living corpses at this very moment. Bang! The dagger did indeed pierce the back of the woman in white robes, but Xuesen felt as though he had struck a piece of steel, his wrist registering an intense force of recoil. A white robe, billowing and ascending, directly enveloped Xuesen, and most alarmingly, the robe was adorned with rows of silver needles, gleaming resplendently. Curse it! It is better to retreat and live to fight another day as an assassin. Retreating after a failed strike to seek a second opportunity is almost instinctive. However, as Xuesen evaded the falling white robe and cast his gaze aside, he was utterly dumbfounded. Good heavens, what is this I behold? My lord! At this moment, Zheng Fan pondered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? As Liang Qing roared like a zombie, inciting those two living corpses to turn against him, it wasn't just Xuesen who moved. Zheng Fan did as well. Gripping his knife, he charged from the opposite side. He was uncertain why he felt compelled to rush in. Perhaps the allure of a brawl beckoned. Initially, excluding those two children, it was a 3v3 scenario. However, once the two living corpses were incited, it transformed into a chaotic 5v1 melee. At that moment, what was there to hesitate about? Then, Zheng Fan found himself in a precarious situation. First, the woman in the white robe evaded the onslaught of the two living corpses. And then, through a clever maneuver, she sidestepped Xuesan's ambush. Suddenly, a woman clad in tight-fitting red garments appeared before him. One could interpret this as Zheng Fan's prescient insight into the battlefield, skillfully positioning himself to cut off the enemy's retreat. A more realistic interpretation, however, would be that he had overestimated his own prowess. Fortunately, having recently tasted the blood of battle and taken lives, Zheng Fan instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife, raising it to strike at the woman rushing toward him. She seemed equally surprised that someone could outflank her so swiftly, yet her response was ruthless. She hurled the young girl in her grasp directly at Zheng Fan, aiming to intercept the knife in his hand. In that moment, time appeared to come to a standstill. Had it been in the past, given sufficient time for contemplation and analysis, Zheng Fan might have chosen, without hesitation, to cleave down mercilessly, regardless of age or innocence. To show clemency to one's adversaries is to inflict cruelty upon oneself. Though morally flawed, it is of little consequence. However, reality does not decelerate its course to accommodate one's desires. Without the benefit of contemplation or resolute preparation, upon witnessing a young girl hurtling towards him, the next instant could very well see her bisected upon the keen edge of his blade. Zheng Fan's wrist rotated, the blade's edge turned aside, and the flat of the blade struck the girl. Ultimately, in that fleeting moment, he succumbed to sentimentality. While reason may be formidable, emotion is swifter. Seizing this opportunity, as Zheng Fan turned his blade, the woman closed the distance. Her left arm still cradled the boy, but her right hand swiftly grasped Zheng Fan's blade. With a twist of her arm, the blade's edge arced backward, nearly grazing Zheng Fan's neck. This was a direct attempt to use his own weapon to force him to commit suicide. In this perilous moment, Zhang Fan had no time to lament his earlier act of compassion. He could only manage to grip his sword hilt with all his might. The blade halted, a mere breath away from Zhang Fan's neck. The woman was taken aback, for she had held nothing back. It was the opponent's grip that exceeded her expectations. This seemingly inept individual was not so feeble after all. Rather, he was an unexpectedly strong one. Behind them, two animated corpses had altered their course and were once again lunging forward. The diminutive figure had vanished. The woman knew she could not afford to linger any longer. With a downward press of her palm, she exerted force. Zhang Fan, who had been exerting himself in the struggle, collapsed with a thud, his blade striking the ground. A crisp sound followed. The woman, without a moment's hesitation, abandoned the girl lying on the ground and leaped away, clutching the remaining boy tightly. Just as she vanished from sight, Xuesan reappeared behind her. Startled, the woman momentarily faltered, but urgency overtook her thoughts. Suddenly, Xuesan's dagger pierced her back. Yet, the woman remained undeterred, continuing her desperate flight. Failing to deliver a fatal blow, Xuesan prepared to pursue, but at that moment, Liangqing issued a low warning. Do not follow. Xuesan halted, watching as the woman and child exited the sanctuary. The two undead creatures froze in place, their skin rapidly deteriorating, oozing foul liquid that dripped to the ground like chocolate melting under heat. Liangqing collapsed to his knees, clearly drained from controlling the two corpses. His command to Xuesan to refrain from pursuit stemmed from his own incapacitation. He had become a liability, and if Xuesan ventured out, the safety of their leader would be jeopardized. Zhang Fan, one hand gripping the hilt of his sword while the other pressed against his aching waist, slowly sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Xuesan approached the girl, who remained in a deep slumber, possibly due to the woman's prior administration of a sedative. Subsequently, he circled around the girl to reach Zhang Fan's side. Concern etched on his face as he asked, "My lord, are you unscathed?" Zhang Fan shook his head and promptly inquired, "Have you applied poison to your dagger?" Xuesan's mouth formed an shape, clearly amused by such a wicked master. However, he regretfully shook his head and replied, "It was indeed poisoned before, but after a series of killings on the battlefield, the poison was nearly depleted. I managed to apply a tiny bit at the end. While an ordinary person might succumb to it, I doubt it would have the same effect on that woman." As he spoke, Xuesan presented his remaining dagger to Zhang Fan. The hilt featured a small notch. Pressing it revealed a new compartment designed for storing poison. In the moment of assassination, activating this mechanism would allow the venom to inject into the target's body like the lethal bite of a serpent. The notion of merely coating the blade with poison seemed exceedingly wasteful and ineffective. Indeed, it would be better to smear it with excrement. Do not laugh. In ancient battlefields, applying excrement to arrowheads was a common and unsavory tactic. After all, penicillin was non-existent at that time, leaving one's survival in the hands of fate should an infection occur. The world outside was perilous. My waist aches. Although the sandstorm had passed its most violent phase, its remnants remained fearsome. The woman, clutching her infant son without a steed, was compelled to venture into the tempest. The dagger lodged in her back remained embedded, her muscles having sealed the wound. Yet as she continued to walk, she noticed her vision beginning to blur. She was aware that the dagger was poisoned. However, in order to evade the pursuing enemies, she had no choice but to rely on her own strength to suppress the spread of the toxin. Fortunately, the poison was not particularly potent. Regardless, the mission of the royal court must be accomplished. After perhaps half an hour of travel, the woman had to depend on her experience and intuition to ascertain her general direction, though she was uncertain of the degree of her inaccuracy. Suddenly, the sound of hoofbeats reached her ears. Initially startled, her heart calmed when she heard the crack of a whip accompanying the horse's gallop. The two knights had evidently noticed the situation and soon came into view. The woman squinted, her eyes widening in focus. The two knights before her were not clad in armor but wore ordinary robes. These were the individuals she had arranged to meet her. They were disguised as a merchant caravan, frequently traversing the route between Tiger Head City and the royal court. "I am Iman. Where is your leader?" she announced. "Greetings, Lady Iman." One of the caravan guards immediately dismounted and bowed. The other, a remarkably stout guard, also dismounted but appeared somewhat dazed. He clasped his fist in greeting, then seemed uncertain. And when he attempted to kneel, his companion had already risen, leaving him in an awkward stance resembling a crouched position. "Well done," the woman said, handing the infant in her arms to the guard before her. "Tell your leader to summon all capable men and head northwest. There are assassins from the Li family there. They are few in number. Eliminate them. Understood. At that moment, the woman realized that the foolishly daft giant stood directly before her, unabashedly lowering his gaze to observe her form. Her white robe had been cast aside during the attack, leaving her clad only in her close-fitting garments as she fled. Having endured the harsh onslaught of the sandstorm, her exposed skin was now quite pronounced. Could this imbecile truly be so naive as to brazenly gaze upon her body? As a woman of esteemed status among the barbarian warriors, being scrutinized by a lowly servant left her momentarily at a loss, torn between indignation and amusement. Yet, as she noticed the oaf continuing to stare, she lifted her chin and fixed him with a cool gaze, inquiring, "Is it pleasing to the eye?" The simpleton, fixated on the dagger embedded in her back, nodded in response, murmuring, "Indeed, it is." He then raised the axe he held in his hand. Chapter 28. Return to the city. The axe fell, devoid of excessive words, preparations, or foreplay. It plunged directly and with an unsettling smoothness. The woman collapsed to the ground. A member of the royal court's barbarian priesthood, utterly unprepared for such a bewildering fate. The guard from the merchant convoy stood frozen, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Fortunately, Fan Li was a man of integrity, a person of substantial character who preferred to alleviate the burdens and uncertainties of those around him. Yet he was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. At least during the 6 months spent at the inn, both Xingyang and Shui San had mocked his dull-wittedness. Thus, he had no intention of aiding others in alleviating their troubles, for he recognized his own limitations. However, if one could resolve the troubles of another, then those troubles would naturally dissipate, would they not? Consequently, a lifeless body now lay upon the ground. Soon after, Fan Li seated himself upon a mound of earth and retrieved a generous handful of wild garlic from his bosom. In recent days, he had consumed copious amounts of this wild garlic, trading all his silver from the caravan for it. This particular herb was not difficult to find amidst the grasslands and the Gobi Desert. A sprinkle of salt, a touch of yogurt, and a brief pickling rendered it a delightful dish, its taste a compelling blend of bitterness and spiciness, robust in flavor. The recently deceased guard of the caravan had been quite displeased with this culinary choice, for they had shared a tent, and one could only imagine the potent aroma of this wild garlic, known in later times as Mongolian leeks, when consumed in excess. Yet, after that initial handful, Fan Li suddenly felt an invigorating surge of strength, much like a wild beast instinctively seeking trace elements to replenish its vigor. Fan Li took it for granted that it was the wild garlic that restored his vitality. Thus, he indulged daily, consuming it incessantly, eating while riding, eating while walking, even keeping it in his mouth as he slept. As he continued to eat, the ferocious sandstorm finally abated. In the midst of his foraging, he spotted 3 horsemen on the horizon, though they were a distance away and indistinct. The small, tenacious figure atop one of the steeds instantly revealed their identity to Fan Li. A smile spread across his face, radiating the same endearing simplicity as ever. He waved the sand onion in his hand, having resolved to share this miraculous food, which could restore strength, with his companions. "So, do you recognize Shui San's dagger?" "Indeed, my lord, I do. He has been sharpening it in the courtyard for half a year." "That woman, did you strike her down?" "Indeed, I did." Fan Li made a simple chopping motion, unembellished and straightforward. Zhang Fan nodded and handed the water pouch to Fan Li, who gratefully accepted it and gulped down several mouthfuls. The affairs of this world are indeed peculiar, as if countless threads intertwine individuals and events together. In summary, it could be expressed as, fate is beyond words. Fan Li had followed the blind man Bei's arrangements, accompanying a barbarian merchant caravan into the desert to gather intelligence, all to secure an escape route for the inn. If necessary, they could indeed retreat to the desert and establish a new longmen inn, with Fong Xyong changing her profession to sell human meat buns. Who would have thought that this merchant caravan was actually a spy group for the barbarian royal court, with the caravan serving merely as a guise? Fundamentally aimed at gathering information for the court, perhaps the person who recruited Fan Li was too low in rank to be aware of the intricacies. Or maybe the caravan deemed Fan Li's strength and his somewhat naive demeanor, along with his ability to ride a horse, as advantageous. In any case, he was brought along. Furthermore, it was an extraordinary coincidence that the woman in white, who had just escaped from their presence, serendipitously encountered the rescue team that included Fan Li. The dagger that Shui San plunged into the woman's back became the most telling mark. In Fan Li's perspective, since she had been struck by one of his comrades, she must undoubtedly be an enemy. If his companion had not dispatched her, then it was only fitting that he should deliver the fatal blow himself. Thus, the matter was resolved. However, both children miraculously survived. Family spared them. Under Zhang Fan's orders, Shuaisan took the two children to a nearby herdsman's home, where he entrusted them to the family along with a sum of money and 2 horses. In truth, the most prudent course would have been to eradicate the threat entirely. Yet Zhang Fan lacked the resolve to carry out such a decision. Well then, if in decades to come, a formidable desert sovereign arose, seeking vengeance with a legion at his command, he would accept his fate, without regret. 3 individuals left, but upon their return, they became 4. The gates of Hutu City would close at night, especially with the specter of war still looming. Yet this time, Zhang Fan managed to secure an official title. Even if this title was inferior to Sun Daxing's position as a horse attendant, for at least the latter had horses, Zhang Fan possessed none. Upon reaching the city gate, he called out, and a basket was lowered to hoist him up. Zhang Fan held in his hand the letter and the official appointment document bestowed upon him by the female general of the Jinbeiho family. He first approached the sentry, Sergeant Wu, followed by the squad leader, and then the centurion. Subsequently, he met with the patrol officer named Wang Li. Each individual perused the letter and appointment paper, casting upon Zhang Fan a gaze imbued with a peculiar scrutiny. Ultimately, Zhang Fan, akin to a product on an assembly line, was passed along from one officer to the next, until he finally arrived in a grand hall. At the head of the hall sat a portly gentleman, whom Zhang Fan recognized as the man he had seen riding a strange beast, leading a troop of cavalry through the streets while seated behind the stall of the blind man Bei. Zhang Fan recalled his official title, Zhao Dao Shi, not to be confused with a summons for punishment. It was akin to a chief of security for a region, tasked with apprehending bandits and quelling marauders. The blind man Bei had previously mentioned to Zhang Fan that the official ranks in the Yin state were rather intricate and could not be neatly aligned with those of any ancient dynasty. At the lower end of the hall sat an elderly official with a head of white hair, who was undoubtedly the true authority of Hutuoqing. Often referred to as the county magistrate, though foreign merchants preferred to label him as the city lord. Clearly, this Zhao Ashur held a rank that surpassed that of the magistrate. After reviewing the letter and appointment document, the Zhao Ashur addressed Zhang Fan, who stood below him, and commanded, "Now, speak of the military affairs." Next follows Zhang Fan's account, which, aside from omitting the foreknowledge regarding himself and Liang Qingxia, is largely devoid of embellishment. As for his achievements, he attributes them solely to fortune, having slain the leader of the Shatua tribe. Upon concluding his narrative, the pacification envoy nodded and remarked, "Captain Zhang, you shall henceforth fall under my jurisdiction. I hope you will diligently fulfill your duties, living up to the Emperor's expectations and the support of the Duke of Northern Town, as well as my own high hopes." This was merely formal rhetoric, to which Zhang Fan promptly acquiesced with a nod before taking his leave. Once Zhang Fan departed from the hall, the county magistrate cast a concerned glance at the pacification envoy and clasped his hands in salute, inquiring, "My lord, what is the purpose of the Duke of Northern Town's actions? Why is this? Is it merely to dismiss a beggar? Who could have anticipated that fortune would favor him? Allowing a mere laborer to slay a bandit chieftain? And what of us? Shall we do nothing and merely observe? Currently, the Duke of Northern Town is in the capital, and it is said that all matters pertaining to the Duke's affairs are overseen by his eldest daughter. My lord, are you implying that this campaign was initiated by a woman? You said it, I made no such claim. Nonetheless, the relationship between the court and the Duke of Northern Town is exceedingly delicate at present. It would be prudent for us to adopt a stance of watchful waiting. What about provisions, military supplies, and horses? Why concern yourself with that? Clearly, she has cast aside a rotten yam. Why should we be obliged to embrace it eagerly? Let things unfold as they will. Until matters in the capital are resolved, it is wise for us to refrain from any actions, maintaining a posture of steadfastness amidst uncertainty. The adults have spoken. Is Zhang Fan, from the Zhang family, one of the prominent households in Hutuoqing? Not quite. It seems they entered the city 6 months ago when the authorities were re-registering the displaced populace. They established an inn here, and their wine is rather delightful. Indeed, that will suffice. Now that the battle has concluded and victory is secured, the city's restrictions should be lifted by tomorrow. This delay is rather inconvenient. Yes, I shall see to it immediately. Well then, I want to keep you. After the county magistrate paid his respects and exited the hall, only the corpulent pacification envoy and his attendant remained. The envoy, leaning back in his chair, rubbed his brow and mused. Do you think the Lord and the young lady will be able to endure this trial? The attendant, pouring tea, hesitated before replying. The Lord is destined for good fortune. I have no patience for such platitudes. Now, have you prepared the memorial to impeach the Northern Duke's family for corruption and the abuse of power? It's ready. But do we truly intend to submit this memorial? What other course of action remains? If the Lord is unharmed, then all is well. Should misfortune befall him, perhaps I, as the vanguard against the Northern Duke, might still assist the Lord and the young lady in navigating these turbulent waters. Your intentions are commendable. It is all fate. I owe a debt to the Lord and the young lady. And as for that Zhang Fan, the Captain Zhang, do you truly intend to disregard him? Disregard? What nonsense! Just a few days ago, he was merely an ordinary commoner. Even if I were to provide him with provisions and equipment now, does he truly have the audacity to rebel against me if the noble lord finds himself in peril? Does he possess such courage? Well, let it be. The young lady did not mention any plans for him in her letter. However, since he has been promoted by her, he has inevitably been marked by the seal of the Duke of Northern Guard. Very well, if he possesses the capability to gather troops and resources on his own, I shall acknowledge his talent, ha ha ha. As the city gates swung open, Zhang Fan met up with Shuesan, Liangcheng, and Fanli, who were entering the city behind him. Together, the four of them led their horses down the street. The Tiger Head city does not impose a curfew. Even amidst the looming shadows of war, the streets remain unrestrained. Nevertheless, there is a noticeable increase in patrolling soldiers. Riding through the city at night is somewhat inappropriate, especially since Zhang Fan is not mounted on a formidable steed. He has little understanding of official matters at present. In fact, the military envoy and the county magistrate have shown him little enthusiasm, suggesting that his current role is rather lackluster. However, it matters not. Having ventured out and experienced the battlefield, having taken a life with his own hands, this sensation is far more transformative than a man's first experience of manhood. Master. Fourth Miss is skilled in massage. She could provide you with a rejuvenating essential oil spa treatment, Shuesan suggested with a touch of eagerness. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan's mind immediately conjured an image of himself lying in bed, with the radiant beauty of Xingyang before him. However, he shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. To claim that he was indifferent to Xingyang would be utterly implausible. No normal male creature could remain untouched by the allure of a woman like her. You are my friends, my family in this world, Zhang Fan declared, moved by the gentle glow of the moon. He felt no need for pretentiousness or melodrama as he spoke his heart. I have never regarded you as my subordinates, not once. After all, I would not dare to, for fear of retribution. That is not the case, my lord. Xingyang once ran a grand establishment in the Demon City and even trained the technicians under her command. Her skills are undoubtedly. There was no need to elaborate. That would be disrespectful to Xingyang, who surely deserved a man of her own. A woman of depth, a woman with stories. A mature woman typically possesses a catalyst known as a man, but this catalyst merely facilitates a reaction. And once the reaction concludes, it can be discarded without truly integrating into the process. At that moment, Fanli, who was trailing behind while holding the reins of the horse, suddenly called out, My lord, Xingyang is still a maiden. Chapter 29. Where to seek tenderness. Huda's city was not large. Amidst border towns, it could be deemed prosperous. Yet it appeared diminutive when compared to cities of later generations that sprawled across multiple rings. The four of them led their horses and soon arrived at the inn. On ordinary days, by this hour, the inn would typically be rather quiet, with perhaps only 2 or 3 tables occupied as patrons engaged in a silent contest of endurance, waiting to see who would be the first to depart and settle the bill. However, this evening, the inn bore an unmistakable air of peculiarity. It was eerily desolate, with the only illumination coming from a solitary lantern at the entrance, leaving the rest of the premises shrouded in darkness. Master, there is something amiss. Shuesan suddenly darted in front of Zhang Fan, adopting a defensive posture. There was indeed an issue, as evident as the fact that establishments in later times would inexplicably close their doors by 10 o'clock. Something must have transpired, or perhaps a crackdown was underway. Zhang Fan squinted, genuinely concerned about the potential for calamity at the inn, which, after all, was his home in this world, and he had loved ones within its walls. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair appeared at the entrance, holding a lantern and peering into the darkness. Zhang Fan recognized him as the doorman of the inn, who typically emerged after hours to prepare the bedding behind the door for the night watch. What has happened at home? Shuesan inquired of the old man. It's not that. It's just that Xingyang and Mr. Bei recently acquired a new residence. And everyone has moved to the new place. Now, it's just this old man keeping watch here, he explained. Moved? Zhang Fan responded, a hint of confusion in his voice. Why on earth would they move? Even if they wish to speculate on real estate. There is little promise in doing so in Tiger Head City. Strangely, Shui San and Liang Chong, upon hearing this explanation, did not exhibit much surprise. It seemed they had already braced themselves for such news. They reveled in the carnage alongside their lord, so how could those remaining at home remain idle? To do nothing would be to pale in comparison. Double the monthly stipends for all officials, high and low, in HTU City, as per the records. Blind Man North sat in his chair, an orange in hand, peeling it as he made his decisions. The oranges here were particularly sweet and delectable, thanks to the abundant sunshine. Double? Iming, ledger in hand, seemed perplexed. Isn't that excessive? The Tri-Deity Society, under Blind Man North's heart-wrenching melody, saw its leadership embrace their respective deities overnight. The remaining faithful scattered the next day like leaves in the wind. A congregation lacking genuine profit distribution, relying solely on deceiving believers for incense money. Proved remarkably easy to dismantle. Iming single-handedly decimated the hyena gang, with perhaps a mere handful surviving, but not enough to alter the overall outcome. However, due to Zhang Fan's concerns, the hyena gang's operations were ceased entirely. The barbarian slaves were retained as servants, while the dozen or so young women were specially sheltered by Blind Man North. The righteous gang and wagon gang were taken over with relative ease. However, it should be noted that with the unification of the four factions within HTU City under the Inn's banner, the obligation to provide monthly tributes to the city's officials, both high and low, was also inherited. The lofty individuals above remain indifferent to the ongoing conflicts and bloodshed among the factions below, as long as the monthly offerings continue to flow into their coffers. This exemplifies the dichotomy of the underworld and the legitimate realm, seemingly existing in parallel without interference, yet intricately interconnected, akin to the yin-yang symbol that has persisted throughout history. Impossible to sever completely. Presently, at the inn, following the cessation of two streams of income, there is an expectation to shoulder an increased financial burden under the dictates of Blind Bei. Faced with Aming's bewilderment, Blind Bei gestured towards the direction of Xingyang and remarked, Aming, why not inquire with Xingyang? She has extensive experience running brothels across various eras and cities. Xingyang nodded in acknowledgement. Aming shook his head, expressing his discontent with such manipulative dealings. Nonetheless, he harbored another question. Why was the San Shun Hui dismantled so abruptly? The contributions from the faithful each month amount to a considerable sum. The master, a cultural creator, well, that was in the past. What relevance does that hold? Just as the master harbors a disdain for human trafficking, he is equally averse to engaging with matters concerning the church and cults. Thus, we should not pin our hopes on that revenue. Such enterprises are best left untouched. At this moment, Xingyang took a sip of tea and added, Blind Bei's comics were banned precisely because they delved into such controversial narratives. Aming found himself caught between laughter and tears. It is acceptable. The various factions possess a considerable amount of stored silver, sufficient to cover our recent expenditures. Let us first satiate those chatterers above us. As long as they remain unobtrusive, we shall have ample opportunities to earn in the near future. The seven of us, gathered here in this ancient era, if we cannot even muster a bit of silver, it would be better to end our own lives. Indeed, the pursuit of wealth is not arduous. Once we have established and streamlined our connections, we shall be poised to commence our endeavors. Fourth sister concurred, stating that as long as subsequent business ventures align, the silver we currently possess is more than adequate for our extravagant expenses over the coming months. What business shall we pursue? Aming inquired. The blind man, with his hollow eye sockets, directed his gaze toward Aming, remaining silent. What do you mean by that? Aming pressed on. Observe my expression. Aming. Wind fourth sister intervened, attempting to ease the tension while simultaneously taking a jab at Aming, remarking, as time travelers, isn't it rather simple to earn a bit of income by creating perfumes or soaps? At that moment, the door creaked open from the outside, and Yunyu peeked in. Calling out to the three within, Zhang Fan felt as though he were in a dream. Having read many other time travel stories where protagonists often face dire circumstances, he was particularly struck by the trope of a burdensome younger sister accompanying them, especially as he was led past the artificial hill in the courtyard. He noticed 2 rows of young ladies dressed in ancient attire, bowing in unison to pay their respects. In that instant, Zhang Fan experienced a profound sense of disorientation. In that moment, a sudden thought blossomed in Zhang Fan's mind. Perhaps continuing to live this way was not so bad after all. Despite the absence of electricity, internet, and air conditioning, the allure of an ancient nobleman's life, complete with multiple wives and concubines, commanding authority, held an undeniable charm. The fragrance of cosmetics wafted through the air, and the pool was prepared with warm water, adorned with petals. The melodious strains of silk and bamboo music resonated, perfectly striking a chord within the heart. Unbeknownst to him, his garments had been shed, and in a daze, Zhang Fan stepped into the pool, surrendering himself to the enveloping aroma. Ah, what a fleeting sensation. I feel this is somewhat excessive. Are you not concerned that the master might become ensnared in this indulgence? Ming expressed his worry. Yet, Blind Bei orchestrated this tender sanctuary, seemingly intent on intoxicating the master within its embrace. Blind Bei merely shook his head, stating, "It ultimately depends on the master's own choice." Choice? In truth, the desires of an individual can never be fully satiated. When one attains a momentary pleasure, the yearning for further indulgence inevitably arises. Many literary works tend to romanticize the simple, hard-working farmer, perceiving them as pure, kind, and grounded. However, if opportunities for advancement were present and the hope of departure visible, who would willingly choose to remain steadfast in simplicity for a lifetime? I merely feel that enticing the master in such a manner is rather lowly. Our interests and hobbies seldom align with the conventional pleasures understood by the average person. Our desires are more fervent, our cravings more distorted. Let us not indulge in folly. Should our master choose to seclude himself indefinitely within the confines of the inner residence, lost in blissful oblivion, it would be you who weeps. That would indeed be his own decision, one we had previously promised to respect. The power of choice resides within him. He could lead a life of comfort as a wealthy gentleman, raising a family, if he so wished. Yet, I distinctly recall that he had not opted for this path before. However, human nature is subject to change. When we first arrived, we had but a humble inn, barely scraping by. Back then, we were unencumbered by fear, but now that our circumstances have improved, it is only fitting to grant our master another opportunity for choice. You have heard the tale of the 2 oxen, have you not? Liang Cheng and the others are already dining in the side hall. Will you not join them? Let us go together shortly, shall we? Very well. The two stood there for about a quarter of an hour, observing the backyard where Zhang Fan had yet to emerge. Blind Bei sighed and remarked, "Let us proceed to the side hall and discover what they encountered on their journey." In the side hall, Shui San, Liang Cheng, and Fan Li had already finished their meal, particularly evident as 2 large rice barrels beside Fan Li stood empty. This lad, after venturing into the desert, had finally seized the chance to indulge in rice, and now he found it difficult to restrain himself. Upon entering, Blind Bei and Ming found that, apart from the magical pill, everyone else had gathered. Fong Xyong inquired with a hint of confusion, "Where is our master?" At that moment, a silence enveloped the gathering. Shui San bit his lip, glancing at Blind Bei, seemingly on the verge of saying something, yet at a loss for words. One could easily discern his reluctance. Yang Qing, however, was more forthright, raising his head to address Blind Bei and Ming directly, exclaiming, "Nonsense." Clearly, they were aware of Blind Bei's sentiments regarding the master's arrangements. Blind Bei remained silent, a hint of amusement flickering across his features. Xyong, on the other hand, remained engrossed in her needlework. At that moment, Zhang Fan's voice resonated from outside the door. The group rose in unison to peer outside. Entering barefoot and clad in a striking leopard print ensemble, Zhang Fan strode directly to the head of the table. The scene was reminiscent of someone emerging from a shower, donning casual attire from the wet area to the leisure zone. The distinctions were twofold. First, the audacity of the leopard print was unparalleled. Second, this was indeed genuine leopard skin. It appeared to be a relic of the hyena gang's leader, repurposed by Xyong for the master's use. Xyong. Zhang Fan gestured toward her. "Next time, please prepare a set of clothes for me at the hot spring. I searched high and low and found this ensemble, and I truly feel embarrassed to present myself before you all in such a state." "Forgive me, it was my oversight," she replied. "Not at all." Zhang Fan waved his hand dismissively, then turned to the others at the table, a smile gracing his face. "Now, have you all dined well?" "Indeed, we have, master," came the collective response. "We have been waiting for you, master." Zhang Fan smiled gently, leaning slightly to the left on his chair, clasping his hands together and softly patting them. "Very well, let us discuss serious matters." The 5 demon lords present could not help but notice the profound transformation in their leader since his arrival. His aura exuded confidence, maturity, and an effortless mastery, as if he were a different person altogether. Only the blind seer Bei remained silent, a smile gracing his lips. He had just sensed with his mental prowess that their leader had actually been standing in the corridor outside for quite some time, shivering slightly in the cold while engaging in a self-affirmation mantra. I am Chen Daoming. I am Chen Daoming. I am Chen Daoming. P.S. Heartfelt thanks to Brother Daohu and Sister Grasshopper for becoming the leaders of Mo Lin. Writing for newcomers is challenging. My first book, Midnight Bookstore, has fared well. Yet I feel an even greater anxiety and pressure as I embark on my second book. Fortunately, I have the unwavering support and encouragement of all of you. Thank you. Chapter 30. The professional manager Zhang Fan sat at the head of the table, at that moment embodying a fusion of the 8 virtuous kings, Xianyi, and the founder of the Han dynasty. However, to an outsider, the atmosphere might have appeared as a Lang of youthful exuberance, overly dramatic words, theatrical expressions, flamboyant attire, and an entourage of like-minded individuals reveling in their own eccentricity. This was a blood-soaked mansion. Not long ago, the blood of the hyena gang had stained its very foundation. Yet at this moment, the vibrant atmosphere of youthful bravado had completely subdued the lingering scent of carnage. Certainly, even if the haunted house were to witness some bizarre occurrences, it is unlikely that those residing within would be the ones to feel fear. After all, the dwelling is teeming with vampires and zombies. The ones who should be frightened are perhaps the spirits themselves. Thus, among the assembled crowd, no one perceives anything amiss in Zhang Fan's current demeanor. For them, life seems to be more akin to a playful endeavor. Their madness, their utter disregard for convention, may appear somewhat deranged to the average observer. Yet it is precisely because they have never contemplated a languid demise in bed or a retreat into the mountains that they can maintain a level of genuine nonchalance and fervor for life that ordinary individuals might deeply envy. It is reminiscent of a devoted and diligent manager reporting revenue figures to their true employer. Zhang Fan meticulously reviewed each document in hand. Indeed, the financial gains were substantial. However, in comparison to true wealth, the exhilarating sensation of gradually amassing resources, akin to a little squirrel hoarding acorns, is what truly enchants. Arriving in this unfamiliar realm, slowly building one's fortune, growing step by step, perhaps this is the joy of cultivation. After Blind Bei concluded, it was Xuesan's turn to recount the events following their departure as laborers. During the previous 6 months of tranquility, Xuesan frequently entertained on stage, showcasing his exceptional oratory skills. In recounting the tale, he particularly emphasized Zhang Fan's pivotal role in the entire affair, thanks to the sovereign's role as a stabilizing force. His keen insight that pierces through all facades, his unyielding composure, and his timely adaptability in the face of adversity. Every few sentences, one must highlight the key points. Even Zhang Fan, clad in leopard skin, could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment, lowering his head to sip tea as a means of concealment. Meanwhile, those who remained, Blind Man, Ming, and Xingyang, would attentively nod in agreement at each emphasized point, their lips forming the words, "Oh, indeed, truly, it is as if to affirm that Zhang Fan's position as the linchpin in any situation was a matter of course. For the first time, Zhang Fan experienced the sorrow that accompanies those in power. Under such flattery, it is no wonder that some ancient emperors found themselves in ludicrous predicaments. After Xuesan concluded his discourse, he abruptly slammed his teacup onto the table, reminiscent of a judge's gavel striking down. Blind Man Bei immediately turned to Zhang Fan and remarked, "In that case, the sovereign has assumed an official capacity. In essence, this is a mere passing of the buck." Yet Blind Man Bei chuckled. Often, the absence of a title proves to be the most formidable challenge. Previously, I merely sought to consolidate the underground forces of Tiger Head City, intending to establish my own merchant convoy for initial accumulation afterward, and ultimately to position my own influence. Initially, I contemplated discreetly establishing a band of brigands outside Tiger Head City that would be exclusively ours. However, the official recognition that you, my lord, have secured is proving to be an immense boon. Upon hearing Blind Man Bei's words, a sense of contentment washed over Zhang Fan, akin to realizing that the refuse he had gathered possessed some inherent value. It occurred to him that this nominal captaincy might be perceived by others as a sinecure, entailing a meager salary and a lack of support, potentially even leading to future repercussions should the Jinbei Marquisate be successfully curtailed. owing to his association with the Jinbei faction. Yet, he commanded a cohort of veritable demon kings. From revenue generation to organization, from military training to leadership, he possessed a cadre of exceptional talent. This allocation of 300 mounted troops could not be squandered. Liang Cheng, a veteran of warfare, interjected, suggesting that while the contingent would nominally be under your command, my lord, its actual management would likely fall to him. Indeed, Zhang Fan concurred. Our primary focus should now be directed towards this matter. We must ensure that we procure the best possible personnel, steeds, and armaments. Crucially, while this unit may nominally belong to the Yin Kingdom, its loyalty must lie solely with us. With you, my lord, Shueisen interjected, reminding him of their fealty. Yes, with you, my lord. So, what steps should we take next? Zhang Fan inquired, seeking the counsel of his advisors, his gaze instinctively gravitating towards Blind Man Bei. Due to his relationship with these demon lords, Zhang Fan need not worry about overshadowing his superiors. Thus, he felt no compulsion to tread carefully. In truth, he was quite pleased to assume the role of a mascot. How intriguing, Su Sen inquired. Before Xingyang, he had slain his own father. Ah, how fascinating. This individual is ruthless, yet there is no need to hastily remove him. For the time being, he may prove useful. For ordinary higher-ups, it would be exceedingly difficult to tolerate such a person among their ranks. If he could kill his own father, it would seem only natural for him to rebel one day. However, for the demon lords present, Tiger Head City was merely the initial step. Even a gang leader, no matter how fearsome, would not elicit excessive concern. At least, they would not feel compelled to eliminate him preemptively for the sake of caution. Very well, tomorrow I shall accompany Ali to the gang. The gang is the first step in establishing a trading caravan, and it must be thoroughly reorganized. After giving these instructions, Blind Bei turned to Fong Xyong, saying, Xyong, you shall take charge of training those young ladies. You may select a few with the best potential for specialized training. Fong Xyong lazily stretched and playfully cast a flirtatious glance at Blind Bei, nodding in agreement. The in-serving women had already been dismissed, and henceforth, the business involving courtesans would indeed continue, but it would no longer entrusting them to Xyong for training is the most efficient use of their potential. Whether they emerge as independent mothers or are groomed into a cadre of courtesans, it is far more advantageous than simply selling them or engaging in prostitution. For them, such a fate would undoubtedly be preferable. Born into this world, having been sold by their families and bound by contracts, they can hardly hope for more. By the way, Ming, I require your maid, Xyong remarked, as if struck by a sudden thought. If you need her, take her, Ming replied nonchalantly. The maid in question is the young girl he encountered in front of the hyena gang when he went to eradicate them. Their bond is quite intimate, forged by the shared grievance of a slain father. Are you sure you're willing to part with her? Xyong teased. Take her, Ming responded with indifference. For he harbors little attachment to women, his interests lie elsewhere. He prefers the allure of fine wine and the thrill of bloodshed. I see her temperament is commendable. With proper training, her potential for greatness is significant. Although she presently resembles a girl from the northern territories, with adequate care and attention, she could rival the southern belles. Blind Bei, with hands clasped, turned towards Liang Cheng after Xyong finished speaking and said, Zhang Fan. Liang Cheng took a deep breath, nodding vigorously, indeed. I have long anticipated this. Well then, Zhang Fan nodded in agreement, aware that this was Blind Bei's way of assigning Liang Cheng to instruct him in martial arts. After this outing, Zhang Fan understood the necessity of acquiring combat skills. However, what Zhang Fan did not anticipate was that the Blind Bei was not merely interested in teaching him some self-defense techniques for women. From Shueissan's earlier narration, he could naturally discern between flattery and valuable information. Gradually, a conjecture regarding the relationship between himself, his companions, and their leader began to form in his mind. Master, I have finished speaking, and I humbly request your guidance. Well, Zhang Fan waved his hand and replied, I believe you have already articulated everything I wished to convey. Zhang Fan felt that spending so much time with this group had indeed thickened his skin. And what about me? Ming inquired, somewhat perplexed. The others were occupied with various tasks, but what of him? It seemed that Bei was reminded of him, as he turned to face Ming and said, Your task is the heaviest. Have you forgotten that? I am truly blind to my own duties. Ming, we require funds, substantial amounts of funds. 300 cavalrymen, encompassing personnel, equipment, and subsequent maintenance, all necessitate a considerable sum of silver. So, what do you need me to do? Bei's lips twitched slightly, and with a serious expression. He uttered, "Go pick up the soap." Chapter 31. The most terrifying silence. Bang. Crack. Zhang Fan was once again knocked to the ground by the wooden sword. "Master, do you need a moment's respite?" Once more, he gasped, rising again and firmly grasping the wooden sword in his hands. Liang Cheng stood calmly, sword in hand, awaiting Zhang Fan's renewed assault. Their practice had persisted for 3 days. In other words, Zhang Fan had endured 3 days of relentless defeats. This sensation was far from pleasant. Yet Zhang Fan managed to grit his teeth and persevere. Zhang Fan launched another attack. The wooden swords clashed incessantly. Each of Zhang Fan's strikes executed with unwavering decisiveness and full force. Liang Cheng, however, continued to retreat, merely defending himself. Bang! Liang's foot collided with Zhang Fan's sword. Yet the force could not be dissipated, causing Zhang Fan to stagger backward uncontrollably, ultimately tripping and falling to the ground. Huff, huff, huff. Zhang Fan lay on the ground, his wooden sword fallen beside him. "The hour was late. My lord, let us conclude for today." "Very well." Zhang Fan did not insist further, resting on the ground for a moment before rising to return to the inner courtyard. Liang Qing silently tidied up his belongings before heading to the well in the courtyard, where several maids were doing laundry. "Excuse me," Liang Qing spoke. "Brother, you wash your own, and we'll wash ours. No need to interfere." "Exactly. Watching you bathe makes our work more invigorating." These maids were remnants from the hyena gang. They were no longer youthful, and in Fong Xyong's words, they lacked further developmental potential, thus remaining to work. The women, having endured hardships, were either married or sold after the death of their husbands, exhibiting a robust and carefree demeanor. Liang Cheng said nothing. Instead, he effortlessly drew up 3 buckets of well water. Turning around, he removed his shirt and folded it neatly. "Why fold it? Just toss it over. We will wash it for you," one maid remarked, approaching to take the discarded garment. She even leaned in, inhaling deeply, and exclaimed in surprise, "How peculiar. A man's clothes, and yet they bear no trace of sweat. How shameless. Sniffing a man's clothes? Have you lost your mind over him? Go find Master Shui. He may be short, but he has the means to satisfy you." "Bah, you little vixen, how can you utter such lewd remarks? Is that mouth meant for eating or merely for gossiping?" Liang Cheng, now clad only in white undergarments, lifted a bucket of well water with one hand and poured it over his head, creating a cascade of water. "Ah, refreshing," he sighed, as the maids watched intently. "Get a move on. Why isn't the laundry done yet? There are other matters to attend to. Are you here to lounge about?" An older maid approached, her gaze sweeping over Liang Cheng's well-defined physique multiple times before clearing her throat and reprimanding the younger maids. Reluctantly, the maids at the well gathered their basins and garments, leaving the area. At last, tranquility enveloped Liang Cheng's surroundings. At that moment, Zhang Fan, still in his everyday attire, passed by and noticed Liang Cheng bathing at the well's edge. He paused and called out, "There is a hot spring in the back courtyard. Shall we indulge in a soak together?" The hot spring, initially established by the leader of the hyena gang, had now become Zhang Fan's domain. During their stay at the inn, due to limited space, the rooms were closely packed together. Now, with ample room available, the 2 adjoining residences allowed Zhang Fan to essentially monopolize the back section of the latter. Each day, a few maidens on a rotating schedule attended to Zhang Fan's needs. And under the tutelage of Xingyang, their skills improved rapidly. Xingyang had initially contemplated creating a card system for Zhang Fan, allowing him to choose his evening companion by simply flipping a card, but he had unequivocally declined the offer. The genre of manga featuring petite, youthful characters enjoys immense popularity within the manga community. However, Zhang Fan had never held much interest in such themes. He preferred narratives that were a tad more indulgent, with a fuller and more realistic artistic style, akin to that of Xingyang. In response to Zhang Fan's invitation, Liang Cheng simply shook his head, stating, "I do not favor hot water." Yet, sensing that his refusal might come off as somewhat brusque, he hesitated before adding, "Thank you for your concern, my lord." Zhang Fan shrugged. Perhaps Liang Cheng's aversion to warmth was due to his undead nature. Therefore, Zhang Fan did not press the matter further, as it felt rather peculiar for one man to insist that another join him for a bath. "Where is Xingyang?" Zhang Fan inquired. Each day, after guiding Liang Cheng in his martial arts practice, Zhang Fan would indulge in a soothing bath accompanied by Xingyang, followed by a gentle massage. This was devoid of any inappropriate elements. It was merely a therapeutic essential oil back massage. The numerous bruises on his body were inevitable, despite Liang Qing's restraint. Thus, after Xinjiang's tender ministrations in the evening, he found himself drifting into a more restful sleep. Perhaps in the front courtyard, Liang Qing suggested. Very well, I shall seek it out. As Zheng Fan exited, he traversed the corridor and soon spotted Xinjiang walking side by side with Ming. Ming held a cloth bag, engaged in a discussion with Xinjiang as they strolled together. Let's launch this first and earn some initial revenue. Once the business expands, we can introduce alcohol for the production of perfumes and develop new products in conjunction with soaps, Ming proposed. That won't suffice. If we are to embark on this venture, we must strive for excellence. Our location in Tiger Head City is rather remote, making distribution challenging. Although we may operate with a degree of autonomy, we cannot afford to let things drift aimlessly, Xinjiang countered. Thus, we either refrain from undertaking this endeavor or pursue it at a premium level. Only then can we maximize our short-term profits. All right, but what comes next? Ming inquired. In a world infused with both martial prowess and magic, the intelligence of the local inhabitants is not to be underestimated. Regardless of how innovative our offerings may be, they can easily replicate them. Ming still believed in a gradual approach, advocating for a step-by-step release of products to optimize profitability. Once we grow stronger, what business will we still need to pursue? Xinjiang rolled her eyes at Ming's perspective. Upon hearing this, Ming chuckled and replied, Indeed. I have been engrossed in my recent studies, and my mind has grown somewhat dull. After all, once power is amassed, who still engages in business for profit? One can simply seize what they desire. At that moment, Xinjiang spotted Zheng Fan standing not far ahead, swiftly covering her mouth with her hand, and shot a glare at Ming, exclaiming irritably, It's all your fault. You've made me forget I was supposed to give the master a massage. All right, you go ahead. By the way, if you discover your strength has returned somewhat, do not forget to be the first to inform me, he added. What do you mean? Weren't you the first to recover last time? Yet who has been more adept at flattering than you? Ming retorted. Xinjiang paused, then clarified. Do not phrase it so harshly. I'm merely engaged in skin absorption. Suddenly, Ming felt a twinge of envy towards Blind Bei, for he could effortlessly roll his eyes at you for an entire day without feeling fatigue. Master, I have arrived. Xinjiang exclaimed, lifting her skirt as she dashed towards Zheng Fan. Meanwhile, Ming placed his right hand over his chest and bowed distantly to Zheng Fan. Once Zheng Fan and Xinjiang had moved further away, Ming resumed his journey with the cloth bag in hand. The sound of splashing water echoed as Liang Qing continued his bath. Leaning against the railing, Ming called out, Why are you so shy, you zombie? Even in the bath, you wear your shorts. Liang Qing paid no heed to Ming. He had chosen this location for his bath due to the faint malevolent energy present in the well water. In ancient times, the construction of houses was guided by the principles of Feng Shui. Beneath this well lies a convergence of malevolent energy. While such energy may hold little significance for Liang Qing, it nonetheless offers a peculiar comfort, much like the detrimental effects of smoking, which many smokers choose to ignore upon seeing the health warnings. The malevolent energy surrounding you, has it increased? Ming inquired. Liang Qing shook his head in response. I have attempted self-harm numerous times, yet my recovery remains unchanged. I believe the issue may not lie within us. With a splash, Liang Qing doused himself with another bucket of water. After setting it down, he remarked, Indeed, the problem does not reside with us. I have tried to absorb malevolent energy from graveyards, but there exists a threshold. Surpassing it renders any further accumulation impossible. It appears we are in the same predicament. The prospect of regaining our strength through arduous self-discipline seems increasingly bleak. At least, this path appears unlikely to yield results. I think we must explore alternative routes. Alternative routes? Yes, for instance. Suddenly, the cloth bag in Ming's hand tore open, sliding to rest at Liang Qing's feet. Liang Qing. Ming. The silence hung heavily in the air. To shatter this uncomfortable stillness, Ming added, seemingly to relieve the tension, I just developed this. You might find it useful. Liang Qing bent down to pick it up but abruptly halted, struck by the unexpected concern of a friend. Your relationship is truly admirable. The voice of Blind Bei suddenly echoed from a corner. Liang Qing silently picked up the soap, raised his head, and calmly inquired, Is there something you need? Blind Bei nodded and replied, Let us convene at the pavilion this evening. As he spoke, Blind Bei raised his hand, signaling, All right, I have finished my words. You may continue. I have seen nothing. As he walked away, a leisurely sigh escaped Blind Bei, tinged with a hint of relief. I am fortunate to be blind. Gratitude is extended to the emotional ink wash of Jiangnan for becoming the 39th leader of Mo Lin, and thanks to Su Mo Bai for their generous rewards. Chapter 32, Severed. On the rocky platform beside the hot spring, Zheng Fan reclined, while Xingyang was administering a massage. This lifeless zombie truly has no sense of gentleness, she remarked, observing the bruises dotting Zheng Fan's back. Feigning indifference was impossible. It's all right. Zheng Fan, however, was rather unconcerned and comforted Xingyang, saying, others train by either pounding beneath waterfalls or lugging around heavy tortoise shells. My experience is relatively comfortable. Zheng Fan had never anticipated that he would one day engage in martial arts. In his previous life, he believed in the existence of true martial artists, although he doubted they were as exaggerated as depicted in martial arts novels. As for the so-called masters and grandmasters on the internet, they are merely a source of amusement, to be regarded lightly. True mastery requires enduring hardship from a young age, and Zheng Fan is acutely aware that he cannot bear that kind of suffering. Yet, circumstances often surpass individual will. He never anticipated that this comic-loving otaku would find himself in a foreign world after his demise. Whether for his own sake or that of his subordinates, he must begin to train earnestly. Master, could we perhaps practice in a different manner? Xingyang suggested. Training as a warrior is rather slow, and it poses the risk of severe injury. What do you mean? In this world, there exist not only warriors. The master could pursue the cultivation of other disciplines, as long as they contribute to becoming stronger. Wouldn't that suffice? Other forms of cultivation? I have heard that mages, if endowed with talent, can advance at an astonishing pace. Indeed, and those mages typically possess delicate physiques. Well, let us defer that discussion for now. First, we should focus on strengthening our bones and muscles, and learn some basic combat techniques. It can only be beneficial. Zheng Fan understood the principle of not abandoning a task midway, and he was not the type to seek shortcuts after just a few days of hardship. Then, perhaps we could have Ming bite you, master, and you would acquire the physique of a low-level vampire. Transform into a vampire, you say? This suggestion has genuinely piqued Zheng Fan's interest. The extraordinary regenerative abilities of a vampire would significantly enhance his survival capacity. Even though he had been diligently cultivating, Zheng Fan did not harbor the belief that he would ever be able to confront the formidable demons under his command. He merely considered himself a mascot. As long as he remained in the background and stayed alive, it would serve as the greatest support for his subordinates. Indeed, he contemplated reaching out to Ming, acknowledging that although he had yet to regain much strength and his initial embrace, count was likely limited. It was preferable to keep the benefits within the family rather than allowing them to flow to outsiders. Would you not concur with this reasoning, my lord? Initially, Zheng Fan was able to maintain a lucid conversation with Xingyang, but gradually, fatigue overwhelmed him, and he drifted into a slumber. Observing this, Xingyang gently covered him with a nearby blanket and quietly exited the room. Upon stepping outside and closing the door, she turned around, and her gaze sharpened as she noticed fine threads, akin to spider silk, tautening around her. Ahem, it's me. A shadowy figure spoke up. It was the blind man, Bei. Xingyang exhaled in relief, retracting the threads surrounding her, and with a hint of reproach, remarked, in the dead of night, you stroll about without even a lantern. What if you were to startle someone? Me, carry a lantern? Indeed. It would not only serve your convenience, but also spare others from fright. You are well aware of your own abilities to obscure others' perceptions with your mental prowess. Fine. I shall carry a lantern when I venture out at night. Do you have something to discuss? Indeed, I do. Very well, but let us refrain from discussing it here, as the sovereign has already retired for the night, and we must not disturb them. Let us proceed to the pavilion. To four young ladies' surprise, there were already several individuals seated within the pavilion. Liang Cheng, Ming, Shui San, and family were present, with an array of simple delicacies laid out upon the stone table. Oh, are we convening a meeting? For young lady inquired as she took the vacant seat beside Liang Cheng, her curiosity piqued by a delightful aroma wafting through the air. Liang Cheng's expression grew tense. Oh dear, for young lady stifled a laugh, her gaze darting towards Ming seated across from her. It seems you two share quite a rapport. You've partaken of it even before the sovereign and I had a chance to. Coughing lightly, the blind man Bei interjected, let us return to the matter at hand. Ah, the matter at hand? Indeed. Ming, tomorrow you should take a bite from the sovereign. Ming shook his head, replying, I understand your intentions, but it is not feasible at present. My current strength is far too limited. Should I transform the sovereign into my fledgling now? They would gain certain abilities surpassing that of an ordinary human. However, in approximately 6 months, the sovereign would regress into a beast driven solely by the thirst for blood, losing all semblance of reason. For young lady contemplated for a moment and remarked, "It does sound rather appealing. Hey, it's not entirely out of the question. But there arises a dilemma. If our Lord loses his senses, will our affections still evoke any response from him?" After a moment of contemplation, Ming replied, "When a person feeds a dog for an extended period, the creature still wags its tail in appreciation. Let us return to the matter at hand." Xie Bei could no longer contain his interruption, exclaiming, "This is utterly disrespectful." The individuals gathered in the pavilion instinctively straightened their backs. Xie Bei nodded in satisfaction, as if he could truly see the scene before him. The theme of tonight's group meeting is. He poured the contents of his cup onto the table, and under an unseen force, the liquid drifted into the air, forming the characters, cultivation. Liang Cheng, please share the recent developments regarding our Lord's cultivation. For the past few days, Liang Cheng had been responsible for overseeing the training alongside Jing Fan. Thus it was only fitting to inquire about him first. Previously, our Lord lacked any combat experience, was unfamiliar with tactics, and did not possess adept physical coordination. His reflexes were also rather dull. Since their Lord was absent, no one dared to dispute this assertion. However, Liang Cheng's subsequent commentary piqued the interest of all present. Clearly, no one truly wished for their leader to be deemed inept. Regardless of whether their Lord was capable or not, their respect, protection, and care for him would remain unwavering. Our Lord possesses considerable strength. How considerable? Ming inquired. Since the sovereign's awakening, less than a month has passed. Logically, for a body that has been bedridden for half a year, despite the best care, its various functions would have significantly deteriorated. It would require at least 6 months of recuperation to restore. However, the sovereign's strength is comparable to that of an adult male who regularly practices martial arts. Xuesen pressed his lips together, and a vivid image of the battlefield flashed in his mind, recalling the individual whose life was claimed by the sovereign's blade. Indeed, the crux of the matter seems to lie here. Blind Beisho gestured, and the words cultivation floated in the air, flowing into his mouth as he consumed them. He then continued, "I have always harbored a lingering question. What is the specific relationship between our restoration of strength and the sovereign? One thing is certain, we must earn the sovereign's recognition. Thus, we must unwaveringly adhere to the principle of unconditionally serving the sovereign." Everyone nodded in agreement. If it were not for the pursuit of power, who would willingly play the role of a sycophant? Yet, if mere flattery could yield strength, would there be a more lucrative endeavor in existence? We are all adults, and there is no need for pretense or self-pity. The dilemma, however, lies in the fact that while all of us have indeed regained a modicum of strength, despite employing various methods, I have found it impossible to elevate that restored foundation even slightly. The assembly nodded collectively. Their thirst for power transcends the ordinary imagination. They are indifferent to wealth and fame. Their sole desire is for a life of freedom, yet without power, true liberation remains elusive. Blind one, what have you truly discovered? Speak plainly, Nyang addressed the blind man, Bei. My conjecture is that the extent of our strength's restoration is likely intertwined with that of our master. What does this imply? Xuesen questioned, somewhat perplexed. Nyang furrowed her brow slightly, deep in thought. Liang Cheng maintained his usual composure, while Ming twitched his lips in mild amusement. In truth, none present are fools. Their speculations may not be as far-fetched as they seem, even Xuesen. Who posed the question? Who knows if he is merely accustomed to providing a platform for Bei? When our master fell into a coma, to put it in terms reminiscent of online gaming, our master was in an offline state, and we, as his subordinates, were akin to his mounts. Ahem. Nyang cleared her throat. Very well, let us say we are akin to cherished companions. Perhaps it is due to our master's offline status that our own levels appear grayed out. While we possess the ability to act, our attribute panels remain obscured. When our master awakens, he may begin at level 1, and thus, our levels would also be capped at 1 or lower. This foundation necessitates gaining our master's acknowledgement, akin to conversing with an elder at the entrance of a novice village. As everyone pondered the words of the blind man, Bei, it was Ming who first broke the silence. So, what you're saying is that as long as our leader remains at level 1, in other words, unless the leader's own strength improves, we will perpetually be under their oppressive control? Bei nodded in affirmation. At that moment, the usually reticent and unassuming Fan Li, known for his quiet demeanor during gatherings, uttered a statement that instantly plunged the atmosphere of the pavilion into a chilling silence. With a somewhat sheepish smile, he awkwardly scratched his head and proposed, "Then, if we were to eliminate our leader, would that not lift the restrictions?" The room fell into a profound stillness. The silence was laden with a grim reality, one that filled the 6 individuals present with a sense of shame and self-reproach. For no one immediately stood up to challenge Fan Li's audacious suggestion, nor did anyone voice a swift admonition, warning him that such thoughts were perilous. Silence signifies that everyone is engaged in contemplation, and contemplation suggests a state of hesitation, which in turn implies that individuals are moved. Indeed, each person is weighing the pros and cons within their hearts, speculating whether their actions will yield success. If one remains silent from the outset, they have undoubtedly revealed their inner thoughts. Thus, any subsequent declarations of loyalty or discord are mere fabrications, especially among those present. It would be one matter if they had not previously crossed paths in the pages of a comic, but having coexisted in this world for half a year, they are all too aware of each other's true natures. Who among them is unaware of the reality? Nonetheless, someone must break the silence to prevent fissures from developing within the team. The voice to shatter this quietude does not belong to the blind Bei or the Fourth Lady, but rather to Liang Cheng. I have previously commanded troops and engaged in warfare. Without delving into specifics, I have orchestrated situations akin to the current predicament involving the lives of thousands of laborers as bait, or even more egregious acts. Regardless, I have always been forthright with my subordinates and soldiers, whether it is sending them to hold the rear or to face death. A general may deceive his enemy, or even the monarch of his own realm, but if he betrays his own subordinates and comrades, he forfeits the very essence of his existence. Liang Qing lifted the wine glass before him, raising it slowly. We are not virtuous souls. By the standards of the mundane world, we are indeed incorrigible demons. We have seen through many matters, allowing us to be more carefree and liberated, pursuing our desires with unrestrained fervor. Blood, life, cruelty, and tyranny. These can be our sources of delight, and we may roam free. Yet, we remain fundamentally ourselves. The reason we persist in our identity is that we possess character, edges, uniqueness, and aspirations, rather than being mere machines driven solely by the pursuit of profit. Otherwise, what need would we have for names? Like a bubble, whose sole purpose is to rise and burst upon reaching the surface. Truly, is it not amusing? In our former lives as ordinary individuals, we made promises to others, allowing them the choice between a life of wealth and mediocrity or the pursuit of thrilling endeavors. Back then, we were willing to protect them, ensuring they would live as affluent individuals. Now, having regained a modicum of strength, though scant, we find ourselves yearning for more. I feel a pang of shame. I know I am unworthy to utter such sentiments, and I am not pure. Let us all share this drink, and then let us forget the words spoken by Fan Li and the thoughts that stirred within us just moments ago. Ming raised his wine cup, followed by Shui San, Fong Xyong, Fan Li, and even the blind Bei. They all drank heartily. The blind Bei hesitated for a moment, then spoke again. In truth, there lies a certain logic that everyone should grasp. If a player's character is deleted, can their mounts? No. Can their companions continue to exist? If matters were that simple, why didn't the Monkey King simply decapitate Tang Xing and preserve his head for the journey to the Grand Thunder Sound Temple? Therefore, let us put this matter to rest. Now, let us return to the crux of our discussion. Based on my conjecture, our forthcoming endeavors can be categorized into 2 principal areas. The first pertains to the development of economic wealth and power, which includes the organization of the 300 cavalry, their training, their equipment, and the rather inflated role of our protector, the merchant envoy, in vying for influence and authority within the confines of Tiger Head City. The second category, however, is of paramount importance. It involves seeking ways, at any cost, to enhance our leader's strength. In this world, there exists magic, combat energy, cultivators, and martial artists, all classified into 9 ranks. Our objective is to assist our leader in progressively elevating his rank. The latter category is crucial because only by augmenting the strength of our 7 members, with power firmly in our grasp, can we establish a solid foundation for future development, rather than relying excessively on cunning strategies and alliances. A firm fist that can shatter the enemy is the true path to advancement. Thus, what path should we choose for our master? Fourth sister murmured, noting that the zombie mentioned the master's strength was somewhat formidable. What about martial energy? Shui San proposed martial energy. Perhaps a martial artist would be preferable. After all, martial energy leans rather towards the Western philosophies, making it somewhat challenging to master. Aiming remarked. Indeed, we must adapt to our circumstances. Blind Bei concurred, stating that the Western power system is difficult to truly delve into with our current conditions. It is said that there are sorcerers and warriors in Yen Kingdom, but their numbers are scarce, with most residing in the capital's academies as exchange students or serving as military officers in diplomatic missions. Presently, we lack the means to summon a teacher from the grand capital of Yen. Summon a teacher? Fourth sister Fong inhaled sharply, as if finally grasping the situation, and said, Blind One, you called us here tonight to invite a teacher for our master? Blind Bei affirmed with a hum. So, it has been decided then? Aiming suddenly felt a bit exasperated. This blind fool was being cryptic, causing Fan Li, that foolishly honest fellow, to utter such words, rendering the atmosphere quite awkward for everyone. Blind Bei shrugged, seemingly aware of the group's grievances towards him, yet feeling helpless, as he too did not anticipate someone would say such a thing. Indeed, this is the very reason I gathered everyone here tonight. Considering our current conditions and the master's situation, I believe it is essential to find a martial arts instructor for our master. As he spoke, the blind seer Bei continued his analysis. Liang Cheng, although possessing formidable combat abilities, predominantly relies on the bloodline of his own undead heritage. The same can be said for Ming. These attributes, unless you can flawlessly transplant your bloodline onto the master, will not allow the master to tread the same path as you. Your direction is not suitable for the master. Shuesan's agility and certain abilities stem largely from experience and an understanding of the application of power. Similarly, the abilities of Xingyang and myself are reliant on some elusive fortuity, lacking strong replicability. As for the magic orb, its existence is designed such that the master has rendered it akin to the Monkey King, achieving greatness from the outset. How could one replicate that? Everyone is exceedingly unique, and it is precisely this uniqueness that renders them unsuitable for a blank slate like Zhang Fan to emulate. The essence of each individual's existence largely arises from a multitude of unforeseen circumstances. How could one replicate the unexpected? Would it not be better for our kind to act as the master's mentors? The benefits should remain within our own circle. Moreover, it is certain that everyone would spare no effort in teaching wholeheartedly, but will it yield results? Xingyang responded affirmatively, stating, Indeed. If the master were to mimic our paths, it would only serve to constrict his journey. Thus, given the vast population of this world and the rich diversity of cultivation systems, it implies that each mature cultivation system has been validated by numerous successful individuals, inherently possessing a strong capacity for replication. Shall we capture a warrior then? Shuesan inquired eagerly. Do we have a target? One must not seek out the mediocre, the kind that merely glitters without substance, as Fong Xyong remarked. Liang Cheng nodded in agreement, stating, at the very least, we must capture a genuine expert, a true 9th-grade warrior. How formidable is a 9th-grade warrior? Fong Xyong turned her gaze towards the blind man. Bei, isn't the man of that woman who delivered Asides the city patrol officer? A half-step 9th-grade warrior? How powerful can he be? Shuesan chuckled nearby. Ha! The blind man works discreetly. He certainly hasn't been caught in compromising circumstances. A half-step 9th-grade warrior is not difficult to handle. But if we were to face a true 9th-grade warrior alone, the danger would be significant. As he spoke, Liang Qing recalled the sword-wielding elder who stood beside the female general from the Northern Guard. Thus, we must first identify our target. Once confirmed, the 6 of us shall act in unison to secure him. The blind man, Bei, articulated the final plan. Fan Li raised his hand. Ming shot a glance at Fan Li, retorting with annoyance, if it's nonsense, then spare us. Fan Li pondered seriously for a moment, seemingly analyzing whether what he was about to say was indeed nonsense. Speak, Fan Li, the blind man sighed. While in the merchant convoy, I heard the barbarian tribesman mention that in the royal court, there exists a place of worship where gifted barbarian masters can pursue further training and education. Yen State also has military schools and academies. My lord, might it be possible to enter such an academy for study? Wouldn't that yield better results? Upon hearing this, Shuesan stifled a yawn. His lips began to spew forth words like a Maxim machine gun. Indeed, our esteemed leader first underwent a rigorous selection process, painstakingly securing a spot in the academy amidst the talents of Hutu City. Subsequently, as the underdog, our leader faced ostracism, suppression, and disdain within the institution. Regardless of their origins, every petty rival would make a point of flaunting their superiority before our leader, inciting waves of animosity. Do not inquire as to why. Our leader is simply our leader, the singular spark of brilliance in this world. While our leader endured such tribulations at the academy, we were not by their side. Thus, they ventured to the back mountains, where they either stumbled upon a hidden cave to acquire a secret tome, encountered the legendary Tianshan maiden bestowing her teachings, or discovered a ring housing an elderly woman. This grandmother promptly inquired, "Please, share your dreams with me." Truly, the erudite young gentleman who spent 6 months at the inn speaks with such fluency that he left Ollie utterly bewildered. Xuesen lifted the wine jug, took several hearty gulps from its mouth, set it down, wiped his lips, and declared, "I wholeheartedly endorse the blind man's plan. This scheme is undoubtedly far superior to our leader's frivolous pursuit of that academy. When we reach the 8th rank, our strength will have increased, allowing us to pursue those of the 7th rank, then the 5th, and the 4th. With a resounding bang, Xuesen slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Is there a more exhilarating way to level up in this world?" Chapter 34, Capturing the Teacher. Many children, in their youth, remain oblivious to the fact that while they slumber peacefully, their parents toil tirelessly for their education. Truly, it is a poignant truth. The hearts of parents are filled with concern for their children. Take, for instance, Zhang Fan at this moment. Perhaps due to the beatings received during the day, he slept especially soundly after Sister C's massage. Upon awakening, the daylight had already fully emerged. As he opened his bedroom door, he found 2 young maidens waiting on the steps. Upon seeing Zhang Fan rise, one hurried to the kitchen to fetch breakfast while the other prepared warm water to assist him with his morning ablutions. Zhang Fan inwardly rejected this indulgent lifestyle. Yet, at times, if one does not require their assistance, it inadvertently diminishes their sense of worth, for they are slaves, most hailing from the depths of Yin or even farther regions such as the Qian and Jin states. Consequently, in order for them to continue living here in peace, Zhang Fan could only silently endure their servitude. After freshening up and having a meal, Zhang Fan, adhering to his recent routine, took his wooden sword and made his way to the courtyard, ready to face his punishment. However, to his surprise, Liang Qing, who usually awaited him here, was nowhere to be found. Where could he be? Zhang Fan does not believe that Liang Qing has abandoned him. Rather, he feels he has made considerable progress, particularly in his capacity to endure hardship, improving day by day. "Master, 4th sister has instructed me to inform you that they have matters to attend to today, and thus will be unable to receive your guidance," spoke a young girl, whose original name contained a character for fragrance. Upon entering the residence, 4th sister bestowed upon her the name Fragrant Grass, a name imbued with a sense of vitality. "Have they all departed?" "Indeed, they left early this morning." "Ah, very well then." Zhang Fan resolutely grasped his wooden sword and commenced practicing his chopping motions. "Did they mention where they were headed?" "On a mound of earth outside Tiger Head City." 6 individuals were either crouching or standing, surveying their surroundings. "Blind man, did you not orchestrate all of this?" Xuesen inquired, a hint of disbelief in his voice. The coincidence was too striking. It seemed that early in the morning, the blind man had suddenly informed everyone that the target had been located. It felt as though they had only just met yesterday, and today they were at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Oh no, rather, at the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department. Had he already meticulously planned this out, selecting the target in advance, only to allow them the illusion of free discussion while he stood silently behind, relishing the sensation of having everything under control? 4th sister chided him. The blind man shook his head, a bemused smile gracing his lips. "Do I truly need to go to such lengths? Indeed, during our discussion in the pavilion last night, I had yet to identify a target. After all, while it is known that such formidable beings can shine with a more enduring brilliance, it is unreasonable to expect them to radiate like a light bulb indefinitely. Finding a suitable candidate at random is no simple task." "And what about you last night?" Ming inquired. "Last night, the wife of the city patrol officer sent a maid to convey a message to me, stating that her husband would be on official duty tomorrow, and she requested my assistance in delivering talismans to her residence to help her seek a child." Xuesen, squatting there, chuckled lightly, with 3 strands of seaweed swaying gently beneath him. "You must understand that although the bureaucratic system of the Yin state is quite intricate and chaotic, the city patrol officer is indeed a person of considerable prominence within Tiger Head City. At least for now, despite all being patrol officers, his status far surpasses that of our current protector of commerce. The complexity of the Yin state's bureaucracy has long been a persistent issue, largely due to the proliferation of aristocratic families, which has resulted in the court's feeble control over local affairs. Many matters at the local level necessitate collaboration with influential families. Thus, in addition to the existing normal bureaucratic structure, numerous titles have been created to bestow favor upon the localities. The title of patrol officer, for instance, encompasses both genuine military positions and nominal ones, with some even acquired through connections or purchase. Essentially, any prominent local family can typically boast a member bearing the title of patrol officer. This situation bears a striking resemblance to the late Qing dynasty of that world. In those times, wealth could elevate anyone, be they landlords or affluent merchants, allowing them to don a prestigious official title and attire. Even in the overseas Chinese enclaves of Nanyang, one could witness a plethora of Qing dynasty officials during clan gatherings. I inquired of a maidservant whether there was any significant event occurring in the city the following day. The city patrol officer, rather indiscreetly, divulged the matter to his wife, who happened to relay it to the maid, who then informed me. It was said that a notorious criminal was to be escorted from Beikong City, and her master was to lead the retrieval and subsequent protection of the individual to Tumen City. I pressed the maid for the identity of this criminal. It appeared that his misfortune stemmed from an ill-fated robbery attempt, during which he encountered the Northern Guard returning from a campaign against the barbarian tribes. Unluckily, he sought to plunder the spoils being transported back by the Northern Guard, only to find his hideout obliterated by a cavalry unit dispatched by them, leading to his capture. Due to his previous status as an official and his status as a fugitive, the Northern Guard severed his tendons before handing him over to the nearby Beikong City, which was responsible for his transport. After passing through Hutu City, he was ultimately sent to Tumen City, the capital of Beifeng County. I further inquired about the prowess of this individual surnamed Ding. The maid revealed that her master had once trained under this Ding, who was reputed to have already attained a distinguished rank. Consequently, the local garrison had repeatedly failed in attempts to eliminate him, and it was merely unfortunate circumstance that led to his capture by the Northern Guard this time. Blind Bei, upon reaching this point, moistened his parched lips and said, Xuesan furrowed his brow, inhaled deeply, and inquired, Blind man, I truly have a question to ask. Is that maid also yearning for your talismanic water to bear a child? The blind man. At that moment, Ming interjected to alleviate the tension, stating, It is already quite a challenge to have a disabled person risk themselves to gather intelligence for us. Let us show some virtue in our words. I could go as well, Xuesan asserted matter-of-factly. The individual known as Hongbazi, consumed by a desire to become a vampire and attain immortality, is indeed quite reliable. Originally, the chariot gang was the most suitable for this task. But who could foresee that you would compel him to slay his own father? I did not know at the time. Xingyang retorted, visibly irritated. Well then, let me ask you this. Had you known, what would you have done? I would have certainly urged him to kill. What an intriguing affair that would be. Oh ho ho. Xingyang covered her mouth in laughter, her mirth blooming like a flower, exuding charm. Blind Bei shrugged, wearing an expression that seemed to say, I knew it would be like this. How many are escorting? Liang Cheng inquired. Liang Cheng was, after all, a rather pragmatic individual. A practical zombie, given that they were merely escorting a cripple whose tendons had been severed, even if he had once been a master. He was now reduced to a mere shell of his former self. Thus, according to Hongbazi's report, that city patrol officer was accompanied by 50 riders. 50 riders. Liang Cheng mentally calculated the formation of 50 riders. If it were the elite cavalry of the Northern Town Army, with 50 formidable riders. In such an open terrain, once the enemy formed their ranks, it is likely that even with our current strength, we would be unable to shake them. Even if I were a mere zombie, I would surely perish under the relentless charges of our foes. However, the garrison of Tiger Head City is certainly not comparable to the elite Northern Town Army. The disparity is akin to that between the central forces and local security brigades. Moreover, I have 5 companions by my side. With the strength of our small group of 6, through effective collaboration, we should be able to rescue the cripple named Ding Hao from the escorting troops, if not eliminate those 50 riders. Yet, are we not being a tad hasty in our approach? At that moment, Blind Bei suddenly stood up, arms outstretched, and bellowed, Ah! Ming! Xingyang! Xuesan! Family! Everyone was taken aback by Blind Bei's sudden outburst. Ah! Just last night, we convened to discuss selecting a worthy mentor for our Lord, and today, a fitting target has presented itself. What does this signify? It is the will of heaven. My friends, it is the divine intention, the arrangement of fate. It is the grace of the heavens upon our Lord, who is indeed the chosen one. We must not betray the will of heaven. We must adhere to the design of fate. To follow our Lord is our lifelong honor. Xuesen cast a sidelong glance at the blind man, irritation evident in his tone. What madness has possessed you, you blind fool? The Lord is not present. Who are you trying to impress? Just as the words left his lips, a figure emerged from behind the earthen embankment, riding a horse, none other than Zhang Fan. A knowing smile graced the blind man's face. In a fit of exasperation, Xuesen exclaimed, "Damn it, you cheated with your mental probing." Chapter 35, A Werewolf Thus. Are you all preparing to request a tutor for me? After listening to their account, Zhang Fan felt somewhat disoriented. In other households, hiring a tutor typically involves monetary compensation, establishing connections, and negotiating terms. Yet here, it seemed they were resorting to threats to snatch someone away. However, upon further reflection, it didn't seem entirely unreasonable. Still, he pondered, if it were merely a matter of hiring a tutor, why the urgency? This was a point of perplexity for Zhang Fan. Xuesen opened his mouth to speak, but at that moment, the blind man's voice resonated within his mind. Silence. Xuesen paused, his words caught in his throat. Blind Bazi spoke, "My lord, in this world, whatever we endeavor to accomplish, we must seize the fleeting moments. Our groundwork has already been laid. The next step is to establish a merchant caravan to sell items such as soap and perfume. At that time, we shall be subject to scrutiny from various quarters. Your esteemed identity, along with the 300 cavalry you are about to assemble, will serve as our safeguard. However, the true foundation of our security lies in our own strength. Thus, I hope you understand, my lord, that we have embarked upon this path. Once we have set forth, we are destined for either success or demise. There exists no third option. We lack the luxury of time for contemplation or hesitation, at least, not at this moment. Unless we possess the power to contend with the Northern Marquis family, capable of negotiating with the Yin court, we cannot afford to falter." Blind Bazi articulated much. A plethora of thoughts woven together to mask his true intentions. He wished to conceal from Zhang Fan, at least for now, the likelihood that the strength of the seven of them was intricately linked to Zhang Fan's own capabilities. Although the Lord still bears a certain naivety, he is, after all, a creator well-versed in the realms of horror comics, where the contemplation of humanity's darker aspects has become second nature. Even Fan Li could conceive the notion, if we were to eliminate our Lord, would we not be unshackled? Yet, could our Lord not fathom this? For now, it is imperative that our relationships remain unfractured. Once our Lord's strength, and consequently our collective power, has escalated, even if these matters come to light, they would pose little concern, as we would have already embarked upon a righteous course. Oh, very well, you may decide. In terms of resolving matters, Zhang Fan did not wish to overstep his bounds, for he was acutely aware of his own capabilities, which paled in comparison to those of the formidable devils before him. The decisions he felt competent to make, and dared to make, were likely limited to whether the lady would attend to his bedchamber this evening, and whether breakfast would consist of noodles or spicy soup. Thank you for your trust, my lord. Blind Bei let out a long breath, then turned to his companions and spoke. The Lord has granted his consent, so I urge everyone to prepare yourselves. This undertaking is of considerable significance. Fourth sister nodded in agreement. The escorting party is expected to arrive at the outskirts of Tiger Head City around dusk, which is our current location. Regardless of the caravan or the Brotherhood of Justice, I do not intend to call upon them. Thus, this operation will involve merely 6 or 7 of us. Blind Bei felt a shiver run down his spine. It was a close call, nearly forgetting the Lord was a person. This is a hasty ambush. To be honest, it is only this band of lunatics who could embark on such a reckless endeavor. Although they now hold the citizenship of the Yin Kingdom, should they unleash their fury upon the officials, they would feel no hesitation or fear. Furthermore, there is Zhang Fan, who is sharpening his blade, bearing an official status himself. In a more conventional era, what they are preparing to undertake would be tantamount to rebellion. However, for them, it is akin to preparing to pilfer an old hen from the neighboring Wang Ernyang's household this very evening. Xuesen, the blind man, and Fong Xyong ventured into the vicinity to survey the terrain. Xuesen was tasked with keeping watch, skillfully blending into the shadows as an assassin, making him exceptionally suited for this role. Meanwhile, the blind man utilized his mental prowess to gradually ascertain the nuances of the ambush site, leaving no nook or cranny unexplored, while also assisting Xyong in setting traps. Behind the earth embankment, Zhang Fan diligently sharpened his blade, akin to a student poring over notes before an examination. Ming reclined against the slope, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, while Fan Li squatted beside Zhang Fan, wearing a simple, endearing grin. His gaze towards Zhang Fan mirrored that of a devoted admirer, embodying admiration, trust, and reliance. Hardly anyone would suspect that it was this endearing fool who had proposed the audacious idea of eliminating their leader the previous night. Yang Qing reflected wistfully, noting that if the 300 cavalry were not merely a figment of paper dreams, the problem would be far more easily resolved. After experiencing the battlefield, Liang Cheng harbored a deep-seated envy for the northern town's iron cavalry. Having once held the title of general, his fondness for cavalry was akin to a homebody's infatuation with an anime goddess. Regrettably, Rome was not built in a day, and cavalry, in particular, was an endeavor that consumed vast resources. It was said that a century ago, the emperor of Qin Kingdom, who usurped his nephew's throne under the guise of a younger brother, sought to bolster his prestige through a northern expedition, coinciding with Yan Kingdom's struggle against the marauding tribes of the desert. The emperor of the Qin Kingdom personally led a campaign against the Yan Kingdom, penetrating deep into its territory. Initially, the advance was swift and unstoppable, as the main forces of the Yan were engaged on the northern front, leaving the rear vulnerable. However, as the Qian army progressed further into Yan's plains, they encountered a sudden assault from a cavalry force hastily dispatched from the northern battlefield. That battle, even a century later, remains a classic case studied in military academies across various nations. The Yan's response to the breach in their rear, implementing a scorched earth strategy, resulted in the exhaustion of Qian's 500,000 troops. Compounded by the challenges posed by the flat terrain, the 30,000 Yan cavalry surged forth like a dark tide, scattering the Qian forces across the plains. The general who led this cavalry to victory was subsequently awarded the title of Marquis of the Northern Defense, a title not earned in the deserts through skirmishes with barbarians, but rather built upon the corpses of 500,000 Qian soldiers. Following this, the inaugural Marquis of the Northern Defense pressed on, capturing 3 northern counties of the Qin Kingdom, pillaging resources and people, nearly emptying those territories. In the aftermath of that battle, the Yan Kingdom established a strategic advantage over the Qian, who dared not send a single soldier northward for a century. Instead, they frantically constructed fortifications along their northern border, transforming themselves into a turtle retreating into its shell. Likewise, in the wake of that battle, cattle became a revered entity in the Qian Kingdom, leading to the creation of a bovine deity, for had it not been for the strength of the ox cart, their ancestors might have been captured by the Yan. Liang Qing believed that the cavalry of Yin State a century ago must have been more formidable, considering that era was marked by fierce battles against the northern tribes. However, even 100 years later, after witnessing the charge of the 2,000 cavalry of the Northern Defense Army, he still deemed them truly elite. If that unit were to be established, would you dare to summon them for such rebellious acts? A Ming, reclining beside him, jested. Thus, when selecting personnel, we must exercise greater caution. What we aim to establish is not merely a merchant protection cavalry of Yin State, but rather the private army of our master. At this moment, Liang Qing's hands clenched slightly, revealing a rare spark of excitement in his usually indifferent demeanor. Huh, do you take me for a breeding boar? A Ming suddenly laughed. To create 300 fledglings, that would mark my peak moment. By then, who would need 300 cavalry? I could simply utilize my blood shadow clone, which would be far more effective than cavalry. Show me what you have now, Liang Qing retorted. What are 300 vampire cavalry? If you are superior to me, you could easily procure 300 zombie cavalry, fearless and impervious to pain. They could even instill a fear buff in the enemy. Zhang Fan, who had been sharpening his blade, raised his head with curiosity and inquired. Finding suitable candidates for the cavalry must not be easy, right? As for weapons, finances, and other logistical matters, these can be resolved through trade routes. After all, ever since Ming produced soap and perfume, the inn here should be quite wealthy. Warhorses can also be procured through smuggling channels to purchase from the barbaric tribes. Considering a lavish estimate of 300 riders, if each were to possess 2 steeds, one might need to prepare as many as 800 horses. However, what of those clad in armor upon their mighty steeds? At this moment, Fan Li, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, finally spoke. My lord, I have heard from the merchants that in the vast deserts, there exist numerous tribes of convicts. These are either criminals or remnants of annihilated clans. The larger tribes hold their families captive as leverage, compelling them to serve as mercenaries. They often find themselves as the first to be sacrificed in tribal conflicts. Yet some notorious convict tribes have carved out a fearsome reputation amidst relentless battles. Their loyalty is to their families, held hostage by the dominant tribes, leaving them devoid of any emotional ties or sense of belonging to the desert or the barbaric tribes. The same applies to the state of Yan. They are among the most formidable cavalry and could be of great use to us. Liang Cheng, upon hearing this, remarked, "So, we must first rescue their families in order to gain their allegiance?" However, Ming countered, "But how many more mouths must we feed? The burden would be too great." Zheng Fan halted his sharpening of the blade and tentatively inquired, "What if we eliminate their families and implicate the barbarian tribe? We could then lead them in seeking revenge. Wouldn't that?" Upon noticing Liang Cheng, Fan Li, and Ming gazing intently at him, he felt a sudden surge of anxiety and quickly murmured, "I was merely jesting, not serious, haha." Chapter 36, The Lu Clan of Beifeng. In the nights that followed his arrival in this world, Zheng Fan often lay in bed, tossing and turning. Many who venture abroad for the first time, immersing themselves in a culture foreign to their own, experience a similar sense of disorientation. Now, Zheng Fan confronted a realm that overturned all familiar rules and conventions. He felt no sense of belonging nor retained many memories of this place. Thus, he found himself willing to engage in madness alongside these minions of the demon lord. Indeed, this world resembled a screen upon which he sat in a theater. No matter how vivid the portrayal, he could not fully immerse himself. Would one weep over the deletion of an ordinary document on a computer? Master's suggestion is surprisingly astute, Ming remarked. Fan Li nodded in agreement, earnestly stating, "They too will be grateful to our master for relieving them of the burden of their kin." The conversation began to veer towards an extreme. It was at that moment that Xuesan's figure emerged from below the earth mound. The recent events seemed to be fraught with complications. While I was tracking the convoy, I unexpectedly discovered another group monitoring them as well. Clearly, there exists another faction with an interest in the bandit leader, Ding Hao. Upon hearing this, the blind man, Bei, remarked with a sense of resignation, "The competition for hiring a tutor is indeed fierce. The individual we have already earmarked must be prioritized. After all, there is a certain order to such matters." Xingyang stated this with a sense of entitlement, completely overlooking the fact that they had only received this intelligence from a maid at the patrol officer's residence the night before. Bei turned to Zheng Fan and earnestly said, "We still require your guidance, my lord." Zheng Fan glanced at the knife he had been sharpening for quite some time and replied, "What is wrong with having someone scout the path for us?" The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Isn't the thrill of being the oriole even greater? Bei, Ming, Yangqing, Xuesan, Xingyang, and Fan Li all took a step back, clasped their hands, bowed, and in unison proclaimed, "Your wisdom is unparalleled." "My lord." Wang Li, Xiao Lizi, Wang the patrol officer, Wang the dignitary? Ha ha ha. It's not the neighbor old Wang, yet it's still the patrol officer Wang, who is strikingly handsome in his standard black armor of the Yin military, accentuating his extraordinary demeanor. "Brother Hao, let us drink," he declared, tossing a wineskin into the prison cart. Ding Hao secured the wineskin with his wrist, but opened the stopper and began to drink heartily. His backside raised as he gulped down the liquor. The posture was exceedingly arduous, compounded by the haste with which he had consumed the wine. Ahem. Ahem. Ding Hao knelt in the prison cart, succumbing to a violent fit of coughing. Wang Li averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight any longer. The man within the cart had once been his superior, his elder brother, and his mentor. He had even played a pivotal role in introducing Wang Li to his own wife. His wife, gentle and beautiful, well-educated and graceful, had always been a source of gratitude for Wang Li towards Ding Hao. Perhaps this is the irony of fate. Wang Li could never have anticipated such a day would come, him riding on horseback outside while Ding Hao lay incapacitated within, his tendons severed. "Thank you, Li Zi," Ding Hao said, and after his coughing fit subsided, he leaned against a corner of the cart, a smile gracing his lips. Not far ahead lay Tiger Head City, where they would rest for the night. He promised to have a bowl of the city's famous sauced noodles brought to him. He chuckled heartily, but the laughter soon agitated his wounds, prompting another bout of harsh coughing, like that of a dog. Wang Li remained mounted, the majority of the troop being cavalry. Yet the prison cart's pace was undeniably sluggish, compelling the others to ease their mounts. "Li Zi, heed my counsel. Take your brothers and depart. Leave me here." Wang Li gazed at Ding Hao in confusion. Despite the years apart, he could not fathom that his once great brother had become a fool. "They 1T allow me to live." "Who?" Are you certain you wish to hear this? Wang Li queried, a hint of bewilderment clouding his features. I remain uncertain. Upon hearing the name of the Lu family of Beifeng, Wang Li's eyelids twitched involuntarily. When the populace, including the Yin people themselves, spoke of the aristocratic families of Beifeng Commandery, their initial thought invariably turned to the Li family, the Marquis of Jinbei. However, those truly versed in the intricacies of aristocratic clans and the imperial court were keenly aware that Beifeng Commandery harbored another family of equal stature to the Marquis of Jinbei, the Lu family of Beifeng. Indeed, during the protracted and exceedingly brutal conflict between Great Yin and the desert barbarians a century prior, it was the Lu family of Beifeng that rendered the most meritorious service and expended the greatest effort. Conversely, the Li family's progenitor, who had achieved the most remarkable feats on the southern front against the Qian kingdom, was bestowed the title of Marquis of Jinbei, a strategic decision by the Yin monarch of that era to maintain equilibrium. Otherwise, upon the war's conclusion, the Lu family of Beifeng, leveraging their status as a prominent local clan, would have likely subsumed the entirety of Beifeng Commandery within a short span. The establishment of the Marquis of Jinbei's estate served as a counterweight, a strategic insertion to keep the local Lu family of Beifeng in check. Nevertheless, the course of events is ever-shifting. A century later, the very chains that once restrained the dragon had themselves gradually metamorphosed into a new Leviathan. The contemporary Yin emperor, in his pursuit of centralized power, was compelled to initiate proceedings against the Marquis of Jinbei's estate. For it held dominion over the most elite border defense field army of Great Yin, the Jinbei army. Regardless, the Lu family of Beifeng and the Marquis of Jinbei's estate, one operating covertly and the other overtly, constituted the paramount powers within Beifeng Commandery. It is possible that the Lu clan of Beifeng could not gain control over the formidable Jinbei army. Yet their progeny and the societal influence they wielded were sufficient to cast a long shadow over much of Beifeng County. In the past, I led a contingent to apprehend a group of smugglers, only to inadvertently capture the wrong caravan, which led to the discovery of an immense stockpile of weaponry and armor. Exquisite arms, indeed, that the Lu clan utilized to support the Desert Kingdom, indistinguishable from those employed by the Jinbei army. At this juncture, a profound resentment flickered in Ding Hao's eyes. Wang Li felt a parched sensation in his throat, yet, driven by instinct, he inquired, So, elder brother, did you report this to your superiors? Do you think me a fool? Ding Hao erupted into a sudden fit of laughter, which quickly turned into a harrowing cough. Once his coughing subsided, he gritted his teeth and declared, That is the Lu clan of Beifeng. How could I dare provoke them? Then why? As it turns out, my superior, whether to curry favor with the Lu clan or under their directive, sent individuals to seize my family, compelling me to yield and join their ranks. But the outcome was tragic. My wife was frightened. She was already with child. But due to the shock, we lost the baby. I capitulated. I was willing to align myself with them, even prepared to pledge my allegiance. As Ding Hao spoke, he struck the lower end of the prison cart with his elbows, revealing the madness that consumed him at that moment. I despised this. I had already resolved to become someone else's pawn, even committing to personally oversee the dispatch of troops to assist them in transporting goods and negotiating with the barbarian royal court. I agreed to everything, merely wishing to safeguard my family. But what was bestowed upon me in return? Thus, yes, that night, I ventured alone to my superior's residence and extinguished his entire family. Li Zi. That night marked the first time I truly appreciated the advantages of being a martial artist of the 4th rank. At the very least, I could rely on my own strength to exact vengeance. Yet simultaneously, I pondered the insignificance of being merely a 9th rank martial artist, unable to fully protect my own wife and children. Wang Li finally comprehended the gravity of the past events. He recalled the astonishment he felt a few summers ago upon receiving the news from Tummencheng, learning that his elder brother, who had long supported him, had murdered his superior's family and fled the city after being reassigned there. 6 months later, news arrived of Ding Hao having turned to banditry in the desert. Yet, at that moment, Wang Li's palms began to sweat profusely. Li Zi, do you understand now? Wang Li fell silent, biting his lip until it nearly bled. Beikong City, Hutu City. Tummencheng, now they were rapidly approaching Hutu City. Near Tummencheng, there was a garrison from the Li family's northern town army conducting patrols. It would be far too perilous to act there. Therefore, the only option was to strike within the confines of Hutu City, as there was no way I could enter Tummencheng alive. In times past, they would have shown no fear. I was a rebel with bloodied hands, a bandit cast out from the great Yan. Yet now, our sovereign's intentions to diminish the feudal lords are glaringly evident. Having already taken action against the Marquis of the North, how could they possibly spare the Luo clan of Beifeng? And I am the most opportune excuse, the most compelling rationale. At this juncture, Ding Hao turned to gaze at Wang Li, who was mounted beside him. Should you abandon me now? The worst you would face is the charge of harboring a notorious criminal. With some maneuvering, you might only be relegated to a mere city guard, rather than facing death alongside me. Wang Li's hand gripped the reins tightly, his complexion paling visibly. There is still another path, Ding Hao stated. What path? Wang Li inquired. You could kill me now. It would still constitute a grave offense, leading to exile. Yet, in doing so, you may implicate yourself with the Luo family of Beifeng. They would owe you a debt of gratitude. Even if the emperor intends to diminish their power, who can ascertain the success of such an endeavor? Even if it were to occur, they are like a centipede. Though mortally wounded, they do not easily perish. Who knows, perhaps you could find favor with a high-ranking family, securing a title for your wife in the future. Wang Li's breath quickened, a tumult of conflict evident in his eyes. Brother, I do not mind sacrificing my life to pave the way for you. It would fulfill the bond we share. But you must make your decision swiftly, without delay. Or else, boom. The once tranquil atmosphere erupted into a whirlwind of dust with a sudden, thunderous sound. Swish, 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 swish. A cacophony of piercing sounds reverberated through the air, as the armor of the cavalry from Tiger Head City was pierced as if it were mere paper, causing many to fall in an instant. They have commenced their attack. Kill me first, or you shall meet your demise as well. Ding Hao shouted at Wang Li, who stood outside the cage. The power of this military crossbow is astonishing, Zhang Fan remarked, awestruck by the unfolding scene before him. Blind Bei turned towards the side and spoke to Xingyang, instructing her to take note and procure the weapon. The blades wielded by that group of assassins are no ordinary knives. They effortlessly severed the soldiers of Tiger Head City. Blind Bei solemnly urged Xingyang again. Make a note of it, and purchase the swirling dust that had just risen. Could it be something akin to a talisman scroll? Its effects appear remarkably potent. Note it down, and buy it. Zhang Fan inhaled deeply, gazing up at the dusky sunset overhead. Before him lay a scene of bloody carnage. A veritable battlefield, harmoniously intertwined with the hues of the setting sun, prompting him to exclaim, "The sunset is truly beautiful." Make a note of that. Chapter 37. Old Wang's request, my lord. This is somewhat inconvenient to procure. However, I could capture the finest painter in this realm, compelling him to render the most exquisite sunset. We could then hang that masterpiece above your bed, allowing you to behold the twilight glow each morning upon awakening. Though it may be a mere imitation, it is a token of my utmost respect for you, my lord. Rest assured, in due course, once our 7 members have fully recuperated, we shall pluck the sun from the sky for your amusement. At this moment, Fanli suddenly spoke, suggesting why not strip the painter of his garments and bind him to the bedpost, allowing the sovereign to enjoy a direct view upon awakening. Blind Bei and Zhang Fan seemed to find that no matter the dish, the addition of the peculiar seasoning known as Fan Li would invariably render the flavor decidedly odd. The reminder from Liang Cheng shattered the awkward atmosphere that had arisen from the presence of the honest man. Zhang Fan and the others, merely spectators, were oblivious to the true identities of the assassins. However, it was evident that these assailants, in terms of equipment and combat prowess, far surpassed the soldiers of Tiger Head City. Had the number of these assassins not been limited to just over 20, but rather doubled, it is likely that the soldiers would have been overwhelmed following the initial volley of crossbow bolts. These were the death warriors nurtured by the Luo clan of Beifeng. Ding Hao remained largely unfazed by the chaos outside, ever since he had been handed over to Beikong City by the Northern Border Army. He had steeled himself for the inevitable. A 9th-rank martial artist, he was considered a superior being at the grassroots level, yet before the grand families. He was merely a larger insect. He was acutely aware of his fate, and the current events were unfolding precisely as he had anticipated. Wang Li, in my life now. Do not hesitate. Did you not say you saw your wife vomiting this morning? Upon hearing these words, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Wang Li's eyes as he raised his blade. With a swift motion, a single assassin leaped onto the prison cart, only to be pierced through the back by a dagger. Wang Li drew his blade and cast a fleeting smile at Ding Hao within the prisoner cart before turning his steed and charging towards the assassins who were already embroiled in combat with his subordinates. Ding Hao bowed his head, murmuring, What is the necessity of this? Master, it is time for us to act, is it not? Shui San, beside him, was already brimming with anticipation. As an assassin, he relished such chaotic scenes, delighting in the thrill of stealthily taking lives and claiming victories. Zhong Fan, however, pressed his lips together, contemplating whether to wait a little longer, ideally until one side emerged with a Pyrrhic victory, thereby minimizing the risks his own faction would face. Yet, he had discerned that the assassins were not there to rescue but to eliminate, and had it not been for the vigilant city patrol officer, his unscrupulous mentor might have already met his demise. No more waiting, let us act, Sanner. Exercise caution. Though you are disguised, your height is too conspicuous. Understood, Master. The others had undergone transformations under Xinjiang's arrangements, effectively becoming different individuals, yet one could hardly expect Shui San to engage in combat while on stilts. Upon receiving the command, Blind Bei closed his eyes. In the next moment, Zhong Fan felt the voice of Blind Bei resonate within him. Master has issued orders. Everyone take your positions. Shortly thereafter, Blind Bei instructed, remember, after extracting the target, disengage from the battlefield immediately. Do not linger. Initially, today was meant to be an ordinary day. As per the plan, he was to provide guidance to Liang Cheng in his martial training before heading to work. However, the rapid changes in circumstances often leave one bewildered, akin to a pot of Sichuan cuisine boiling vigorously over a high flame. Zhong Fan wielded a knife in one hand while grasping the reins with the other. His task was of utmost importance. Once his subordinates extricated the target, he was to transport them to the prearranged safe zone with the utmost swiftness. Well, the blind Beiyang and others claimed this was the most crucial step, so it must be deemed as such. Zhong Fan had no intention of recklessly charging forward with the knife. Could it be that the daily massages from the fourth mistress were uncomfortable, or perhaps the morning's savory tofu pudding was lacking in appeal? At the very least, before he could shine, Zhong Fan resolved to bide his time. He felt akin to a staff officer in the command center, hearing various voices over the intercom yet having no personal stake in the unfolding events. Finally, upon confirming their positions and witnessing the soldiers of Hutancheng beginning to falter, even showing signs of disarray, Blind Beiyang issued the command to act, move. Ding Hao stood like a wooden statue, observing as Wang Li led his brothers into battle against the assassins. Although the Beifeng Lu clan could not infiltrate the Jinbei Marquis estate to extend their reach into the Jinbei army as a long-standing and prominent family, their retainers and warriors were formidable adversaries, even if this particular force did not represent the Lu clan's true elite. The soldiers of Tiger Head City under Wang Li were completely no match for their opponents. Initially, they managed to sustain the situation for a while, leveraging their numerical superiority and Wang Li's personal prowess. However, as the numbers began to even out, and a black-clad brute struck Wang Li's weapon from his grasp, the situation began to descend into utter chaos. The dark figure emitted a grayish luminescence, and under his fierce onslaught, Wang Li found himself overwhelmed. From a distance, Zhong Fan perceived the conflict as a battle between two luminous entities, akin to kings engaged in combat. Yet, it was glaringly evident that the disparity in the quality of the troops and their leader was all-encompassing. With a resounding thud, Wang Li was sent sprawling, crashing against the prisoner cart before tumbling to the ground. Ding Hao shook his head in resignation, though his heart was already consumed by fury. In truth, he had not anticipated that, at this moment in Tiger Head City, there would be one willing to risk his life to protect his former subordinate. Their relationship had waned after Ding Hao's promotion to serve in Two-Man City. Even if he were to turn rogue in the future, he had never considered reaching out to Wang Li. Yet now, Wang Li had made his own choice. A long-buried sense of resentment and hatred surged within Ding Hao. Had it not been for the Northern Town Army severing his tendons, he could have shattered this prison with a single blow and at least saved his former subordinate. Alas, he was now rendered powerless. The situation had become overwhelmingly one-sided, and some soldiers from Tiger Head City, in their panic, began to flee. The gray luminescence emanating from the burly man in black flickered once more as he swung his blade downward. Wang Li deftly sidestepped, yet the adversary's weapon abruptly curved, aiming directly for Ding Hao within the confines of the prison cart. This band of assassins had but a singular objective, to spill blood. With a sickening thrust, the blade pierced through Wang Li's chest. In that moment, he let out a hoarse roar, a flicker of white light enveloping him as he unleashed a powerful punch straight into the chest of his foe. The assailant, intending to retract his weapon, faltered in his attempt, absorbing the full force of Wang Li's strike. He staggered several steps back, blood staining his dark mask. Zheng Fan had initially presumed that the blind man, Bei, would merely oversee the periphery. However, to his astonishment, as the others prepared for battle, it was the blind man who boldly entered the fray first. Clutching a two-stringed arrow, he surged towards the prison cart with a grace that was both striking and audacious. His speed was indeed remarkable, yet upon closer inspection, one might discern that his running posture and points of force differed from that of an ordinary person, as if propelled by an unseen force. This was the enhancement of mental prowess. As the burly man in black was forced back by Wang Li's punch, Bei appeared directly behind him at the opportune moment. The timing was impeccable. Suddenly, the strings of the arrow detached, tracing a graceful arc through the air, akin to the scythe of the Grim Reaper, ensnaring the man's neck. A melody of heartbreak. Where can one find a kindred spirit in this vast expanse? With the final note resonating, the strings executed their deadly harvest. The entire sequence of actions, including the interjected dialogue, was executed with seamless fluidity. The burly man in black found his head abruptly separated from his torso, perhaps due to the swiftness of the severance. His eyes fluttered in disbelief at the recent turn of events even as his head struck the ground. The sudden emergence of the blind man momentarily stunned the surrounding assassins. Witnessing their leader's demise, the assassins displayed a composure markedly different from that of the Tiger Head City soldiers. Abandoning their immediate adversaries to converge upon the blind man and the prison wagon. Hee hee. Xinjiang's laughter echoed as embroidered threads erupted from the earth below, ensnaring many of the assassins who were caught off guard and tripped to the ground. At that moment, Ming, Shuaisan, Liangqing, and Fanli charged in unison towards a single point. Having dealt with the luminous figure, the blind man, Bei approached the prison wagon with the intention of unlocking it. However, Wang Li, in his dying breaths with a blade lodged in his chest, reached into his tunic, retrieved a key, and extended it towards the blind man. Though he did not recognize the blind man, he surmised that he was not allied with the assassins from the northern Feng Lu clan. Since the assassins were there to eliminate Ding Hao, these strangers must be there to rescue him. As if with eyes in the back of his head, Blind Man Bei stated, unnecessary. He could unlock it without a key, manipulating the lock's tumblers with mere mental persuasion. With a series of clicks and snaps, the locks disengaged, and the prison door swung open. Seated within the confines of the prison cart, Ding Hao, without uttering a single word, instinctively crawled forward, refraining from inquiring about the identity of his savior or the motives behind the rescue. At this moment, any additional words would be an exercise in futility. The priority was to escape. Fan Li, wielding his axe like a modern-day Li Kuei, charged towards the prison cart with unwavering determination. Without hesitation, his large, calloused hands seized Ding Hao and flung him onto his back. Though Ding Hao's tendons had been severed, he managed to clutch Fan Li's neck with fervent determination, stabilizing his position. Aiming, Liangqing, San Air, cover our retreat. Xinjiang, lead the way. We must break free, commanded the blind Be North internally. Just then, he felt a grip on his ankle. It was Wang Li, brave, warrior. Could you convey a message to my wife? Be North hesitated, taken aback. Lastly, I humbly implore your support for my work. If you have any remaining monthly votes, please consider casting them for Late Night Bookstore. Thank you. Chapter 38. The short-lived teacher. Do not worry. I shall take care of your wife. Upon hearing these words, Colonel Wang was uncertain whether he truly understood their meaning or if they had even registered in his mind. Yet, as he grasped Be North's hand, he ultimately released it. The man had passed away. Ali, Ding Hao, perched on Fan Li's back, turned to see the lifeless form of Wang Li and let out a heart-wrenching cry. What do you want from me? Fan Li inquired, shifting his body and jostling Ding Hao slightly. Ding Hao, in the forefront. Xinjiang's silken threads danced ceaselessly in her hands, resembling a series of exquisite, almost imperceptible projectiles. The chests of the two assailants who lunged forward bore the vivid imprint of two crimson roses. After a brief convulsion, they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Xinjiang's beauty was matched only by the elegance of her lethal technique. As two more assassins attempted to close the gap, a jarring electronic beat suddenly reverberated in their minds, causing their forms to sway momentarily. An opening had thus been created. With a fierce roar, Fan Li, bearing Ding Hao on his back, dug his left foot into the ground twice before launching into a sprint. His speed rendered the surrounding assassins utterly unprepared. Retreat. Blind Bei silently urged in the minds of his companions. Thud. Ming, having allowed an enemy's sword to pierce his chest, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction upon hearing Blind Bei's command. Resigned, He raised his hand in a farewell gesture towards the dark-clad assassin before him. At that moment, Liang Cheng crushed the neck of an assassin, flinging the lifeless body aside as he too began to flee. Two nearby assailants prepared to give chase, but behind them, Shuai San materialized like a specter, plunging twin daggers into their backs. Without withdrawing the blades, Shuai San landed and commenced his own sprint, although his legs were short. His pace was remarkably swift. To everyone's astonishment, he managed to catch up with his comrades ahead. The remaining assassins exchanged uncertain glances, torn between the urge to pursue and the instinct to halt their advance. Having discerned the verity that this inexplicably emergent group possessed the unmitigated capacity to obliterate the remaining members, as evidenced by the immediate casualties suffered upon their initial assault, the rationale for pursuit evaporated. While the chase of targets had been a frequent endeavor in the past, the notion of pursuing these individuals, effectively beseeching them for collective annihilation, was patently absurd. Upon witnessing Fan Li bearing his mentor, Zheng Fan promptly mounted his steed, intending to execute a relay-style transfer of the instructor onto his own mount during the acceleration. However, even as Zheng Fan's horse was gathering momentum, Fan Li audaciously surged past, his velocity undiminished. Momentarily stunned, Zheng Fan spurred his horse onward with a forceful lash. "Giddy up," he exhorted. Yet, despite the horse's fervent exertions, the distance between them and Fan Li remained unbridgeable. Astonishingly, Fan Li's celerity outstripped that of a horse. While continuing the pursuit with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, Zheng Fan's thoughts incongruously drifted to Qingxia's cinematic work, The Promise. Despite acknowledging the impropriety of such reverie at this juncture, the capriciousness of human cognition proved undeniable. Abruptly, a cacophony of rapid hoofbeats forcefully interrupted Zheng Fan's whimsical musings. Beyond a nearby embankment, a contingent of cavalry appeared to be galloping. Yet the two forces fortuitously diverged at this critical juncture. At long last, a carriage materialized ahead, where Hong Batzi stood vigilantly, eagerly anticipating their arrival. Blind Man Bei harbored a deep mistrust for the members of the car gang, and indeed, for the majority of the righteous gang. However, Red Batzi was an exception to this distrust. In Zheng Fan's eyes, the former leader of the righteous gang had practically been developed into an asset by Blind Man Bei. Fan Li halted abruptly beside the carriage, the sudden stop punctuated by a resounding thud. The momentum was such that his feet skidded across the ground for a considerable distance, etching a trail akin to that of tires screeching to a halt. Zheng Fan, having spurred his horse onward, finally caught up. "My lord, the man is yours," Fan Li exclaimed with urgency, as he deposited the disoriented Ding Hao, whom he had been carrying on his back, onto Zheng Fan's saddle. Zheng Fan dismounted, then carefully lifted Ding Hao from the horse and placed him gently onto the nearby carriage. "Fan Li," Zheng Fan inquired, "are the arrangements for entering the city settled?" "Yes, they are," he replied. "Such connections are still within the grasp of my righteous gang, or your righteous gang." Zheng Fan nodded, placing a hand on Red Batzi's shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. He mused that his demonic subordinates seemed to appreciate this gesture. He recalled how Qingxia once kept a corgi in her studio, and the dog would always nuzzle up to people, soliciting affection. Red Batzi was acutely aware that the seemingly unremarkable and somewhat inept man before him was, in fact, the leader of a group of terrifying individuals. Thus, he was enervated by this gesture of intimacy. "Go now," Zheng Fan instructed. "Expeditiously transport him to the residence within the city. Rest assured, there shall be no issues." "Yes, my lord." Ali has also leapt onto the carriage. It is evident that everyone is somewhat breathless, not due to the exertions of the previous skirmish, but rather from the intense running. However, there is no hint of dissatisfaction regarding the blind commander, Bei. Just as the group departed from the scene, a cavalry unit was hastening towards that very location. Had they not made their escape a moment earlier, they would have likely been intercepted by the horsemen. Confronting a regular army would have posed a far graver challenge. First, a volley of crossbow bolts, followed by a cavalry charge, and then a shield wall closing in. Even if the group managed to break free, the variables would have multiplied significantly, regardless of whether the cavalry belonged to the assassins or emerged from HTU City. It was certain they were not allies of their own. The group nodded in agreement. Given such a dire incident occurring not far beyond the city walls, HTU City would likely be on high alert. Earlier, Zheng Fan had instructed Fan Li and Hong Batzi to escort the others into the city. Hoping to exploit the time gap, especially considering Ding Hao's precarious state, which would make evading meticulous scrutiny exceedingly difficult, They had previously disguised themselves. And even if there were connections between the assassins and HTU City, it would be improbable for their identities to be uncovered. Furthermore, Zheng Fan held an official title. Upon seeing Zheng Fan, the guard at the city gate, who was in charge of inspections, greeted him with a smile and a bow, exclaiming, "Ah, is this not Lieutenant Zheng? I pay my respects to you, Lieutenant Zheng. Come, gentlemen, pay your respects to the newly appointed lieutenant." His demeanor was not particularly reverent. A few guards at the gate approached, smiling and offering their hands in salute, yet none truly bowed in respect. This experience profoundly enlightened Zheng Fan to the insignificance of his position as an empty title of a lieutenant. The bureaucratic system of the Great Yin was chaotic and rife with such hollow officials, as abundant as dogs. In the Yin Kingdom, particularly in the border region of Beifeng County, the true measure of one's worth lay in the number of troops one commanded. This was the straightforward worldview of the various military leaders. Had Zheng Fan been accompanied by 300 bona fide cavalrymen, the commander would undoubtedly have bowed before him in reverence. Yet, Zheng Fan was not inclined to anger over this matter. Rather, he cheerfully patted the commander on the shoulder. The commander, however, took a few steps back with a peculiar expression, evading Zheng Fan's friendly gesture, as he felt that such intimacy between two men was rather unsettling. Fourth Miss proactively offered some small silver coins, and Zheng Fan, in a generous spirit, distributed the coins among the city guards, saying, "Please, my brothers, enjoy some drinks on me. Soon I shall take office, and I will rely on your support." "Ah, thank you, my lord. Your generosity is commendable." With this, the smiles of the crowd became even more genuine. Zheng Fan turned to the commander and inquired, "Is there something amiss?" The commander, holding the largest piece of silver, was in high spirits and replied, "I am unsure. There was a sudden alert ahead, so we remain vigilant. It should not be the barbarians attacking, as the northern garrison had recently ventured into the desert. Please, do let me treat you to drinks another day. I hope you will grace us with your presence." "Certainly. Certainly." After such warm exchanges, Zheng Fan and his entourage entered the city. Upon entering the city, one could finally deem themselves completely safe. The carriage halted in the inner courtyard, where Fan Li and Hong Batzi stood beside it, observing intently. Zheng Fan jested with those around him. "Congratulations, my lord, on acquiring a teacher." The remark sounded peculiar, yet Zheng Fan paid it no mind, directly instructing Hong Batzi, "Please, bring the teacher out of the carriage." "As you command." While others might traverse realms to encounter an elder residing within a ring, or to fall off a cliff and meet a certain imprisoned figure, here he was, having to personally retrieve his teacher. Nevertheless, self-sufficiency has its own rewards. Hong Batzi obediently lifted the curtain of the carriage and stepped inside. Moments later, he emerged with a look of sheer terror etched upon his face. "What is it?" Zheng Fan inquired. This person appears to be dead. Congratulations on becoming the 44th leader of the Molan." Chapter 39. The Negotiation Expert. The blind man, is he dead? At that moment, Zheng Fan felt an overwhelming urge to grasp his own hair in frustration, a gesture he often employed while crafting comic narratives. How absurd. "Let me see." The blind man Bei stepped forward and entered the carriage, with Zheng Fan following closely behind, leaving the others to stand by the carriage, mere spectators. Inside, the blind man Bei placed his hand upon Ding Hao's wrist, his eyes shut and expression grave. "What is the pulse like?" Zheng Fan inquired. The blind man Bei sighed, his countenance becoming even more solemn. "What is the matter, my lord?" "Yes, I am a psychologist." Zheng Fan. Blind Bei shook his head and remarked, "It seems there is no hope. Both pulse and breath have vanished. Has this individual truly met his end?" "Indeed," Zheng Fan replied, a mix of amusement and exasperation in his tone. With a long sigh, he continued, "Very well, let us bury this fellow. Burial would be a waste. The flower bed in the backyard has always been adorned with blooms. Instead, let us chop him up and ferment him for fertilizer." The others who perished in the yard received the same treatment. Zheng Fan paused, feeling a sense of alienation from his subordinates due to his own lack of eccentricity. However, since it was blind Bei's suggestion, he suppressed his discomfort and nodded in agreement. "All right, let it be so." No sooner had he spoken than Ding Hao's eyes fluttered open. "What? This fellow has awakened. He is not dead," Zheng Fan exclaimed in shock, pointing at Ding Hao's face. Blind Bei appeared unfazed and seized the opportunity to flatter, "Truly, the Master's teacher is blessed, having assimilated the Master's fortune. It is only natural that auspiciousness follows him." Zheng Fan instinctively sensed something amiss, yet blind Bei continued, Master, since this is a matter of learning from a minor, certain necessary rituals and courtesies must be arranged. Please entrust this task to me. I assure you that by tomorrow, you shall commence your true cultivation. True cultivation in this world. Zhang Fan nodded, well aware that Ding Hao had previously feigned death, but he trusted blind Beibei's capabilities and obediently exited the vehicle. He did, however, offer a word of caution, reason together amicably, and endeavor to avoid resorting to violence. The blind man, Bei, nodded in acquiescence. Once the carriage was occupied solely by the blind man, Bei, and Ding Hao, the blind man turned his vacant gaze towards Ding Hao and slowly intoned. Your art of suspended animation is quite remarkable. Very well, let us now have a proper discussion. The residences of antiquity were known for their intricate layouts, differing from the courtyards of later generations. Moreover, as the new inn was formed by conjoining two residences, one behind the other, a considerable amount of space remained unutilized, even with a substantial number of servants and young women in residence. The blind man, Bei, located an unoccupied room, instructed Fan Li to place Ding Hao upon a chair, and then personally carried a chair to sit opposite Ding Hao. Xingyang also arrived, cognizant that such negotiations were unlikely to be conducted with civility. Thus, she positioned herself to observe, ready to intervene if the occasion arose. Having operated countless brothels and clubs, Xingyang was, in truth, most adept at torture. She had even devised her own set of tortures, involving the manipulation of an embroidered thread to traverse and writhe within one's body, gradually encroaching upon the brain as the victim remained acutely aware. Whether the upper or lower brain, the experience was undeniably terrifying. Blind man, Xingyang remarked. Should you require my assistance, simply say the word. Xingyang continued with her knitting, crafting a scarf. Originally, she had intended to knit a hat. But upon considering that the Lord would soon be commencing his duties at the Yamen and would likely be issued military attire and armor, she resolved to fashion a scarf instead. The blind man, Bei, shook his head and gestured towards Ding Hao before saying, "This is the teacher of our master. We must show him our respect." "Oh, do you still intend to reason with him?" "Indeed, it seems that ever since I lost my sight, I have developed an increasing fondness for discussing principles. My temper has also mellowed considerably." Ding Hao reclined nonchalantly in his chair, arms resting behind him, adopting an air of detached observation, as if simply waiting to witness their pretentiousness. Eventually, Bei began to address the matter at hand. "Allow me to introduce myself. As you can see, I am blind, a mere shell of a man. Fortuitously, my master has not forsaken me, granting me sustenance. You may refer to me as the blind man, or, should you wish to be more courteous, as Mr. Bei. Alas, we are both in a state of disrepair. Your limbs have been rendered useless, while I dwell in darkness. I believe we share a bond as fellow wayfarers in misfortune, do we not? Disrepair?" Ding Hao scrutinized Bei intently, seemingly attempting to ascertain whether the latter was jesting. It is worth noting that not long ago, this self-proclaimed disrepair had used a two-stringed instrument to sever the head of the assassin who had killed Wang Li before Ding Hao's very eyes. We are a congenial group, devoted to the promotion of world peace and development. Our organization espouses love and harmony, advocating against war, slaughter, and harm. Blind Bei spoke with utmost seriousness, weaving tales that bordered on the absurd. He clasped his hands together and raised them towards the heavens, addressing our master, who had long aspired to be a warrior, nurturing a dream of chivalry to eliminate evil and uphold righteousness. Therefore, your presence here is to impart the teachings of martial cultivation to our master, is it not? You wish for a mere waste like myself to instruct the one behind you in the art of combat? Indeed, blind Bei nodded earnestly. Immediately, a profound disappointment washed over Ding Hao's face. He pressed his lips together, murmuring, "I had previously assumed you were sent by the court." "Not yet," came the reply. "Oh, are you from the court?" Ding Hao inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Well, you could interpret it that way. For our master is to assume the post of a county lieutenant at the Tiger Head City Yamen in a couple of days. The title of county lieutenant is a rather vague designation, as the bureaucratic system of the Yin state is quite disordered. Essentially, anyone beyond the rank of a common soldier or centurion can be referred to as a county lieutenant. Of course, blind Bei's implication here was that we could also be recognized as part of the court in due time. If you are indeed affiliated with the court, what emboldens you to undertake such actions? Why, he retorted, because had we not intervened, you would already be dead and incapable of sitting before me to pose this query. True, Ding Hao interjected, abruptly halting blind Bei's words. Did I ever agree to become your Your master's teacher? Xingyang set aside her knitting and took 2 steps forward. Blind Bei raised his hand, obstructing her path. What? Are you planning to resort to torture? A disdainful smile appeared on Ding Hao's face. Having once served as an officer, he had slaughtered entire families of his superiors, roamed as a bandit. And after being captured by the Northern Town Army, he had endured torment. It could be said that he had witnessed all manner of trials and tribulations. Of course, he had initially feigned death using his breath-holding technique, hoping to escape amidst the chaos. Yet at this moment, he was not entirely averse to negotiation, after all. It was akin to business. One sets a price, the other counters, and they could engage in a civilized discussion, even though his life was grasped in another's hands. Ding Hao was utterly indifferent, for he had long ceased to value his existence. Oh, I have seen my fair share of so-called heroes who become pitiful wretches before torture. Let me. Xingyang, I have mentioned that he is the master of our lord. A flash of indignation crossed Xingyang's face. But she took a step back. Since he was indeed the lord's mentor, they must afford him respect, as the lord would need to learn the path of the warrior from him in the future. But Blind Bei's voice rose, continuing to reprimand. Moreover, our lord has taught us to win people over with virtue and to engage in sincere dialogue. With a gentle smile, he added, now, let us have a thorough discussion. The conversation was permissible, yet you must acquiesce to my 3 conditions. Suddenly, the blind man shifted his body, disregarding Ding Hao's words, and called out to the woman standing behind him, Xingyang. The wife of the city patrol officer Wang Li shortchanged me by a single coin when she sought my divination the day before yesterday. I suggest you eliminate his entire family. Ding Hao assured, once the book is released on December 1st, I shall strive to deliver an explosive performance. This time, the dragon shall not languish in mediocrity. Fear not, hold tight to the dragon. In the 40th chapter, the esteemed teacher, Ming, interjected, very well, Mr. Ding. I apologize for my earlier distraction. I was attending to a personal matter. You mentioned you had 3 conditions. Please, I am all ears. Ding Hao did not inquire how the blind man was acquainted with Wang Li, nor did he question the connection between this matter and Wang Li's family. Nor did he challenge the necessity of such actions. He acquiesced without hesitation, effectively conceding defeat. He could embrace death, face it without fear, and even contemplate the horrors of torture. Yet, witnessing his subordinate perish before him in a bid to protect him rendered him incapable of making a choice that would imperil another's family, especially considering that Wang Li's wife might be with child. Ultimately, the most critical factor was his awareness that the blind man before him was not merely attempting to intimidate him. Ding Hao had encountered many individuals in his lifetime and had a keen eye for discerning character. Moreover, this blind man had previously nonchalantly dispatched a half-step 9th-grade martial artist right before his eyes. His expression, his words, and his demeanor all conveyed a singular truth to Ding Hao. He was not merely bluffing. Life held a different significance in his eyes. Alas, he was devoid of sight. Sigh. The blind man, Bei, exhaled deeply, then promptly addressed Xingyang, saying, Xingyang, let us discuss the matter at hand. I have pondered it, and it amounts to but a mere coin. To take a life over such a trifling sum seems rather excessive, and it contradicts the teachings of our sovereign. Indeed, it would be best not to commit murder. Having concluded, the blind man sat upright, fixing his vacant eye sockets on Ding Hao with a benevolent demeanor, stating, Xingyang, I maintain that it is essential to win others over with virtue. You ought not to dwell incessantly on punishment. Such thoughts are rather coarse. A faint smile graced Xingyang's lips. In that moment, she yearned to drive her needle into the blind man's flesh, 1 prick at a time. Nevertheless, she replied softly, I see, I have learned from your wisdom. The blind man waved his hand dismissively, indicating that this was merely a fundamental principle. He then leaned forward slightly, creating an impression of wanting to draw closer to observe Ding Hao. Now that you have consented to be our master's instructor, sir, you may proceed with your self-introduction. Since the agreement had been made, Ding Hao chose not to feign any reluctance, for the blind man before him was clearly not one to indulge in theatrical pretenses. My name is Ding Hao. Originally, I hailed from Huchuoqing, where I served as a patrol officer. 5 years ago, I was transferred to Tumencheng as an inspection officer. The blind man's mind was swiftly processing this information. In the bureaucratic hierarchy of the Yin state, the title of officer is almost comparable to the various ski titles among the Russians. However, given that the officer in question was from Tumencheng, a provincial capital, and the term inspection undoubtedly carries a weightier connotation than patrol or merchant protection, It was evident that this Ding Hao was indeed a significant figure in his own right. Subsequently, Ding Hao recounted the events that transpired in his life. From the grievances with the Lu family of Beifeng to the slaughter of his superiors and his subsequent descent into banditry, culminating in the recent occurrences. His demeanor was remarkably cooperative, which pleased the blind man. Intelligent individuals prefer to engage with their equals, and recognizing the times is a form of wisdom in itself. Very well, Mr. Ding. From now on, you shall reside here. You are aware that you are a wanted man by the court, so I shall refrain from elaborating on what precautions you must take. It would be prudent for you to remain within this residence, and to establish a fixed routine for your daily life. As for your provisions, there will be dedicated personnel to assist you. You need not worry about that. Your sole responsibility will be to impart your understanding of martial arts to our master without reservation, provided that your teachings meet our standards of quality and expediency. We shall ensure that your subsequent rewards are equally satisfactory. Rewards? Ding Hao chuckled bitterly. Do you truly believe that you can restore this useless body of mine? The blind man, lost in contemplation, remarked, in theory, it is feasible. Indeed, it could even assist you in restoring your strength to the level it was before your injury. Ding Hao's eyes instantly glistened with a hint of crimson. He fell to the ground with a thud, prostrating himself, yet he defiantly held his neck high, gazing at the blind man in disbelief. Surely, you cannot be deceiving me? The blind man, serious in demeanor, gestured towards his own eye sockets. The maid behind him, witnessing this familiar gesture, could only sigh in resignation. Ding Hao, do not take offense. It was merely a jest. As long as you can effectively teach our master, enabling him to swiftly become a warrior and even aiding him in advancing his rank, you shall be considered one of us. We have always been generous to our own. Here, I make you a promise. The day our master ascends in rank shall also be the day of your restoration. At that time, you may seek vengeance against the so-called Lu clan of Beifeng. Of course, should you foster a genuine rapport with our master, upon his command, we all shall assist you in exacting revenge on the Lu clan. Initially, a glimmer of hope illuminated Ding Hao's face, but it soon faded into tranquility, a serenity far more favorable than the pallor of despair that had previously graced his features. I still feel as though you are attempting to deceive me. The blind man, Bei, remained unfazed and replied, deception never hinges on its sophistication. Rather, it depends on the disposition of the individual confronted by it, whether they are willing to be deceived. Are you willing? I am willing, came the response. At this moment, Xyong, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, remarked with a hint of vexation, it seems the ambience is apt for playing a song by David Tao. If you wish to hear it, you may fetch the error you gifted me. Strangely enough, it appears you hold quite an affection for it. I still prefer the piano. Then perhaps next time we can inquire with the Western Caravan whether they have managed to procure one. If they do, I shall reserve one for you. If not, you could draft the blueprint, and I will assist you in commissioning a custom-made instrument. Designing it yourself might take some getting used to. In this era, why still adhere to such formalities? Nearby, Ding Hao, unable to contain himself, interjected, when can we commence our lessons? Now would suffice. It is a case of the emperor being patient while the eunuch is anxious. However, Bei was quite pleased with this proactive attitude and replied, Master, you may have some familiarity, yet formal instruction shall commence tomorrow. For the remainder of today, I require you to articulate your understanding and methodology regarding martial arts cultivation. This will provide us with a foundation, enabling us to better assist your students, our esteemed master, in their learning and advancement. The 7 demon kings shall study first, followed by guidance for Zhang Fan. The sensation is akin to 7 distinguished graduates from Qingxia and Peking University accompanying a primary school student, Zhang Fan, to his tutoring class. After the lessons, they must painstakingly distill the elementary knowledge for him. Such treatment is indeed unparalleled. Ding Hao nodded in agreement, saying, all right. As Blind Bei and Xyong exited the room, Blind Bei stretched his arms and languidly yawned, while instructing Xyong, please have the servants prepare a meal for the gentleman, and inform him that he may rest for 2 hours after dining. No, make that 1 hour. I've already given the orders, she replied. Good. By the way, Blind, I always knew you were quite cunning, but I never anticipated your ruthlessness in threatening someone's life for leverage against the Wang family. Well, Wang Li just perished before him while trying to protect him. Is it inappropriate for me to use the Wang family's lives as a threat? Xyong nodded with conviction. Not at all. Then what is there to discuss? The issue lies in the fact that Wang Li's wife is with child. It seems that is indeed the case. Blind Bei appeared to grasp the implication. Thus, your threat implicates even the life of your own child? My child, have you not been delivering amniotic fluid to her recently? Oh, haha. Blind Bei chuckled, affirmatively stating, the child within her is certainly not mine. Are you infertile? Blind Bei, it is of no concern. Among our 7, including our master, none possess children. The rare bloodlines of Liangqing and Ming resemble the ancient Pishio, making the prospect of progeny exceedingly challenging, thus no one shall cast judgment upon you. I have not laid a hand upon her. The blind Bei stated solemnly. Each time I delivered talismanic water to her, I ensured she consumed it. Initially, I employed hypnotic methods, and as her strength gradually returned, I directly utilized my mental energy to assist her in regulating her emotions. Perhaps, as she adopted a more tranquil mindset, her fervor diminished, allowing her to conceive with her husband. Ah, why did you not mention this earlier? It made one worry you might forsake your own child, which is rather unsettling. I am pure and benevolent. It is your own hearts that are tainted and wicked. Very well, I understand now. By the way, have a Ming come over shortly. What purpose does he serve? Did the teacher not mention that martial arts training requires the circulation of one's vital energy with a specific route to follow? Indeed. He instructed us to document it with pen and paper. However, a mere drawing lacks dimensionality, and our master might find it rather obscure. Fourth sister immediately stifled a laugh, saying, so, you wish for a Ming to come over to serve as a living anatomical model? We ought to make use of him while we can. You shall labor to embroider the energy circulation map directly onto a Ming's body. But, will it not be painful to have needles pierce the skin? Are you unable to bear it? The blind Bei inquired. No, it is that I cannot resist the urge. Chapter 41. Half step to the 9th rank. Disrobe. Aiming shed his garments and reclined upon the wooden board. At that moment, the blind man, Bei, turned his head toward Ding Hao and inquired, do we need to prepare the skin? Ding Hao, seated in a chair, expressed his confusion, asking, what does prepare the skin mean? He found this group rather peculiar, both in character and behavior. Yet, feeling like a mere lamb among wolves, he endeavored to assimilate with them, not wishing to appear out of place. Preparing the skin refers to cleansing the skin and perhaps removing some unnecessary hair. Lying on the board, Aiming silently raised his middle finger at the blind man, signaling his disdain. No, we do not require that. Ding Hao quickly interjected. Oh, is that not necessary? Beibei's tone carried a hint of melancholy. Soon after, sensing the ire emanating from Aiming's glare, he restrained his hand and stated, this is to ensure that the master comprehends and learns better. We must eliminate all distractions to achieve perfection. Please, understand. I understand, Ding Hao replied. Indeed, I have always believed in your resolve. Now, Xingyang, is the thread and needle ready? All set, she affirmed. Choose a coarser pillow so that the master can see more clearly. Very well. Aiming. Proceed, Mr. Ding. You may now begin your narration. Ding Hao leaned forward, eager to point, but due to the severing of his tendons, he found it rather challenging to do so. No matter, you may simply articulate it. The blind man, Bei, opened his palm, and a silver coin from a Western merchant caravan began to levitate, swirling around Aiming. Mr. Bei, are you a magician? Ding Hao was taken aback by this spectacle. Mr. Ding, you may interpret it in such a manner, however. The few of us here possess certain peculiarities. Initially, you might find it somewhat disconcerting, but rest assured, with the passage of time, you shall grow accustomed to it. Oh, very well. Mr. Ding, are we now ready to commence? Please recount the method of your physical cultivation once more. We shall take notes. All right. I shall only speak of what I comprehend. That would be most excellent. After all, you have the capacity to exchange knowledge. Once you have imparted your skills, and once our leader has attained his rank, we shall all joyfully venture to the sheep village to catch the next sheep. The first step for a martial artist is physical refinement. In childhood, one must first practice the fundamentals. Upon hearing this, Xingyang felt a wave of disillusionment wash over her and remarked, well, it seems our leader is beyond saving. Setting aside the fact that he is already of a considerable age, if he must endure the arduous training from childhood, how many years would that require? No. That is not what I meant. During childhood, the focus is merely on laying a foundation. One does not engage in overly strenuous training. After all, a child's bones have not fully developed. While one can practice the stances of martial arts, if one were to forcefully commence rigorous training at that stage, It would be a foolish endeavor for most practitioners, save for the exceptionally gifted offspring of prominent families who possess an abundance of rare resources for support. Upon hearing the teacher's admonition to listen attentively and refrain from interjecting, the blind man, Bei, cautioned Xingyang, who acknowledged him with a dismissive gesture. The essence of a person lies in their vital energy and blood. For martial artists at the 9th rank, this initial stage is about refining their vital energy. Each school possesses its unique methodologies and approaches to cultivation, and what I shall describe next pertains to my own discipline. Firstly, one must gather their vital energy in the empty valley. Is the empty valley located here or there? The terminology differs from that of traditional Chinese medicine in Bei's world. Thus, he must rely on silver coins to experiment position by position. A little higher. Yes, here, precisely here. Ah, this is it. The location of the empty valley is just above the navel. Under the control of Bei's mental focus, the silver coin settled upon that point. Xingyang, proceed, he instructed. All right, she replied, picking up a threaded needle and directly piercing it into the specified location on Ming's body. Ding Hao, what sensations do you experience? Bei inquired of Ming. What sensations do you wish to know? Ming countered. Do you feel a slight warmth? My blood runs cold. Oh, forgive me. I almost forgot. Immediately, the blind man Bei turned to Ding Hao and inquired, Sir, what comes next? Well, Mr. Bei, we can create a diagram. There is no need for such. A large silver needle, piercing directly as if using the human body as mere embroidery fabric. Even Ding Hao, who had weathered countless storms, felt a flutter of anxiety in his eyelids. This is akin to how even the most valiant police officer might dread a toothache. Yet, the man lying on the bed appeared unperturbed, allowing them to proceed with their antics. It's fine. A mere drawing lacks three-dimensionality. Utilizing a model would not only waste time, but also fail to provide a more suitable reference than a living body. Please, continue. Ah, very well. Gather the energy in the empty valley, then distribute it into 5 pathways, directing it towards the limbs and head, entering the left and right channels. The left and right sinks in the spirit platform. Here, and then here, and after that, here? Indeed, these are the 5 acupoints. I see. Xingyang, proceed. Very well. 5 more needle points appeared on Ming's body. As Xingyang positioned the needle at Ming's forehead, Ming looked at her and cautioned, If my head gets damaged, I shall perish. The other areas may be treated freely, but this region is particularly delicate. Rest assured, I am well aware, Xingyang replied, somewhat displeased by Ming's lack of faith in her skills. Ding Hao had become somewhat desensitized to the act of embroidering on living flesh. However, once the embroidery was completed, he took the initiative to speak up before blind Bei could inquire. Upon hearing Ding Hao's words, blind Bei gestured for Xingyang to continue stitching the circuit diagram and asked, So, this technique involves consolidating all the vital energy and blood within the body, subsequently stimulating the heart and lung functions, correct? After this stimulation, the remaining energy will naturally converge into the empty valley and then redistribute itself, initiating a new cycle? Ding Hao pondered blind Bei's remarks and nodded in agreement. Blind Bei adjusted the non-existent spectacles on his face and continued to analyze. This method concentrates the internal power, utilizing the heart and lungs as accelerators, thereby achieving a renewed acceleration and speed. Through this cyclical process, one can exponentially enhance the body's various functions. Is that the essence of it, Mr. Ding? Although I am not entirely certain what you mean by accelerator, I sense that your interpretation resonates with truth. Ding Hao replied, then it can be understood that those luminous martial artists exhibit a manifestation of accelerated vital energy. What is the source of that radiance? Is it derived from their elemental attributes? Blind Bei inquired further. Each individual possesses unique qualities, but the color is differentiated according to the 5 elements and several other characteristics of power, Ding Hao elucidated. Indeed, it can be inferred that those who can only momentarily emit a radiance before fading signify that their acceleration is merely a fleeting surge, lacking permanence. Conversely, those who can sustain their luminous state throughout the course of battle have refined their vital energy into a dynamic equilibrium. As long as their inner vitality remains unexhausted, they can maintain this state indefinitely. Generally speaking, the ability to emit light indicates that one has touched the threshold of martial prowess. In smaller clans, such individuals may be revered as guardians, while within the military, they might ascend to the rank of a minor leader. The true 9th-grade martial artist is akin to a scholar passing the imperial examination, signifying their entrance into the esteemed ranks, thus becoming a prominent figure in their locale. During my years in the military, I diligently practiced martial arts for 5 years, achieving half a step into the 9th grade, and after another decade, I finally entered the ranks of 9th grade warriors, a feat that can only be described as astonishingly swift within the military. Blind Bei, however, was disinclined to indulge Ding Hao's bravado. Instead, he placed a hand on Ming's shoulder and said, "Come, give it a try. After all, the path of luck is already embroidered upon you. Follow the map and see where it leads." Ming furrowed his brow slightly, responding, "I still do not comprehend the meaning of the Qian vital energy." Blind Bei nonchalantly replied, "When encountering obscure characters, it is often wise to pronounce the one to the left or right, as the likelihood of being correct is high." "You make a valid point. I find myself unable to counter your reasoning. Let us give it a try. However, one must not hastily attempt this. It requires a gradual approach, beginning with gathering energy and slowly dispersing it step by step. Practicing martial arts demands a methodical progression. First, one must strengthen the body and cultivate a robust physique. Only then can one rely on fortune to minimize risks. It is impossible to achieve success in one fell swoop. How could this be?" Ding Hao's voice faltered as he beheld Ming lying on the wooden bed, from whose body emanated a radiant crimson glow. This. Ding Hao's mouth hung agape. This soldier, who had faced numerous challenges, had never been as flustered as he was at this moment. The events he had previously encountered were within the realm of his understanding. Yet, the scene before him was beginning to shatter his perceptions. Merely lying on the bed, adorned with an intricate design, and then suddenly, achieving the brink of the 9th rank? Ming smiled at the astonished Ding Hao, lifted his hand, and casually flicked his wrist as if nothing were amiss, saying, "It's quite simple." Chapter 42, Collective Advancement. In the hot spring pool, mist curled gracefully. Zhang Fan sat in the water with a towel draped over his shoulders, exposing only his neck above the surface. The water in this pool was not sourced from a natural hot spring. There were no such facilities in Tiger Head City, but after being meticulously prepared by Fourth Lady, it remained soothing to the skin, even after prolonged immersion, without causing any dryness. Floating on the water's surface before Zhang Fan was a stone, which also sported a small towel. One person and one stone. They sat there quietly, leaving one to ponder who was truly soaking whom. Since Zhang Fan's awakening, quite some time had passed, and the magic orb remained merely a stone. In response, Zhang Fan felt somewhat helpless. He was uncertain whether it was a matter of his child looking down upon him as a father or simply out of sheer laziness. Most likely, it was the latter. Tomorrow would mark the commencement of his formal cultivation, and Zhang Fan found himself filled with a blend of anticipation and trepidation. To describe it in somewhat whimsical terms, he was about to embark on a path of cultivation, aspiring to achieve feats as grand as moving mountains and filling seas, causing the heavens to quake with a single punch and the earth to split with a single kick. A peerless warrior, fearsome indeed. However, having consumed a plethora of similar literary works in the past, it seemed that protagonists often began as utter failures. Zhang Fan feared that he might also be a failure, especially since he was not secluded in a mountain hollow. Numerous onlookers surrounded him. With spectators came a sense of embarrassment. Lowering his gaze, Zhang Fan observed the stone floating before him. It was indeed a stone, yet it managed to float atop the water. How curious. "Why won't you come out?" Zhang Fan reached out and pressed the stone down. Before long, it floated back up, once again balancing that white towel atop itself. "You dare to ignore me?" Zhang Fan pressed the stone down forcefully once more. Bubbles emerged, and the stone floated back up, nonchalantly maintaining its position with the towel as it continued to bask in the hot spring. "Damn it!" Zhang Fan picked up his towel and vigorously wiped his face. In truth, he need not worry or fret, for outside, 6 classmates have already embarked on a rigorous preparatory endeavor to accompany the prince in his studies. Is that so? As she gazed at the intricate patterns embroidered on Ming's attire, Xingyang began to regulate her own breath. Her expertise lay in the mastery of silk threads, a form of delicate manipulation, and at this moment, she commenced the control of her internal vitality, allowing it to circulate in accordance with a certain standard. Each blood vessel became her target, awakening within her. After a brief moment, less than half a minute, Xingyang suddenly opened her eyes, a fleeting pink luminescence shimmering around her. It was accomplished, half a step into the 9th rank. Beside her, Ding Hao remained with his mouth agape, for he recognized, and could clearly see, that these individuals were novice warriors, entirely unversed in martial arts. Yet, with just a simple suggestion from him. They practiced, and then Ding Hao could not help but ponder. If his subordinates had already reached such exaggerated prowess, how terrifying must be the innate talent of the master they spoke of. Ding Hao did not believe they were concealing their abilities or deceiving him. Firstly, when they had rescued him, there was no glimmer of light upon them, and secondly, there was no need for them to deliberately mislead him. Could it be that they had collectively agreed to showcase their capabilities in front of someone they deemed a failure? The shade of pink is delightful, indeed. I find it quite appealing. Sister C was quite pleased with her appearance. The young woman yearned to mature, while the mature woman wished to remain forever youthful. It's rather mismatched for your age, Aiming teased. At that moment, he resembled a living specimen. Unable to have his stitches removed today, since he was to be examined by Zhang Fan tomorrow, truly a walking textbook in every sense. Sister C shot him an annoyed glance, retorting, "At least it's more appealing than your aunt's red." Aiming shrugged, preparing to don his clothes. "Wait, let me try it too." Blind Bay interjected, tugging at the garment Aiming had only partially put on. "Does it make a difference to you whether I'm clothed or not?" Aiming chuckled helplessly. Removing the attire once more, his eyes deliberately revealing a paternal indulgence. TSK, those sisters in my red tent used to entertain clients far less frequently than you do." Aiming shook his head, stating, "That remark is utterly ungrateful. You must recognize my efforts." Blind Bay closed his eyes, which bore no distinction between being open or shut, channeling some faint energy within him. Indeed, every individual possesses a certain vitality within. An ordinary person, if they exercise regularly, may experience a sense of this latent energy. The most extreme method is to clench one's right hand tightly for 10 seconds and then release it abruptly. One would begin to feel it. However, this sensation remains vague and elusive. The blind seer, Bei, harnessed his mental prowess for the search, while his willpower was devoted to control, treating his body as a machine. He fed it with energy, igniting the process, and it began to operate. Although Bei took a bit longer than expected, his steadiness resembled that of a diligent student. He was not content merely to solve the problem at hand for a correct answer, but aimed to thoroughly comprehend the definitions and formulas involved. While others practiced martial arts, relying on chance and innate talent, Bei engaged in a scientific approach to his training. Slowly, he opened his eyes that appeared no different whether opened or closed, and a fleeting gray light shimmered around him. Beside him, Aiming rose, covering his mouth with his hand, whispering, "Hey, this is the exclusive color scheme of Old Yin." Meanwhile, Ding Hao had already grown numb. Deep down, he harbored profound doubts. Despite years of rigorous physical training since childhood, and having spent 5 arduous years reaching the threshold of the 9th rank in martial arts, he felt his progress was swift, especially within the military. Yet, how could it be that 1, 2, 3, in such a short span, they had achieved so much? What on earth had transpired in this world? Aiming began to dress again, but Bei swiftly reached out to stop him. "No need to get dressed. Liangqing and the others have already arrived." Aiming wore a look of resignation. Xingyang gently touched Aiming's somewhat pale face, clicking her tongue softly, and remarked, "Oh dear. This young lady has truly endured much. You all should learn to appreciate her." Soon enough, Liangqing, Shuai-san, and Fan Li indeed made their swift entrance. Though Blind Bei is sightless, his presence is akin to an omnipresent radar, attuned to every subtle shift within a 100-meter radius. Ming continued to serve as a living textbook when Liangqing arrived. He closed his eyes, then opened them again, and in that fleeting moment, a flash of violet light emanated from him. Xingyang stood beside Ming, and upon witnessing the luminous spectacle from Liangqing, she and Ming exclaimed in unison, "The purple of the prison foundation." Xingyang playfully punched Ming's shoulder, chiding him, "How can you still dare to speak of others?" Ming, somewhat resigned, replied, "Aha. It seems this jest shall never fade away." In truth, he had pondered why the soap he had carelessly placed in his bag had so fortuitously slipped out at that precise moment, falling right at Liangqing's feet. Shortly thereafter, Blind Bei appeared, and considering the blind man's remarkable abilities, he chuckled softly. "With just us few, we must find something amusing to discuss, right?" Xingyang said with a grin. Among friends, the humorous mishaps of companions often become the recurring tales at every gathering. Shall we change the topic? Perhaps the tale of the renowned assassin who, while stealthily pursuing his prey, was unexpectedly met with an unceremonious shower. "Uft, how ruthless!" exclaimed Shuai-san, who was nearby, nearly losing his composure in the midst of his cultivation. Fortunately, he quickly regained his focus and resumed his practice, and soon, a hint of green began to shimmer around him. Sister C spoke, "Congratulations, this is the hue of nature, which aids in concealing oneself during ambushes in the wilderness." Shueson did not particularly favor this color and turned to Ding Hao, inquiring, "Hey, is it possible to change this color? Dyeing would suffice." Ding Hao shook his head, replying, "I have never heard of it being possible to alter this hue. It is intrinsically linked to your essence." Shueson exclaimed repeatedly, "Ah, ah, ah, ah." Meanwhile, Fanli began to squat in a hoarse stance, continuously emitting low growls from his throat. "Ali, don't overexert yourself," Shueson jested. "Be careful not to shake out any waste." Ming interjected, "Then you should keep your distance." After approximately 10 minutes, a yellow glow enveloped Fanli. Henceforth, aside from a certain slothful sand sculpture who remained in the hot spring with the master, the remaining 6 individuals proudly advanced to the half-step 9th rank martial artists. Ding Hao's jaw dropped slightly, while the others exhibited no significant sense of surprise. "Sister C, please arrange for someone to take care of Mr. Ding. Have the master come tomorrow to listen to Mr. Ding's lecture." "Understood." Blind Bei led the group out, and upon exiting the room and entering the courtyard, he paused. In truth, they had little reason for astonishment, for to them, the ability to glow, especially such a fleeting light, held little significance. Each of them treads their own path, merely indulging in extracurricular readings alongside their research projects. "Do you sense it?" Blind Bei inquired. The crowd almost collectively nodded in silence. Raising his head to face the setting sun, Blind Bei slowly remarked, "We find ourselves ensnared at the precipice of the 9th tier. That barrier of comprehension, while not insurmountable, remains unbroken. An invisible wall constrains us. The longest among them, Ali, completed his task in merely 10 minutes. But what of our leader? Regrettably, while other teams discard the highest and lowest scores to derive an average, here we eliminate all but the lowest score, leaving only the last place." Blind Bei sighed towards the sunset and declared, "From this moment forth, we shall spare no effort to assist our leader in advancing." Meanwhile, the one who remained blissfully unaware of the high expectations placed upon him, still soaked in the hot spring alongside a stone. When 2 maidens approached to replenish the hot water, the temperature rose once more, prompting the last place to abandon his contest with the stone, exhaling deeply and reflecting, "Ah, what a relief." Nearby, the stone, draped in a towel, emitted a series of bubbles, glub glub. Gratitude is owed to the Typhoon restaurant for its 3 silver pieces, elevating us to the rank of the Chief Alliance in Demon's Descent. Chapter 43, The Demon Lord's Accelerated Tutelage. As the nascent rays of dawn infiltrated the chamber, Zhang Fan, thoroughly rested, gradually unfurled his eyes. He reached out, his fingers tracing the bedside table until they encountered the cord. With a gentle tug, a melodious chime resonated from beyond the room, its crystalline notes akin to the playful greetings of an elfin spirit, heralding the rejuvenation of the morning. Life burgeoned anew beneath the auroral glow. With a soft creak, the bedroom door yielded, and 3 maidens entered. One bore a basin, a towel draped over its edge. Another carried a tray laden with the morning's repast. The third clutched the garments their master would don for the day. Zhang Fan arose, seating himself on the edge of the bed. Attended to with meticulous care by the trio of maidens, Zhang Fan was soon attired and had partaken of his breakfast. As he approached the threshold, he lifted his gaze, angling it 45 degrees towards the rising sun, and exhaled softly. A pang of lament resonated within him. Alas, this iniquitous old order, burdening me with such weighty responsibilities. Today marked the inaugural day of orientation for the new students. The guardians, or rather, the collaborators, were poised and prepared. Within the expansive hall, Zhang Fan occupied his customary seat, while Ding Hao was conveyed into the room upon a wheelchair, propelled by a servant. The chair was a product of Shuesan's overnight craftsmanship. It seemed the dwarven race possessed an innate aptitude for artistry. Shuesan had even solicitously inquired whether Ding Hao desired any embellishments to the chair, such as a hidden mechanism for dispensing a volley of needles. A proposition Ding Hao swiftly declined. This was Ding Hao's first serious encounter with Zhang Fan, the master of this group of peculiar individuals. Having navigated the military and once ruled as a bandit king, Ding Hao firmly believed in a singular principle: to be the leader among a crowd, one must either possess the strongest fist or the sharpest intellect. Clearly, Ding Hao had already cast Zhang Fan in the role of a formidable genius. Despite the youthfulness of the man before him, who might indeed be a rare prodigy emerging from a powerful faction, faced with such brilliance and tasked with teaching this genius martial arts, the seasoned Ding Hao unexpectedly felt a surge of anxiety. Conversely, sitting opposite him, Zheng Fan was even more apprehensive, fearing that the unfolding narrative would be, a useless fool. Indeed, a disgrace to the family. How wasteful of the family's resources. Shall we begin? Ding Hao inquired cautiously, his tone tentative. All right, Zheng Fan nodded in response. Ding Hao then directed his gaze towards the side, addressing Ming, please. Ming stepped forward, shedding his tailcoat. Zheng Fan's gaze was immediately drawn to the intricate circuit patterns embroidered on Ming's attire, evoking a profound sense of mystery. For a full minute, silence enveloped the room. 5 minutes passed without a word from either the teacher or the student. After a quarter of an hour, the stillness persisted. Even Bei, who was blind, could no longer bear the silence and cleared his throat as a subtle reminder. Ding Hao, somewhat dazed, instinctively asked Zheng Fan, "Are we ready?" Zheng Fan found himself utterly perplexed. "What do you mean by it is good?" he inquired. "What is it that I am supposed to have learned?" Ding Hao blinked. Sensing he was on the verge of grasping a significant truth, one he had not previously contemplated. Perhaps the astonishing ascension of these 6 individuals had shattered some aspect of his worldview. This led Ding Hao to believe that Zheng Fan, as their master, would also shine simply by observing. "Take your time. Begin with the minutiae," reminded Shizi Bei. These 7 demons were seasoned veterans. Although they had not followed the conventional path of enhancement in this realm, each had once been a formidable force in their respective fields. Thus, for them, acquiring the fundamentals of martial arts was akin to solving elementary arithmetic problems presented in a different language. It merely required a shift in cognitive processing. However, Zheng Fan was starting from scratch. With a deep sigh of relief, Ding Hao finally felt a sense of purpose. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "The path of a warrior requires both legs to stride forward in unison. Only then can one walk with stability." "And what of the third leg?" Ming interjected. "Third leg?" Ding Hao pondered, momentarily confused. He understood the significance of a third hand, but what could a third leg imply? Was it a metaphor? An allegory? Or something more specific? Having witnessed their talents firsthand the previous day, Ding Hao instinctively began to analyze Ming's words. Akin to a middle school student dissecting a literary examination, exploring the author's mindset and the emotions they sought to convey. Indeed, the equilibrium of 3 forces may offer greater stability, Ming jested. "Please adhere to classroom decorum," reminded Comrade Blind Bei, the class monitor, addressing the students at the blackboard. Ming fell silent, continuing to regard himself as both the blackboard and projector. Shuesen stood behind Zheng Fan, making a face at Ming. "Mr. Ding, let us proceed." Blind Bei urged Ding Hao. Very well. These 2 legs correspond to the preparations of our hands. One is the cultivation of the body, as a martial artist. One's physique is an eternal reliance, akin to a barrel, where the strength a wooden barrel can withstand is starkly different from that of an iron barrel. The second pertains to the mastery of qi. Within the human body resides qi, which governs blood, referred to as qi and blood. The physique serves as the foundation, while qi and blood are the structures built upon it. Those who can control the circulation of qi and blood are at the threshold of the 9th rank, while those capable of sustaining its flow are 9th rank martial artists. The external manifestation of qi and blood elevates one to the 8th rank. Zheng Fan listened intently. In truth, these theories were not overly complex. Subsequent fantasy martial arts novels had already rephrased these concepts countless times. However, the quandary lay in the fact that he had initially engaged with those works merely for amusement, yet when it came to his own endeavor of learning, it suddenly felt exceedingly difficult. The most pressing question was, what must be done first? Zheng Fan inquired. Cultivating the body and refining the bones is a daily necessity. Simultaneously, the other aspect is to discover the sensation of qi and blood within oneself. First, locate them, then attempt to tame them for your own use. Locate them? Yes. How? Close your eyes and feel with your heart. Zheng Fan felt an overwhelming urge to roll his eyes at the disabled teacher before him. The phrase, "close your eyes and feel with your heart," was nothing short of a universal panacea, applicable in every profession, wherever there was a need. When a teacher is reluctant to impart essential skills and prefers to offer mere platitudes, they often resort to such expressions. "Is there no shortcut?" Ding Hao inquired. Slightly furrowing his brow, yet he nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, there is a way, for this marks the initial step towards unlocking one's potential. There are individuals who, rather than being lacking in talent, simply struggle to perceive the flow of vital energy at the outset. Thus they resort to external aids. Once they attune to their inner energy with the help of these aids, their subsequent development will not be hindered by the initial reliance on them. Pray tell, sir, what is this external aid? Blind Bei interjected, his curiosity piqued. The compassion of parents is boundless, and the 6 individuals, including Blind Bei, gazed at Zhang Fan with an intensity that could only be described as a fervent desire to see him flourish. They were willing to embrace any means to expedite Zhang Fan's cultivation process, no matter how exorbitant the learning device or the speed of quantum physics. Fusan's Ding Hao uttered, revealing the 2 words. Blind Bei and his companions were momentarily taken aback, including Zhang Fan himself. Is it the 5-stone powder? Zhang Fan inquired. Ding Hao nodded. The practice of consuming scattered herbs was quite prevalent in the states of Jin and Qian. Initially, the purpose of these herbs was to harness the malevolent energy contained within them to impact the physical body, aiding novice martial artists in sensing the flow of their vital energy more swiftly. However, over time, this practice became widely popularized and transformed into a coveted indulgence among the elite literati. Even those in Jin and Qian who did not engage in martial arts partook in these herbs daily, merely to experience fleeting moments of euphoric transcendence. In contrast, in our Yin state, the trend did not take hold due to the incident in which the late emperor had executed a prince who indulged in these herbs, thereby curtailing its spread. This is only natural, while consuming scattered herbs can serve as a preliminary stepping stone for ordinary beginners in martial arts. If it were to gain widespread popularity and become a fashion, the repercussions and implications would be akin to those of opium during the late Qing dynasty. In the Wei and Jin period of another world, both emperors and affluent commoners treated the consumption of these herbs as a symbol of entertainment. The so-called illustrious figures of that era were often gathered together, partaking in these herbs, stimulated by substances such as heavy metals, resulting in flushed skin, tumultuous vital energy, and heightened excitement, leading them to disrobe and frolic through the woods while singing exuberantly. How exhilarating! The Yin state, established through martial prowess, faces threats from barbaric tribes along the northern desert borders, while 3 powerful nations in the central plains eye it with envy. In terms of both population and territory, Yin does not possess a significant advantage. Nevertheless, its ability to maintain its status among the 4 great nations and exert strategic pressure on the neighboring states of Jin and Qian relies on the indomitable courage of its people. If the cavalry of Yin were to indulge in dissipated pleasures, one can only imagine how the conflicts would unfold, akin to the opium-addled soldiers of the late Qing dynasty. I shall venture to the marketplace to see if such indulgences are available, for it seems that they are not prohibited in Yin. Shuesen inquired of Ding Hao. Ding Hao shook his head and replied, the varieties of such indulgences are far too numerous, and the avenues for procurement are equally abundant. It is utterly impossible to ban their sale. Yet, the elite of our Yin consider indulgence to be a source of shame. I shall procure some. Shuesen promptly resolved to head out. Wait, Blind Bei called out to Shuesen, then turned to Ding Hao and asked, is the purpose of these indulgences to allow the mineral's components to agitate the human body, akin to stirring a still pond? Indeed, Ding Hao affirmed. Is it then to extract the malevolent energies from the stones? No. It is a gradual cultivation. Blind Bei suddenly grasped Liang Cheng's wrist and lifted it. Now, let the nails grow. Following Blind Bei's instruction, Liang Cheng's nails elongated slowly, entwined with tendrils of dark malevolence. This is excellent. The malevolent energy is pure and controllable, and it can entirely substitute for the effects of the minerals, with no adverse effects, though it may cause some discomfort. Having said this, Blind Bei instructed Liang Cheng. When the malevolent spirit enters the host's body, be gentle. Zhang Fan, seated nearby, suddenly found himself bewildered by the unexpected shift in the first lesson of the new term. Wait, I merely came to attend class. Blind Bei then turned to Zhang Fan and said, my lord, you must endure a bit of pain. With that, he pulled Liang Cheng towards Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan opened his mouth, but words eluded him. Chapter 44. My lord, truly gifted. Zhang Fan found himself utterly perplexed. How had a mere tutoring session transformed so drastically into Liang Cheng's intent to invade his very being? This shift was akin to an old flame suddenly reaching out with a tender deer in a WeChat message, asking, do you still remember me? And upon accepting with a flutter of excitement, one is met with an electronic wedding invitation, complete with a payment QR code. If Zhang Fan could not perceive the unusual demeanor of the demons surrounding him at that moment, it would indeed be a tremendous embarrassment. Yet, even if he did sense it, what would it matter? Did Emperor Xian of Han not grasp the intentions of the Chao family? Regardless, for a myriad of reasons. Their silence rendered Zheng Xian Emperor's inquiries unnecessary. Before long, the once vibrant multimedia classroom morphed into a grand hall for medical dissection. The newly appointed instructor, Zheng Fan, shed his outer garment. Liang Qing stood beside him, his expression serene, as tranquil as the white-coated doctor administering childhood vaccinations. Be gentle, for you must not inflict pain upon my lord. Otherwise, no penance could suffice for your transgressions. Beside them, Blind Bay rambled nonsensically, reminiscent of the wolf disguised as grandmother in the tale of Little Red Riding Hood. Zhang Fan closed his eyes, realizing in this moment that he was indeed the lamb upon the altar, more vulnerable than Liu Bang at the feast at Han Gate. Thus, the ancient wisdom of the powerful, that the cunning rabbit must die while the hound is cooked, was not without foundation. Once the generals under your command possess formidable strength and skill, if you do not take action against them, they will inevitably turn their attention toward you. Liang Qing's fingernail hovered above Zheng Fan, when Shui San suddenly inquired, "Where should we enter?" Fan Li replied, "The abdomen." He further elucidated, "There's ample flesh there. It won't hurt much." Zheng Fan took a deep breath, wishing to avoid the image of Liang Qing piercing his abdomen, and interjected, "Let it be at the chest. But do it gently." Liang Qing nodded, placing the tip of his finger on Zheng Fan's chest, and then, gradually, he pierced inward. Initially, there was a tingling sensation, followed by a swelling pain, and then, an uncontrollable convulsion seized his entire body. Ugh! Ah! Zheng Fan began to convulse violently. As if he were afflicted by a seizure, his body turning upside down as if stirred by a colossal spoon. Foam began to seep from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes, once dark, were now overtaken by a blinding whiteness. "Damn it! Stop immediately!" Shui San shouted. "Don't let him die on us." Liang Qing swiftly withdrew his nail, gazing with perplexity at the prostrate figure of Zheng Fan. Could he be infected with corpse poison? Ming inquired with concern. "Is this what you call being prudent?" For Nyang expressed her dissatisfaction. "I instructed you to use malevolent energy to stimulate him. And look where we are. Our leader is on the brink of dementia. It should not be the case. I have not infused much malevolent energy, and furthermore, my current level of strength is not so formidable." Liang Qing is acutely aware of the extent to which he has infused this malevolent energy. Ding Hao then analyzed. It is possible that within this great being lies an exceptionally robust vitality, akin to a dry kindling awaiting ignition by your malevolent energy. Is that so? Blind Bay mused, reaching out to touch the non-existent beard he had not applied today. He recalled the strength that Zheng Fan possessed as described by Shui San, as well as Liang Qing's commendation of Zheng Fan's remarkable prowess during their training sessions. Thus, it would appear that our master is indeed a promising candidate for martial arts training. Blind Bay turned to Ding Hao and earnestly inquired. Ding Hao nodded, saying, "If he has never engaged in physical conditioning or development, nor has he benefited from medicinal baths or the nurturing of inner energy by high-level martial artists from a young age, he can truly be regarded as a prodigy in martial arts." Thud! A weighty stone settled in the hearts of everyone present. In truth, it was not only Zheng Fan who inspired concern. The assembled demon lords too harbored apprehensions that this might mark the beginning of a tale of mediocrity. Fortunately, our master proves to be quite formidable. Everyone felt a surge of joy in their hearts, for the difference between galloping on horseback and riding a pig is indeed stark. Before long, Zheng Fan gradually regained consciousness. Blind Bay leaned closer and asked, "Master, how do you feel?" "My head is a bit dizzy, and I feel slightly nauseous." This is Zheng Fan's genuine sensation upon awakening. Typically, after indulging in such vices, one experiences a profound sense of depletion. His subordinate inquired whether he could sense that energy. Zheng Fan calmed himself and attuned to his inner being. Indeed, he felt a warm current coursing through his body. This sensation resembled the previous malevolent energy of Liang Qing, akin to tossing a torch into a bat cave, awakening the dormant entities within. "Can you elaborate on what it feels like?" he was asked. "It's coarse and swollen." Blind Bay raised his gaze towards Ding Hao. A look of delight spread across Ding Hao's face as he remarked, "Typically, when an ordinary person begins to practice martial arts, they can only perceive the faintest threads of vital energy. For this esteemed individual to immediately sense such robust energy pulsating within is indeed commendable." Although he expressed commendation, the excitement of discovering a genius was somewhat dulled by the recent experience of the 6 extraordinary moments of advancement. In truth, Ding Hao found it challenging to feel the thrill of recognizing a prodigy. In the realm of comparison, one often feels inadequate. despite being a remarkable martial arts talent. Zhang Fan felt diminished in comparison to the 6 subordinates surrounding him. Ding Hao himself harbored uncertainty as to why this group had chosen to acknowledge him as their leader. Even the most powerful families would not indulge in providing such an extravagant entourage for their offspring, would they? Upon hearing Ding Hao's confirmation, the blind man, Bei, took a step back. Shuesan raised an eyebrow. Sensing trouble, this old silver coin was about to make a premature move. In the next moment, Shuesan, Liang Cheng, Xin Yang, Ming, and Fan Li retreated in unison, clasping their hands and bowing, exclaiming their congratulations to the master for his extraordinary talents and the promising prospects of his grand ambitions. Zhang Fan lay feebly on the wooden bed, waving his hand dismissively, saying, "Kneel in peace." The effects of the infused malevolence were evidently profound, and the next task was to guide the master in mastering the circulation of his vital energy. However, today was not the day for that. The progress had already exceeded expectations, and further exertion raised genuine concerns for the master's health. Thus, Zhang Fan was cradled by Xin Yang to soak in a hot spring and receive a massage, while the others attended to their respective duties. Night soon descended. Creak. Shuesan emerged from Ding Hao's chamber, clutching a piece of paper. Yet, before he could place it in his pocket, he was startled by an unexpected sight, a blind man holding a lantern. Indeed, everything possesses duality. When viewed from a different perspective, the essence of things transforms entirely. As the saying goes, a blind man lighting a lantern is a waste of wax. However, if the blind man claims that the purpose of his lantern is not for his own visibility, but rather to ensure that others can see him and avoid colliding with him, the elevation of thought shifts dramatically. Of course, the blind man before him, with his lantern, exuded an air of peculiar mystery. "What have you been up to?" The blind man, Bei, inquired. "Hey, I say, I believe the Eastern Factory would suit you well as a leader in the future. This is a matter for later." Ignoring this topic, Bei continued to ask, "What did you go to Ding Hao for?" Shuesan waved the paper in his hand and replied, "I went to inquire about which foods could significantly enhance one's abilities. He indeed shared with me some items he has consumed and others he has not. Oh, it included not only rare treasures, but also elixirs. Expensive, I presume? Not too bad. A merchant caravan is set to depart shortly, so money should not pose a problem. There are certain items that are valuable, yet hard to come by. They can be seized or stolen. Do you think I have not considered the method of forcibly accelerating growth with elixirs? However, there will be side effects. Yet, they are remarkably effective in the initial stages. By utilizing elixirs to bolster and accelerate, I believe it could expedite the master's advancement from the 9th rank to the 8th, or even to the 7th. Then, the consequences of such haste will manifest, leaving the master perpetually stuck at the 7th rank with no further progress. Such matters can be discussed later. I presume the master would be agreeable. After all, how arduous and slow cultivation can be." Bei chuckled. Under the night sky, the crimson lanterns cast a glow upon his face, and his voice grew slightly hoarse as he spoke solemnly. "Do you think that it is only the master who will be trapped there for a lifetime? I urge you not to act with undue cleverness. If they were to discover your intention to administer drugs to our leader, it would be quite dire. Previously, we were all ordinary individuals, and thus it mattered little. However, now that we have regained some of our strength and the future appears promising, your actions threaten to drain the well dry, to drink poison to quench your thirst, effectively extinguishing the hopes and avenues for advancement for all. Just consider, what would they do if they found out? I merely asked out of caution, not with the intention of seeking something for our leader immediately. 7 is a rather pleasing number, but 6, with its connotations of smooth progress, is also quite harmonious. Wouldn't you agree?" Shuesan nodded earnestly, gesturing with his left hand to signify 6. Blind Bei suddenly turned with a hint of melancholy, remarking, "I believe we may have overstepped, particularly today. Our demeanor has been rather impatient. Our leader will understand, and besides, he has been quite accommodating today, hasn't he? One must maintain a sense of reverence towards the Creator," Shuesan reminded. "I am aware that we are like grasshoppers on the same string, inseparable from one another. At this moment, we are in dire need of strength, and indeed, we are in great need of it." "Grasshoppers on the same string? Isn't that so?" Shuesan countered. "The demon pill has yet to awaken, yet none of us can foresee when it might suddenly unseal itself and make an appearance. What relevance does this have to the demon pill? If the demon orb awakens, tell me, if we continue to exert pressure on our Lord as we do today, would he prefer to remain with us, or would he choose to depart with the demon orb?" At this moment, Shuesan fell silent. After all, Our relationship with the Lord resembles that of a foster son, while the demon orb is his true, biological son. However, blind one, I must concede that you have always been astute, with a remarkable ability to gauge human emotions. Yet, you are aware of the temperament and tendencies of the demon orb. Perhaps it is the delusion of the involved parties. Our Lord, burdened by the unique emotional bond between creator and creation, might have overlooked a crucial matter. He has forgotten the very image and role he meticulously crafted for the demon orb. Oh, pray elaborate. Why has the demon orb not unsealed itself? Xuesen suddenly lowered his voice to inquire. Why indeed? Because. Xuesen's face, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared somewhat pale. Yet he exuded an unusual fervor. Because I believe, should the demon orb truly awaken, the very first act after unsealing itself would be to slay our Lord, and then leave behind a single phrase, you, worthy of being my father? Chapter 45, the biological son in Hudo City, as well as in the surrounding villages and settlements. Almost every household possesses a cellar. Beneath the front residence lies a substantial cellar, essential not only for storing provisions required by the hyena gang's members and their human affiliates, but also for safeguarding some treasures. However, this cellar had been emptied a few days prior. Over a dozen barbarian slaves toiled within, bustling about amidst several large cauldrons and various implements. Blind Bei held a lantern, leading the way, while Xuesen, dragging his 3 legs, followed slowly behind. The two descended a series of steps and entered the cellar. On one wall, some letters were inscribed in chalk, left by Ming. Tunai Coca Oh Kako Tuna Oh 2HO. Ah, it appears rather sophisticated. Xuesen chuckled at the chemical equations. Just secondary school chemistry, Blind Bei remarked calmly. Indeed, if one fails to master chemistry, they may hesitate to traverse. Yes, that is quite the principle. Blind Bei gestured around and continued. Recently, Ming may spend more time by the master's side as a blackboard. The responsibilities he once held here will temporarily fall to you. So production is now feasible, and the techniques for distilling and extracting perfume have taken shape. Keep a close watch on these barbarian slaves. It is better to err on the side of caution than to overlook any. Understood, I comprehend. Soap and perfume are crucial to the forthcoming development of the inn. Naturally, there must be no slip-ups. At present, due to insufficient manpower, we must rely on these barbarian slaves received from the hyena gang for labor. In a couple of days, the first batch of goods should be sufficiently prepared. I will subsequently visit the Grand Merchant in Tumencheng to explore the possibility of subcontracting directly. Is it not better to have a steady stream of income? Nevertheless, it seems more prudent to seek quick profits. Once the initial shipment is dispatched, I can commence preparations to recruit and establish a cavalry. At that point, it may be necessary to send someone back into the desert once more. As for the convict tribe that family mentioned, we shall observe for now, as it is still too early to make definitive conclusions. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch here. There will be no issues. I trust you to handle matters. Should any problems arise, consult Ming. Understood, but must you be so verbose? In truth, if our leader could cultivate at an astonishing pace, we would not find ourselves entangled in such complexities. Achieving such rapid advancement is exceedingly difficult. However, we can strive for progress, albeit at a more measured pace. Now, take care of that piece of paper yourself. I shall ascend first. As the blind northerner ascended the steps, lantern in hand, and exited the cellar, Xuesen quietly settled against the wall. He understood that this was akin to a form of exile, serving as a warning. What are you staring at? Get to work, or you shall go hungry, he bellowed, pointing at the barbarian slaves. Following that, he puffed out his cheeks and exhaled, muttering, "Oomph. It seems he aspires to be the boss. Just an outdated relic of 404. At least that is preferable to your eunuch demeanor." The voice of the blind northerner suddenly echoed in Xuesen's mind. Xuesen's face flushed with embarrassment as he exclaimed, "Goodness, is there no respect for privacy anymore?" Apologetically, he added, "I momentarily forgot to turn it off. I will do so now." He huffed disdainfully, muttering, "Blind fool." Crippled by the edge of the hot spring, Zheng Fan soaked in the warm water, the palpable pain in his body having dissipated. Yet, he occasionally felt a disorienting sensation, akin to being a half-filled bottle of water, clattering and shaking with the slightest movement. He draped a towel over his face, envisioning himself beyond this realm. The door creaked open, and Xingyang entered, carrying a platter of fruits that wafted a delightful aroma. She settled by the hot spring, delicately holding a washed grape, peeling it with care. Gently, She lifted a corner of the towel from Zhang Fan's face, prompting him to open his mouth and receive the grape. "My lord, do you enjoy grapes?" Zhang Fan acknowledged with a sound from his throat. Regrettably, this grape was rather large. The most delectable grapes in this world were smaller and possessed a milky flavor. "At this late hour, let us refrain from discussing topics unsuitable for children," she teased. "How vexing. My lord, I was merely referring to the milky-flavored grapes, akin to the sweet essence of corn." "Very well, it appears I am the impure one. My lord, are you feeling fatigued?" "Yes." "Have we placed too much pressure upon you?" "Not at all. Today, I felt as though I had a fever due to the malevolent energy. It was quite uncomfortable." "Then allow me to offer you a massage." "No more. I shall indulge in a little more relaxation before retiring for the night. For tomorrow brings the necessity of attending class. This evening, there is no need for a massage, especially since I have not faced any punishment. Although I have not been punished, I have endured other hardships." "Very well, my lord. I bid you rest early. I shall take my leave now." Cece slowly rose and exited the door, turning back to close it. In that fleeting moment, a hint of melancholy graced her countenance. Though my lord is an ordinary individual who has reached adulthood in such a guise, we, his creations, are mere characters birthed from his imagination. A creator immersed in the realm of horror-themed comics, unwilling to let go until death, must surely possess a lonely and sensitive heart. The blind one withheld the truth from my lord, yet in our fervent desire to enhance our powers, it seems we have inadvertently pressured him excessively. Cece bit her upper lip, yearning to enter and elucidate these matters to my lord, but after a moment's hesitation, she refrained from pushing the door open again. All her worries coalesced into a soft sigh as she turned away, her silhouette fading into the veil of night. In truth, Zhang Fan harbored little pretentiousness within. From the very beginning, his self-perception was astutely defined. For instance, although these 6 subordinates appear to vie for his favor daily, it resembles a school principal orchestrating a parade merely for the sake of indulgence at the conclusion of military training. The students collectively chant their praises, while the principal waves, basking in the adulation, acknowledging their efforts. Had Zhang Fan truly elevated himself to the exalted position of a lord, Cece would have long since attended to his desires. After all, indulging in a little flirtation during evening massages, occasionally, adds a touch of ambience. However, if it becomes a nightly routine, it transforms into mere torment. As for the pressure they impose upon themselves, Zhang Fan is aware of it, yet he feels little aversion. Enduring some hardships is, in his view, a worthy sacrifice for the enhancement of one's abilities. A leader who merely stands by, watching their subordinates charge forth while shouting hollow praises is indeed a peculiar sight. It is akin to the youth who clamors for independence and freedom from their parents. True liberation comes when one no longer relies on parental support, and can even offer assistance in return. Yet, there lingers a tinge of melancholy. It feels reminiscent of the initial days of awakening in the inn, when camaraderie was forged through a shared sense of being lost souls. However, that sentiment seems to be gradually fading. Nevertheless, the path is one he must traverse alone. Having chosen this journey, any pretentiousness becomes an unwelcome burden. "Ah," Zhang Fan softly exclaims, his gaze once more drawn to the stone floating before him. Each day, during his baths, he brings it along, draping a towel over it. With a swift kick, he sends the stone skimming across the hot spring. "It's all your fault. Why won't you come out?" Zhang Fan feels a profound weariness. The magic sphere was the studio's finest work, a testament to his own dedication in this new world. The magic sphere represents his true legacy. If only the magic orb were present, even if it refrained from caressing itself, even if it regarded itself with a frigid demeanor. The very thought of confronting the likes of the blind Liangqing and his companions would undoubtedly instill a profound sense of confidence within. He reached out, grasping a stone and placing it before him. In the past, he often heard his peers liken their creations to their own offspring, a comparison he once deemed overly sentimental. Yet in this world, in this environment, amidst the cunning of the blind, the reckless abandon of Shuesan, the icy demeanor of Liangqing, the gentle nature of Xin Yang, the foolish innocence of Fan Li, and the proud defiance of a Ming, their images flickered through Zhang Fan's mind one by one. Ultimately, however, he still felt a veil of separation. "Alas, my dear child." Zhang Fan felt a slight prickling in his eyes, lamenting, "Father misses you." His voice remained tinged with a hint of repression. Even within the confines of his own abode, he dared not unleash his emotions with a loud cry. Shaking his head, he cast the stone back into the hot spring. Emerging from the pool, Zhang Fan took a nearby dry towel and wiped his body with a mere semblance of care before retreating to the bed at the back to rest. After his departure, the hot spring was left desolate, with only a solitary stone floating upon the surface. Unbeknownst to Zhang Fan, shortly after he left, the water in the pool began to gradually darken. The once pleasantly warm water swiftly cooled, even forming a few ice crystals. If Xingyang or Shuai-san were present in the room at this moment, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "What an overwhelming aura of killing intent." Chapter 46. Unexpected fatherhood. In a dimly lit room with the window ajar, the absence of artificial light rendered it shrouded in darkness beneath the scant moonlight. Blind Bebe sat at the table, cluttered with a myriad of documents, some valuable, others not, awaiting her meticulous organization and classification. Suddenly, her body trembled slightly, a solemn expression gracing her features. An intense wave of murderous intent surged from the rear quarters, skillfully concealed, yet perceptible to Bebe, who possessed the ability to sense such energies. However, in an instant, this malevolent aura dissipated entirely, vanishing without a trace. At once, Bebe discerned the origin of this ominous presence, though she remained uncertain whether she had inadvertently detected it or if it had been deliberately revealed to her. She was equally in the dark as to whether this murderous intent was directed at her or perhaps aimed at her father. As dawn broke, the first rays of decayed sunlight filtered into the room, followed by the routine of dressing, washing, and dining, all steeped in a sense of decay. Even upon stepping into the courtyard, Zhang Fan could still detect the lingering aroma of decay enveloping him. The day's lessons were imminent, and the mere thought of Liang Cheng's fingernails from the previous day made him feel quite unwell. Achoo! Zhang Fan sneezed, his eyes momentarily stinging. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke, and as I looked up, I could see ashes swirling in the sky. Was someone burning straw? Just then, I noticed Fong Xyong walking past with some fabric in hand. When she paused to greet me, I inquired, "What is being burned outside?" My lips parted as memories of that fateful night when the barbarian cavalry stormed our supply camp flooded my mind. It felt as if it had occurred only yesterday. Yet it had been some time since that nocturnal raid concluded. It seemed that only 200 or 300 had perished, and thus, many families in the city had begun to mourn since this morning. "Oh, very well. You may return to your duties," I said. "Yes, my lord, should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me." Fong Xyong offered a slight bow before departing with her load. One could only imagine how many households within Tiger Head City were engaged in mourning at that very moment. "My lord?" A voice called from behind, startling me. "Ah, you startled me," I responded. I was lost in thought. "Forgive my rudeness, I had called out to you several times. But it appears you were preoccupied with your musings." "Indeed, I was contemplating." "My lord, were you taken with Fong Xyong?" Xingyang suddenly inquired. "What? Yes, my lord. Did you not seem entranced upon seeing her? If you desire her, I could arrange for her to wait for you in your chamber tonight, freshly washed and ready." "But is she not with Ming?" "I have heard they share a close bond. It is indeed quite significant, the vendetta against one's father. Moreover, Ming is unlikely to concern himself with such matters. He harbors no interest in women. As long as your excellency desires it, Fong Xyong would certainly be willing. I possess an astute eye for character. She is indeed ambitious and aspires to ascend the social ladder. If given the opportunity, she might well become the next Wu Meinyang or Zhenhuan. In her heart, she may harbor some feelings for Ming, yet he remains oblivious. I surmise that once she successfully occupies your excellency's bed and assumes the role of the mistress, her sentiments towards Ming will oscillate between love and resentment. By night, she will endeavor to please your excellency, while by day, she will present herself with grace before Ming, expecting him to regard her with the reverence due to a mistress. Meanwhile, Shuai-san and his companions will whisper scandalous rumors, which fortuitously reach your excellency's ears, leading you to form a negative opinion of Ming, and consequently assigning him perilous tasks. Fong Xyong will feel deeply aggrieved and tormented, lamenting her plight before you as she gradually withers away. Yet, you will remain resolute, ignoring her completely, perhaps even secretly commanding Blind Bei to execute her. Then, on the day Blind Bei is to act, he will utilize his mental acuity akin to an ultrasound and discover Zhang Fan within her womb. Seemingly aware that she has divulged too much, the intrigues found within palace dramas are invariably derived from such scenarios, which stir excitement within me. Hehehe. Zhang Fan could not help but roll his eyes at Xingyang, retorting, "You are overthinking it. I have only just learned that many households outside are in mourning. Moreover, the information from above Hudo City had been tightly controlled. Although there were whispers suggesting that many laborers had perished this time, as long as no concrete news arrives, everyone still harbors a glimmer of hope." "I see. Zhang Fan nodded thoughtfully. It is likely that soon, Hodo City will reopen its household registration to accept new residents. Reopening household registration? Zhang Fan recalled that he and his entourage were indeed registered residents within Hodo City, all belonging to the lineage of the old Zheng family. Indeed, my lord, this is likely due to the systemic issues within the Yin Kingdom. The local population and land, especially in border regions like Beifeng County, are far less controlled by the monarch than by the aristocracy. With so many laborers having perished this time, Hodo City will probably adopt a similar approach as before, welcoming a new batch of displaced individuals to register. Otherwise, future labor taxation could not be guaranteed. Perhaps those in later generations have grown accustomed to a state where national power governs and intervenes in all matters. Yet in this world, particularly under the Yin Kingdom's system where the monarch resembles a feudal lord, one must face the awkward reality of sharing the nation with the aristocracy. This elucidates why the state of Yin, despite possessing the formidable Yin iron cavalry that instills fear in the other three major nations, and being situated in a favorable external environment characterized by the disarray of the desert tribes, remains unable to initiate a war of dominance from the north to the south. These powerful clans possess roots and a legacy that predate even the royal family of Yin, and should the day ever come when the state of Yin ceases to exist, it is likely that they would continue to endure. In the ancient world familiar to Zhang Fan, during the chaotic era of the Five Barbarians, the Jin dynasty had already retreated eastward in disarray, as the barbarian tribes ravaged the central plains, yet amidst their rule, numerous prominent clans persisted, living their lives behind closed doors. The court's intention to combat the barbarians was of little concern to them. Even when the court was driven away by these tribes, they remained unfazed. Paradoxically, the barbarians seeking to govern effectively relied on the strength of these clans, who continued to thrive regardless. For the city of Hutu, there exists a silver lining. The lands of the northern Fong County are not particularly fertile, with limited arable land. Hence, the local clans do not have as great a demand for population compared to the interior regions. Furthermore, due to its thriving commerce and industry, Hutu City attracts a considerable number of displaced persons each year, all seeking to make a living. The cycle of ebbing and flowing populations continues unabated, though the methods employed may appear rather blunt. At this moment, Liang Cheng entered through the front door. "What is it?" Zhang Fan inquired. "A guard has just come to convey a message, instructing you to gather at the Yamen before noon, as per the command of the county magistrate. Is there an issue?" Zhang Fan asked, his brow slightly furrowed. Originally, the rotund commissioner had granted him a 10-day leave, of which only a few days remained. However, plans seldom withstand the winds of change. Zhang Fan was compelled to don a more somber attire and gather his identification documents, preparing himself for the task ahead. Accompanied by Liang Cheng, the two mounted their steeds and arrived at the county office. Naturally, Liang Cheng could not enter. Zhang Fan presented his identification papers, which were scrutinized by the two guards before he was ushered into the main hall. Upon entering, Zhang Fan realized he was among the later arrivals, as the hall was already filled with people. Some were clad in armor, others, like Zhang Fan, were simple everyday garments, while a few appeared as affluent gentlemen, their bellies protruding. Yet, all present bore the rank of a school lieutenant, some holding real posts, others merely nominal titles. A significant portion were heads of households from the forts near Haochuoqing. In any case, Zhang Fan was unfamiliar with any of these fellow lieutenants. The only one he could recall, a name that had once resonated with familiarity, had tragically passed away just days prior outside the city. Ah yes, the funeral of the Wang family. The blind man from the north had sent offerings in Zhang Fan's name. When the commissioner finally arrived, the assembly was taken aback to see the old county magistrate had also come, obscured entirely by the commissioner's ample frame. Zhang Fan couldn't help but think that, should chaos erupt once more, he would certainly seek refuge behind the commissioner, a substantial human shield, indeed, too advantageous to forego. The esteemed officer of the recruitment department, naturally unaware of the thoughts swirling within Zhang Fan's mind, greeted him with a smile upon encountering him at the periphery before stepping into the hall. The two officials took their seats at the forefront, while the captain stood at attention, lacking chairs. Once the recruitment officer settled in, he began to observe the surroundings with a serene demeanor, akin to a venerable monk in deep meditation, transcending the mundane world. The aged county magistrate, however, cleared his throat a few times, a smile gracing his face as he addressed the assembly, saying, "The purpose of gathering you all here today is to share some delightful news. Is it that the court has bestowed rewards upon us?" inquired one. Could it be that this year's military rations have arrived? Another joined in. Indeed, esteemed sir, we must ensure that none of us are overlooked this year. Our soldiers are barely managing to secure their daily sustenance. Fear not, there is no need for haste, the county magistrate gently reassured, pressing his hands down in a calming gesture. This good fortune, I assure you, extends to each and every one of you. What exactly is this news? They pressed. It pertains to the recent conflict. Our Tiger Head city was compelled by a decree from the Duke of the Northern Command to enlist thousands of laborers to aid in the transportation of supplies. However, the perilous nature of the campaign has claimed many valiant souls upon the battlefield. Alas, this weighs heavily on my heart. It is a matter of political correctness. With the men of many households lost, some families can no longer endure. Today alone, our benevolent hall in Tiger Head City has received nearly 300 children, ranging from infants to those around 7 or 8 years old. These, too, may be regarded as orphans. Some have been left without family, while others have been sent here because their mothers are remarrying or their families cannot afford to care for them, especially after their fathers have departed. It is anticipated that in the coming days, even more children will be delivered. Thus, the purpose of gathering everyone here is to address this matter. Would you not agree that this is indeed a tremendous blessing? I am providing you with these children, allowing you the unexpected joy of becoming fathers. Upon exiting the hall, Zhang Fan proceeded to the signing room to register with the chief clerk. Since he was already present, he decided to conclude his leave, at the very least to receive a set of armor. As for other aspirations, Zhang Fan and his fellow warriors held no extravagant hopes. Fortunately, they had traversed into the realm of Yan, rather than the more rigid countries of Qian or Jin, where the scholars wielded authority. In particular, Qian had cultivated an environment of extreme vigilance against martial figures, stemming from the initial ascension of its founding emperor, who had risen to power by exploiting the vulnerabilities of the previous dynasty's orphans and widows. Similarly, the ascension of the second emperor was heavily reliant on military backing, leading to an increased wariness and suppression of martial practitioners. It is within the borders of Yan, particularly in the northern frontier, that one still encounters the presence of fortified military encampments. This is attributable to two factors: the distance from imperial oversight and the inherently weak grip of the Yin court over local affairs. Thus, Zhang Fan finds himself with the opportunity to gradually cultivate the land and train his troops. In the signing room, Zhang Fan encountered the clerk Chun, who had previously arrived at the inn with a military lieutenant to tally the heads of the deceased. To be precise, it was the clerk Chun who, with a ledger in hand, meticulously recorded each name, ensuring that anyone marked was destined to meet their end. Indeed, the King of Hell's ledger might pale in comparison to his. Presently, the town of Hutu City was shrouded in mourning, with white sails and yellow paper drifting about. A scene undoubtedly orchestrated by the deft hand of this clerk Chun. Such power over life and death would likely incite envy even in the Emperor of Yan. Of course, one cannot lay the blame solely at his feet. Should blame be assigned, it would first fall upon the eldest daughter of the northern town marquis, who, in her quest for a swift conclusion to the war, callously employed laborers as bait to lure the cavalry of the Shang tribe to their slaughter. Next, the accursed conscription must be condemned, aside from the late Ming, who rests in his coffin, and the prematurely departed Fan Li, the blind man, and 3-inch nail. Every individual who appeared remotely normal was forcibly taken. The scale of this conscription is nearly unfathomable in historical accounts. Yet it has long been a matter of accustomed practice for central policies to be distorted at the local level. Ultimately, one must also reckon with personal culpability. Had Zhang Fan foreseen this as a baiting scheme and informed the others in the supply camp, perhaps more laborers could have eluded the grim fate. The clerkchen, however, did not recall Zhang Fan. He sat behind his desk, brush in hand, seemingly engrossed in writing something. Oh, by the way, Chen Zhubu is not the true magistrate. To be precise, he is merely a minor official beneath the real magistrate. However, for ordinary folk like Xingyang, encountering him prompts them to address him as magistrate. It's akin to how commoners might refer to any lowly soldier in a fake military as commander. The genuine magistrate, surnamed Lu, remains a mystery to Zhang Fan. Whether he belongs to the Lu clan of Beifeng is uncertain. He is emaciated, resembling little more than skin and bones, with his eyes emitting a green glimmer in the dimly lit signing chamber, much like a silent tiger, with the chamber serving as his lair. Nonetheless, even a lowly officer has its advantages. Remarkably, no one in the signing chamber extended a hand to Zhang Fan. rendering the silver prepared by Xingyang of little use upon his departure. This does not imply their integrity rivals that of water, perhaps, from their perspective. Zheng Fan's mere approach without groveling for their favor was already a significant feat, leading them to refrain from extracting any benefits from him. Moreover, having directly entered a position that merely collects pay without engaging in any duties is indeed a rare luxury, akin to landing effortlessly in a place of ease. Zheng Shaowei, I hope you devote yourself earnestly to your duties, living up to His Majesty's high expectations, honoring the contributions of the people. Ah! A great sneeze interrupted Lu Zhubu, who seemed to lose interest in continuing the fade. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he signaled for Zheng Fan to leave. After exiting the signing chamber, Zheng Fan proceeded to the storage room to collect his armor. The steward of the storeroom, Zheng Fan, was rather uncertain about the official rank of the individual before him, yet he was exceedingly cordial, offering tea and water, and even taking the trouble to prepare a warm towel for Zheng Fan to wipe his face. Initially taken aback by such attentiveness, Zheng Fan, for the first time, experienced the weight of authority. However, he did not dwell on it, as he had no intentions of extracting anything substantial from Tiger Head City. After collecting his armor, he took his leave, leaving the steward in a state of confusion for quite some time, lamenting the foolishness of the situation. The steward had initially contemplated offering some trifles to send him on his way, but to his surprise, Zheng Fan did not even mention it. As he departed from the county office, clutching his armor, Zheng Fan could still hear the clamor emanating from the hall. The matter of adopting orphans had sparked considerable resistance. While young adults might be indifferent, these were mere children, and the adoption process required signing contracts, as they were all orphans, making it inconvenient to transfer guardianship. Zheng Fan, however, remained indifferent and did not wish to partake in the lamentations of his fellow officials. Thus, this gathering was convened by the county magistrate to address the orphan issue. Was it not? Blind Bei inquired of Liang Cheng. Indeed, Liang Cheng replied, according to our lord, he would likely be allocated 1 or 2 quotas. The contracts would designate the orphans as the adopted children of our lord, and from the state of Yan, adopted children are entitled to a portion of the estate. We shall also have 1 or 2 more young masters. Haha. Blind Bei reflected, while quietly retrieving a cigarette, turning it over in his palm, and poking at it. Have the cigarettes been produced? It is merely a hand-rolled cigarette, the filter tip still unfinished, yet I intend to indulge the master once his lessons conclude. You are quite considerate. What does that signify? I too desire to smoke. What about you? Would you care for a puff? Continuously inhaling the malevolent air from the chaotic graveyard may be detrimental to one's health. Occasionally, a cigarette can provide a respite for the lungs. Is there such reasoning? Pure fabrication. How are preparations for soap and perfume proceeding? The initial batch is ready. We can commence preparations to set off to Tumen City to seek out distributors. Aren't we responsible for transportation and sales ourselves? Such an upfront investment is excessive. We ought to earn some quick money first, enabling us to expedite the establishment of our cavalry, lest our master remains in the unappreciated position of a mere wild chicken lieutenant in the office. Indeed, I believe our master is rather indifferent to this. That reflects his confidence. Were it anyone else with assets worth millions or even billions, they would hardly engage in the petty rivalries of office politics. It seems that is indeed the case. By the way, regarding the adoption of orphans, I believe we should reconsider. The allocation from above suggests that our master's quota is minimal. The county magistrate is likely to distribute based on the influence and actual power of each lieutenant. That is not my intention. It is not that I do not desire it, but rather that I find it insufficient. Insufficient? Well, just 1 or 2. It's rather trivial. How many would you like? Blind Bei extended his hand before Liang Cheng, then slowly clenched his fist tightly, declaring, I want them all. Are you out of your mind? Liang Cheng chuckled at Blind Bei's jest. Though he knew it was merely playful banter, he understood that Blind Bei was not one to engage in unprofitable ventures. Every action he took was driven by a distinct purpose. Here is my thought. We take in this group of orphans, clear out a house, and establish an orphanage. Or perhaps use this as leverage to negotiate with the county magistrate for a plot of land in the city to build an orphanage. What about the benefits? Liang Cheng inquired. It's not that I've turned into a mercenary zombie, but I don't believe you would act solely out of a desire for altruism. You've slandered my character. I apologize, Blind Bei chuckled softly, saying, I just think we ought to do some good deeds, right? Is that truly your only motive? Indeed, why? At that moment, Aming's voice suddenly chimed in. Perhaps it's the after effects of the 404 incident. Upon hearing this, Blind Bei smiled but remained silent. Yangsheng hesitated, glancing at Blind Bei. Is that true? Blind Bei nodded, stating, we must start with our hearts. We cannot always be the villains. Occasionally, we must feign a bit of benevolence. This is reality, not a comic. If that's the sole reason, it seems a bit far-fetched. Yangsheng still doubted. Let us put it this way. Firstly, this approach enables us to cultivate the next generation of personnel in a timely manner. It is far more prudent to nurture them from the ground up according to our vision than to attempt to rectify flawed individuals midway. Secondly, since Hutu City will serve as our foundational base, it is imperative that we enhance the reputation of the Zheng family. Unlike the town North Marquis, who seeks to corrupt public sentiment, we must commence our efforts to win hearts from the very beginning. After all, did not Liu Bang rise to prominence through the support of his roots in Peixian? With this explanation, I find myself in agreement with the proposal. However, I acknowledge that this initiative will require a substantial financial investment, potentially impacting the cavalry unit I am in the process of establishing. Blind Bei, with a cigarette clamped between his lips, fumbled for his lighter and remarked while igniting the smoke, indeed, Ming has a point, at times. One must engage in benevolent deeds, lest one finds oneself in dire straits one day. As he spoke, Blind Bei inhaled deeply, letting the smoke swirl from his nostrils. Before turning to Ming and inquired, what brings you out here with the blackboard? I have memorized the circuitry map. It was never particularly challenging to recall. Therefore, I deemed it unnecessary to remain. By the way, where is Fourth Lady? Blind Bei questioned. Ming, somewhat melancholic, placed his hand over his chest, bending slightly to bridge the distance between himself and the smoking Blind Bei. With a tone laden with frustration, he articulated, I seek her assistance to remove the stitches. Chapter 48. One lesson is better than 6 very well. Today is sufficient. Remember the feeling of today. Tomorrow we shall attempt to accelerate our progress. Ding Hao expressed with satisfaction to Zheng Fan. Many keyboard warriors in the online world share a similar mindset, believing they possess the ultimate truth, able to wield their words as if casting spells. To Ding Hao, the previous 6 individuals, including the Blind Bei, were not his students. Rather, they were insufferable deviants. They had only instilled in him feelings of dread, anxiety, astonishment, and upheaval, instead of teaching them martial arts. It felt more like they were proving to him that he had wasted the first half of his life. Fortunately, within Zheng Fan, Ding Hao found solace. Zheng Fan's talent. Putting aside those insufferable deviants, Zheng Fan's innate abilities were truly of the highest caliber. Moreover, he possessed an extraordinarily rich essence of vitality within him, akin to having the potential of 2 individuals. It is often said that to drive a luxury car, one must either strive diligently to earn the means to purchase it or simply obtain a driving license to take it out from the garage. Encountering a gifted student indeed brings immense joy to a teacher. Zheng Fan, lost in meditation, slowly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of fatigue, and inquired, Master, how much longer until I can shine? Haste makes waste. By establishing a solid foundation, the path ahead can become significantly smoother. However, at the current pace, within a mere 3 days, you shall attain the threshold of the 9th rank. Steady progress shall lead you to genuine mastery within 2 months. I do yearn for swifter advancement. My estimation is rather conservative, and I anticipate that the reality will far exceed my expectations. My gratitude for your guidance is immense. It is your innate talent that shines through. I am quite curious, from which esteemed lineage do you and your subordinates hail? After much contemplation, Ding Hao remains convinced that Zheng Fan and his companions must originate from a prominent family. Zheng Fan, adorned with a courteous smile, reassured him. There is no need for your concern, Master. My apologies for my indiscretion. Please rest well, and I shall return tomorrow afternoon. The reason for my afternoon visit is that Zheng Fan must attend to matters at the government office in the morning. Compared to the leisurely bureaucracies of later generations, Zheng Fan, as a civil servant in the bustling city of Tiger Head, enjoys considerable freedom. A brief appearance suffices, after which one may depart without a care, free from the constraints of attendance and salary deductions. First, the ranks of the Yin Kingdom's officers are numerous. Second, the officials prefer not to cross paths with Zheng Fan, as he bears the insignia of the Northern Town Marquis. No one is foolish enough to provoke him, and, given the current precarious position of the Northern Town Marquisate, there is little interest in seeking favor or forging connections. Stepping out of Ding Hao's room, Zheng Fan passed through the courtyard and spotted Fan Li squatting there. holding a lantern and illuminating something on the ground. "What are you doing?" Zhang Fan inquired. Fanli looked up, grinning foolishly, and replied, "Watching ants fight." "Oh, then do continue." "Certainly, my lord." Zhang Fan continued toward the back residence and noticed a row of carts at the entrance of the cellar, each laden with goods. Xuesan sat atop a box, swinging his short legs while humming a tune from Kunku opera. Upon seeing Zhang Fan approach, Xuesan immediately leaped down from the cart and bowed deeply, saying, "I pay my respects to you, my lord. Is this soap and perfume? Your insight is remarkable, my lord." "Indeed, these are the soap and perfume produced recently. We have set aside some for our household's use. To be frank, my lord, vampires are particularly suited for dabbling in such matters. Though they can be a bit aloof, their pursuit of quality in life is truly commendable." "Are you praising a Ming or insulting Shifujia?" Xuesan, feeling somewhat bashful, shook his head, saying, "Whatever you say it is, my lord, it is." "Has it been loaded for sale?" "Yes, the team has already made the necessary preparations. They will soon come to load and transport it." "To where will it be sent?" "Although the gang from Tiger Head City has been subdued, this group of unfortunate souls possesses little wealth, merely lingering around the vicinity. Their intentions to sell soap and perfume as luxury items will not suffice to sustain them solely in Tiger Head City." "And what of the blind man?" "Ah, yes. My oversight. He mentioned he would wait for you in the back courtyard after your lesson." "Very well, I understand." At the steps outside his room, the blind man sat. A red lantern placed before him, his mouth flickering in and out of light. "TSK. Initially, I did not think much of it without this trinket. But upon witnessing its sudden flicker, an overwhelming impulse surged within me. My lord, there is something here." The blind man, having sensed Zhang Fan's arrival, was akin to having a radar station installed in his home. Zhang Fan settled beside him, accepting the cigarette and lighter, igniting it and taking a puff. Cough, cough. It was harsh, spicy, and scraped his throat painfully, leading to an uncontrollable urge to retch. "My lord, there are matters I must report to you." "Speak." Regarding those 3 individuals? Is it that you find the number of people excessive?" "No, I wonder if 3 individuals might be too weak." Zhang Fan had witnessed the true battleground, particularly the charge of the Northern Army. Frankly, reigning supreme in Copper Gong Bay is insignificant, but once outside, the vastness of the world diminishes one's sense of importance. "I estimate it will take about a month. I do not quite comprehend the essence of your words." With a smile, the blind North replied, "What I mean is that you need not worry, my lord. I have advised them that without absolute certainty, they shall not take unnecessary risks. A month's time, let us wait a little longer, will be ample for your ascension. Once you attain your rank, our collective strength shall be partially restored." The reason for their gradual approach and cautious inquiries is, in truth, to allow you to conclude your matters first. It feels reminiscent of our previous endeavor, where everyone hastily scattered to pursue their paths, which felt somewhat rushed. Zhang Fan reflected. In that instance, it was Zhang Fan who charted the course, while the blind North assigned tasks around the dining table. Fan Li Yuan ventured into the desert, while fourth sister took on her role as an escort. Such is fate. It is our fate. We are inherently unsuited for a scenario where everything is prepared, waiting solely for the right moment. Why? Because such circumstances lack the thrill we crave. Very well, my lord, we shall dispatch 5 individuals at once, with fourth sister remaining to safeguard you. Starting tomorrow night, she shall attend to your needs, never straying from your side for 24 hours. This may not be appropriate. Ah, tonight's moon suddenly appears splendid. No, tomorrow night's moon shall be even more enchanting. Yet, Zhang Fan maintained an exterior of calm, albeit with a hint of discomfort. I understand. Furthermore, my lord, please carry the stone that seals the demon orb with you from now on. It shall not emerge. If you were to meet your demise, it would undoubtedly reveal itself, Blind North stated. Are you implying that I still hold a place in his heart? No. Your subordinate merely believes he would find it unacceptable to pass away without a final farewell. Zhang Fan, my lord, please retire for the night. We shall depart early in the morning. Travel safely. Yes, my lord. The blind man of the north offered his respects, left behind 2 boxes of cigarettes, and proceeded out with his lantern. In truth, the blind man of the north found it somewhat challenging to discern the true thoughts of the demon pill. As Shui San had mentioned in recent days, Zhang Fan's initial design of the demon pill character was simply he was not an individual whose behavior could be predicted through conventional logic or experience. Nevertheless, The blind man of the north could only hope that the murderous intent he had sensed that evening was directed towards himself and his companions, serving as a warning not to treat his father so excessively, rather than an indication that the demon pill was on the verge of succumbing to the desire to become an orphan. He traversed from the rear courtyard, and after a considerable walk, he arrived at the front courtyard. Coincidentally, he encountered the fourth madam, who was en route from the front courtyard to the rear courtyard. The fourth madam, clutching a large sack, immediately stamped her foot and exclaimed with exasperation, "You are truly going too far." 5 individuals, each with 20 to 30 letters. When am I supposed to find the time to read them all? These letters had all been prepared in advance, each expressing greetings, concern, and sentiments of longing. Fan Li's letters were the simplest. "My lord, have you had breakfast today? My lord, have you had lunch today? My lord, have you had dinner today?" Blind Man Bei smiled with a touch of resignation, saying, "It can't be helped. This is just a precaution. Also, after we've departed, don't merely recite the letter. You must also speak well of us and put in a good word for us before the master. Anyway, starting tomorrow night, we'll all be gone, so you can openly whisper sweet nothings into his ear, which will be quite convenient." "Oh dear, what sins have I committed to deserve such treatment? Why don't we switch places? It's all been decided, so it's not good to change now. Besides, who else but you can get into the master's bed? Get out. Why is it that you men can go out and have a good time while I'm left to guard the home? Having to cater to 6 people's needs all by myself? What do you take me for?" Blind Man Bei raised the lantern, looking up as if he could appreciate the moonlight, and slowly began, Nanfu Battery. 4th Mistress. Chapter 49, Slaying the Bandits. Early morning. The sun had barely peeked out a sliver of its head, and the rooster hadn't yet crowed on time. The entire Tiger Head city was still shrouded in a layer of cold mist. The steps were very cold. Blind Man Bei knelt on one knee in front, followed by Liang Chong, a Ming, Shui San, and Fan Li. The 5 of them knelt there in neat unison. At this moment, Zheng Fan, who had been sleeping in the house, groggily opened his eyes, seemingly sensing something. Without ringing the bell, he got out of bed and walked to the door. "Master, we're setting off this morning, so we won't disturb your rest, but the proper etiquette must be observed." Blind Man Bei's voice was very soft. After he finished speaking, Blind Bei and the 4 individuals kneeling behind him lowered their heads in unison, wishing the Lord good health. Upon the conclusion of their reverence, they all rose together to depart. Throughout this entire exchange, Zheng Fan remained stationed at the door, refraining from opening it to bid farewell. As Blind Bei and the others exited the inner courtyard, they encountered the 4th Miss, who was leaning against the railing and smiling as she inquired, "So, have you bid farewell to the Lord?" Shui San, somewhat perplexed, turned to Blind Bei and asked, "Didn't you claim you could rouse the Lord naturally?" "I was anticipating him to open the door and say farewell, and I had prepared a wealth of heartfelt words." In truth, everyone had prepared their sentiments, eagerly awaiting Zheng Fan to open the door for an exchange of heartfelt confessions. Blind Bei shook his head and replied, "The Lord is awake." "Awake?" Shui San responded in confusion. "But he hasn't opened the door." Blind Bei continued, "Why? Is he hesitant to show emotion in such a setting?" Shui San pondered, "Indeed, we are all men, and it would be awkward to express our feelings. Yet it is a pity, as I had prepared for so long." Ali even rehearsed his lines all night. The 4th Miss chuckled softly and remarked, "Do you think the Lord is foolish to suddenly awaken this early, only to find you all kneeling at the door in quiet farewell?" Blind Bei nodded in agreement, saying, "That is indeed the case." "Oh, how awkward that would be." Shui San scratched his head, realizing that the Lord might discover their scheming intentions. "Sigh, I had intended to indulge a bit more before departing." Blind Bei, unfazed, remarked, "It matters not. As a superior, it is gratifying to perceive the subtle thoughts of one's subordinates, as if everything lies within one's grasp. Indeed, your reasoning is quite profound. So, does this imply we have indulged ourselves sufficiently? Well then, it is time to truly set forth. Aiming, Ali, Liangqing, exercise caution, remember. Do not act recklessly. Even if you locate the target, it is imperative to wait until our leader has completed his preparations." Aiming nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Understood. 4th Sister, I leave the matters at home in your capable hands." 4th Sister scoffed dismissively. After a moment's hesitation, Blind Bei opted not to disclose the incident regarding the murderous intent of the demon pill to 4th Sister and the others, as their awareness of this matter would not alter the situation in the slightest. Firstly, the relationship between the leader and the demon pill is not something we can manipulate. Who could possibly impede him? It is akin to a game where one is aware of a bug that could potentially lead to the game's collapse. Yet, until that collapse occurs, one must continue to fulfill their duties. Let us depart. Blind Bebe gestured with his arm, and outside the residence, the caravan was ready, with over 20 large carts lined up in formation. The current leader of the caravan, the dutiful Xiaobo, stood by an exquisite carriage, poised and waiting. As Blind Bebe approached, Xiaobo promptly knelt beneath the carriage, offering himself as a human stool. The blind man, Xiaobai, revealed a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, eschewing any pretense of insincere politeness as he stepped onto the carriage, placing his foot upon Xiaoiba's back. Xiaoiba, kneeling on the ground, turned to look at Shuai-san, awaiting his ascent to the carriage as well. "I shall ride," declared Shuai-san. Without hesitation, Xiaoiba sprang to his feet, leading his horse towards Shuai-san. "Aha!" Shuai-san laughed heartily as he mounted his steed. Inside the carriage, Xiaobai lifted the curtain, saying, "Let us set forth. We shall rest at Mei Family Hollow tonight." Within the carriage sat two women. One, dressed as a married woman yet still youthful, appeared to be a young bride. The other, likely no more than 16 or 17, possessed a charming visage, albeit somewhat bashful. A small stove was present within, with the smaller of the two warming wine, while the larger approached Xiaobai to assist him in removing his outer garment and commenced to massage his back. "And you are?" inquired Xiaobai. "We are the handmaidens of Xiaolang's concubine. Fearing the journey may be arduous for you, Xiaolang has sent us to attend to your needs along the way." Xiaobai nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent as he calmly accepted the wine cup, while relishing the massage. The distance from Huchuoqing to Tumenqing is not particularly great, by horseback. It could be traversed within a day. However, the pace of an entire caravan would undoubtedly be slower than that of horseback riding. Moreover, given that this journey involved transporting fragile jars and bottles, hastening the journey was not an option. Thus, it would take a full day to reach Tumenqing. However, nestled between Huchuoqing and Tumen City lies the renowned Maijiawu, well known along this route. Within Beifeng County, there exists a multitude of fortifications, akin to a dense cluster of small bastions. Although nearly a century has elapsed since the last major confrontation between the desert tribes and the Yan Kingdom, minor skirmishes have persisted unabated. Consequently, the populace along the borders of Beifeng County has naturally banded together to establish their own defensive villages, prepared to withstand incursions from marauding cavalry of the desert tribes, relying on their fortifications while awaiting imperial reinforcements. The smaller fortifications may accommodate merely a few hundred individuals, while the larger ones could host thousands, yet their scale pales in comparison to that of cities. These bastions are strategically dispersed throughout Beifeng County, resembling iron spikes thrust into the ground. Unless the desert tribes muster a considerable force, they are likely to suffer significant losses, as each bastion boasts its own armed contingent. Conversely, should the tribes begin to consolidate their strength or display such tendencies, the Northern Town Army would certainly have a target. Maijiawu is not among the larger fortifications, housing just over 1,000 inhabitants, with fewer than 200 able-bodied men equipped for defense. Nonetheless, owing to its advantageous location and the astute commercial acumen of the current leader, Maijiawu has been transformed into a highway service station along the official road connecting Tumen City and Huchuoqing. As a result, life in Maijiawu has become quite prosperous. By dusk, merchant caravans finally arrived at Maijiawu, where locals came forth to facilitate the transition, providing meals and fodder for resting travelers and their mules. Here, as long as one is willing to pay, a myriad of services is readily available. In the quaint village of Maijiawu, the old trade of Fourth Lady continues to thrive. With a deliberate approach, Xiao Yiba stepped forward, once again serving as a human stool for the blind man, Mr. Bei, allowing him to dismount from the carriage. Had it not been for their relatively small age difference, one might have mistaken him for a devoted son attending to his elderly, sightless father. "Mr. Bei, I have secured a splendid guest room for you in Maizhou. Please do take a moment to rest," Xiao Yiba remarked. Mr. Bei nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Yiba then swiftly turned to address his wife and concubine, affirming their arrangements. Meanwhile, Shuai-san, standing off to the side, idly twirled his dagger, silently observing Mr. Bei reveling in the comforts of his situation. Xiao Yiba approached Shuai-san with utmost respect, stating, "I have reserved the finest courtesan in Maizhou for you, sir." Shuai-san nodded in approval, leaping up to pat Xiao Yiba on the shoulder, quite pleased, exclaiming inwardly that at long last someone recognized his talents. Once both Mr. Bei and Shui San had entered their respective chambers, Shadowy turned to instruct his subordinates on the arrangement of goods and other matters. The guest accommodations, remarkably exquisite for a fortress in the wilderness, boasted a charming building reminiscent of the Jiangnan waterways, with rooms imbued with an air of literary elegance. Mr. Bei settled on the edge of the bed, while Xiao Yiba's wife and concubine exchanged glances, hesitating as one prepared to close the door and the other to make the bed. Suddenly, a diminutive figure darted past them, exclaiming, "Oh, are we preparing for sleep already?" Shui San tilted his head in jest and remarked, "Let us dine together." Blind Bei responded, "Very well." Just then, individuals from Mei Jiawu arrived with exquisite dishes. The meal was delightful, a welcome change after the meager rations they had for lunch, making dinner particularly savory. One wife and one concubine attended to their needs, pouring wine and serving dishes. After a satisfying meal, Shui San yawned and pointed at the two women, saying, "Blind, you cannot indulge alone. Will you choose the larger one or the smaller one?" Blind Bei replied nonchalantly, "Only children make choices. Come on, you cannot be that greedy. Are you trying to force me to duel you?" Shui San retorted, "Isn't there a top courtesan waiting in your room? The courtesan lacks this kind of charm, haha. I am at a loss for you." As he spoke, Blind Bei turned to the two women, who, having overheard the earlier exchange, appeared somewhat pale, but nodded in unison and exited the room. "Hurry up, do not dawdle. I cannot wait," came Shui San's urging from behind the door, accompanied by his raucous laughter. Mwaha! With a creak, the door to the hall swung open, and a servant from Mei Jiawu entered. At that moment, the over 100 guests who had been dining in the hall simultaneously halted their actions. Among them were individuals clad in armor and others bare-chested, each with weapons at hand, all formidable figures. At the prominent table, Xiao Yiba sat alongside a richly dressed elder. As the servant entered, he approached the elder, bending slightly and whispering, "Master of the dock, they have all dined and are now calling for the two young ladies to bathe in preparation for the evening's entertainment. It seems they intend to indulge together." While uttering these words, the servant's gaze discreetly flicked towards Xiao Yiba, who sat beside the dock master. The men at the dining table also regarded Xiao Yiba with keen interest, many of their faces adorned with smiles. The elder placed the bottle in his hand down, leaning back slightly, and then slowly opened his eyes, exclaiming, "Is this what they call perfume? Indeed, it is a marvelous creation. What is contained within this bottle is certainly not mere water. It is as if it holds liquid gold." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yiba immediately rose from the table and knelt before the elder, imploring him to avenge his father. "If you, dear uncle, could assist me in delivering justice upon these two scoundrels, I would not only regard this shipment as yours, but the formula for this exquisite perfume shall also belong to you." The elder reached out to support Xiao Yiba, saying, "Oh, dear nephew, there is no need for such formality. Our families have been close friends for generations. Your father fell victim to treachery. Aiding you in seeking vengeance is simply the duty of the Mei family. How could we speak of recompense? What do you take me for? I would not dare to presume, dear uncle. My heart is solely set on avenging my father. I truly rely on you for this. Of course, it is only right. Such rogues deserve to be eradicated by all." After speaking, Mei Wanyan could not help but again reach out to caress the bottle containing the perfume. Xiao Yiba cautioned, "Uncle, please be vigilant. Despite their appearances, one blind and the other short, they are formidable adversaries. Otherwise, my father would not wail. Rest assured, dear nephew. Did you not hear? They have already consumed the meal I prepared for them. In no time. Even if they are masters of the 8th or 9th rank, they shall meet their demise. Alas, what a pity for your two lovely companions." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yiba immediately shook his head, declaring, "Those two tainted women. Their deaths would merely cleanse the shame. A true man should not lament the absence of a wife. Indeed, it is best if you can come to terms with this. Dear nephew, the enmity of a murdered father is an unquenchable thirst for vengeance. Fear not. I shall instruct my subordinates to assist you in avenging this wrong." With a resounding clap, Mei Wanyan struck the table before him, commanding with the authority of the dockmaster, "Have you all finished your meals?" "Yes, we have. We await your command." "Indeed, we are ready." Mei Wanyan nodded, saying, "Very well. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must exert full effort, though they have been poisoned. We must remain vigilant. Gentlemen, tonight, we shall pursue the thieves." Xiao Yiba seemed to be swept up by the fervor, rising and drawing the dagger from his waist. He roared, "Let us slay the thieves." Chapter 50. The Devil's Pill emerges. Slay the thieves. The atmosphere was charged as everyone brandished their weapons. It was evident to all that Mei Wanyan, the master of the dock, harbored an insatiable thirst for the perfume, signifying that should this deal come to fruition, everyone would subsequently indulge in a life of luxury. However, at that moment, a sudden clatter echoed through the hall. A man fell, white foam spilling from his lips, his knife clattering to the ground. Then came the second, the third, the fourth. One after another, they succumbed. The once formidable crowd, brimming with vigor, was suddenly reduced by more than half. Those who remained upright could barely support themselves against tables or walls. Bang, bang, bang. The doors of the hall were kicked open from the outside, and a band of armed men surged in. Leading the charge was Hong Batsi. Following closely behind were the members of the Brotherhood and the Chariot Gang. Brothers, kill. It was a one-sided massacre. The victims were utterly incapable of resistance. Each one fell in swift succession. The air was filled with anguished cries, and as some attempted to flee, the effects of the poison rendered them immobile. Mei Wanyan stood frozen in shock. Even a cunning man like him found his mind awash in confusion. It was only when the cold steel pressed against his neck that he turned in astonishment, gazing at the one holding the knife to him. His nephew. Nephew. Shadowy, what is the meaning of this? Shadowy's face bore none of the previous rage or humility. Instead, a faint smile danced upon his lips. Hong Batsi, bearing his knife, approached Shadowy and lifted his chin, saying, "Why are you hesitating? Shouldn't Mr. Bei be interrogating him?" Shadowy, somewhat perplexed, had initially thought that capturing the master of the den would be regarded as a significant achievement by Mr. Bei. Thus, he had deliberately spared the meals of Mei Wanyan and his few loyal confidants, while poisoning the others. Mr. Bei has no time for interrogation. Just kill him quickly. There are matters that require our attention, Hong Batsi urged. Nodding in agreement, Shadowy was suddenly confronted by Mei Wanyan, who, now at the mercy of the blade, shouted, "Shadowy, they are your father's murderers." Leaning closer to Mei Wanyan's ear, Shadowy replied, word by word, "I killed my father with my own hands." Upon hearing this, Mei Wanyan's eyes widened in horror and despair. With a swift motion, the blade descended, and the ambitious elder, who possessed both commercial acumen and ambition, gradually slumped to the ground. In his fleeting moments of life, all he could perceive was an overwhelming expanse of crimson blood. Perhaps due to his infrequent encounters with death, the blade's trajectory caused Mei Wanyan's blood to splatter across Shadowy's face. Standing there, Shadowy felt the warmth and sticky sensation of the blood on his skin. Hong Batsi then approached, his large, rough hand rubbing Shadowy's face vigorously, transforming what had once been a cold, composed visage into a chaotic spectacle akin to a painted cat. I remarked, "There are numerous matters at hand. Why are you in such a daze?" Shadowy, not angered, merely lowered his head in a daze, gazing at Mei Wanyan, lifeless in a pool of blood, and slowly spoke. "I understand that he valued the perfume and thus chose to assist me. Yet I am also aware that had I been truly desperate and sought refuge with him, he would have, considering his connection with my father, granted me a meager meal. Oh, are you, the dutiful son, now reluctant? Yet, my aspirations extend beyond mere sustenance. I desire not only to be filled but to indulge in exquisite fare, to savor ever greater delights." On the second floor of the small building, the blind man Bei and Shui stood upon the balcony, surrounded by the cacophony of battle cries and wails. Mei Jiaowu, situated near Tumen City and Huda City, lay within the patrol range of the Northern Town Army, thus seldom encountering the scourge of war. Be it invasions from barbarian tribes or conflicts among the fortresses, they rarely affected this place. The residents of the fort thrived, aided by the establishment of a highway service station. However, the fort's defenses had been breached from within, rendering it utterly ineffective, especially after the most elite 100 clansmen of Mei Jiaowu were annihilated in the hall, leaving only a rabble behind. I said, "Blind man, do you know what I most admire about you?" Blind man Bei, leaning against the railing, feigned the ability to gaze upon the scenery and replied, "I only know that there is much about me that merits your admiration." What a boastful demeanor, I chuckled. Shuesin stood on tiptoe, allowing his head to peek just over the fence, feigning an appreciation for the scenery, and continued, "I must admit, your ability to deceive is truly impressive. In truth, it's not so bad. How did you manage to dupe them? Particularly that devoted son. I swear, had I not been aware, I would have felt compelled to act decisively against him. His enduring patience and willingness to endure humiliation could rival that of Gojian. It's quite simple. provide them with what they desire. The red scarves yearn for immortality, especially after witnessing Ming's undying form. They have become utterly fanatic. As for Shadowy, I merely conveyed to him that his ambitions and desires are far beyond his merit to even join our table. Is that all? It's somewhat forgivable for a little girl to act cute, but your dwarfish antics are rather distasteful. Now I find myself being critical, haha. I truly worry that one day, I might find myself counting the money you earned by selling me off, blissfully unaware. Every person harbors desires. All we need to do is offer a gentle nudge in the right direction. Additionally, I am rather surprised that, regardless of the era or location, clever individuals are never in short supply. If given the opportunity, they will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. Are you referring to those two, or to our master, the blind man? Bei bypassed the question, gesturing below as he remarked, "Would you kindly descend and lend a hand? If we resolve this matter promptly, the bastion shall soon bear the surname Zhang. This evening, Fourth Lady is likely to recite the first letter I left for our Lord, who will be made aware that his domain has ascended. This way, our Lord may enjoy a more pleasant slumber tonight." Very well, I shall go down. If you find my presence bothersome and it detracts from your enjoyment of this moment, do not hesitate to say so. Indeed, you are too tall, obstructing my view of the scenery. Shuesan, one of the third member of the Mei family, who was persuaded by Shadowy to assist us in infiltrating and facilitating their entry. He has outlived his usefulness. You may dismiss him. To use the term dismiss seems rather heartless, does it not? Oh, is that so? I believe that since he aided us, referring to him as eliminating would be rather cruel. The term dismiss seems to convey a gentler sentiment. Shuesan pursed his lips and replied, "Your demeanor is more villainous than that of an actual villain. Be cautious, for typically, villains meet an untimely end. However, in reality, there is no law that guarantees the longevity of the virtuous. Since you are prepared to scheme against their bastion, why delay our actions and grant them time for theatrics?" The blind man, Bei, sighed deeply, his expression turning grave as he replied, "It is they who, upon sensing our intentions, seek to strike at us. We are merely responding with rightful defiance. Is there a distinction? The distinction is substantial. Why do I feel this is akin to a futile endeavor? This is experience. Do not feign maturity. Despite my stature, my age may not be lesser than yours. It is entirely normal for you to be oblivious to this. Perhaps it is the difference between my comic being censored and yours being neutered. Shuesan, do you have any further inquiries? Very well, for the final question. Your acting alongside Shadowy is truly commendable, particularly the scene where he sends his wives to serve you in your carriage. This tactic of self-sacrifice is executed remarkably well." Blind Bei sighed. "What troubles you?" Shuesan inquired. "The reality is, upon boarding the carriage, I inquired and discovered that those two women were indeed his wives. How ruthless." At that moment, Hong Batzi hurriedly ascended the stairs, panic etched across his face as he knelt before Blind Bei, exclaiming, "Mr. Bei, several scouts from the Northern Army have appeared outside the fort. It is entirely commonplace for conflicts to arise between forts, driven by the pursuit of development, profit, and the annexation of populations. However, this location is alarmingly close to Tumen City, falling within the Northern Army's defensive perimeter. The disturbances occurring here have undoubtedly attracted the attention of the scouts." Yet, Blind Bei remained composed, simply retrieving a document from his breast pocket, along with a banner embroidered with a black piccio, the insignia of the Northern Army. He handed these items to the scouts and instructed them to convey. Inform them that two disabled individuals, a blind man and a dwarf, are laboriously striving to establish their enterprise. However, they encountered an ambush from the nefarious establishment of the Mei family. You are tasked with eliminating this villain and restoring peace to the trade routes. Tasked? Hong Batzi expressed some confusion, wondering whose orders were being followed. The blind man, Bei, smiled faintly and articulated. The Duchess of the Northern Marquis of Dian Town personally bestowed the rank of Protector of Merchants, Colonel Zheng Fan, stationed in Huchuoqing. In Huchuoqing, within the inner chambers. Qingxia said, "All right, fourth miss, let us conclude the massage for today. You should retire early. I too wish to rest." "That won't do, my lord. Tonight, I must share your bed. With them absent, I must ensure your safety and cannot leave your side, not even for a moment. Is it truly dangerous here? Previously, there was radar. No, with the blind man present, we need not worry about danger. At the very least, we need not fear unexpected mishaps. But now, I cannot guarantee your safety. If Shuesan were still here, he would possess the acuity to anticipate any threats. I am not adept in such matters. Hence, would this be too much of a burden for you? My lord, do you truly wish for me to sleep on the floor beside your bed? Do you detest my presence so? Not at all, he chuckled. Let us not be overly formal. Sharing a bed would be quite agreeable to me. Your Majesty. Xingyang nestled closer to Zheng Fan, her vermilion lips gently caressing his ear with a warm breath, and whispered, Your Majesty, you may do as you please with me. Do not hesitate, for I am entirely yours. Ahem. Zheng Fan felt himself faltering, and he pushed himself up from the edge of the bath with his hands, saying, I shall go and dry myself. Choose whatever pleases you. Do not concern yourself with my preferences. Your Majesty jests, as I attend to you. It is only natural that I should seek to satisfy you. Very well, I shall fetch several sets for your Majesty to choose from. Very well. After Xingyang departed, Zheng Fan dried himself and donned a set of white, ancient-style undergarments before entering the inner chamber. Sitting by the bedside, Zheng Fan raised his head slightly, then lowered it once more, suddenly feeling a warmth envelop him. He reached out and instinctively loosened the collar of his garment. In truth, it would be a lie to say that he harbored no anticipation of what might transpire. Moreover, at this hour, desire and longing were naturally assailing his rationality. After all, Zheng Fan was a man of healthy constitution, neither frigid nor apathetic. Furthermore, his body had been engaged in daily exercises to stimulate his qi and blood, a regimen more potent than consuming aphrodisiacs with every meal. Therefore, suddenly, Zheng Fan felt his vision darken, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the bed. Not long after, the door to the room was gently pushed open from the outside, and Xingyang, holding several sets of clothing, quietly entered. Women possess an innate affinity for beauty. After arriving in this world, the prospects of luxury boutiques and high-end fashion design seemed bleak. However, during her leisure time, Xingyang would craft garments for herself, such as nurses' uniforms, office attire, kimonos, and more. Xingyang softly called out. As she passed by the hot spring, her gaze fell upon the stone still floating within the waters, prompting a subtle smile as she remarked, Magic orb, oh magic orb, perhaps when you awaken one day, you shall call me mother. Little did she anticipate that her words would invoke an unforeseen calamity. Suddenly, a hum resonated. In the next instant, the garments in Xingyang's hands disintegrated, the threads that had been woven into fabric unraveled, transforming into a protective network around her. However, just as swiftly, a surge of black light erupted from the hot spring, hurtling directly towards Xingyang. Boom! The protective threads she had arranged around herself were instantly torn apart. Even Xingyang's own body was forcibly restrained by a powerful force, her feet gradually lifting off the ground. She yearned to resist, but the chilling intent to kill unmistakably warned her. To defy would mean death. Subsequently, a figure of an infant boy emerged within the hot spring, surrounded by a swirling inferno of black hellfire, his gaze profound, imbued with a disheartening indifference. At this moment, the infant boy gently lifted his head and gazed at the fourth mistress. His lips remained still, yet a voice gradually resonated from all directions. What would you like me to call you? I express my gratitude that the beasts no longer reign in Tian-Tu, marking the fourth alliance leader of Mo Lin. Furthermore, I recently stepped out for a brief period, and my stockpile of manuscripts has been entirely depleted. Therefore, I encourage everyone to fervently send forth their comments.